My dad rode on my grandma's head every day to take me to school, because my milk is a motorcycle. Even all the transportation on the street is transformed by women. It's only because of this that women in this world can awaken as machine girls when they reach adulthood. The males are awakened as commanders. Men and women fit together. You can transform into a mech to fight in all directions. And today at the awakening ceremony, as a girl walks into the awakening stage, the next moment she's transformed into a cool supercar. This is my girlfriend, Lin Euro. She's awakened an A-class racing car, Phantom Speed Spirit. Just when I was happy for her. I didn't expect Lin Euro to break up with me in public, and that only an A-class commander would be qualified to drive her. And I don't deserve it. But the next moment as I walked toward the awakening, there was a flash of light. I've awakened an SSS commander, and the ability to synchronize unlimited mechs. This talent not only allows you to contract numerous mechs at the same time, it's also possible to forcibly log in uncontracted mechs. This will turn any mech into a puppet controlled by mental power. At this moment, all the teachers and students were shocked by the situation, and the girls are clamoring for a contract with me. At that moment a woman under the awakening stage was looking at me excitedly. Nanning students, will you make a pact with me? I've awakened the S-Class racing armor. 100% brand new condition. No one's ever test-driven it. And that's none other than our school teacher, Xia Zhang. Although it's been 4 years since she awakened her S-Class. But all this time she's met commanders who weren't too low in rank. It's just high-level bad guys with bad intentions. That's why she's never had a contract. And she, as a teacher, knows that I'm really good to my girlfriend. And just now Lin Euro broke up with me in public. So that gives Natsuko nothing to worry about. At the moment I was shocked at what she said. After all, in this world, a commander can only contract a single nymph. So a contract is the same concept as marriage. It's the same as fucking Xiaojing and saying to me, let's get married. Promise her. All at once the crowd filled with cheering voices rang out. Countless people are waiting for my answer. But Xiaojin looked at me with a question mark on her face. And then I thought about the difference between me and myself. Her eyes were full of tears. If you don't want to do it, don't. I won't force you. After all, I'm too bad for you. Mr. Xia, I do. I looked back at her with a determined look in my eyes. At the same time, when Lin Euro learned that I had awakened an SSS class commander, he passed out with a blank stare. I, on the other hand, came to the deed room with Natsuzane. At this moment, Xia Zhang bit her lips and her voice was a little choked up. Nanning, do you really agree to sign a contract with me? You'll be aggrieved if you contract with me. I'm not just 4 years older than you. And in terms of strength, you're an SSS commander. And I'm just an S-class mech. Hearing this, I comforted. Mr. Xia, age is never a problem with me. You're the most popular girl in the academy. Also I don't think there is a waste mech. Commanders who are nothing but losers. You just need to trust me a little more. Hearing my words, Natsuko nodded. The next second she turns directly into her carrier form. I saw a silver and white race car in front of me. I didn't hesitate to open the door and get in the car. Then a panel appeared in front of me. It shows all kinds of information about Xia Zhang. But just when I saw that the car was in mint condition, I have to say I'm impressed. At that moment, Xia Zhang sent the contract signing. But just when I saw that it was a temporary indenture that was sent to me, my smile instantly went cold. Why did you give me a temporary contract? I don't want it. If you're going to sign a permanent contract. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhang explained to me. Nanning, I'm satisfied that you've signed me up. But you're an SSS commander. I'm sure the future is immeasurable. Can't just waste it on me. Do as you're told and sign a temporary indenture. I'll never leave you. My head buzzed at the news. After all, in the Machine Girl Chronicles, signing a contract is tantamount to marriage. And a temporary contract means she'll have to give up her position as wife. When a concubine follows me. At this point I displayed my information in front of Natsuzane. Would you like to see some information about my talent? And then decide what kind of contract to sign? Just when she saw my gift of infinite mecha synesthesia. In a moment of surprise and excitement, he asked, Infinite mecha synchronization. Are you able to contract many mechs at once? I nodded and flirted. Yeah, but some people would only give me a temporary contract. She doesn't seem to want to be my mecha. Xiaojin heard about it and hurriedly sent me the real contract. With the completion of our contract, Natsukato changed back to his human form and hugged me. And with excitement on his face he shouted sweetly at me. Hubby, I'm in a state of shock at this. But Xiaojin looked at me and puffed a smile. What's going on? We're done with the contract. Shouldn't you call me wife? I just felt like I was in heaven at that moment. I can't believe I don't need a dowry or a house or a car. So you got yourself a beautiful wife with a race car. Just when we're in the middle of our love affair. Suddenly there was a sharp knock on the door of the awakening room. It was the principal. As he knocked on the door, he said to me anxiously, "Nanning, you've got a great future ahead of you. It's not supposed to be an S-class car. You're going to be a fighter in the sky, aircraft carriers in the compact sea. Never contract a little race car that's just a mere formality." But just as I opened the door to tell him that the signing was complete, the principal instantly went limp. Seeing this, I went to his ear and whispered softly. The next moment the principal was in high spirits. "Ha ha 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 ha. I see. You're an SSS commander. I'm giving you 2 a day off. Let's go out. Just be at school on time tomorrow." Then the principal turned and left. I then drove the summer kite to the far outskirts of the practice area. And here, the World Warcraft apocalypse is upon us. Large numbers of steeled beasts roam the human world. This is the place where the awakened are rewarded for their training. 10 minutes later I was stopped by the maintenance man. "Hello. Mecha code, please. Authentication records are required for access to the remote practice areas, to allow for official management." Xia Zhang hurriedly gave the mecha code to the maintenance personnel in front of him for inspection. Then a maintenance lady handed me a business card. "1 trip to the far outskirts of the practice area. I suggest you only brush the monsters at the edge of the leveling area. The farther you get from the edge, the higher the level of some of the beasts. If there's a danger that can't be solved, you can contact us in time." Hearing that, I nodded. But after I left, I looked at the card in my hand and was a little confused. Yi Qingcheng, leader of the ice squad. However, do I need to contact a private number to contact the maintenance staff? At that moment, Xia Zhang spoke up. "I've heard of this Yi Qingcheng. She's the strongest Kirigami in the suburb. She's got a lot on her mind because she's got a lot on her mind about her commanding officer. That's why we haven't found a suitable commander until now. I didn't realize she'd give you her personal contact information. It's on." I feel a little stifled to hear that. "Mr. Xia, aren't you jealous that another woman gave me her contact information and pushed me out?" Xia Zhang explained. "Nanning, I'm satisfied that you've contracted with me. After all, you're an SSS commander. The military will recruit you sooner or later. And you're too gifted to be indentured to just one of my mechs. That's why I won't be a stumbling block for you. You have a bright future ahead of you. And don't give up on me. Otherwise I'm a sinner of the world." I was instantly energized after listening to Xia Zhang's words. I didn't realize it was my narrow path. I can't help but feel that I've married a good daughter-in-law. But just at that moment, an alarm went off in the car's internal sensors. The presence of a wraith has been detected in the vicinity. The commander is requested to respond promptly. Seeing this, Xia Zhan first transformed into the mecha form exploding Skyfire Carp. In the control room, I pressed a button. Bakuden Fire Carp's left arm blade popped out instantly. Then after I pressed all the buttons all over again. A general understanding of the methods of control. At that moment 2 panther-like steel giants pounced towards Xia Zhang. Natsuko quickly dodges to the side. I'm the one who controls the center console. The blade popped out the moment the mech raised its arm. And the steel panther was instantly cut in half. Meanwhile, after killing the slave-level cheetahs, I got an energy crystal and 10 points. At this moment, Xia Zhan said to me with great excitement, "Cool. It's really good. The feeling of fighting is really addictive. Nanning, let's go a little deeper into the practice area. I think I'm still strong enough to handle a higher-ranked Iron Wraith." Hearing that, I nodded my head. But we didn't get very far when suddenly the sound of detection started again. The presence of a war soldier class Wraith has been detected in the vicinity, and the commander is requested to respond in time. "Mr. Xia, watch out." Before my words were out of my mouth, a pair of sharp steel wolf claws then lunged up from behind Xia Zhan. Despite the speed of her mech, but you can't react to a sudden attack from behind. When I saw this, I immediately backed up my base state shields. The moment the transparent shield appeared in front of the mech's body, Xia Zhang also came back to his senses at this moment. A kick to the body from Iron Wolf King. I controlled the blades on the toes of the mech, stuck hard into the Iron Wolf King's body. And this time, for killing the Battle Soldier class Steel Wolf King, I got a Warfighter class Energy Crystal and 100 points. At this moment, Xia Zhang's slightly trembling voice came out. "It's a good thing you just turned on your basaltic shield in time. Otherwise I'd be dead." My voice is a little serious at the moment. We're in the practice area now. There are unknown risks all around you. Don't let up. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Meanwhile inside the Mecha Academy, after learning about my situation, Principal Jiang Hai, it was reported to the maintenance unit at once, and Captain Zhang Chen was quite shocked when he saw this. You know, of all the commanders who have awakened this year, the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 7 SSS commanders. He didn't even realize that in his jurisdiction, Surprisingly, one of them is lurking. But then the phone in his office suddenly rang. Reporting to Captain Zhang. 2 prisoner mechs that escaped from Mamba prison have been tracked. The data shows that they're now heading to the far fringes of the countryside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen sat up violently and straightened his body. Notify Yi Qingqing immediately. Led the Chill Squad in pursuit of the prisoner mech. If necessary, you can kill them. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen's originally excited face instantly became gloomy. After all, Mamba prison houses some of the most vicious mechs in the world. And this time the 2 prisoner mechs that escaped from prison. If they are allowed to cross the fringe and enter society, I'm afraid it's going to cause another catastrophe. At this time, the far suburban fringe. I piloted the mech and killed all the steel wraiths in just 2.5 hours. Maybe there's too much blood where I am. All the steel beasts in this area are afraid to come near, leading to a 10-minute search of the fringe area by Summer Kite. I didn't even see an ant. And after a couple of crushing victories, I'm also getting familiar with the center console controls. You know all the skills by heart. So we decided to explore the deeper leveling areas. But then the radar system suddenly went off. Warning! Prisoner mech detected at 1,800 meters. Please evacuate promptly. I'm curious to hear about it. What is this prisoner mech? Xia Zheng thought for a moment and explained. Those are some brutal mechs. They're human, too, but with a strong ill will towards mankind. I've heard that they're being held in a prison deep in the suburbs. I didn't think the prisoner mech would ever escape. I nodded and asked softly. What's the rank of the prisoner mech? Do you think we can handle it? Xiaojin was surprised to see that I had the idea to fight against them. Though she had heard that the prisoner mechs held on this side of the practice area were brutal. But it's too close to the human city. That's why they're not very high in rank. But today is the first time they've entered the practice area. It made her feel a little queasy. And at this moment my eyes are firm. After 2.5 hours of killing monsters, I don't care about reaction time. And the accuracy of the skill release is perfect. Now it's hard to meet an opponent of similar strength. What's the point of not doing it now? In the next second, I control the exploding firecarp into a red lightning bolt, straight at the red dot on the radar. But at the same time, Yi Qingqing's ice-cold squad was frantically escaping towards the fringe area. Even so, the 2 prisoner mechs soon caught up with them. At this moment Yi Qingqing was almost in despair. She's an S-class mecha, but because there's no packed commander, as a result, her strength can't be fully utilized at all. It made her regret a little. Just as Yi Qingqing was preparing for death, suddenly a mech with red lightning bolts charged toward the 2 prisoner mechs. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing desperately shouted to me. That's the prisoner mech. Don't go there. Get back here. But at the moment, I've activated my base state shields and thrusters. A transparent shield instantly lights up around the Bakuden firecarp, and accelerated by the thruster boost. The fuselage is no longer fast enough to be seen with the naked eye. The prisoner mech saw this and directly turned on long-range fire. The self-contained bursting effect lunges towards the Bakuden firecarp, and I'm upping the thrusters. We're flying at breakneck speeds around a volley of bullets. At the same time, through inertia, Bakuden firecarp's right arm blade popped out violently. It cuts hard through the neck of the prisoner's mech. Bakuten chop. Before the prisoner mech could react, I cut his steel head right off. At this moment, the ice-cold squad's jaws were about to drop when they saw this. Yi Qingqing immediately bellowed. All members of the team, get on this knife. Get back up. But at that moment, the other 4 disciples' mech was completely enraged when it saw its companion being killed. He's got energy blasts coming at me. And with my skillful maneuvering, I dodged all the shells. But at that moment, the slave-level steel wraith came back to his senses. Toward the explosive sky firecarp attack. I'm going straight to max thrusters on the inside and outside. The exploding sky firecarp flew directly over the prisoner's mecha's head. The prisoner mech saw this and hooked his lips in a contemptuous smile. He thinks my firecarp specializes in close combat. As long as he can't be touched, he won't be of any use. But the next moment the prisoner mech looked at me in horror, only to see 2 turrets slowly rise up behind Bakuden firecarp. Quantum pursuit cannon. Lock on. As dozens of energy shells are fired, the prisoner mech was blown to pieces by me. Then I went after the fleeing steel giants. At this time, Yi Qingqing finally arrived at the scene with the ice-cold squad. But just after seeing the gruesome battle situation, everyone is marveling at how powerful a commander I am. And Yi Qingqing's original iceberg-like heart. It's also the moment when it starts to melt. But then again, I thought I'd already contracted. At the moment her heart was lost again. After returning to the base, Yi Qingqing reported the battle situation to Zhang Chen at the first opportunity. There's a very powerful commander in the far outskirts of the practice area today. 2 prisoner mechs were killed by him alone. Zhang Chen's mind moved. The face of a man comes to mind. What's his name? At this time Yi Qingqing spoke again. His name is Nanning. I've contracted an S-class battle armor, Bakuden Firecarp. I'm guessing it's at least an S. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Good boy. I know him. He's an SSS commander. Tilting City. You haven't had a packed commander in all these years. I know you've got good taste. But this son was just indentured today. I was able to wipe out 2 prisoner mechs in the first battle. You can only imagine what he'll be able to do in the future. You must take advantage of the opportunity. And Yi Qingqing's despondent voice rang out. It's already too late. He already has a contracted mech. And it's no worse than mine. I don't have a meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen let out a giggle. I'll whisper a secret to you. His commander's gift is infinite mecha synesthesia. You can contract countless mechs. So you still think you don't have a meeting? Hearing this, Yi Qingqing directly froze in place. Meanwhile, the far outskirts of the practice area. After Xia Zhang and I killed the last of the steel giants. And the battle came to an end. Fighting for more than 2 hours in a row in the practice area. We're physically exhausted. But the good thing is that the rewards gained. At that moment, Xia Zhan changed into human form with a golden light in her eyes. Honey, you're great. Fighting is so addictive. I looked at her and hooked my mouth in a smile. That's enough? It's our wedding day. That night, isn't it? Hearing that, Xia Zhang's face instantly turned red. She then transformed into her racing form and headed straight for home. In the evening, after we've eaten and showered, the next day I woke up to a message on my cell phone. Open it up for a school discussion. A post titled Nanning. Get out and take the platoon war was pushed up to the top of A. And the next book is my ex-girlfriend, Lin Euro. When I saw that he had a commanding officer rating of A, I can't help but laugh. I don't even care about the terrifying prisoner mech. How dare a mere A-class commander call out like that? On the other side, in the maintenance unit, Zhang Chen is listening to Yi Qingqing's report on the restoration of my battle yesterday. After data reduction, we judged that the firepower of Bakuden Firecarp is above 5,000. Combined combat strength is around 15,000. Hearing this, Zhang Chen violently stood up and grabbed the data report. What? A 4-star mech can't even reach that level of combined combat power, can it? The Bakuden Firecarp is only a level 1 mech. It's not supposed to be that strong of a fight. Hearing that Yi Qingqing was somewhat helpless. I don't believe it either. But I was up all night yesterday, no matter how many times I counted. It's 15,000 over and over again. So this data is not wrong. And because Yi Qingqing was shocked for the whole night. So much so that she's a little numb now. But although Zhang Chen had thought about the terror of SSS-class commanders, but he didn't think it would be as horrible as this. At this moment, Zhang Chen looked at her seriously. Yi Qingqing, the national battle will start next month. Last year you had no packed commander. Only took an unranked place in the solo competition. If you want to take a better place this year, Nanning will be your choice. Think about it. Let's go to the Mech Academy this afternoon. And these words also spoke into Yi Qingqing's heart. I came to school 2.5 hours later. Upon seeing my arrival, the students instantly began to raise a ruckus. At that moment, Wang Zhe, the commander of the ex-girlfriend, stood up. Yo! I thought you were too scared to come to school. With a clatter, Wang Zhe stood up, and the chair behind him fell to the ground in response. He had been waiting for Chen Mo to show up since he posted on the campus forum this morning, and as a result, he hadn't waited until now. Not steaming buns to fight. He was determined to give Chen Mo a little taste of bitterness today, letting him know that Lin Euro's choice was not wrong. Chen Mo rubbed his ears. He had seen those who were looking for death. He had not seen those who rushed up and begged for death. How could a mere mole cricket dare to provoke a god? If you want to fight, just fight. Where is all this nonsense? Just as Chen Mo was about to open his mouth, a cold voice sounded outside the door. Chen Mo? Yi Qingqing? What was she doing in their school if she wasn't staying properly in the distant suburban leveling area? Wang Zhe was also stunned when he looked at the woman beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo, this guy, who didn't dare to accept the challenge himself, even let a woman come out to back him up. However, it should be said not to say, this woman is really good looking, much better looking than Lin Euro. How come there are so many beautiful women around this guy? Wang Zhe was so jealous that he couldn't wait to kill Chen Mo by 1,000 cuts right now. Okay, don't look. How to fight? Where to fight? You decide. Chen Mo took a slight step forward and blocked in front of Yi Qingqing. A big old man, why would he need a woman to stand up for him? And Lin Euro, who was standing behind Wang Zhe, was even more astonished at this moment. Didn't Chen Mo contract with MS Xia Zhang yesterday? Then who was this woman? What was their relationship? Can it be that yesterday, Chen Mo was really looking for MS Xia to act out a play with him in order to piss himself off? Otherwise, why was there a change of people around him today? Ha! Man! Lin Euro thought she had figured everything out, and in her heart, she despised Chen Mo even more. Mecha Battle Arena, go! Wang Zhe said and walked towards the door. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and followed and walked out as well. On the plaza, the students who had gotten the first-hand news had already occupied the position with the best view on the Mecha Battle Arena. The students who arrived late could only squeeze at the very back of the crowd, patting their feet and poking their heads in, trying to move forward as much as possible. Make way, make way, I also want to see which warrior dares to challenge the SSS class commander. I heard that yesterday the school beauty Lin Euro broke up with Chen Mo because of this one called Wang Zhe, a mouthful of zhe. I'm sick of hearing it. Crap, Chen Mo hasn't come to clean him up yet, but he sent himself to the door? If I were Chen Mo, I would have hammered him to death. The hatred of taking his wife, we don't share the same fate. Forget it, Lin Euro is more beautiful than MS. Xia, that's not the same weight class. Why, I thought he was so awesome, but it turns out he's only an A-class commander? Is he alright? Rising and falling murmurs resounded in the square, and after a long time, the figures of Wang Zhe and Chen Mo slowly walked towards the Mecha Battle Arena. No, what are you doing in our school? Did the far suburb practice area side give you a vacation today? Chen Mo whispered and bit his ear with Yi Qingcheng. Well, vacation, looking for you to play, just happened to see you being challenged, thought I'd back you up. Yi Qingcheng had little expression on her face, and the words she said were also hard, worthy of being the captain of the ice-cold squad, really cold. But I already have a contracted mech, haven't you seen it? Chen Mo spread his hands, as if helpless, and shrugged his shoulders. Don't act out, I know your commander talent, you can contract countless mechs, this move of yours is useless to me. Chen Mo froze, he hadn't really expected Yi Qingcheng to be able to find out about his commander talent. The lie was torn apart on the spot. Chen Mo was a little embarrassed for a moment. I can make you a temporary contract, if you are satisfied with my performance, can you be my contracted commander? Perhaps it was because he had been the squad leader of a maintenance unit for several years. Yi Qingcheng did not beat around the bush in his speech, and was straightforward with any claims he had. Instead, it made Chen Mo look at it in a high light. I have to talk to Xia Zhang before deciding. After all, it was only yesterday that the newlyweds caved in on their wedding night, and Chen Mo was not the kind of person who lifts his pants and disowns them. In ancient times, marrying a concubine still had to be discussed with the main wife. He couldn't just agree to Yi Qingcheng directly, otherwise, it would be a bit too disrespectful to Xia Zhang. Yo, I didn't see that you were still a wife's wife. Listening to Yi Qingcheng's flirting, Chen Mo did not feel ashamed, but instead felt quite honorable. Top commanders were never afraid of their wives, that was called respecting their wives. After everyone stood still on the mecha battlefield, Wang Zhe said in a loud voice. Let's not engage in the 2 out of 3 games thing, let's just fight, if you guys lose, kneel down and kowtow to you Ro and I. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Chen Mo wanted to laugh. How did he dare to say such words to him when he was just an A-class commander? He really thought of himself as a scallion, how bullish and boisterous was he? Those few slave-level magical beasts in the practicing area yesterday would probably be able to get them killed easily, right? Really speechless. Don't! Let's sign a life and death contract. Contract, there is no win or lose, only life and death. Yi Qingcheng spat disdainfully. After 3 years in the far outskirts of the leveling area, Yi Qingcheng had seen life and death too many times. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and in the face of the steel rates, it was very likely that because of your momentary sanctimoniousness, there would be irreversible consequences. The wraiths would not stop harming you because you raised a white flag and surrendered. Therefore, in Yi Qingcheng's world, enemies, only when they were dead through and through, would not be a threat to her. There was no such thing as victory or defeat, only life and death. Only, Yi Qingcheng overlooked that this was not a battlefield, and she was not facing a steel demonic beast, but a group of students who didn't even know much about what war was. So much so that, when she uttered these words, the square that had been abuzz with people a second before, instantly quieted down. Wang Zhe's brows furrowed even more fiercely. What exactly was this woman's origin? Why was she like a bandit? And the life and death contract, playing with life? Qingcheng, don't fool around. Just at this moment, a majestic voice came from the crowd. Chen Mo turned his head to look. An imposing man of nearly 1'9", accompanied by Headmaster Jiang Hai, was striding towards them. Yes, Senior Captain. The moment she heard the voice, Yi Qingcheng turned around with a swish and saluted towards the man. First Captain? Although Chen Mo did not recognize Zhang Chen, she knew through Yi Qingcheng's address that this was her senior officer, with a higher position than her. Our enemies are magical beasts, not these unarmed children. Be gentle when you strike in a while, don't really injure them. Zhang Chen actually followed Yi Qingcheng to the school, only that he first went to meet the principal and explained the purpose of his trip. It was only when he was inquiring about Chen Mo's news that he accidentally learned that Chen Mo had been challenged, which was why he rushed over with the principal. Unexpectedly, just after coming over, he heard Yi Qingcheng's outrageous statement. Zhang Chen's eyes glanced a few times towards Chen Mo, and his heart was satisfied. A talented, well-built, SSS-ranked commander. Simply impeccable. Yes.
Yi Qingqing saluted again, then turned to Wang Zhe.
One battle to decide the winner, come on.
As the words fell, Yi Qingqing directly transformed into an S-class racing ice phoenix. The ice blue color of the entire body was sacred and solemn, the blue headlights were like a divine eye looking down on the living world, and the body was surrounded by a blue mist, like the gusts of ice mist emanating from the land of extreme cold. The moment the ice phoenix appeared, Chen Mo felt that the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. It was another S-class top racing car, yet it was completely different from Xia Zhang's explosive sky armor. For a moment, all the students present who were watching the scene were so surprised that their mouths couldn't even close, and the people were crowded, itching to get to the center of the field and take a closer look. Wang Zhao on the opposite side of the battlefield, dead duck mouth hard, until now refused to say a soft word.
Oof, it's not just S-class racing, let's see how I'll trample you under my feet. In an instant, Lin Yuro also transformed into a pink and blue gradient racing car. Without saying anything, Wang Zhe directly pulled open the car door and sat in.
Chen Mo was stunned by Yi Qingqing's racing form for a moment, but in the next second, he came back to his senses, pulled open the car door, and sat in. The moment he sat down, Yi Qingqing's temporary contract was sent over.
Chen Mo did not even look at it, no need. Forced login.
In an instant, information about the S-class racing car, Ice Phoenix, was instantly displayed in front of Chen Mo's eyes.
Name, Yi Qingqing. Comprehensive rating, S-class Ice Phoenix. Applicable energy, nuclear, solar, fuel energy. Mecha material, rhenium alloy steel plus special glass. Contractual relationship, not contracted. Modifications, 0 times modifications, 0 times. Gemstone slot, 5, initial quality, A+. Body initial quality, A+.
Condition, 99% new, slightly worn. Condition, 99% new, slightly worn. Compared to the Bakuda armor's stats, the Ice Phoenix is a bit slower than the Bakuda armor, but because of the high-end materials used in the body, it offers a bit more protection. The condition of the car is 99% new, but since it hasn't been contracted to a commander, I'm sure that the only 1% wear and tear was slightly worn out during the battle with the Iron Beast. Whether from the face value of the car itself, or from the condition of the car, Chen Mo was already considered quite satisfied with Yi Qingqing. Chen Mo suddenly remembered the first time he saw Yi Qingqing yesterday. She was wearing the clothes of a maintenance member, Valiant, although there was no contracted commander, but just standing there, the aura came out majestically. This aura could definitely not be cultivated without a life and death battle. Unable to help it, Chen Mo was a little more curious about this frosty beauty. After Chen Mo logged onto the Machine Lady system, Yi Qingqing instantly transformed into her mecha form. The same blue battle armor that emitted a light frosty mist, a 3-meter tall body that looked full of power, but without losing the golden proportion body of the mecha itself. Behind the mecha floated 3 phoenix plumes, making the overall look of the Ice Phoenix mecha more than a few fairy-like feelings.
At the same time, opposite the battle too, Wang Zhe and Lin Yuro were also ready to fight.
Only, a 1-meter-9 mech looked unbeatable in front of a 3-meter-tall mech.
Wow, another S-class mecha. Chen Mo is also too cool. 2 days in a row, 2 S-class mechs in a row. Is this the charm of an SSS-class commander? Say, which side do you guys think will win this match? That goes without saying, an SSS-ranked commander with an S-ranked mecha. Do you think there's a chance of losing? That's not necessarily true. Pride breeds defeat. Maybe Chen Mo thought he had it in the bag, and underestimated Wang Zhe, and flipped out? Moreover, yesterday, Wang Zhe and Lin Yuro had already contracted. They could have been grinding for a whole day. Chen Mo and this pretty sister, maybe they can't really beat each other.
Listening to the students' discussion, Principal Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask towards Zhang Chen.
Captain Zhang, what do you think? There are 2 teams, who do you think can win? Although Jiang Hai was the headmaster of a school, he was but a small A-ranked commander, and this was the first time he had witnessed an SSS-ranked commander fight. For a moment, there was no plan in his heart. Zhang Chen smiled with hooked lips at his words. There is no other possibility. In this battle, even if Chen Mo fought Wang Zhe with his eyes closed, Wang Zhe would not have a single possibility of winning. Let alone an A-class commander with an A-class mech. Even an SS-class commander with an SS-class mech would have no chance of winning against an SSS-class commander. Regardless of whether it was the commander or the mech itself, once the grade exceeded S grade, then every other grade, the difference between them was a gap that could not be bridged by external forces. Putting aside everything else, just Chen Mo's energy core, which could be supplied indefinitely to support the mechs to fight for an unlimited amount of time, was enough to defeat 99% of the opponents. Not to mention, the other parts of him that were so strong that they were immeasurable. Hearing Zhang Chen's affirmative answer, Jiang Hai suspiciously looked towards the battle arena and said, truthfully, even though Zhang Chen said this, he actually still had a hint of expectation for Wang Zhe and Lin Yuro. Of course, more than that, he was still feeling curious about Chen Mo's battle performance. In the middle of the field, Both sides had already prepared for battle. Wang Zhe sat inside the mecha chamber, manipulating the center console, commanding Lin Yuro, and instantly rushed out. It was only funny that a 1m9 mech was like a younger brother in front of the 3m Ice Phoenix. However, Chen Mo was not careless and also maneuvered Yi Qingcheng at the same time, charging out. After yesterday's afternoon of practical exercises, Chen Mo had already completely adapted to the feeling of driving a mech in battle, and even though he had now switched to a different mech, there was no unfamiliarity at all when it came to operating it. And Yi Qingcheng was really a bit surprised at this time. The constant supply of energy made her even start a few seconds faster than usual. And that feeling of having more than enough energy was completely gone, as if no matter how recklessly she consumed it, Chen Mo had enough energy to support her. No wonder that yesterday's explosive heavenly flame carp, who unleashed various moves one after another, acted as if nothing was wrong, and completely lacked that feeling of being out of energy that she had. An SSS-class commander, it really was so terrifying. Only, what shocked her was just beginning. The moment she rushed out, Ice Phoenix's gas pedal was directly pressed to the bottom. Although compared to the speed of the explosive sky armor, the speed of the Ice Phoenix was considered to be relatively slow, but when the opponent was replaced with an A-class racing car, then the speed of the Ice Phoenix was directly finished. Wang Zhe, who rushed over face to face, looked at the oncoming Ice Phoenix mech and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The large body, the lingering aura. Wang Zhe felt as if there was a huge knife mounted on his neck, but whenever he moved, he would be directly beheaded by this large knife. The strength of an S-class mech was so powerful that it was this strong? Before this, Wang Zhe felt that S-class mechs and A-class mechs were only one grade apart, and that they were not necessarily incapable of fighting. However, at this time, Wang Zhe truly realized the terror of an S-class mech. Looking at Yi Qingcheng's exposed eyes, Wang Zhe even felt that if Zhang Chen hadn't just ordered her not to fight a life and death battle, she really would have killed herself. Is this fucking still human? Just as Wang Zhe began to chicken out, the illusory shifting speed spirit under his seat instantly slammed down hard towards the ground. Lin Yuro was startled and instantly changed from mecha mode to racing mode. After landing, Lin Yuro didn't even last a second and instantly transformed into a human form, huffing and puffing and gasping for air. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hai's brows tightly furrowed. The reason why this situation happened was obviously because the commander had not provided enough energy to the mecha, causing the mecha nymphette to be unable to sustain the mecha mode. Logically speaking, it had only been a few minutes. The A-ranked commander's ability shouldn't just be like this. His mentality collapsed to the point that the energy core was affected and couldn't sustainably provide energy to the mecha nymphette, and many fighters on the battlefield before had this problem, resulting in the destruction of their machines and deaths. As a commander with such a fragile heart, it even directly affects the mech itself, which would directly lead to the mech's distrust of him. Even his closest partner doesn't trust him anymore, their contractual relationship, it's time to end. This commander, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve great things in the future, or at least, have no chance with the troops. Zhang Chen gently shook his head, somewhat disappointed with this challenge. He had thought that he had prepared his heart for this person to dare to cross the line of challenge, but he had never expected that it would be just a farce. Similarly, as a commander, yesterday, when Chen Mo first piloted a mech in battle, he even decimated 2 prisoner mechs, so one could imagine how stable his heart was. Alas, there was no harm without comparison. Zhang Hai on the side heard Zhang Chen's tirade and his old face turned red with shame. The Grand Captain of the Peacekeeping Force came to visit the school and ended up seeing such a humiliating scene. Where does this make his principal's old face go? Inside the field. The moment Lin Yuro transformed into human form, Yi Qingcheng also hurriedly stopped. Chen Mo looked at Lin Yuro, who had transformed into a human form, and was dumbfounded. Just this? Just this? The problem of being embarrassed for others could never be changed, and Chen Mo was now ashamed for Wang Zhe. He was the one who initiated the challenge, and he was the one who was so aggressive. But in the end, he didn't even touch her, and she directly declined? Don't be so funny. As for Wang Zhe, he was still trembling with fear from the murderous aura that Yi Qingcheng had just exuded, and he couldn't even be bothered when Lin Yuro landed on her but and fell on her back. What a waste! Lin Yuro had just felt that the energy in her body was instantly drained, completely not giving her time to land and switch forms. Trying her best to transform into her racing form, she unloaded a large portion of the impact of falling from a high altitude, but because her butt landed on the ground, she was really in a bit of pain at this point and couldn't stand up. However, compared to the physical pain, the pain in her heart was even greater. Lin Yuro had quite high expectations for Wang Zhe, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to knock Chen Mo to let him know what a good commander he had found. The result? It was simply humiliating. When he placed the challenge, he couldn't wait to slaughter Chen Mo on the spot, but as a result, when he actually got on the field, he was so scared by a single look that he didn't even have any energy left. Look at him sitting on the ground, his face pale and shivering. What's the difference between him and a deserter on the battlefield, and a traitor who sold out his country? What kind of demon was she in, that she still thought he was the brother Wangjia back then? How can such a cowardly and unbearable person be her commander? If it wasn't in front of so many people, Lin Yuro really hated to break the contract with him on the spot. However, the love of childhood sweethearts was still there, and lifting the contract would have a great impact on both parties, which ultimately allowed Lin Yuro to bite her teeth and forget to swallow in her stomach. Lin Yuro held onto the ground, endured the sharp pain on her buttocks, and stood up tremblingly. Her eyes couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo, who was sitting in the mech. If, at that time, she hadn't broken up with Chen Mo, if the person who had contracted with Chen Mo at that time was her, would things have been different? Unfortunately, this kind of face-slapping words, Lin Yuro would never say. Even if she regretted it to death, she would never admit it. Chen Mo, this time counts as a win for you, however, you only have an S-ranked mech. If you have the ability, next time use a mech of the same rank to compete. Chen Mo rolled his eyes. Don't, I'm afraid that I'll scare your commander into peeing his pants again. What if he blackmails me then? Stay away from me and don't challenge me again, it's annoying to waste so much of my time. In an instant, the Ice Phoenix mech dissipated, and Yi Qingqing playfully appeared beside Chen Mo. Without saying anything, they turned around, and together they walked off the stage. Zhang Chen, who was standing under the stage, watched this scene with immense relief. It was truly a perfect match between a talented man and a beautiful woman, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Coming down from the mecha battle arena, Chen Mo and Yi Qingqing then walked together. Captain Zhang, don't you need to call out to them? Don't you have something to say to Chen Mo? Zhang Hai said as he was about to ask Chen Mo to stay. Don't. Can't you see that the two of them have something to say? Have a good time being an unappealing, dislikable little old man, otherwise, you'll spoil any good thing by flirting with it. Zhang Chen spat at Zhang Hai with a teasing smile and turned around to walk away. As long as Chen Mo is contracted with Yi Qingqing, then it must be that wherever Yi Qingqing is, he will be there, and at that time, he is still afraid that Chen Mo can run away? On the other side, Chen Mo and Yi Qingqing went to find Xia Zhang. In Chen Mo's words, it's okay to have a concubine, but you have to talk to the Queen Mother. Gently knocking on the door of Xia Zhang's office, only to hear the sound of high heels stomping inside. Immediately afterward, the door was instantly opened. Hubby. Xia Zhang didn't expect that there was someone else beside Chen Mo, and for a moment, her face reddened. Yi Qingqing? Why did you come to our school? I came to indenture Chen Mo as my commander. Yi Qingqing's tone was cold and icy, with little warmth, but since Xia Zhang had asked her, she had asked and answered. The smile on Xia Zhang's face stiffened slightly for a split second, and she hurriedly let the two of them into her office. In fact, from the moment she contracted with Chen Mo, Xia Zhang had already made her choice. At this moment, when she heard this news, she was only slightly surprised, but not disgusted. Just like she said, an SSS-ranked commander was going to indenture an aircraft carrier, and it was already an honor for them to be able to indenture them. Moreover, Chen Mo was such a good person that she was willing to do so. In fact, when you handed Chen Mo's personal business card to him yesterday, I was already prepared that you would become his indentured mecha. It's just that, I didn't expect it to be so soon. You guys don't have to worry about me, as long as Chen Mo agrees, I am fine with it. Xia Zhang's words made Yi Qingqing's lifted heart instantly fall to the ground. She saw how well they worked together yesterday, and thought that Xia Zhang would more or less make things difficult for her, but she didn't expect that it would go so smoothly. Then, let's contract. Chen Mo looked at Yi Qingqing, had a look at Xia Zhang, then, nodded. Good. As the words fell, Yi Qingqing instantly transformed. Buzz. The all-blue ice phoenix appeared in front of Chen Mo in the blink of an eye, and the faint ice mist on the body of the vehicle caused the temperature of the entire office to instantly drop a few degrees. Wow, it's so pretty, so much prettier than my original. It was the first time for Xia Zhang to see Yi Qingqing's racing form, and for a moment, she was actually mesmerized. Especially the three phoenix plumes fluttering in the wind at the rear of the car, it was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. It was worthy of being an S-class racing car like himself, with 9 jet holes, a top-class racing car. Come up, what are you waiting for? Seeing Chen Mo's delay, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but urge. It had been 3 whole years since the awakening of the S-class racing car, and seeing that the commander he had fallen in love with was right in front of him, but he was slow to come to the contract, Yi Qingqing could not help but feel a little anxious in his heart. The emotion of suffering and losing is getting more and more serious. After all, if the best treasure is not in one's pocket, one is always worried that others will miss it. Coming. Chen Mei hurriedly opened the door and got on the car. That said, although you are also an S-class racer, your defense is really strong, but accordingly, your speed is too slow. It can't be helped, it's too hard to find an engine that's good enough to match me. I've been awakened for 3 years now, and I haven't been able to find a suitable one. Moreover, it's too expensive. So after going to the battlefield, many times I used myself as a meat shield to fight hard,
but whenever the enemy is faster, I can't do anything about it. Yi Qingqing obviously knew her own performance very well, and she had also tried to make changes, but there was really no way. Unable to help it, she was a bit discouraged. No matter, leave your engine to me. In these 2 days, let's go on another trip to the far outskirts of the leveling area. Your engine, I'll give it with both hands. Consider it, bride price money. Chen Mu hooked his lips into a smile, remembering the few warp engine fragments in his commander's warehouse. His heart had an idea. Wasn't it just killing a few more prisoner mechs? This was all a small problem. With Yi Qingqing by his side, there shouldn't be any worries about finding a few 2-star prisoner mechs in the district. At that time, after Yi Qingqing's speed was raised, coupled with her own ultra-high protection performance, it was simply a true war killer. Fierce batch. Chen Mei, Yi Qingqing is about to make a contract. Sympathetic system docking successful. Nervous system matching successful. Kinetic system matching successful. Interaction system matching successful. Yi Qingqing sent the contract to Chen Mo, and after the icy beep ended, the contract was officially completed. Right at this moment, an electronic tone that only he could hear resounded in Chen Mo's mind.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting your second S rank or above mech. The commander's exclusive mall is officially open. Ding!
Congratulations on receiving a reward of 10,000 points. Note, points can be exchanged in the mall, and can also be used for lucky draws. The unexpected joy came somewhat suddenly. Chen Mo wanted to study this commander's exclusive mall, but after thinking about it, the timing seems a bit inappropriate right now.
Waiting for the night to go back and then study it properly. Click.
The door of the Ice Phoenix opened from the inside, and when the contract was successful, Xia Xing had already entered the information of Chen Mo and Yi Qingqing's contract into the system. The relationship between the two was also officially legalized. Drip, 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 drip. Yi Qingqing, who had transformed into a human form, had originally planned to take Chen Mao to a maintenance unit in a while. After all, Zheng Chen was interested in recruiting Chen Mao. Who knew that her communicator, however, suddenly started ringing non-stop. As the chill squad leader of the far suburb leveling area, she naturally knew what this represented. Chen Mo, I'm going back to the far suburb practice area now. If you have time tomorrow, you can come to the far suburb practice area to look for me, and by the way, go with me to the maintenance unit. Our first captain has something to look for you. Good, then I'll go to the far suburb leveling area tomorrow, and earn your bride price money on the way. To be honest, having just contracted with Chen Mo, Yi Qingqing really didn't want to go, but her identity was here, not allowing her to fool around. After school, Chen Mo driving the exploding Skyfire Carp, he returned to Xia Zheng's home. It wasn't that Chen Mo did not have a place to live, it was just that compared to Xia Zheng's, it seemed small and broken. Besides, how could a newly married couple be willing to live apart? Along the way, Chen Mo was full of the commander's exclusive mall that was just activated today, so much so that, he didn't even joke much about the colors. Xia Zheng could see that Chen Mo had something on his mind, and didn't disturb his thinking along the way. Name, Chen Mao. Age, 18. Identity, SSS Class 1 Commander. Commander's talent, unlimited mecha synchronization, unlimited supply of all types of energy, 100% biokinetic energy conversion rate. Current skills, replacement parts, upgrade parts, C-Class combat skill. Empowerment skills, none at this time. Existing accessories, quantum pursuit cannon, warp engine fragment *4. Contracted mechanical girl, Xia Zheng, Yi Qingqing. Points, 22,984. Chen Mo pulled up his attribute panel, and the only thing that caught his attention was the 20,000 plus points. When the commander's talent was activated, he had been rewarded with 10,000 points, and this time, contracted Yi Qingqing had rewarded him with another 10,000, and the rest should be the points that he had gained from the last time he had killed monsters with Xia Xing in the far outskirts of the leveling area. I don't know, what exactly is the use of these points? Thinking of this, Chen Mo opened the exclusive mall. Without looking, one look, it was a shock. The screen was full of neatly arranged commodities, from engines to superconducting cannons, everything was there. The items were very comprehensive, but the prices were also very beautiful. A small F-grade screw cost 10 points, 100 points for an E-ranked one, and 1,000 points for a D-ranked one. As for the finished parts, they were even more expensive. The engine of the lowest grade F would cost 1 million points. And that complete curvature engine, with a string of zeros floating behind it, Chen Mo looked all blurry-eyed. However, Chen Mo's own starting point was ridiculously high, and the two mechs in the contract were all S-class mechs. The price of a single screw made his brain buzz. 1 second, he was happy to steal joy, and the next second, he was knocked back to reality by the outrageous price. What's the use of this mall? 20,000 points in this, simply cannot afford to buy anything. Really want to rely on killing monsters to get points, that have to kill to win to go? Alas! The gift of destiny has long been marked in the dark price, but unfortunately cannot afford to buy anything.
Chen Mo sighed long and hard.
However, then again, don't look at Chen Mo's commander mall, every single accessory was expensive. However, this was only expensive for Chen Mo, who had little capital at the moment, but if this was put on the market, it was simply a great bargain. Regardless of whether it was an official mech repair shop or a private repair shop, the price could be 2 zeros more than the points. It could be imagined that if such cheap parts were to fall into the market, it would trigger a war for resources. Perhaps, when Chen Mo killed enough monsters in the future, to the day of retirement, he can really use these parts to open a repair shop, win a small amount of points, in exchange for a large amount of wealth.
Think about it.
Chen Mo returned to his senses and smoothly scratched in the mall to see what other panels were available.
Seconds Pavilion, Luck Field. These two channels caught Chen Mo's attention.
Filled with curiosity, Chen Mei clicked in.
Superconducting Weapon Electromagnetic Cannon, 10,001 seconds.
The moment Chen Mo clicked in, he didn't even think about directly pressing the spike button.
Congratulations, you have obtained the Superconducting Weapon Electromagnetic Cannon. Go ahead and equip your mech with it.
I don't know if it was because there was no one else in this mall, or if it was because Chen Mo was really quick with his hands. The Superconducting Electromagnetic Cannon, Chen Mo actually did get it in seconds. At this moment, looking at the cannon that was placed in the warehouse panel, Chen Mo was a bit confused for a moment.
Today's luck, so good?
Originally, Chen Mo also thought to continue to stay in the spike pavilion for a while longer, to see if he could spike something good again, but unfortunately, the panel was not refreshed for the entire 10 minutes.
Chen Mo fixed his eyes on it. Ha!
The mall could only be refreshed every 24 hours, which meant that the spike pavilion would only be uploaded with new things at this time tomorrow.
Chen Mo simply launched the spike pavilion and clicked on the luck field again. Special card, 10,000 points. There is a possibility of a treasure hidden inside. Mental Strength Enhancement card, 1,000 points. Agility Improvement card, 1,000 points. Strength Enhancement card, 1,000 points. Strength Enhancement card, 1,000 points.
In the luck field, all of them were a single card with different prices. There were 10 in total, and they were refreshed once every 24 hours. The main thing was that all of these cards were surprisingly all functional cards that boosted the commander. It was important to know that after a male awakened a commander at the age of 18, he could only try to level up as much as he could under his own grade in his lifetime.
Just like Chen Mo had awakened an SSS ranked commander, he could only reach a maximum of SSS rank 9 commander, and could not go beyond SSS rank.
The definition of a commander's rank was based on the commander's data, which was comprehensively determined. Humans and steel beasts are different, although humans have unlimited potential, but ordinary people can only develop up to 10%, after all, it is flesh and blood, even after years and years of practice, will always reach the bottleneck.
If there is no external intervention, this bottleneck is likely to be the end of a person's potential.
One could imagine how important these cards in the luck field were to a commander.
As long as there were enough points, there was no chance that one could actually build an F-ranked commander, step by step, into an SSS-ranked commander. Compared to those astronomically priced machine plus accessories, the things in the luck field were the town treasure of Chen Mo's commander exclusive mall. Looking at the only 12,000 points he had left, Chen Mo was a bit torn. Should he buy a special card or not? 10,000 points for a special card, saying that there might be treasure inside, but what if it opens up a pile of shit? Wouldn't it be a waste of 10,000 points? But in case it really opens out something good, then it will take off from the same place, and it will be a big profit. But, do you really want to gamble?
10,000 points can be exchanged for 10 various ability enhancement cards. This was not a matter of probability, this was 100% obtainable.
For a time, Chen Mo was somewhat at a loss as to what to choose. Punch him in the face, he's come to the field of luck, and he still cares about these 10,000 points? What's more, the probability of the special card being brushed out is extremely low. Miss this one, don't know when the next one will be.
Chen Mo clenched his teeth, and with a ruthless heart, he directly spent 10,000 points and bought the special card.
Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the empowered skill Red Flame Crosscut.
In an instant, Chen Mo's mind felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the use of the Red Flame Crosscut appeared in his mind.
After easing the sharp pain in his head, Chen Mo began to check his first empowerment skill.
Red Flame Cross Slash. Commander can independently perform a slashing attack, with the effect of protecting his body and life. Red Flame Crucifixion. Commander can perform a slash in conjunction with a contracted mecha, increasing the power of the slash by 100%. Red Flame Crucifixion. Red Flame Crucifixion. Commander can forcibly land on an uncontracted mecha, and forcefully control the mecha to perform a slashing attack, which will have the power of the slashing attack. Seeing the introduction of the Red Flame Crosschop, Chen Mo only felt a loud bang in his head. What the hell? What does this mean? Does it mean that this skill can be successfully activated regardless of the circumstances? It was only the difference between doubling the power and weakening it.
If this is in a life and death situation, as long as the skill can be released, then there is a possibility of escape. What else can be said, can be called a divine skill. This 10,000 points, it's worth too much. Because he was too excited, Chen Mo's body was even shaking with excitement. Xia Zhang felt the changes in Chen Mo's body, and a trace of an unnatural look flashed across his face. This little bastard, what was he doing in his car? Nay, Chen Mo did not know that Xia Zing was thinking the wrong way, as he was currently immersed in the excitement of obtaining the red flame crosscut, unable to extricate himself. He couldn't wait to hurry up and empower Xia Zhang right now, to experience how powerful the empowerment skill really was. Subsequently, Chen Mo used his last 2,000 points to buy a mental strength enhancement card and a speed enhancement card. Chen Mo's commander talent destined him to contract many powerful mechs, and perhaps one day on the battlefield, he would have to face the situation of controlling multiple uncontracted mechs at the same time. And all of this needed to be built on the foundation that he had strong spiritual power. When he contracted Xia Zhang, Chen Mo did not feel anything, but today, after contracting Yi Qingcheng, he clearly felt that his spiritual power was a bit weak. To harness a battle armor of S-class or above, the mental power needed was not normally strong, and this was still just 2. And he already felt a bit weak, in case he stumbled upon a stronger and better battle armor in the future, and it turned out that he didn't have enough mental power to harness it. It would be a real joke. It would be a laughing stock. Therefore, Chen Mo did not even think about it and directly bought the spiritual strength enhancement card for his first enhancement card. As for the speed boost card, it was actually Chen Mo's best choice after comparing them. In the mecha era, commanders who wanted to utilize their strongest combat power could only fight alongside the mecha, so other than mental strength, other skills were really too worthless to mention. Commanders usually sat inside their mechs the entire time, and even if they got into a fight, it would only be the mecha that would get hurt. So, these enhancements were a bit of a chicken scratch. However, after the mental strength enhancement card, Chen Mo still bought a speed enhancement card. After all, when the commander was controlling the mech for battle, the smoothness of the operation was also very important. The commander's hand speed directly determined the speed of the release of the mech skills. And on the battlefield, even a minute and a second, that could determine life and death. With the purchase of the 2 cards, Chen Mo's body also quietly changed under a warm feeling. 1-fold energy boost, permanent boost. A doubling of speed boost, a permanent boost. Although Chen Mo did not have much of a concept of this doubling boost, the fact that the efficiency of accomplishing the same thing could be doubled should be a great boost. Subsequently, Chen Mei once again called up his attribute panel. Name, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Identity, SSS Class 1 Commander. Commander's talent, unlimited mecha synchronization, unlimited supply of all types of energy, 100% biokinetic energy conversion rate, double mental power, double speed. Current skills, accessory replacement, accessory upgrade, S-class combat skills. Enabling skill, red flame crosscut. Existing accessories, quantum pursuit cannon, warp engine fragment *4. Contracted mechanical girl, Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng contracted mechanical girl, Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng. Points, 984. Oh, don't look at the attribute panel as if it was much different from before, but upon closer inspection, Chen Mo's combat skills directly jumped from C rank to S rank. Moreover, even in the absence of the machine maiden, Chen Mo, by himself, was considered to have a life-saving skill. That was the biggest gain from this time in the field of luck. If it wasn't for the fact that it had actually happened to him, I'm afraid that no one would believe it if he said it. While an ordinary person might exhaust their entire life without being able to raise a single rank, Chen Mo had only used 20 minutes to jump from C directly to S. It was simply outrageous. Just as Chen Mo had spent almost all of his points, Xia Zhang had finally arrived home as well. Chen Mo did not even have time to say much as he directly pulled Xia Zhang, who had just turned into human form, and ran towards home. Look at your monkey-like behavior. Xia Zhang was a little speechless. Was this a newly married man? So anxious? Lie down. The red flame cross-chop that Chen Mo had just drawn was an incomparable match to Xia Zing's mech attributes, so without thinking much at all, he was ready to equip her with it first. But Xia Zhang misunderstood all the way, purely thinking that Chen Mo wanted to do something bad. Hubby, let's either eat first, it's still light out. Chen Mo looked at Xia Zhang's expression and knew that she had misunderstood. Obviously when he saw Xia Zhen in school before, she was so cold and beautiful, how come after she contracted with him, she was like a different person? Delicate and charming, she was even better at driving than he was. I've newly acquired an empowerment skill, I was going to equip you with it. If you don't want it, then should I contact Yi Qingcheng? She should quite want it. Chen Mo looked at Xia Zhang and said with a teasing smile. Wow. Chen Mo's words hadn't even fallen yet when he saw Xia Zhen lying on the modification table with a crash. I want it. If you dare to give it to Yi Qingcheng, I will. I will. Xia Zing's small face was slightly red, wanting to say harsh words to threaten Chen Mo,
but she couldn't spare a single word. Chen Mo's heart, in an instant, turned into a pool of warm water. This silly woman cannot even spare a heavy word to say to him. Chen Mo shook his head, hooked his lips in a smile, and lowered his head to equip the red flame crosscut to Xia Zhang.
S-Class Explosive Heavenly Armor.
Kinetic Energy Core, Apocalypse, 260/1000.
Grade, 1-star Mecha.
Firepower, 8000 in melee, 2000 in long range.
Combined battle power, 18,000.
Base state shield value, 1000 plus 1000. Base state shield value, 1000 plus 1000.
Mech material, ceramic synthetic metal body. Accessories, Quantum Pursuit Cannon. Accessories, Quantum Pursuit Cannon, S. Special skill, Red Flame Crosscut, Level 1 Enhancement.
Modification completed. Xiaojin, the comprehensive combat power directly soared to 18,000. Looking at his masterpiece, Chen Mo was incomparably satisfied.
It was a step closer to being an SSS class mecha.
Xiaojin, who had personally experienced the modification, was even more excited at this time.
The Red Flame Crosschop could be considered a big move for Xia Zhang.
As a good-looking racing car, Xia Zhang had always felt that her offensive means were too few, and she was simply not worthy of being Chen Mo's battle armor. However, it was different now. Whether it was the Quantum Pursuit Cannon or the Red Flame Crosscut, it allowed Xia Zhang to explode with superb combat power. In times of battle, this was a must-have technique for saving one's life.
Hubby, come teach me how to play my big moves.
Hearing Xiaojin's request, Chen Mo did not say a word and handily taught Xiaojin the experience he had just realized in the car. Early the next morning, Chen Mo and Xiaojin directly set off to the far outskirts of the leveling area. Yi Qingcheng was still wearing the same set of clothes of the maintenance force, diligently on duty. The moment she saw Chen Mo, she immediately walked towards them. The other members of the Ice Cold Squad also froze when they saw Chen Mo. Seeing their captain, who was usually like an iceberg, reveal a sweet smile the moment they saw Chen Mo, they felt as if the sky was about to change.
No, what did I miss? Why does the captain look as if she's familiar with that Chen Mo? I don't know, last time when Chen Mo fought with the prisoner mecha, didn't the captain leave early? Doesn't it mean he doesn't like Chen Mo? Wrong.
According to the gossip, the captain followed the first captain to Chen Mate's school yesterday. It seems like it was for the purpose of contracting with Chen Mate. Didn't you guys notice that the captain got stronger yesterday afternoon when we fought with the magical beasts?
What? Captain contracted with Chen Mo? But doesn't Chen Mo have a contracted mecha?
Then I don't know, I also heard about it, but, looking at the captain's worthless appearance, I reckon the odds are that it's true. On the other hand, Yi Qingqing's face covered in frost, instantly put on a gentle smile and asked, "You guys are here. I reported to my superiors after I came back yesterday, and picked out 3 prisoner mechs that should have been executed a long time ago. However, are you sure that just 3 of them will do?" After the last battle, Chen Mo had obtained pieces of the warp engine from 2 of the prisoner mechs, so he boldly guessed that by decapitating the 2-star prisoner mechs, he would be able to obtain pieces of the warp engine. Therefore, last night, Chen Mu had greeted Yi Qingqing early and asked her to prepare in advance.
Unexpectedly, things went so smoothly, and the 3 2-star prisoner mechs were so easily prepared. It should be fine, I'll try. As Chen Mo's words closed, Xia Zhang instantly transformed into her mecha form, her quantum pursuit cannon was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, she decimated the 3 2-star prisoner mechs. As expected, the moment the prisoner mechs died, Chen Mo heard the cold mechanical tone again. Kill 2-star prisoner mecha, reward, warp engine fragment *2, points increased by 100 *1. Kill 2-star prisoner mecha, reward, curvature engine fragment *2, points increased by 100 by 1. Kill 2-star prisoner mech, reward, curvature engine fragment *2, increase points by 100 by 1. 3 consecutive broadcasts, and when Chen Mo looked at the commander's warehouse again, the curvature engine fragments had already gathered enough for 10. Is it possible to synthesize curvature engine *10 into curvature engine 1 from curvature engine fragments 10? Chen Mo did not hesitate to press yes. Ding! The curvature engine has been synthesized successfully, please install it on your mech. Let's go! It's time to give you the promised bride price. In front of the crowd, Chen Mo held Yi Qingqing's hand and walked towards the rest area. Obviously, the blazing sun was just over their heads, but the members of the Ice Cold Squad actually felt that the air was so cold that it was about to freeze when they saw the scene. Ah, the captain had actually really contracted with Chen Mao. In the lounge, Chen Mo had taken out that superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon that he had secured yesterday at the second kill pavilion, as well as the curvature engine that he had just synthesized. Yi Qingqing's racing form, the Ice Phoenix, was at the top of the S-Class combat vehicles, but the problems it had were actually quite large. The Ice Phoenix's body and frame were made of the best materials, and its defense ability was naturally nothing to speak of, but its biggest problem was in its speed and attack skills. Because the body itself was quite heavy, it caused its own speed to be particularly slow.
A mech with a very slow speed and little attack skills. Honestly, if it wasn't for its superb impact resistance, I'm afraid that it would have shattered into crumbs in one battle after another. Chen Mo had used the speed boost card yesterday, so much so that the speed at which he was replacing Yi Qingqing's curvature engine was quite fast. The effortless movements, the methodical process, and the ultra-high precision control that he had at his fingertips caused all the onlookers in the lounge to cry out in shock. Don't look at Chen Mo's fast speed. Accuracy is actually not to say, even if it is a very small screw. He is serious about not leaving a single mistake. In half an hour's time, Chen Mei had completely modified the curvature engine. He then loaded the superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon for Yi Qingqing as well. Although the grade of the superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon was not at the top, it was considered to be pretty good among S-class long-range weapons. Not only could it be fired remotely, it was also ranged damage. For Yi Qingqing, this weapon was just right. Another 10 minutes passed. Chen Mo clapped his hands and looked at the Ice Phoenix in front of him with satisfaction.
Okay, done. Name, Yi Qingqing. Comprehensive rating, S-class Ice Phoenix. Applicable energy, nuclear, solar, fuel energy. Mecha material, rhenium alloy steel plus special glass. Firepower, melee, 3000, long distance, 6000. Combined battle power, 11,000. Base state shield value, 5000. Accessories, curvature engine, S. Superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon, S. Smoothly transforming the Ice Phoenix into a battle armor that could carry and fight, and was also super fast. Chen Mo was quite satisfied at this point. In fact, to be honest, when he obtained the pieces of the warp engine at the very beginning, Chen Mo was planning to give it to Xiaojun, but Xiaojun couldn't use it at all. Although the curvature engine was able to bring about ultra-fast speed, it also had quite high requirements for the material of the mech itself, and if the curvature engine was really mounted on the body of the explosive sky armor, it was feared that the body of the explosive sky armor would be torn apart without a few times of acceleration. And the Ice Phoenix is just right. Its body strength completely can be brought by the curvature engine of the kind of tearing force to cancel out. And the curvature engine was exactly the equipment that the Ice Phoenix needed most urgently. Everything was perfectly just right. The maintenance force. As the first line of defense for the safety of the imperial capital, the maintenance force can be described as solemn and dignified. Since the explosion of that particle collision experiment 100 years ago, when the Wraith natural disaster descended, the imperial capital officials set up the maintenance force at the first time, isolating humans from the Wraiths and providing a clean land for the survival of the human race. After 100 years of development, today's maintenance force has become quite mature. Various types of witches and commanders, in collaboration with each other, maintain the last piece of the human world. Whether it was combat power or resistance to strikes, in short, it was able to carry and fight, and was well-rounded. At this moment, an ice-blue chariot and a fire-red sports car sped all the way and finally stopped under the office building of the maintenance force. A handsome man walked down from the sports car. Immediately afterward, the two cars transformed into two well-built girls accompanied by a clicking sound. It was none other than the two girls, Chen Mo and Xiaojun Yi Qingqing. Captain Yi, Captain Zhang has been waiting for you for a long time. The team member standing guard at the entrance saw Yi Qingqing and hurriedly made way for the three of them. Yi Qingqing nodded and walked in with open legs. It was the first time for Chen Mo and Xia Zhang to come to the office area of the maintenance force, and although it was a 5-story building just like the school, the atmosphere was 100 times more serious. The people passing by were all unsmiling, their faces taut and appalling to look at. At the same time, the office of the Brigadier General of the maintenance force, a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man with a handsome face was sitting in front of the desk. Looking at the report that had just been submitted, Zhang Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. These steel demon beasts in the distant suburbs practicing area were getting more and more restless. Even the prisoner mechs locked up in the Mamba prison were also getting restless. The way things were going, I was afraid that it wouldn't be long before the Wraiths started another round of attacks. The maintenance force had already quelled several waves of steel beasts this year, with heavy casualties, so if they carried on for a few more times, I'm afraid they really wouldn't be able to carry on. When that time came, the first to be hit hard would be the human gathering area near the fringe zone of the far suburban practice area. Zhang Chen's eyes looked towards the document placed by his hand. At the top of the document, there was clearly a picture of Chen Mo, with the SSS-ranked commander being specially marked in red. I don't know if he can carry the heaviest flag in the shortest amount of time. Alas! As Zhang Chen looked on, he could not help but sigh heavily again. The next second, Zhang Chen's office door was knocked on. Zhang Chen hurriedly put away the file containing Chen Mo's information and put it aside. Enter. Senior Captain, Junior Captain Yi has brought Chen Mao with him, and also, Lieutenant Colonel Wu's son, Wu Hao, has heard that Junior Captain Yi has come to your place and has come to pay a visit as well. Let them wait outside for a while first, I'll go over later. Zhang Chen said after some thought. Yes. After the maintenance team left, Zhang Chen gently rubbed his eyebrows.
What should come cannot be avoided. Since Chun Mo contracted Yi Qingcheng, it was time for him to deal with her emotional problems.
On the other side, Yi Qingcheng slightly frowned when she heard that Zhang Chen had something to deal with and asked them to wait for a while.
Taking Chen Mo and Xia Zhang with her, she had just walked downstairs when she saw Wu Hao walking towards them.
Sister Qingcheng, it's been a long time, you've made me look for you.
The dangling voice came, and Yi Qingcheng's face instantly changed from sunny to cloudy.
Wu Hao, the son of Lieutenant Colonel Wu,
a B-ranked commander who fought with the A-ranked schoolgirl bus but always wanted to indenture her.
And after all, Yi Qingcheng still had to work in the army, and more or less had to be concerned about LT. Colonel Wu's face, so for such a long time, she had tried to hide as much as she could, not clashing with Wu Hao head-on. But this person was like a gum that had been chewed over and over in his mouth 1,000 times, disgusting and sticky. Duck,
Yi Qingcheng said coldly. Sister Qingcheng, don't go I found my way here from the far outskirts of the leveling area. There's hard work even without merit, right?
There's always time to have a meal with me, right?
My father will soon be promoted to colonel. If you serve me well, I can make you no longer have to listen to that old man Zhang Chen and replace him as the captain tomorrow. How's that?
Are you excited?
Seeing that Yi Qingcheng was about to leave, Wu Hao directly crossed over her with a quick step and stopped in front of her. With an evil smile on his face, his mouth spoke disgusting words. I'm hard-warmed you my ass. Yi Qingcheng was not used to him, and opened her mouth in beautiful Longwa dialect.
Don't you fucking give your face.
It's been 2 years, Laozi has been chasing after you for 2 years, who the hell are you showing this ascetic face to?
You really think you're an unattainable SSS class machine girl? A broken S-class machine girl, who are you showing your innocence to? It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you, and I'm willing to run after you when I'm in a good mood, but if you really sneak up on me and play with me, you'll see how I'm going to get you. Saying that, Wu Hao was ready to make a move to pull Yi Qingcheng. But in the blink of an eye, a tall and big figure blocked in front of Yi Qingcheng. Try moving her.
The voice that rang beside his ears wasn't very loud, but it was like there was a knife hidden in that voice, instantly making Wu Hao freeze in place. Cold sweat couldn't help but seep out from his forehead, dripping and smashing on the ground. Only, there was someone above Wu Hao, so his body only froze for a moment before he came back to his senses.
Who the hell are you? Dare to get in my way?
When Wu Hao tilted his head to look at Chen Mo, he realized that Chen Mo was followed by another beautiful woman, who, regardless of her face value and figure, did not lose to Yi Qingcheng at all. For a moment, red hearts flashed up in his eyes again.
Good brother, don't be angry, can't it be that you also like Yi Qingcheng?
Then I'll let you have this pussy, you give me this pretty sister beside you, let's exchange.
Wu Hao didn't even finish his words, Chen Mo directly pinched his neck and lifted the person from the ground.
Compared to Chen Mo's 183 height, Wu Hao's 168 height really didn't look good.
Chen Mo hadn't even lifted him high enough for his feet to reach the ground.
The suffocating feeling at his neck made Wu Hao unable to resist struggling, but no matter how hard he slapped Chen Mo's hands, those two hands stuck on his neck were like pincers, tightly clamped around him, not moving at all.
Didn't your father teach you not to covet other people's women? If it wasn't taught, then it was taught today.
When he felt Wu Hao's struggling strength getting weaker and weaker, Chen Mu threw the man to the side and smashed him hard on the ground.
Cough cough cough, cough cough.
Wu Hao, who had regained air, completely disregarded the pain of falling on the ground and panted heavily. For a second, he really felt as if he was going to die.
Do you step on the horse? Know who I am. My father. Cough cough cough. My father. But, Wu Hao slumped to the ground, not caring about the woes, stuttering and speaking harsh words to Chen Mo. Your father. Your father didn't just teach you not to covet other people's women? Forget it so quickly? Good big son. Remembering to eat and not remembering to fight, can't it be that you really want to die?
Chen Mo crouched down, pinched Wu Hao's cheek with one hand, and with the other hand he snapped his face a few times. How could Wu Hao endure this insult, his mouth cursing?
My father is a lieutenant colonel. You dare to hit me like this, you're finished. Do you believe it or not? I'll make it impossible for you to mix in the army. Listening to Wu Hao's words, Chen Mo was furious and laughed.
He wasn't from the army, he didn't need to mix in the army in the first place. For a moment, the hand that slapped on Wu Hao's face clenched into a fist. A fist smashed into Wu Hao's face. Wu Hao's whole person was tilted to the side, clattering and spitting out 2 or 3 teeth, his mouth full of blood, making him not dare to say a word again. Your father, I'm warning you for the last time, don't come to find me in pain, and don't let me see you coveting my woman again, or else, it won't be solved by just losing 2 teeth like today, do you understand? Understood, I don't dare anymore. Wu Hao, who was the boss of the Sky 1 second, was on the ground begging for mercy the next. The team members who heard the commotion and were rushing this way couldn't help but slow down their steps. Crap, who is this master? He even dares to beat up Lieutenant Colonel Wu's son. Don't know, but I heard that it seems to be personally invited by the first captain. It should not have a low status. You You guys don't look at who's following him around. It's not like you guys don't know little Captain Yi's temperament. The person who can let her bring it personally with a smile on her face, can he be good to be messed with? However, this little brother hit is really relief. Wow, Tian with that bus is not clear, but also always pestered Captain Yi not to let go. Also do not look at their own a few pounds and two. Cool is cool, but now the question is, should we report to Captain Zhang? The maintenance team members saw that the matter was over and hurriedly ran away with their feet on the ground. This matter was not something they could get involved in. As for Yi Qingcheng, when she saw Chen Mao standing up for her, she couldn't help but have a sour nose and slightly red eyes. Don't look at Yi Qingcheng as the captain of the Cold Ice Squad, usually saying one thing or another, as if she was in a position of power. But in fact, it was only in the Ice Cold Squad, in the far outskirts of the leveling area that she had that kind of status. She grew up without a father or a mother, and grew up alone, without a deep background in the army, and even more so without a family that had the power to back her up. That is, at the age of 18, accidentally awakened to become an S-class battle armor, only to let her have the opportunity to enter the maintenance force, step by step with the life and the battlefield killing, and finally used 3 years of time, mixed a small team leader position. It was also because no one backed her up, so in the face of the harassment of the powerful Wu Hao, she didn't dare to resist even if she had the ability to do so. If she pissed off Wu Hao, she might not even be able to stay in the VPC unit where she could finally stay. Previously, when she had first seen Chen Mo's strength in the far outskirts of the leveling area, she had only wished that she had been able to contract a stronger commander, so that she could maximize her own strength. And it didn't matter who this person was. Afterwards, after the contract was successful, she didn't expect Chen Mao to fall in love with her and protect her. After all, given Chen Mao's talent as a commander, his future would definitely not be hers alone. If you don't move and don't expect, you won't be disappointed. However, just now, when Chen Mo blocked in front of her without hesitation at the moment Wu Hao struck, Yi Qingcheng's iceberg-like heart abruptly beat wildly. This was the first time that someone blocked in front of her without hesitation, blocking away all the harm for her, even completely disregarding how powerful the other party was and how deep their background was. It was a lie to say that she was not touched, and her thumping heart had obviously betrayed her. She seemed to really picked a good husband for herself. Looking at Wu Hao's fleeing back, the tears that were stored in Yi Qingcheng's eyes instantly gushed out uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, she violently jumped into Chen Mo's arms. Hubby! As the warm and soft body entered his arms, Chen Mo could not help but freeze in place, and a restlessness could not help but rise in his heart. However, soon his agitated heart calmed down. Feeling the girl in his arms slightly trembling, chest clothes vaguely transmitted wet feeling, Chen Mo could not help but a little heartache. So high and cold, so proud, so resolute and unyielding, how could she cry? Chen Mao gathered the person in his arms and raised his hand to gently pat the girl's back. It's fine, I'm here. A single sentence made the walls Yi Qingcheng had built up over the years come crashing down, and that iceberg-like heart instantly turned into a pool of spring water. So long that he did not know how long had passed, Yi Qingcheng's tears finally stopped. Only when she slowly withdrew from Chen Mao's arms did she see that Chen Mao's clothes were wet by a large part of her crying. Xia Zhang, who was waiting quietly next to her, had a promising smile on her face. Yi Qingcheng could not help but blush a heap of red, never before embarrassed emotions, so that she could not wait to dig a 3-room apartment on the spot and bury herself. After a small episode, the crowd arrived at Zhang Chen's office. Xiao Chen, come, have a seat. Zhang Chen, the captain of the hallowed maintenance force, actually did not have the slightest bit of high-ranking officials, and personally got up to welcome him. Chen Mo hurriedly walked over and shook hands with Zhang Chen. Yesterday in the school, Chen Mo and Zhang Chen had a one-sided acquaintance, only that he did not speak to Zhang Chen yesterday, so he was a bit formal now. Captain Zhang, you're too kind. Ha, don't call me Captain Zhang, I treat Qingcheng as my daughter, so you can just shout to her and call me Uncle Chen. Alright, Uncle Chen, you can just call me Chen Mo. Although they had never been in contact before, Zhang Chen's bright personality was very much to Chen Mo's liking, so much so that the two of them unconsciously had the feeling that they hated each other. After some pleasantries, Zhang Chen's face became slightly more serious. Chen Mo, I wonder if you have any thoughts of entering the army? Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Chen Mo was not too surprised. After all, Chen Mo had awakened an SSS-ranked commander. If it was an S rank or SS rank, perhaps the maintenance force might not necessarily recruit him, but SSS-ranked commanders were too rare. An SSS-ranked commander, that was equivalent to a troop. On the battlefield, it could even play a role in changing the battlefield, and the vigilance force would definitely not let it go easily. But I'm only an SSS rank 1-star commander now, my rank is too low, I'm afraid I won't be able to play much of a role when I enter the force, right? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhang Chen shook his head. Chen Mo, don't be too presumptuous, if you really can't play much of a role, then how did your contracted mech, the explosive heavenly firecarp, manage to have 15,000 combined battle power for a 1-star battle armor? That's almost the same as the battle power of a 4-star battle armor. Zhang Chen couldn't help but twist his head to look at Xia Zhang at the side. Was this the first S-class racer that Chen Mo contracted, the explosive sky armor?
Sure enough, it was outstanding. Chen Mo scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Thinking that Chen Mo was hesitating, Zhang Chen couldn't help but throw out another giant bomb. Chen Mo, as far as I know, your commander talent is infinite mecha synchronization, right? That means you can contract many mechs. I wonder how much resources you have to be able to drop on them? Without enough resources, it would be much harder for your contracted mechs to improve. In a few months, the troop has a national competition to compete in, and anyone who is a troop member can participate. As far as I know, this year's rewards are especially generous, especially for the champion. I heard that there are several high-level accessories and a large amount of energy crystals. The single-player competition is based on a point system for one mech, while the team competition is a cooperative point system for multiple mechs. Like you, a person who can contract multiple mechs, if you directly contracted the top few places in the single-player tournament, and the first place in the team tournament, I'm sure there must be a lot of resources. Alas, it's a pity that you're not a trooper and can't compete. Speaking of this, Zhang Chen sighed slightly, as if he was very sorry, and gently shook his head. Chen Mo had originally planned to directly accept Zhang Chen's invitation, and anyway, his final destination would definitely be the maintenance troop, so why bother with that falsehood? However, upon hearing these words from Zhang Chen, Chen Mo's eyes instantly lit up. Originally, he was still struggling with the fact that he had contracted 2 mechanical maidens, and even though there was a commander's exclusive mall where he could buy accessories, the price was really outrageous, and he wouldn't be able to earn that many points even if he killed monsters without rest. But now there is a reward that can be obtained for nothing, then this reward is not for nothing? Only. Regardless of whether it was Xia Zhang or Yi Qingcheng, although they were equipped with high-level accessories and their battle power wasn't weak, after all, they themselves were S-rank machine girls, which was a hard injury that couldn't be significantly improved in a short period of time. A national competition, it sounded high-end. The nationwide maintenance crew, all of them were qualified to compete, so I guess there must be not a few high-grade mechs, so his S-class mechs would not be enough to look at. Although winning all the competitions sounded great. However, to really do it, the difficulty was simply comparable to reaching the sky. However, then again, if he could really contract a very powerful mecha in these few months, and then do his best to cultivate her, he might really be able to make an impact on the championship. At that time, using the resources of the Divine Dragon Kingdom to train one's own battle mech, that would really be a great bargain to catch. To be honest, Chen Mo really had his heart set on it. But, Uncle Chen, as you know, the battle armor that I'm currently contracted to, one is Xiaojin, and the other is Yi Qingcheng, and both of them are only S-class battle armors, so when the time comes, against such powerful opponents, not to mention the champion, it would be hard to squeeze into the top 10, right? Chen Mo sighed somewhat depressedly. Zhang Chen, seeing that there was a chance, hurriedly sat up straight and gave Chen Mo an idea. There's no need for you to worry too much about this issue. Because the participants of the national competition are limited to those who have just entered the maintenance unit within 3 years, and the year is not eligible to participate if they are not qualified, this greatly reduces the chances of super high-ranked commanders and machinima to participate. Moreover, the number of S-rank and above mecha goddesses itself is not large, especially SSS rank mecha goddesses. There is only one SSS rank mecha goddess in the country who just entered the maintenance force, and it has not been contracted to a suitable commander until now. Therefore, there's no need for you to worry too much at all. As long as you can improve in these few months, it's possible for you to want to take the championship, or even bag the top few places. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Chen Mo's last shred of doubt was dispelled. Alright, then I'll join the VPF, and I'll participate in the national competition when the time comes. Ha ha ha, good brat. Worthy of being the person I look up to, just bold, young and vigorous, the future is promising. Zhang Chen fiercely stood up, his steel-like hand slapped Chen Mo's shoulder heavily a few times, letting out a loud laugh. Now then, I will officially send you all the things that belong to you. With that, Zhang Chen walked back behind his desk and took out a document from the drawer. Comrade Chen Mo, in view of the fact that you single-handedly killed 2 two-star prisoner mechs during the special incident in the far suburb practice area, defending the human survival area security, with outstanding performance, you are hereby awarded the Attack Like a Tiger Medal of Honor. Also, you are granted the highest privilege of the Imperial Capital's maintenance force. You can enter and exit any area of the Imperial Capital as you please, including the Forbidden Land of War. At the same time, the maintenance troop will list you as a key training object and protect you to the best of their ability. If necessary, you can form a combat team, and the far-flung practice zones or forbidden lands that you attacked can be applied for as private territories. Lastly, in order to show our intention to cultivate you, we hereby reward you with 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Crap! Listening to Zhang Chen's announcement, even Chen Mo was a bit surprised. The highest privilege of the VPF? You can apply for private ownership of the land you captured? $1 billion cash reward? Crap, was the SSS-ranked commander's treatment this good?
Originally, he had already received a reward when he had killed the prisoner mecha, and that reward had been beyond Shenmo's imagination, but he had never thought that there would be a wave of rewards waiting for him. $1 billion in cash, although it couldn't buy a few top-level equipment, it was still enough for him to squander for a long time. For a while, Shenmo was even more glad that he had made the right choice to join the vigilant force. Afterward, Zhang Chen took out the medals inside the brocade box and handed them over to Shenmo. The $1 billion cash reward would be transferred directly to Shenmo after he entered his bank card number. After sitting down again, Zhang Chen looked at Shenmo's excited appearance and slowly tightened his smile. Shenmo, in fact, apart from the national competition, there is one more thing that I would like to ask for your help. Hearing Zhang Chen's serious tone, Shenmo also hurriedly sat up straight. You said, I'm already a member of the maintenance force now, so I should help with any favor. Shenmao, do you know how many SSS-ranked commanders have awakened in total this year? Zhang Chen frowned and asked. I don't know, I only know that I'm the only one in our school. This year, including you, the country has awakened a total of 7 SSS-ranked commanders. Perhaps when you hear this number, you feel that it is very few, but the fact is that the SSS-ranked commanders that awakened this year have already broken all records in the past 100 years. In the past, the highest number of years, there were only 3, and more often than not, it could take 2 or 3 years to awaken an SSS-ranked commander. Hearing this number, Shenmo was instantly startled. Only, he didn't know whether awakening an SSS-ranked commander was good or bad. In his own opinion, after he had awakened the SSS-ranked commander, all of his stats were not a tiny bit stronger than the others, especially the unique commander talent, infinite mecha synchronization, which was even stronger. 2 days ago when opened the commander-exclusive mall, but also for him to empower the mech, laid the material foundation. This year, the country has awakened 7 commanders in its entirety. Isn't this a good thing? This could obviously drastically increase the country's battle power. But, why does Zhang Chen have a bitter melon look on his face? Immediately afterward, he heard Zhang Chen continue. Did you think that the more SSS-ranked commanders awakened, the better it would be for the country? Actually, it's not. Based on the statistics over the past 100 years, we have found that every time it comes to a sudden mass awakening of SSS-ranked commanders, the following year, the encroachment of magical beasts on the human world will be even more drastic. 13 years ago, the country once directly awakened 3 SSS-class commanders, and as a result, the following year, an unprecedented beast tide occurred. Countless commanders and machinima died in that beast tide, and strangely enough, 3 SSS rank commanders were awakened that year, but in that beast tide, it was also the 3 older SSS rank commanders who combined their efforts and used the cost of their lives to stop that beast tide from continuing to spread. Although it's a bit fanciful to say it out loud, it's really as if it was destined to happen, causing one to think more in that direction. Speaking here, Zhang Chen's face turned pale. Chen Mo listening to Zhang Chen's description, his heart was also shaken. 100 years ago, because of a failed particle collision experiment, an unprecedented huge explosion was triggered, causing spacetime to be torn apart. With multiple dimensions colliding with each other, the Wraith heavenly tribulation descended and the rules of the world were subverted. However, no one could tell where these steel giants actually came from. However, as far as Chen Mo knew, the largest several beast tides in the past 100 years were actually not on land, but in the sea. The imperial capital was located in the central region of the Blue Star continent, a long distance from the sea, while the Divine Dragon country had many cities in addition to the imperial capital, including some coastal cities. 70% of the sea, compared to 30% of the continent, was simply huge beyond imagination. And those steel giants, and not just exist on land, the sea of steel giants is countless, especially has not been explored the unknown sea, or deep to human technology cannot detect the deep sea under the existence of steel giants, who cannot estimate how powerful it is. Over the past 100 years, there have been several rather serious beast tides in the coastal cities, where those metal behemoths seem to have appeared out of nowhere along the coastline for no reason at all, and fought their way directly into the interior of the human world, causing rather serious damage and casualties. Fortunately, in recent years, the maintenance forces had become more and more powerful and technologically advanced, and the monitoring of the sea had become more and more strict, largely controlling the occurrence of the beast tides, and trying to calm them down as much as possible before they happened. However, what goes around comes around. With a large number of steel demon beasts infesting the sea, there was no chance that he could take advantage of this opportunity to seize the time to develop a good wave of rewards given by killing the monsters themselves, together with the rewards from the commander's exclusive mall redemption, and lastly, there was also the rewards that the Divine Dragon Kingdom had vigorously cultivated him and given him. With all of these added together, there was no chance that he could really step into a new level. All in all, I'm afraid that the road ahead is getting harder and harder every day, I'm telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared and just deal with it calmly when the time comes. As Zhang Chen watched Chen Mao's expression change from confused to heavy, to finally turning into perseverance, he couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed in his heart. This kid's heart was really stable. Hearing this kind of military secrets, he didn't change his face, which in turn stirred his heart to win.
The future is boundless. By the way, Uncle Chen, I wonder if there are any powerful machine girls in the army that haven't been contracted yet. If I want a place in the national competition, or even be prepared for the coming of the beast tide, I'm going to need some very powerful machine nymphs to do so. But, you also know that the mechas that I have access to are just too low in rank. It's already not easy for me to train up Xiaojin and Yi Qingcheng, so why don't I just directly contract more powerful mechas and save resources from being wasted? Upgrading an SSS class mecha to the top level required resources that one didn't need to think about to know that it was astronomical. One could imagine the amount of resources one would need to pay to upgrade an S-class mech to top tier. First, the S-class mech itself had to be upgraded to SSS class, and then only on top of the SSS class could it make a star level upgrade. This part of the extra resources would naturally be wasted resources, and both Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng had already contracted with him. Then it was natural that they should be treated with care, even if they gave more, that would be the right thing to do. But that didn't hinder the rank of the machine girl he contracted in the future. In order to save a lot of resources, the only thing he could do was to determine the grade of the contracted object before the contract was made. Save time and effort. Do you have any requirements for the contracted mechanica? Bring it up and I'll see if I can recommend you recommendations, such as performance, sea and land, and so on. Zhang Chen asked. Why, it's fine if people don't pick me. What more do I want from a bike?
Hiss hiss. Pretty a little bit on the line, performance and so on is not important. She wants what I give her what is. Originally, when listening to the previous sentence, Zhang Chen was still a little happy. As long as it is not picky, everything is fine.
Who knew that an SSS ranked commander couldn't even get rid of the temptation of a beautiful woman?
However, just by looking at the two girls in Chen Mei's contract, he knew that his aesthetics were still very much online. Whether it was with Xia Zhang or Yi Qingcheng, that look and that figure, they were all 1 in a million. Although, a high-level machinima is not necessarily a very beautiful woman, but a very beautiful woman will definitely make the commander overplay his strength. Zhang Chen thought about it, high grade, no contract, and very beautiful machine woman. Not to mention, he really remembered one. I don't know if you've heard of it, but the schoolgirl of your next-door mecha university, Luo Dai.
Luo Dai? Chen Mo sniffed and shook his head in confusion.
The only woman in his life before this year was Lin Euro, and his heart and eyes were full of her, fearing that if he didn't pay attention, she would be aggrieved. How could he care to know about other mecha universities' schoolgirls, let alone seeing them? He had never even heard of them. As the school flower of the imperial capital Mecha University, Luo Dai has gained a large number of diehard fans since she joined the school, and even commanders who are in a higher grade than her want to indenture her as their own mecha nymphets. Like Wei Bin, the last SS grade commander who awakened last year, the last schoolboy of the imperial capital Mecha University, he is one of Luozhen's suitors. Even though he finished his awakening last year, he hasn't contracted any of the mechas until now, because the day of his awakening he let out a message saying that he'll wait for Luozhen to finish her awakening, and that no matter what grade of mechas that Luozhen awakens, he'll unconditionally contract her. Oh! After hearing this, Chen Mao straightened up and called out, "Good guy." This man was really pure-hearted. For a pack that had no reply, he actually didn't contract for a whole year and froze waiting for Luozhen. It wasn't clear if he should be praised for his deep love or scolded for being unrealistic. Other than commanders like Chen Mo who had activated their commander talent and were able to contract many mechs, other commanders, in their entire lives, could only contract one mech. Wei Bin had gone so far as to completely desert his SS-ranked commander's talent altogether just to wait for a woman who hadn't even awakened her rank. Wouldn't this be a bit too outrageous? Isn't this purely cutting off his future path with his own hands? Chen Mo could not help but exclaim out in shock, spitting out nonchalantly. That being said, but this is all based on the condition that he is unable to contract with Luo Dai. If he can successfully contract with Luo Dai, with the Luo family supporting him from behind, it's not unlikely that his achievements will be even higher, maybe. Zhang Chen shook his head and explained. Luo family? Is the Luo family rich? That can't even be described as rich, powerful, and rich as well as status. After all, the Luo family is one of the oldest few great families in the imperial capital, although it has fallen a bit out of favor over the years. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse, as long as the roots aren't destroyed, and it will last for another 100 years, it's not a problem at all. That is to say, this Wei Bin doesn't really see how much he likes Luozhen. It's all about her birthright. As long as he contracts Luozhen, he won't have to worry about his resources for the rest of his life. Chen Mo looked at Zhang Chen with seeming understanding and asked, "Then who knows?" Anyway, the news I've gotten so far is that Luo Dai has awakened the SS Plus grade, Heavenly Vault Battle Voice, this year, and her original body is a fighter jet, but so far, she hasn't contracted with anyone. The main mecha itself will choose a commander one or more levels higher than them when contracting a commander, so that the mecha itself has room to grow, so Weibin's SS level has been brushed down on the hard conditions. With the Luo family's intervention, Luo Dai's contracted commanders should be chosen from among the SSS ranked commanders, especially since you guys have awakened 7 SSS ranked ones this year. The probability is the greatest. If you can succeed in contracting with her, no matter if it's the next match or the beast tide that will happen at some unknown time, or if it's you yourself, it will be a strong booster. Listening to Zhang Chen's analysis, Chen Mo also nodded. Indeed, if analyzed from these perspectives, Luo Dai's own conditions or the power of the family behind her was indeed the best choice for Chen Mo. However, the problem came. With such a large family behind her and her own strength at the SS plus level, why would people have to be him, Chen Mo, when there was a choice? Chen Mo already had 2 contractual objects right now, and that alone was not necessarily acceptable to the other big families. Now it wasn't Chen Mo that was choosing people, it was whether or not they could look at Chen Mo. Why, it's too early to say that. People may not necessarily be able to look at me yet. Chen Mo shrugged and spread his hands, helplessly saying, it's also counted on you to see through this kind of girl. It's best if she can be contracted, don't be discouraged if she can't be contracted. She's not the only one we have to choose from. Zhang Chen symbolically pacified Chen Mo. Ha? Uncle Chen, tell me honestly, do you still have a suitable candidate? Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he heard the implication of Zhang Chen's words. There is, only it's my daughter, and I'm still pondering whether or not to introduce her to you. What? Uncle Chen's daughter? Hearing this, Chen Mo was a bit dazed for a moment. What? What's with this expression? What's wrong with not seeing my daughter? My daughter is an SS-class nuclear submarine. If it wasn't for the fact that she only supports nuclear energy and doesn't have the right to control the sea, she wouldn't be subjected to this lousy situation and forced to be a mecha repairer. My daughter is tall, well-built, and pretty. Contracting with you, that's all for you to take advantage of. Why do you still resent on it? Zhang Chen looked at Chen Mo's expression, and his anger dried up in an instant. His little cotton jacket, originally he held in his hands for fear of falling, contained in his hands for fear of melting the baby, who knows awakened a nuclear submarine, in the imperial capital useless not to mention, even a suitable commander cannot be found. Day after day, they can only face all kinds of broken and destroyed mechs, constantly repairing and repairing. As her father, Zhang Chen knew deeply that his daughter, who had been educated by the VPF since she was a child, really wanted to dedicate her life to the country, but the truth was so cruel. Zhang Chen was dying of heartache. It was so hard to see Chen Mo as a good seedling, but as a result, he even showed this kind of expression? No, Uncle Chen, I don't dislike it. What I mean is, it's useless for just the two of us to talk about this now. I'm satisfied. What if your daughter doesn't like me when the time comes? I say, when we meet, if she's happy with me, then we'll talk about what's next. Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Zhang Chen's tense face slowly relaxed. Count on your kid's good sense. If you can really contract with her in the future, I hope you can treat her well, don't hurt her. Even if you really can't stand it anymore, you'll send her back to me in one piece. As he said that, Zhang Chen unexpectedly had a sour nose and his eyes vaguely contained tears. He only had this one daughter, and every time he thought of his daughter contracting another man and leaving him, Zhang Chen always involuntarily felt his heart clogged and his chest clogged. Uncle Chen, what kind of person do you think I am? I, Chen Mo, am not the kind of person who was inappropriate. I still understand what I can and cannot do. You can rest assured. Zhang Chen wiped the corners of his slightly moist eyes, his eyes staring intently at Chen Mo for a long time, and then nodded. This brat was personally picked by him. Although he was a bit horny and occasionally a bit immodest. However, in terms of heart, strength, and character, Chen Mo really had nothing to pick on, and given enough time, he could definitely become a unique commander. Given enough time, he will definitely be able to become a commander in his own right. With him protecting Nian Nian, he, as a father, is also quite relieved. Just as Zhang Chen and Chen Mao were having a great conversation, they somewhat forgot about the time. The walkie-talkie pinned on Yi Qingqing's waist suddenly rang out. Calling Team Yi, calling Team Yi. Something please speak. Reporting to Captain Yi, the magical beasts in the far outskirts of the leveling area are rioting. We've tried our best to resist, and we won't be able to carry them any longer. Repeat, a riot has occurred in the magical beasts in the far outskirts of the leveling area. We have resisted to the best of our ability and will soon be unable to carry on. The moment she received the message, Yi Qingqing violently stood up from her chair and body. Zhang Chen's face instantly darkened. Xingcheng, set off now and head to the far outskirts of the leveling area as fast as you can. You must defend this beast tide. Never let the beast tide break through the last line of human defense. Yes. Saying this, Yi Qingcheng was about to head out. Wait, I'll go with you. Chen Mo hurriedly got up and followed. Although the beast tide would indeed jeopardize the human world near the edge zone, to Chen Mo, this was a rare and great opportunity. Chen Mo had even seen the large amount of rewards he would receive from killing monsters, as well as the commodities in the commander's mall that were clearly priced.
A great opportunity, how could he miss it? Far suburban leveling area.
All the way to the wind, the two chariots almost pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, because the speed was so fast. From afar, it looked like the cars were flying.
Ding ding ding. Warning.
A large number of steel giants have been detected 2,000 meters away, please evacuate in time.
Ding ding ding. Warning.
A large number of steel giants have been detected at 2,000 meters, please evacuate in time. Chen Mo completely ignored the radar's beeps and increased the speed of the explosive Skyfire Carp to the fastest possible and rushed up towards the beast tide. At a distance away from the far outskirts of the leveling area, at the edge of the human world, all the loudspeakers simultaneously broadcasted a warning.
Warning.
A large number of steel behemoths have been detected infesting the area. It is very likely that our army will not be able to resist. Please ask the citizens to enter the air raid shelters in a timely and orderly manner under the guidance of the staff and do not come out.
Notice again, warning.
A large number of iron beasts have been detected. There is a high probability that our army will not be able to resist. Please enter the air raid shelter in an orderly and timely manner under the guidance of the staff, and do not come out. For a while, under the urging of the alarm, the citizens of the fringe area began to evacuate to the underground air defense holes in large batches. Without the expected panic, the citizens looked like they were used to this kind of evacuation, and there was no stampede. After crossing into the leveling area, Yi Qingcheng instantly changed into human form.
Looking at the large number of beast tides, Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed into a ball. How could this happen? Wasn't it all calmed down yesterday before the beast tide happened? How come there are still so many steel beasts today? Moreover, when did so many flying magical beasts pop up in the far suburb leveling area? How can we fight this?
All racing cars had a certain amount of stagnation when they were transformed into witches for battle, but stagnation didn't mean flight. In the face of flying magical beasts, apart from those equipped with propellers, the only type of witches that could fight were fighters that could fly in their own right.
As for the ice-cold squad, there wasn't a single flying mecha.
Looking at the steel giants flying in the sky, Yi Qingqing's voice was trembling a little.
Perhaps this time, it really couldn't be defended.
Just at this time, Yi Qingqing's ears heard a man's low voice. Although the voice was not loud, it actually gave her a sufficient sense of security.
Qingcheng, you go and organize manpower to meet the next wave of beast tide. The first wave will be given to me first. I should be able to handle the vanguard.
As Chen Mo's words fell, Xia Zhang instantly transformed into the explosive heavenly fire carp battle armor, and with the assistance of the thrusters, disappeared in front of Yi Qingcheng in the blink of an eye. Yi Qingcheng also did not dare to delay and hurriedly rushed towards the ice-cold squad. On the other side, after Zhang Chen dispatched Yi Qingcheng, he hurriedly began to deploy his troops. Don't worry about the interior of the city for now. The priority now is to hold the border portion of the far outskirts of the leveling area. Otherwise, once the borderline is breached, the interior of the city will be over sooner or later.
Little Li, have all those long-range thermal weapons in the armory been dispatched yet?
Reporting to the captain, all of them have been dispatched, but it will take 15 minutes for the support to be in place. I don't know if the ice-cold squad will be able to hold on for those 15 minutes. Tell them to speed up. They must provide support as fast as possible.
Yes.
Zhang Chen stroked his brow and hurriedly made another call. Just leave only one 4-star mech inside the city to guard the home. All other mechs go out to support the borderline, and replace those injured machine nymphs first.
And all the commanders, don't stay at the base camp.
All of them will join the battle. This time the beast tide is coming ferociously. All of them will follow me.
Gather at the far outskirts of the practice area.
After Zhang Chen hung up the phone, he rushed outside with large strides.
Team Zhang, what about the commanders here after you leave?
Didn't you leave a 4-star mecha behind? Everything will be under his command. But, Team Zhang, the place where this beast tide occurred is near the Mamba prison. What if the prisoner mechs in the Mamba prison take advantage of this and run out?
What to do?
What should we do? Anyway, it's a group of sinful mechs that deserve to die. As long as they can be killed, they should never be spared.
After saying that, Zhang Chen also sped towards the far outskirts of the leveling area.
Dear readers, this book's debut site is in Genesis, and 50,000 words are about to hit the shelves. At 12 o'clock tonight, this book will release the chapter on the shelf. Little brother here, with everyone to ask for a wave of first booking, so that little brother to see exactly how many people are reading. Secondly, since the book was released for such a long time, I didn't ask for a vote. Today I also ask for a wave with everyone's hand of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Try to give me a vote.
I will definitely take every chapter seriously, so that everyone can read it. Kneel down and thank you. Far outskirts of the leveling area, deep within.
When Chen Mo piloted the explosive Skyfire Carp and rushed into the deepest part of the battle, the entire battlefield was already devastated. There were mech limbs and broken arms everywhere, and pieces of steel were scattered all over the place, from steel behemoths to organic women. Chen Mo looked down at the radar scanning map in the car. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were glowing red dots everywhere. Not only was the ground covered with steel behemoths, even the sky was flying with huge dragons. Apart from the ice-cold squad, the other squads that were responsible for the maintenance of the far suburb practice area almost tried their best, but they didn't have the ability to fly, so they were completely helpless in the face of the magical beasts in the sky. The cannonballs that were shot up from the ground, even if they hit the flying dragons, they couldn't penetrate their hard armor, and the damage was almost negligible. Arriving at the densest part of the battle, Xiaojin instantly changed her form, the 3-meter-tall Megan expanding into a 5-meter-tall wargirl. The wings transformed by the rotor doors on the back, assisted by the thrusters, directly sent Xiaojin slowly into the air. Chen Mo operated the center console and snapped, speeding towards the steel dragon flying in the sky. The crimson warjack flew at breakneck speed in the gray sky, illuminating the gloomy sky like a fire. The maintenance team members on the ground who were tangling with the steel behemoth couldn't help but cry out in shock at the sight of the explosive skyfire carp.
Crap, that mech can fly? This is the first time I've seen a mech that can fly. It should be an SS-class fighter. He's really fast. Whether it's a fighter or not, by the looks of it, we should be saved. Sisters, leave the battlefield in the sky to him, let's guard our own ground battlefield. Yes. The crowd of machine nymphs chorused in unison, and then, once again, they plunged into the brutal battle. Harnessing the explosive skyfire carp, Chen Mo did not even think about it and directly flew above the heads of the steel giants with the fastest speed possible. Don't look at these steel dragons as if they looked huge and powerful, but in fact, they were nothing more than a group of slave-level magical beasts. Chen Mo didn't even need to expend too much energy, and easily killed each and every slave-level dragon by relying on close combat. Slay Slave Class Dragon, gain Energy Crystal *1, 10 points *1. Slay Slave Class Dragon, gain Energy Crystal *1, 10 points *1. Slay Slave Class Dragon, gain Energy Crystal *1, 10 points *1. Kill Slave Class Dragon, get Energy Crystal *1, 10 by 1 points. Kill Slave Class Dragon, get Energy Crystal *1, 10 by 1 points. Listening to the broadcasting sound that kept coming from his ears, Chen Mo's killing aura became even more biting. His mouth constantly chanted 80, 80, 80, 1/for 80, 1/for 1. Chen Mo was happy to kill up there, but the maintenance team on the ground suffered. It was like rain in the sky, and the corpses of the dragons were falling down. While they were fighting bitterly, they also had to pay careful attention to the sky, so as not to be hit by the falling dragon corpses. However, fortunately, the corpses of the giant dragons did not distinguish between friend and foe, and would not only smash into the vigilantes, but also into the steel giants. For a while, the entire ground battlefield was filled with the spitting sounds of the maintenance team members. Agu, can you be a little public-spirited? It's against the law to throw things from a height. Of the law. It's not good if it hits someone. My goodness, scared me to death, almost got my arm bitten off by the steel beast. Luckily God threw a pie down, and smashed me, the steel beast, to death. Is there really only one mecha fighting in the sky? Why can he kill so many by himself? It's too outrageous. And the sky. Extreme killing, extreme beauty. It was as if Chen Mo was dancing an elegant waltz, and as he spun and jumped, a steel dragon lost its life. Kill Slave Class Dragon, gain Energy Crystal *1, 10 by 1 points. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's commander's warehouse had actually collected a full 58 energy crystals. It was also at this time that the steel dragons in the sky finally realized with hindsight that there was actually an alien among them. Ow! The steel dragon at the head hissed at the sky, and all the dragons instantly looked towards Chen Mo. Ding ding ding! Detection of a battle soldier class magical beast appearing in the vicinity, please respond in time, Commander. Hearing the broadcast, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally noticed me? Teacher Xia, are you ready? We're going on. Of course, my quantum pursuit cannon is already on the move. Inside the mech, Xiaojin's delicate voice came out, and Chen Mo was like Popeye who ate spinach, his entire body instantly exhilarated. The thrusters continued to accelerate, and the explosive Skyfire Carp met the battle soldier-class steel dragon and sped off face to face. The crimson battle soldier danced in the sky, the red lightning crackling around her body like it was applauding her. The explosive Skyfire Carp spun and jumped, dancing gracefully, obviously floating in the sky, but it was like walking on the ground. The leading minion-class steel dragons were chopped down one by one, and with that, the sound of thumping landings could be heard coming from the battlefield on the ground. That battle soldier-grade steel dragon, watching one of its minions fall, was instantly enraged. The wings, which had an arm span of nearly 10 meters, flapped and flew towards Chen Mo. The two thick and large cannon barrels behind the explosive Skyfire Carp slowly rose, aiming straight at the battle soldier-class steel dragon that sped towards them. Quantum pursuit cannon lock on. Fire. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Dozens of cannonballs blasted into that battle soldier-class steel dragon.
The large 10-meter-long wings were instantly blown apart, and the steel body was pitted. The large, morose hole that penetrated from the back to the front chest was bleeding like a river at this time. For a time, the smell of blood that was already in the air became even more intense. The battle soldier-class steel dragon no longer had the strength to support its flight, and slammed down hard towards the ground. Killed warrior-grade steel dragon, obtained warrior-grade energy crystal *1, 100 points *1. The announcement of the reward obtained sounded like heavenly music, as if it was applauding Shenmuo's bravery. With his eyes looking towards the large number of steel giants not far away, Shenmue hooked his lips and smiled, acting like a savior as he traveled against the odds.
On the ground, Yi Qingqing summoned all the members of the Chill Squad, and after dealing with the slave-level magical beasts that leaked out, she turned her head and also headed deeper into the leveling area to support them. Xingqiang, you came just in time, we really can't resist any longer. Luo, the captain of the fierce tiger squad, gasped for air and looked towards Yi Qingqing for help. It was not that they were not strong enough to defeat these slave-level steel behemoths. The truth was that there were too many of these steel behemoths, killing one and then another, killing a group and then another group. Where is your commander?
Our squad's commander. All of us went to the field for training today, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to exert our strength and fall to this point. Luo was a bit disengaged at this time. The stored energy was already almost no longer supporting her to maintain her mecha form. As for the entire Fierce Tiger Squad, all of them were facing this problem. Once the Fierce Tiger Squad had no combat power, they were afraid that they would really be unable to hold this line of defense.
Wait, I have an idea. Yi Qingqing's mind turned, instantly looking up at the crimson figure in the sky. Maybe, he had a way.
After a mecha had contracted the commander, even if the commander was not inside the mecha could still contact the commander through the mecha system.
Shenmo, I remember that you are able to forcibly log into a mech without a commander, right?
Shenmo, who was fighting the steel dragon in the sky, abruptly heard Yi Qingqing's voice, froze for a moment, and hurriedly replied.
Yes. Then how many mechs can you force log in at most? I don't know, specifically I haven't counted.
Then can you try? On the ground, the mighty Tiger Squad has a total of 13 people, one of them is an S-class mech, 5 A-class mechs and 7 B-class mechs. Their commanders have all gone out for training, resulting in a huge drop in their strength. See if you can force a login, otherwise, the ground might be lost. Yi Qingqing spoke in a hurry, but Shenmo had heard all of it clearly.
Feeling his current state, Shenmo gave Yi Qingqing an affirmative reply. Okay, I'll give it a try. Forced login. Ding.
Detected a total of 13 machine girl systems around that can be forcefully logged in, which are S-class tanks, A-class heavy trucks, and A-class.
Landing at the same time.
Shenmo took a deep breath and prepared himself to forcefully land 13 mechs at the same time. After a few breaths, the electronic tone in his head slowly sounded.
Ding. Forced access begins. Ding. Congratulations, forced access to the S-class tanks has been successful. Ding. Congratulations, forced access to Class A heavy-duty truck succeeded. Soon, the successful landing of 13 mechs without commanders beeped. Shenmo only felt that a large portion of his mental power was instantly drained away, and his head ached dull.
And the rotational speed of the energy core directly tripled. However, it was fortunate that all of them were able to supply energy stably. The information of the 13 mechs were all projected in front of Chen Mode, and even though Chen Mode was prepared, he was still shocked speechless.
Unexpectedly, it was actually possible. It was just that the mental power was still too weak, and landing so many mechs at the same time was a considerable burden for him. It was also thanks to the fact that Shenmo did not need to be distracted to manipulate them. He only needed to provide them with enough energy to move on their own. Otherwise, with his current mental power, it was still a bit overwhelming. On the ground, the members of the mighty Tiger Squad looked like they couldn't hold out any longer. While Luo was even a little deflated, Yi Qingqing said she had a way, but she didn't see her take any action. Is it possible that she is just teasing her? What time is it? Still making this kind of nutrient-less joke?
No, Yi Qingqing is not such a person. She has always been a man of her word. She said there is a way. There must be a way. At the moment of life and death, while Luo's mind involuntarily flashed a trace of distrust.
However, it was negated by herself in an instant.
They were soldiers, and even more so, they were comrades in arms with a lifelong friendship. On the battlefield they could bare their backs to each other without fear. Even if the other party raised his gun and shot at her chest, she believed until her death that it was just a gun gone off. While Luo clenched her teeth and exerted her last ounce of strength to cut down the steel and iron behemoth in front of her.
Iron beast to behead it.
For a moment, her feet went soft, and she was half kneeling on the ground at that moment, somewhat unable to stand up.
Chloe, be careful. Seeing a steel behemoth coming from behind Luo, sneaking in. Yi Qingqing was too far away, and there was no way to come over to support it. In the nick of time, Luo's limp body was instantly filled with strength. With a stomp of her feet, she did a beautiful roll, dodged the steel behemoth's attack, and with a backhanded slash, she chopped off the steel behemoth's head. What kind of power is this? I feel like I don't have any weakness at all now. The energy is like inexhaustible. Luo looked at her mechanical arm and squeezed her fist. The power that she lost, all of it came back. It looks like he succeeded. Chloe, don't freeze, go. At the same time, on the ground, all the members of the mighty tiger squad, like Luo, all the weakness in their bodies disappeared, and their bodies were filled with power. Charge! Kill this group of beasts. For a while, a killing started once again. The battle lasted for another 10 minutes before the backup troops finally arrived. With the addition of long-range thermal weapons, the machine maidens fighting on the ground were obviously a lot easier. Zhang Chen looked at the red dots on the radar, which actually had a tendency to decrease drastically. Captain Zhang, we have monitored that the airborne gargoyles in the far outskirts of the practice area are decreasing drastically. Is it possible to lower the risk level? Any idea what's going on? How could the airborne steel dragons decrease for no reason at all? Have they broken through the defense line and moved towards the city? Zhang Chen frowned tightly and could not help but think of the most serious situation. If it had really moved towards the city, I'm afraid that a larger scale battle would really be necessary. Captain, we've monitored that a crimson-colored mecha is fighting the steel dragon high up in the sky, and it's already decimated a large portion of it by now. Chan ended. Who that red mech was, Zhang Chen instantly realized. Worthy of being the person he had his eye on, he had actually turned the tide of battle around. This kid, his future is truly unlimited. In the sky, Chen Mo had forcefully landed 13 mechs at this time, while also harnessing Xia Zhang, and although there was no acute shortage in terms of energy, he was indeed a bit overwhelmed in terms of mental strength. His attacks were no longer flashy, and with his hands raised, he decapitated the giant dragon. Knife after knife after knife, there is absolutely no beauty to speak of, only non-stop killing, the most direct killing. Anyone who looked at it couldn't help but say that it was plain, simple, and brutal. Under the command of Chen Mo's spiritual power, the sky and the ground cooperated with each other. The giant dragon that fell from the sky no longer smashed any of his side's mechs, but instead smashed the steel beast. The energy-rich Tiger's squad members were incomparably hot at this time. This constant flow of energy, I've never felt like I'm this powerful before. Who in the world forcefully logged into my mecha system? Who the hell is this commander? Don't worry about that, a commander of this level, we'll find out one day. Crap, Fast and Furious, I feel like this is my peak right now. I can't wait to fight these beasts for another 3 days and 3 nights. That's not necessary. Looking at the dwindling steel dragons in the sky, Chen Mo sighed deeply. Just hold on for a little while longer, just a little while longer, and they would all be exterminated. However, just at this time, the radar at Chen Mo's hand once again issued an alarm. Ding ding ding. Warning. A War Admiral-class magical beast has been detected 500 meters away. Please evacuate in time. Ding ding ding. Warning. We have detected a War Admiral-level beast at 500 meters. Please evacuate in time. What's that? War General-level magical beasts? Chen Mo was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. It came sooner or later, but it had to wait until he was almost exhausted, and then it came out. Playing around? Chen Mo knitted his brows and rode the explosive Skyfire Carp, killing the monsters even more vigorously. The War General-level magical beasts hadn't gotten too close, but the slave-level dragon in front of him was not afraid of death and rushed up. I don't know what the deepest part of the far outskirts of the leveling area was like. How could there be so many steel behemoths? However, because it was simply impossible to detect with human power, no one knew what was actually inside. Even though high technology was extremely advanced and satellite detection technology had reached its peak, it was still impossible to see the deeper parts of the far suburb. It was as if there was an invisible substance that interfered with the picture. And there was no way to know whether these steel giants, on their own, wanted to attack the city themselves, or whether they were organized and planned to encroach on the human world. All that was known was that no matter whether it was these steel giants or the humans who stepped into the deepest part of the far outskirts of the leveling area, in the end, they would all obtain a mysterious power. This power catalyzed them to become powerful, but at the same time, it would also infect their spirit and mind. Most of the evil mechs imprisoned in the Mamba prison had suddenly turned into antisocial personalities after coming into contact with the something in the deepest part of the leveling area, and their strength had become inexplicably strong. However, if you want to explore all this, it's all an afterthought. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen steel dragons fell from the sky. The blades on the Bakuden Firecarp's arms all popped out, and under the acceleration of the thrusters, the Bakuden Firecarp was literally like a fish swimming in water, darting in and out of the middle of the giant dragons, easily decapitating one every time it brushed against them. Only, the giant dragons, whose numbers had already plummeted,
attacked once again as if they had returned a mouthful of blood after the war General Wraith's vanguard had joined them. Chen Mo controlled the arms of the explosive Skyfire Carp, one slash at a time, and it was clear that he could no longer keep up with the pace. In an instant, the two large cannon barrels behind the explosive Skyfire Carp rose once again.
Boom! Boom boom! The quantum pursuit cannons suddenly issued. The silver-white energy cannonballs hit a group of steel giants, and the exploding light instantly lit up the gloomy sky. The sparks that blew up were like celebrating a feast. The hot air felt like it wanted to burn everything clean. The flesh underneath the steel armor gave off a strong aroma of roasted meat, and then, it became charred. Red. The red of the sky. The red of sparks, the red of blood. Shot after shot of energy cannonballs sprayed out, and one steel dragon after another smashed into the ground. In just 3 minutes, the barrel of the energy-chasing cannon slowly retracted. The intensity was simply too great.
Even though Chen Mo's energy core had tripled its rotation speed, such a high-intensity energy output still gave Chen Mo a feeling of energy depletion. Luckily, under the high-intensity shelling, the minion-class steel dragons had pretty much fallen as well. Watching the War Admiral-grade steel dragon slowly fly towards them, Chen Mo huffed and puffed, panting heavily. Xia Zheng accumulated the portion of energy that Chen Mo had just wasted when he had massively exported his energy and slowly redirected it to him. For a moment, Chen Mo's energy core that was about to be depleted was instantly surrounded by a warm and moist feeling. Along with that, even Chen Mo's gasping
breaths were weaker.
As for the War General class steel dragon, as if it was waiting for Chen Mo to recover, it flew unhurriedly, only flapping its wings once in a few seconds. Chen Mo squinted his eyes and floated in the air, spitting with his waist crossed.
Can you damn well fly faster? Grinding like a pussy.
As if it understood Chen Mo's words, the War Admiral-grade steel dragon instantly raised its head, its eyes staring at Chen Mo with a deadly stare.
Its wings, which were tens of meters long, flapped heavily and instantly sped towards Chen Mo.
For a moment, the sky was filled with hunting gusts of wind, and a huge amount of energy swept towards Chen Mo. That is, the sky was killed by Chen Mei, nothing left, otherwise, I am afraid that like a tornado, more or less must be all swept away. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zhang Chen was always concerned about Chen Mo's situation in the sky. The VPC members who were responsible for keeping an eye on the sky always relayed first-hand intelligence to Zhang Chen. Oh no, the explosive Skyfire Carp is surrounded.
Team Zhang, do we need support? What? Hurry up and send support. Wait a minute.
The Bakudan Fire Carp have one slash at a time, and they've broken out of the encirclement.
Hoo-hoo, it's okay. Ah, why is there suddenly a large group of dragons flying over again? Bakudan Fire Carp is surrounded again. What? We need backup. Wow.
Bakudan Fire Carp turned on its quantum pursuit cannon and knocked down all the dragons.
Egu, can you not be so shocked? Scared the hell out of me.
Zhang Chen blankly glanced at the maintenance crew. His mood was like riding a roller coaster, going up and down, rising and falling. It was almost disorganized.
Just as he exhaled and relaxed, the voice of the maintenance crew rang out again. It's over, it's over, it's over. Team Zhang, it's over. What? He's surrounded again?
Don't worry, he'll stand out in a moment. After hearing the story of the wolf coming too many times, people would really think that the wolf wouldn't come. So much so, Zhang Chen now even wanted to make a cup of tea and wait for Chen Mo's good news.
It's not. Team Zhang. A warlord-class steel dragon flew in. The explosive Skyfire Carp is trembling and looking a bit unsteady. What? A war general? How could a war general-class magical beast appear in the edge area of the leveling zone? Did you see it right?
Zhang Chen violently snatched the binoculars over, looking at the tens of meters long wingspan. His entire body went numb. Quickly, hurry for support. Where are the fighters?
Why aren't the fighters here yet?
And at this moment, Chen Mo's nearly depleted energy core slowly filled up after Xia Zhen's feedback. The energy core tripled its speed and ran super fast. Wisps of energy were slowly being created as Chen Mo breathed. The battle on the ground had almost subsided, and the 13 machine girls that Chen Mo had forcefully landed on had all stopped fighting at this time. Chen Mei glanced towards the ground and withdrew from the 13 mecha systems. For a moment, Xia Zhen also felt that the strength she had just lost had finally begun to recover bit by bit.
The desire to fight, once again, skyrocketed.
As if sensing Chen Mo's desire to fight, the warlord-class steel dragon that sped across the street snorted disdainfully.
It was hard to believe that with his physical body, he still wanted to fight with his steel body?
It was simply an egg touching a stone, not measuring itself. Instantly, the speed of the battle general level steel dragon's flight accelerated a little more. It was eager to eat Chen Mo alive. At the dragon's chest, the steel shield slowly opened, and 2 cannon barrels slowly extended out from within. Within half a minute, the 2 cannons were aimed straight at the explosive Skyfire Carp standing in the air.
Ooh, it actually has cannons. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised that the steel beast could also use weapons.
It looked like the cannon was also a laser cannon,
with a speed comparable to the speed of light. Crap, it was really a tough one. Teacher Xia, it looks like it needs to be used. Are you ready? Of course, after watching us fight for so long, I'm sure it's already hungry and thirsty. In an instant, under Chen Mo's maneuvering, the thrusters behind the exploding Sky Firecarp were directly open to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, the explosive Sky Firecarp flew up towards higher altitudes. That Battle Admiral-class Steel Dragon only thought that Chen Mo was afraid, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more disdainful. With a shock of its wings, it followed closely. The War Soldier-class Dragon and the Minion-class Dragon that followed behind it were even more closely following, chasing towards Chen Mo in unison. At this height, it should be about right? Almost there. After flying upwards for a full 1,000 meters, Chen Mo slowly came to a stop. Squinting his eyes and overlooking the giant dragons beneath his feet, Chen Mo raised a deep breath. Just when almost all of the giant dragons had caught up, Chen Mo manipulated the explosive Sky Flamecarp and shouted furiously, "Great move, Red Flame Crosscut!" For a moment, heaven and earth changed color. The gloomy sky was illuminated by the firelight, and thick and long lightning bolts filled the entire sky as if they had exploded. Immediately afterward, rumbling thunder exploded in the ears. Feeling the intense energy fluctuations in the air, the face of the War General-class Dragon changed drastically. The barrel of the cannon that had already been set up in front of its chest hurriedly aimed at Chen Mo. Just as the laser cannon was about to fire, the explosive Sky Firecarp raised its arm and drew a cross in the air with force, using its arm as a blade. That cross in the void instantly transformed into a solid body, burning with a blazing fire and containing a burst of thunderous intent. Accompanied by the electricity crackling through the air, it whistled towards the War General-class Steel Dragon. Not waiting for the laser cannon on the dragon's chest to fire, not waiting for the dragon to turn around and escape. Boom! In an instant, not only the War Admiral-class Steel Dragon, but even those closely following War Soldier-class dragons and Slave-class dragons, all simultaneously turned into a cloud of black smoke. Even the thick steel armor was melted and sublimated, turning into gas and dissipating into the air. Red Flame Crucifixion. Commander can use this in conjunction with a contracted mecha to perform a slash, increasing the power of the slash by 100%. Red Flame Crosschop. If you don't use it, it will destroy the sky and the earth. Kill a Warlord-class Steel Dragon. Reward, Laser Cannon, Grade B, Warlord-class Crystal, points increased by 500 by 1. Crap! Grade B Laser Cannon. It's not a fragment. It's a real B-grade equipment. How many points would it cost to buy this with points? It's developed. Just as Chen Mo had just heard the reward broadcast, the feeling of being drained from his mind instantly hit him. Chen Mo fainted. Ground. The mighty Tiger Squad members in the center of the battlefield slowly climbed up from the ground. Feeling the air's temperature rise dramatically, the searing heat actually made their throats a little dry. Captain, what just happened? How come there was such a loud explosion? And this temperature, how did it suddenly become so hot? Just now in my mind, a male voice suddenly appeared, yelling for me to get down. Me too. Me too. Is the one who just forcefully landed on us during the battle? Faced with a whole bunch of questions from her teammates, Luo was also confused at this time. Just now, a clear male voice also came from her mind, telling her to get down. Based on the soldier's obedience to command and the principle, Luo didn't even think about directly drilling into the gap where the steel behemoth was piled up. As a result, the next second a loud explosion was heard, and the temperature of the air instantly became boiling hot. Luo couldn't help but look towards the sky, that small dot that was glowing with red light. It was hard to believe that it was him. And on Zhang Chen's side, 1 second, Zhang Chen had just gotten his fighter and was preparing to fly it up to support Chen Mo. Who knew that the next second, a loud bang could be heard coming from the sky, followed by sparks bursting in the air. Zhang Chen's heart burst into a frenzy. It was only until the flames dispersed and the nearby maintenance team members came with happy news that Zhang Chen's heart fell to the ground. Captain, the War Admiral-class Steel Dragon was defeated by Chen Mo with a single move. Not only the War General-level dragon, all the magical beasts in the sky, all turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Zhang Chen, who was looking at the sky above the battlefield from afar, could not help but stare. What? Wiped out? Turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared? Say that again? Captain, it's true, I don't know what skill the explosive Sky Firecarp used, all of the Steel Devils, all of them were melted. He even flew nearly 1,000 meters higher, as if he was just afraid of rippling to the ground. The maintenance team members, at this moment, were so surprised that their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Stuttering, they reported the battle to Zhang Chen. Should we be so fierce? This idea of me going to support him looks stupid, eh? Zhang Chen froze for half a day before slowly coming back to his senses. Looking towards the sky with a smile on his face, he could not help but spit out a sentence. 10 minutes later.
The explosive skyfire carp slowly descended from the sky, and Xia Zhang used almost all the energy in her entire body to try her best to safely return herself to the ground. Fortunately, thanks to the incomparable abundance of energy that Chun Mo usually provided, she was able to save a point of energy for herself to save her life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even if they won over those steel giants, they would still have to fall down from 1,000 meters above the ground. By then, I'm afraid that they would really be shattered into pieces of slag. At the same time, all of the maintenance crew on the ground, at the same time, waited for the explosive skyfire carp to land. To the biggest hero in this war, the most noble salute. Just as the big guys clattered and applauded, welcoming the hero's return, Xia Zhang, who had exhausted his last ounce of energy, finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed towards the ground. In an instant, the exploding skyfire carp transformed into two people. After Chen Mo, Xia Zhang also fainted the moment she landed on the ground. Yi Qingqing rushed forward violently and held the two people up. Zhang Chen also rushed over at this time. Don't even move them, someone, hurry up and send the two of them to Zhang Yanqing, she's the best mech repairer, she understands. Hurry! 3 days later. After fainting for 3 whole days, Chen Mo finally had a bit of awakening. In fact, the most consuming thing for him in that battle was actually not the nearly depleted energy core. Rather, it was his spiritual energy. From the time he had forcefully landed those 13 mechs, Chen Mo's spiritual energy had already been drained of most of it, and his head already had a bit of an uncontrollable dull ache. As a result, when he finally unleashed the red flame cross-chop, that was the real moment when his spiritual energy was almost drained away, and the little bit of energy that he had managed to build up was also drained cleanly. It took 3 days of slowing down before Chen Mo's spiritual energy was replenished a little bit, and the headache was all gone. Open your eyes when you wake up, you've been sleeping for 3 days, it's time to get up. A clear voice rang in his ears, and Chen Mo, who had his eyes closed, frowned tightly, then, slowly opened his eyes. After not opening his eyes for 3 days, the light shining in from the window flashed Chen Mo's eyes a little, and he squinted for a long time before adapting to the brightness. The girl in front of him has a curvaceous figure, with a faint smile on her face, her long hair draped behind her like a waterfall of ink, and she looks about the same age as him. A long white dress made her look out of place in this room of parts. But that feeling of reserved innocence made Chen Mo somewhat slightly stunned. Where is this? This is my maintenance room. My dad said for me to make sure to cure you too. I've never seen him in such a hurry. Your dad? Yes, my dad, Zhang Chen, and I'm his daughter, Zhang Yanqing. Zhang Yanqing? Uncle Chen's daughter? Wasn't that his future girlfriend that he hadn't met? Chen Mo sat up violently and straightened his body, and in an instant, intense pain hit him, and Chen Mo's just straightened waist instantly hunched back. Be careful. Why are you so agitated? You've just overdrawn your body, and although you've been slowed down for 3 days, the soreness and weakness after a violent overdraft will still last for a few days. Zhang Yanqing rushed forward to support Chen Mo and let him lie flat on the bed. Chen Mo's lively mind instantly rested. Gotta. It was better to take his time. He was now in pain even to lift his chest, not to mention chasing after women. Unexpectedly, this time, he had drained all of his spiritual power and energy, which had actually caused his body to become overdrawn like this. Overdraft? Right. Where's MS? Xia. How is MS? Xia. I was fainting in the sky, is she alright? It was only at this time that Chun Mo remembered. At that time, he had completely failed to leave himself an ounce of leeway, and in order to completely kill the Battle Admiral-class dragon and the gang of minions behind it, not a single ounce of his spiritual power or energy was left behind. At that time, the situation was so urgent that he didn't have time to think about what would happen to Xiaojin, and it was only at this time, when he had come back to life, that he realized this problem. Don't worry, she's just like you, she's not injured per se, it's just that the exertion was too drastic, and she fell into a deep sleep, but she woke up yesterday, she should be back in school now. Should not say, she is really powerful, above 1,000 meters high, she even after the commander fainted, there is still enough energy to support her to land, to be able to accumulate so much energy, must be, you guys should have been contracted for a very long time. Zhang Nianqing stroked her chin and faintly said, no, I only awakened as a commander this year, and she hasn't contracted a commander before, we contracted for less than a week. Hearing the news that Xia Zhang was fine, Chen Mo's lifted heart slowly fell to the ground. Xia Zhang's beautiful face surfaced in his mind. Chen Mo could not help but feel a softness in his heart. What? It's only been a week? Impossible, then it's unbelievable that she was able to accumulate so much energy. Chen Mu hooked his lips in a smile and did not say more on this issue. After experiencing such a situation, he now couldn't wait to see Xia Zhang, and just wanted to hurry back to her side. I'm not injured anyway, can I go now? Yes you can, but are you sure you can get off the ground now? The overdraft is so severe, I suggest you can rest for 1 more day. No matter, I'll just go back and recuperate again, then I'll leave first. Chen Mo slowly got up from the bed, ninjaing the discomfort in his body, and walked towards the door. Right.
I heard my father say that you've made a great achievement this time, he'll report it up to you, and your privileges should still be increased. 3 days later, you'll come back to my place and I'll take you there. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Chen Mo turned around and left Zhang Nianqing's maintenance room. After walking out of the maintenance unit, Chen Mo made a call to Xia Zhang. Wife, I'm awake, come pick me up. It's time to make up for tonight. Xia Zhang, who was on the opposite side of the phone, snapped and exclaimed, then reddened her face. Then you wait for me at the VIP unit, I'll change my clothes and head over. Right, what style do you like? I'll change it for you. Xia Zhang had just returned to her apartment from school at this time, and after receiving Chen Mo's phone call, she was a little overjoyed for a moment, and her hands were busy rummaging around in the closet. I just like your dainty, pure lust style, how you usually wear it. Chen Mo, this is not a lie, Xia Zhang itself is the golden ratio. That leg is amazingly long, wearing a small skirt, simply let Chen Mo heart. 3 days passed in a flash. Under Xia Zhang's day and night care, Chen Mo's body had basically recovered to the state it was in before the battle. After sorting out the harvest from the wave in the far suburb leveling area, Chen Mo was simply happy to jump up and down. Although that battle had indeed made the past 2 days of his life worse than death, the joy of the harvest was simply insatiable. A total of 236 slave-class Iron Dragons were killed, 32 Battle Soldier-class Iron Dragons, and 1 Battle General-class Iron Dragon. A total of 6,560 points were gained, plus the 984 left over from before, for a total of 7,544. A total of 236 Minion Grade Crystals, 32 Battle Soldier Grade Energy Crystals, and 1 Battle General Grade Energy Crystal were obtained. Chen Mo did not think much about it and directly used the crystals obtained on Xia Zhang. Ding! Reinforcement successful, Red Flame Crosscut has been upgraded to level 2, the energy outreach distance has been extended to 200 meters, and the combined battle power has been increased by 300. Although the skill level had been raised, since the release of big moves was not allowed inside the city, Chen Mo did not forcefully test the damage of his big moves. From the looks of it, he could only test the power of the Red Flame Crosscut the next time he went to the far outskirts of the leveling area. After seeing Xia Zhang off to work, Chen Mo was also ready to leave for the maintenance unit. However, since Xia Zhang was not accompanying him today, he did not have a car to drive, so Chen Mo could only take a bus to the maintenance unit. On the road, there was an endless stream of all kinds of cars, bicycles, and motorcycles. Of course, the transportation vehicles that came and went were all machine girls. In the society of the machine girl era, not a single car was made by humans, all of them were machine girls. No matter how much money one had, there was no way to purchase one, unless contracted. Squeak! The sound of brakes rang out in front of Chen Mo, and a bus then stopped. There weren't a lot of people on the bus, after all, it was a weekday and there weren't many people hanging around at this hour. Chen Mo found a window seat and sat down, his eyes couldn't help but look out the window. The city was full of high-rise buildings, only these houses were not built of concrete bricks wrapped in steel. After all, this was a world where magical beasts had descended, and no one could predict when the city would be swept away by war. So here, no matter whether it was a big high-rise with 20 or 30 floors, or a short house with 5 or 6 floors, the materials used were basically steel alloys. The outside of the house is coated with heat insulation, sound insulation, cushioning and various other protective materials, which are not only solid and firm, but also warm in winter and cool in summer, making it comfortable to live in. The bus shook, Chen Mo could not help but feel sleepy in the bumps and slowly closed his eyes. Just then, the bus slammed on the brakes. Chen Mo's entire body was uncontrollably flung toward the front. Fortunately, he was not asleep, and hurriedly reached out to pull the handrail beside him. Boom! The bus had just come to a stop when a violent crash suddenly rang out, followed by the bus flipping over with its entire head downwards. Crap! What the hell? Is it tailgating? Tailgating? How could the bus flip over? The few passengers in the car kept spitting from their mouths, although they were cursing and swearing. Fortunately there were no casualties. Before Chen Mo had time to open his mouth, his vision was suddenly hooked by the scene outside the car window. What tailgating? The flat road in front of him was directly stabbed out into a deep pit, and a steel beast with a bronze-colored luster was reaching out to climb out of the pit. The bus was obviously toppled over by this big monster. Bang! As the bus flipped upside down headfirst, the protective airbags inside the body instantly popped out, protecting all the passengers from harm as much as possible. All passengers, I have been severely traumatized, the doors are squeezed and cannot be opened. Please take out your window breaker hammers and smash the windows to get off the bus. All mechs in the bus, at the first moment after escaping, please transform into mech mode to protect those who are unable to defend themselves. Thank you for your cooperation. After saying these words, the bus machinima directly fainted, and Chen Mo removed the window-breaking hammer next to the window, smashed the glass of the bus with a single hammer, and jumped off the bus. At the same time, facing the giant steel demonic beast that crawled out from the middle of the road,
all the vehicles and the girls on both sides of the road, all of them changed their forms at the first time. Some of the weaker bikes couldn't help in the face of such a situation, carrying the commander and running away in a puff of smoke. Some of the small cars almost also have little combat power, want to help but cannot help, stand in place dry anxious. Woo! Buzz! The roar of the engines around them was endless, and the slightly stronger machine girls, under the control of the commander, took some small children who hadn't yet awakened and the men who had little combat power, and took them away from the scene at the first opportunity. Only, the place where Chen Mo smashed the glass was a bit backward, and the machine ladies did not notice him for a while. The huge steel behemoth cocked its head, and from the gap where the bus had toppled over, its gaze locked onto Chen Mo. For a moment, Chen Mo had the feeling of being locked in, goosebumps running from his heels straight to the back of his head. I don't go out for fuck's sake, nothing happens, I just sat on the bus once, and I stumbled upon the wraith, and just happened to catch up to the time when both Mr. Xia and Yi Qingcheng were away. I'm really down with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Chen Mo jumped out from the back of the bus and twisted his head to look around. However, the nearest few machinima all had commanders, and there was no way for him to escape even if he wanted to force a login. The only vehicle that didn't have a commander was the bus in front of him, but this bus was almost scrapped. Even if he didn't mind, this thing couldn't run anymore. Is this God's way of killing me? Can't see that there are geniuses in this world? A strong sense of crisis made Chen Mo's back go cold. However, with Chen Mo's physical body, he couldn't do anything. Is this the fate of a commander? Is it possible that I'm really going to be accountable here today? What in the world is the security problem in the city center? How come no policewoman has rushed over in such a long time? Chen Mo was like an ant burning its feet on a stove, anxious in his heart but unable to do anything. When his eyes met with the steel beast, Chen Mo instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. What's the situation? Only to see that the steel beast maintained the posture of crawling out from the big pit in the middle of the road, its eyes staring tightly at Chen Mo, with no intention of looking to the side at all. It was as if whatever happened in this world had nothing to do with it, as long as Chen Mo was within its line of sight. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo could not help but drum up in his heart. Can't it be that it wasn't because he was unlucky, the only time he took public transportation ran into this kind of thing? Rather, the steel beast itself was waiting for him? Outrageous thoughts appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, the situation in front of him had to make Chen Mo think more. No wonder this steel behemoth hadn't hurt anyone from the beginning to the end. If it was truly waiting for Chen Mo, then everything made sense. It was targeting itself, so naturally, there was no need for it to part its sights with insignificant people. However, what exactly was this thing looking for him for? Chen Mo hadn't seen any steel behemoths that looked like it either. Not waiting for Chen Mo to think clearly, the steel beast's body violently pressed downward, and then, the two hind legs stomped fiercely towards the ground, and the huge body instantly popped up, and lunged up towards Chen Mo. The two front claws were sharp and pointed. If it was really grabbed by it, it was feared that the soul would directly return to the west. Whoosh! Fortunately, Chen Mo had doubled his speed before, and although there was no way to completely escape from the steel beast's attack range, it was still not a problem to dodge its attacks. Roar! The steel beast swore that its blow fell short, its face full of disbelief, then it roared into the air, turned its head towards Chen Mo, and once again lunged towards him. The originally flat ground was instantly cracked by its stomping with all its might. Chen Mo gulped, thinking in his heart that he absolutely could not let it touch him, or else his life would not be guaranteed. Running speed was raised to the extreme, dodging that magic beast's attacks again and again. Nay, humans are humans after all. After running back and forth for a dozen times, even if Chen Mo was made of iron, he would have fallen apart. Puffing and panting, Chen Mo felt that his two thighs were like lead, he couldn't even lift them up. It's over. It's over. The sky is going to kill me. In Chen Mo's gaze, the steel beast took a deep breath and once again leapt up high, lunging towards Chen Mo. I'm a damn SSS-ranked commander. Today I even perished because I didn't have a machinima that I was able to land on. Saying it out loud is a damn joke. Heavenly Spirit, please God, send me a mecha. It doesn't matter if I can beat it or not, as long as it can take me to escape. For a while, Chen Mo even closed his eyes. The atheist finally wished to the heavens when facing death. What are you standing here foolishly for? A clear voice sounded like heavenly music in Chen Mo's ears. Chen Mo jerked his eyes open and turned his head to look in the direction the voice came from. Zhang Nianqing? How did you appear here? Weren't you waiting for me at the maintenance unit? I waited for you for a long time and you didn't come. I heard that a mega incident happened over here and thought that I guessed you were trapped over here, so I came over. Listening to Zhang Nianqing's crisp voice, Chen Mo felt that his congealed blood had finally started to flow slowly again. That feeling of fear of being dominated by death, but he could do nothing about it. Chen Mo really did not want to do it again. After slowing down, feeling the breeze on his face, Chen Mo could not help but look down. Crap! At this moment, he was being held in Zhang Nianqing's hands, while Zhang Nianqing's entire body transformed into a mecha that was 10 meters tall. Thick armor covered the entire body, and just by looking at it, Chen Mo felt an unparalleled oppressive force. The darkness-based battle armor was like a god of death, annihilating the wheel of regicide. Black and gold color echo, right hand holding a pole double head or very sharp lance, surrounded by 2 barrels, like the next second will be the enemy shelling tier. Behind the back of the self-propulsion, 2 cylindrical jet barrels, a full 9 jet holes. At first glance, Chen Mo felt that Zhang Nianqing's mecha form was majestic. Even Yi Qingcheng's majestic mecha looked petite and showy in front of her. Zhang Nianqing, there is no way to repay the favor of saving my life, why don't I give my body in return? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhang Nianqing rolled her eyes, only thinking that Chen Mo was mouthing off. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Chen had long had the intention of wanting to introduce her to Chen Mo. Should I say no, you're also really capable. How did you manage to be targeted by the hunters, huh? And you actually managed to wait until I arrived under the attack of the hunters. Zhang Nianqing couldn't help but exclaim. You know what this thing is, ah? Why is it staring at me, ah? I feel as if it's coming to kill me with a purpose. Chen Mo instantly became energized and hurriedly asked. Didn't you all have to read the Fey illustrations when you were in school? How could you not know what it is? Zhang Nianqing couldn't help but spit out a sentence, and in her heart, she couldn't help but think somewhat less of Chen Mo. What kind of powerful character could he be if he didn't even recognize a foreign beast? It was also unknown what role he had played in the war, and Pops was even trying to claim great merit for him. The Titan purple and gold ape, known as the Huntress. The figure is about 2 meters tall, like a steel version of a gorilla. But the Titan purple gold ape is different from ordinary gorillas. Their figure is not as sturdy and robust as ordinary gorillas, although it is 2 meters high, but it does not appear to be formidable. And the speed is particularly fast. Claws have a very sharp edge, as long as it can stab to the side of the target, will be able to kill. Moreover, this Titan purple gold ape itself had an ability to block out radar retrieval, so it could always catch people off guard. Luckily, this kind of magical beast was scarce in number, or else on the battlefield, I'm afraid that if you're not careful, you'll be backstabbed by them. However, this kind of magical beast would normally not appear in the downtown area of a city, unless they were here to carry out a mission. That's right, the reason why the Titan purple and gold apes were called hunters was because they would hunt down the geniuses among the humans. Regardless of whether it was the topmost machinima or the topmost commanders, they were all their targets. Zhang Nianqing couldn't help but twist her head and glance at Chen Mo. Could it be that he was that genius? Roar! Right at this moment, the Titan purple gold ape on the ground roared angrily towards the sky above when it saw Chen Mo being taken away. Only to see its body pressed down to its lowest level, its hind legs storing up full strength, it instantly catapulted out and leapt towards Zhang Nianqing. The terrifying explosive force tore the entire pavement apart. It had thought that it was just a human, and hunting it down was just a matter of snapping its fingers. Unexpectedly, it was bound to kill, but because of Zhang Nianqing's arrival, it completely fell through. Beneath Zhang Nianqing's feet, he could even feel the wind swirling from the sharp claws scratching through. This hunter, it has already reached more than 3 stars, I may not really be able to deal with it without a contracted commander, I'll have to wait for the maintenance force to come. Looking at the mess under her feet that was destroyed by that steel ape, Zhang Nianqing had more than enough power. There was no way, whether or not a machine girl had an indentured commander, and what level of commander she had indentured, it was crucial to their strength. She was an SS-class nuclear submarine, and she couldn't contract a commander after awakening for so long, it was a joke to say so. However, the commanders that could provide nuclear energy were so few and far between that she had few, almost never seen. Why don't you try me? Maybe if the two of us work together, we can really get rid of that stinking ape down there? Moreover, in case it jumps to the ground and disappears when the maintenance force comes, in case it causes damage to the city's sewers, that would be a big problem. Chen Mo rushed at Zhang Nianqing. After all, this hunter-killer's target was him, and letting it go this time, in case he really succeeded in backstabbing it next time, it would be a big loss. Might as well, just get rid of it now, once and for all. But, my only applicable energy source is nuclear energy, can you provide it? Zhang Nianqing shook her head, she had no expectations from Chen Mo then. Ha? Didn't your father tell you what rank of commander I am? Chen Mo was about to laugh at her, how could a man say no? Looking at Zhang Nianqing with a confused forehead shaking her head, Chen Mo slowly said, I'm an SSS-ranked commander who can provide all types of energy, including nuclear energy. Chen Mo explained patiently to Zhang Nianqing. In his heart, if this girl did not agree, it looked like he could only land by force. At the same time, Zhang Nianqing's mind began to spin rapidly. On one side was a man she didn't know very well, but knew was a good man. On the other side were the steel gorillas that were destroying the city. Looking at the mess at her feet, Zhang Nianqing gritted her teeth. Come up here then. Zhang Yanqing directly opened the door of the mech and let Chen Mo in.
Oh, good.
Chen Ma was ready to forcefully land at this moment, but as a result, when he suddenly heard Zhang Yanqing's voice of agreement, he did not slow down for a while.
He was never expecting that a top SS-class mecha would actually agree to him getting on board. Bang! Chen Mo had just entered the cockpit when the mecha hatch instantly closed. Zhang Yanqing sent a temporary contract in the first instance.
It was not Chen Mo's first time contracting a mecha long ago, and he was familiar with the temporary contract process. Chen Mo, Zhang Yanqing is about to make a temporary contract.
Sympathetic system docking successful. Nervous system matching successful. Kinetic system matching successful. Interaction system matching successful.
The moment the temporary contract was successful, Zhang Yanqing's various information was simultaneously displayed in front of Chen Mo's eyes.
Name, Zhang Yanqing. Name, Zhang Yanqing. Comprehensive rating, SS-class nuclear submarine Undead Reaper. Applicable energy, nuclear energy. Mecha material, molybdenum steel alloy steel. Contractual relationship, uncontracted.
Number of modifications, 0, number of modifications, 0, number of modifications, 0, number of modifications, 0.
Gemstone slots, 4, initial quality, S. Initial quality, S. Condition, 100% brand new. The cockpit's console was clean and all the buttons were protected exceptionally perfectly. Wow! It's worthy of being a nuclear submarine in 100% brand new condition. It's too handsome. Undead Reaper. This nuclear submarine mecha is also too good.
At the same time that Chen Mo was surprised, Zhang Yanqing's entire body instantly froze after the success of the temporary contract.
Chen Mo hadn't lied to her, he really was an SSS grade commander. The attributes given to her were simply too perverse, right?
Not only was she able to support her nuclear energy, but this energy also had the feeling of being inexhaustible.
Moreover, he was just an SSS rank 1-star commander, but he had already learned a great move? Red Flame Cross Chop.
It sounded like a kind of close-quarters move, although it wasn't quite suitable for a deep-sea nuclear submarine like her, but it was already enough to highlight Chen Mo's strength. I should have known that I shouldn't have made a temporary contract with him just now. It would have been better to just give him a formal contract. Zhang Yanqing looked at Chen Mo's panel at this moment. The more she looked at it, the more shocked and excited she became.
What kind of heaven-sent divine commander was this? It was simply tailor-made for her. No wonder, no wonder. Not only was Xia Zhang willing to contract with him, even someone as proud as Yi Qingcheng had become his contracted mechanic. No wonder the huntress would risk her life and appear in the city today just to kill Chen Mo. He was, truly, a genius. Boom! Just as Zhang Yanqing was shocked, the Titan purple and gold ape under his feet once again destroyed a building.
The members of the maintenance force also rushed over at this time, but they were no match for that steel ape, and the moment they rushed up, they were blasted back.
Are you ready? We're going on.
Chen Mo slowly exhaled a breath and placed his hand on the center console. At this moment, he was also very nervous. After all, it was the first time he had harnessed an SS-class mecha, and his hands were trembling a little with excitement. However, after the high-intensity battles some time ago, Chen Mo's mind had long been honed to be unperturbed, so he soon stabilized himself. The gas pedal under his foot was pressed to the bottom, the energy core rotated in overdrive, and nuclear energy was continuously transferred into the SS-class mech. In an instant, Zhang Yanqing's entire body directly flew out. Wow! So cool! Is this the feeling of nuclear energy filling up? So refreshing. It's like I'm floating. For the first time in her life, Zhang Yanqing felt the sensation of a contracted commander, only feeling a lightness in her 10-meter-high fuselage.
No, sister, we're fighting. Be serious. Chen Mo was crying and laughing a little.
It was heartbreaking and funny that the SS-class nuclear submarine could not even find a commander who could provide her with energy, with this unseen look. Under Chen Mo's reminder, Zhang Yanqing's excitement slowly returned. The mecha and the commander were both one at the moment, and Chen Mo's emotions would more or less affect the mecha itself. In an instant, Zhang Yanqing's stern eyes focused on the steel gorilla. As if it had a sense, the steel gorilla also snapped its head up, meeting Zhang Yanqing's line of sight straight on. Roar! There was another roar, venting the fury of being besieged. The undead reaper gripped the double-headed, pointed lance in his hand and violently charged up towards the steel gorilla.
The steel gorilla stomped its feet and instantly rose into the air.
Sharp claws scratched up towards Zhang Yanqing's face, and Zhang Yanqing hurriedly crossed his lance in front of him, blocking its attack.
Boom! Chen Mo was inside the mech and clearly felt a violent impact.
This gorilla was really strong, no matter if it was speed or strength. Zhang Yanqing jerked back, and without waiting for her to catch her breath, the steel orangutan's attack came after her again. The surface of the orangutan's tail was also wrapped in a thick layer of steel, and when Zhang Yanqing froze, it viciously lashed out. Even though Chen Mao was sitting inside the mech, he was shocked by this powerful whip and broke out into a cold sweat. Luckily, Zhang Yanqing dodged quickly, or else it was estimated that with this one blow, he would have to have his skin split open.
Dang!
Seeing that the steel gorilla's tail, once again flung towards them, Zhang Yanqing hurriedly raised the lance in his hand and met it.
Clang!
The lance violently entangled the orangutan's tail, and then ruthlessly smashed onto the orangutan's back. The sharp end of the lance, ruthlessly piercing into the orangutan's steel underneath, must have pierced into his flesh and bones, only to see the steel orangutan's face grimacing, his mouth constantly emitting a low roar. As if sensing the pressure that Zhang Yanqing brought to it, the steel ape could not help but retreat a little. Only, Zhang Yanqing did not. He did not intend to let it go. Just as he was about to rush up and kill the steel gorilla, the gorilla jumped away violently. The speed was so fast that Zhang Yanqing was instantly confused. Worthy of being a 3-star or above magical beast, its speed is too fast, my eyes see it, but my movements can't keep up with it at all.
Zhang Yanqing couldn't help but spit out a sigh, and his heart became anxious. This feeling of being able to see it but not being able to touch it was really hard to bear. Right at this moment, Chen Mo directly and forcefully seized the right to use the mech. As the steel gorilla flew up to tickle people once again, Chen Mo directly raised his lance and blocked its attack. How could you block its attack? I couldn't even react. Zhang Yanqing exclaimed with some disbelief.
I doubled my mental power and doubled my speed, so its movements were nothing more than that in my eyes.
At least it's an SSS-ranked commander. Do you think it's a soy sauce?
Chen Mo hooked his lips and smiled, his eyes looking at that steel ape with a disdainful blank stare. That steel gorilla saw that its attack was blocked, and instantly realized that its attack was too one-dimensional.
Flying lunge, scratching.
As long as you saw where it jumped and the direction it jumped up, you could basically block its attacks. In an instant, the steel gorilla directly changed its stance and increased its speed to its fastest, making it almost impossible to see its trail with the naked eye anymore.
Winning with speed? You can't beat it head-on, so you want to engage in a sneak attack? Chen Mo snorted and pressed the gas pedal straight to the bottom, maneuvering Zhang Yanqing and holding his lance across his chest. Then, only to see the undead Reaper's knees bend, his body leaned back, and in the process, he slashed the lance in his hand. Clang! Only a loud collision sound was heard between steel and steel, and that steel gorilla instantly manifested itself. The huge impact force acted on the ape, directly slapping it as it flew out. Zhang Yanqing no longer dragged his feet, and the two cannons that surrounded him aimed straight at the steel gorilla. Don't fire. This is in a downtown. Are you trying to destroy the city?
Seeing that Zhang Yanqing was about to unleash the ultimate nuclear submarine move, Chen Magang hurriedly called for a halt. This girl is also a violent temper, killing monsters to kill the head, this to really send out, that cannot be good?
What should we do? If we don't hit it, it's really going to run away. Don't worry, I have a big move too.
With that said, Chen Mo manipulated Zhang Yanqing and charged violently towards the steel ape. Even though the ape was fast becoming a shadow, Chen Mo did not put it in his eyes.
Red flame cross slash.
Chen Mao's hand quickly slapped on the center console, his hand speed almost too fast to be seen. Similarly, the undead Reaper almost disappeared from sight. Hiss! It was in the blink of an eye that the undead Reaper reappeared once more. Behind it, the steel gorilla's body directly shattered into 4 pieces, clattering and scattering all over the place. For a moment, the city center, which was in a mess, was instantly silent.
Chen Mao. What's wrong?
I have a feeling of killing addiction. The abundant energy makes me feel a satisfaction that I had never experienced before. Can you
formally contract with me?
If I hadn't made a temporary contract with you, I might have found someone who could provide nuclear energy to settle for the rest of my life. But having been harnessed by an SSS-class top commander like you, I don't think there's any way I could ever settle again.
That move just now, was it called the red flame crosscut? Can you teach it to me?
Chen Mo sat quietly within the mech, his heart thumping at his mouth.
Zhang Yanqing, was this a confession to him? She was going to make a formal contract with her, officially? Chen Mo could not help but hook his lips in a smile. Perhaps, this was the charm of an SSS-ranked commander.
Or rather, this was a personal charm that belonged uniquely to Chen Mo's own. Having felt the soundness of being harnessed by him in battle, having seen the best, how could one look at the others more than once? You're just briefly mesmerized by my strength right now. After you calm down and seriously think about it, if you still want a contract with me, by then, I'll definitely agree. Chen Mo was full of smiles and sprang. Of course he wouldn't put words in his mouth. After all, 2 months later, he was going to participate in the troops competition, and if he could really contract with Zhang Yanqing, the probability of him being able to win would be greatly increased by having an SS-class mecha sitting on the ground at that time. What's more, Zhang Yanqing really grew on his aesthetic point. Such a beautiful woman. If it was really cheap for someone else, then he must not regret it to death. Now that the cooked duck flew to his mouth by itself, it was okay to fish for it. If he really rejected it in one bite, then he would not be a fool. However, hearing Chen Mo's words of refusal, Zhang Yanqing smiled instead of being angry.
Good, then we have a deal. You must leave me a contracted seat. After collecting the reward for killing the steel gorilla, the two of them headed towards the maintenance unit. The maintenance unit, the training ground. An armored car led the way, followed by several military combat vehicles, and stopped in a crowing manner. The armored car in the lead, its door opened, and a man with a swollen nose and a neck immobilizer jumped down from the car. Perhaps it was because he also had injuries on his legs. The moment he jumped down, he stumbled and almost fell. It was none other than the man who had been brutally beaten up by Chen Mo some time ago, Wu Hao. Even though his whole body was covered with bruises, Wu Hao's face at this moment was filled with arrogance. Behind him, the door on the other side of the armored car also opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform with 2 stars drawn on the medallion also slowly walked off the car. This person was Wu Hao's father, Wu Yuanfeng. After the two of them got off, the armored car that looked like it was not to be messed with also transformed into a human form. This woman was precisely Wu Hao's mother, Lin Rong. The woman's face was a bit grim, her eyebrows filled with anger, as if she was suppressing her temper, and she glanced around the perimeter. Her eyes focused on Zhang Chen, who had just arrived, and she said coldly, "Captain Zhang, I handed my son over to you and this is how you take care of him? I donate money to your troop every year just so that you can take it and use it against my son?" Zhang Chen knew why they had come when he got the news of Wu Yuanfeng's arrival, and at this point, he had already prepared himself. "Wait, what money did you donate?" "That's what Above the Dome donated to the troops to keep the warriors fed and warm. The cost of repairing the mechs. What does it have to do with you?" Zhang Chen had expected that Lin Rong would take this to task. After all, Lin Rong was a high-ranking staff member of Above the Dome. How could he not use it with such a powerful backstage? However, Zhang Chen was not false at all. Because Above the Dome is essentially an economic organization, and it is not the economic organization of Xinlonghua's own country. It is a joint formation of various overseas forces. In the face of Zhang Chen's attitude of not allowing a single step, Lin Rong narrowed her eyes in indignation. However, Lin Rong also knew that it was best not to start a conflict here until it was absolutely necessary. After all, this was a maintenance force, and in case there was a 4-star mecha sitting there, it would be very difficult to end it at that time. Lin Rong glanced back at Wu Yuanfeng, signaling him to step in. Wu Yuanfeng instantly understood, and walked forward. "Little Zhang, regardless of anything else, my son was beaten by your men in the army to this state, his neck is also injured, a few teeth have fallen out, and his body is covered in bruises. You should give me an explanation, right?" Wu Yuanfeng was like a smiling tiger, his tone seemed to be good to talk to, but the killing intent that flashed in his eyes was captured by Zhang Chen. Looking at the row of chariots behind Wu Yuanfeng, Zhang Chen was lying when he said he wasn't worried. If this was a real fight, what should Chen Mo handle then? Then why don't you ask him why he was beaten? In the army, he dared to harass Yi Qingcheng, stopping other young girls from leaving. Everyone saw it, you could have asked. Zhang Chen argued with reason, refusing to back down. Then did my son hurt that girl? No, he didn't. But look at how my son was beaten up. Zhang Chen, I advise you to better stay out of this matter, hand over that Chen Mo and cooperate with the investigation. Wu Yuanfeng really didn't expect Zhang Chen to harbor Chen Mo so much. If he was really so insensitive, the big deal was to try a fight. When Chen Mo and Zhang Yanqing rushed here, what they saw was such an evenly matched confrontation scene. Seeing the tightly wrapped Wu Hao, and the pair of men and women beside him, Chen Mo instantly understood the situation. The son couldn't beat him, so he brought his father here to take over the scene. I just don't know, by the time the father also can't beat, is not going to call the grandfather also. When the time comes, the family will be disgraced, neat and tidy. Seeing the main character Chen Mo came, Wu Hao the whole person is very angry. After all, there are people backing up. He is not afraid of Chen Mo at all. Chen Mo, I advise you not to hide behind Captain Zhang and act like a softie. If you have the ability to do so in front of my parents, you'll be bullish again, I'll see. Chen Mo snorted, somewhat speechless. He really hadn't seen this kind of remembering to eat and not remembering to fight. I didn't do it now is not that I don't dare to do it. I am giving Captain Zhang face. If you don't know how to be good, then I will be in the face of your parents, and then beat you up again. I don't know how many teeth left in your mouth are enough for me to beat you up. How dare you? The last time he was violently beaten by Chen Mo, he still vividly remembered. Every night nightmares are Chen Mo beating him. To be honest, Wu Hao is still a little afraid. What a rotten slime that can't hold up the wall. How did I give birth to such a useless son like you? A single word can scare you like this. Wu Yuanfeng gave his own son a hateful look, really a bit hateful. Kid, there's no need to hitch up the rest of your life for a woman. I advise you to hurry up and lift the contract with that what's her name Yi Qingcheng. Let her contract with my son, wipe my son's body and wash his feet every day, and I'll take this matter as not having happened. That's right, lick my stinky feet every day, stay with me 24 hours a day and be my chambermaid. Wu Hao looked at his old dad giving him a head start and hurriedly responded. Listening to Wu Yuanfeng and Wu Hao's words, Chen Mo's eyes instantly turned stern, and for the first time,
he looked squarely at the man in front of him with a lieutenant colonel's shoulder badge. Even the best-tempered person had a bottom line, and for Chin Mo, his woman was his bottom line. Although the relationship with Yi Qingqing hadn't come to the final step yet, he didn't mind if the Wu family's father and son had such thoughts, letting them learn a long lesson. There were some things that could not even be thought about. Wu family dog thieves, I only taught your son a lesson before, but now, I hate to put you all on the spot, and next year's today will be the anniversary of your family's death. The murderous aura in Chen Mo's eyes instantly erupted, and Lin Rong hurriedly turned back to look at the blast-proof car in the middle of the convoy. Although Lin Rong was a high-ranking person above the dome, the power in her hands did not allow her to decide whether she could or could not make a move today. And the real person in charge was inside that explosion-proof car. Over here, Wu Yuanfeng had no idea what Lin Rong was worried about. Instead, he was still somewhat complacent. After all, Chen Mo was really too young, even if he was now furiously putting out harsh words. For Wu Yuanfeng, it was just pride that drove him. As for that S-class mecha, if it could really be contracted with Wu Hao, then his Wu family would really be shining and shining. He himself was only a B-class commander, and the reason why he was able to contract Lin Rong's kind of A-class mecha was only because he himself had been promoted all the way up to lieutenant colonel, and it wouldn't be long before he would be promoted to colonel, so he was just lucky. But even so, he hadn't been able to contract an S-ranked machine girl. If his son could really contract an S-class, then what did he care, in the modern world, who hasn't been divorced? Just at this time, the person in that blast-proof car sent a message to Lin Rong. Let it go, I'll carry it if something happens. After receiving this message, the uneasiness on Lin Rong's face instantly dissipated, and her spine straightened. The feeling of having someone at the top to support the scene was really damn cool. You'll be called Chen Mo, right? I see that you're also still a tough guy. I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to work as an ox for my Wu family and protect Wu Hao's safety for the rest of your life, then this matter will be over and we won't make things difficult for you. Listening to this outrageous statement, Chen Mo was furious and laughed. What kind of drama was this woman playing in her head? Did she really take him for a softie? Just you guys, you're also worthy of making me work as a cow? If you didn't hear what I just said, can you go to the hospital and hang up an ear, nose, and throat department to see what's wrong? Or worse yet, go to a psychiatric hospital to see if you have any mental problems. Just as Chen Mo's words fell, he felt someone tugging on his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw that it was Zhang Chen. I just watched Lin Rong turn around before I saw that there was her superior, Qin Shou, an S-rank commander, sitting in that explosion-proof car, but why would he appear here today? A troop-heavy area isn't the place for him to be. Zhang Chen frowned tightly and whispered to Chen Mo. Uncle Chen, these people's purpose doesn't look innocent. I don't know what great things they are going to do under the guise of standing up for Wu Hao. Zhang Chen nodded with a serious face. Above the dome, is this something that can't be hidden anymore? Right at this moment, without saying a word, Lin Rong directly transformed into a 6-meter-tall mecha, Renogard. Wu Yuanfeng hurriedly jumped on it. At the same time, on the entire training ground, all the vigilantes also instantly completed their form switching, while all the vehicles on Lin Rong's side also instantly morphed. The situation was at a standstill for a moment, tit for tat. Only, although both sides seemed evenly matched, it was obvious that Zhang Chen's side was somewhat weaker. This was because Qin Shou and his mecha, the S-class Hades, had also joined the fighting team. Chen Mo, I'll give you one more chance. Are you going to be a dog for my Wu clan, or am I going to destroy you? Wu Yuanfeng's voice sounded once more, residing high in the air and looking down at Chen Mo with a disdainful expression. I still say the same thing, you damn well deserve it? Then let's go on as well. Chen Mo glanced at Zhang Yanqing beside him. At this time, Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng were both. Weren't there, he could only fight with Zhang Yanqing once again. Zhang Yanqing nodded, and in an instant, the 10-meter-tall mecha Undead Reaper once again appeared. Whether it was Wu Yuanfeng or Qin Shou, they simultaneously stayed in place, not daring to move. As for Zhang Yanqing's father, Zhang Chen, he was even more shocked at this time, and couldn't stop wondering in his heart, when did these two people hook up? And one after another, the whispers of the maintenance team members came from the training ground. Wow, is this Zhang Yanqing's mecha prototype? It's the first time I've seen it. This has to be 10 meters tall, right? It's worthy of being an SS-class mecha. This figure, it's perfect. It can only be viewed from afar. I'm not worthy of it. It's a pity that Zhang Yanqing couldn't find a suitable commander. There's nowhere to utilize this strength of hers. Crap, look guys, Chen Mo went up. Could he provide nuclear energy? Tai pants hot. SSS class commander, I want it too. Looking at the crowd that was flabbergasted, Zhang Chen sat in his mech and slowly spoke. Qin Shou, can I assume that you above the dome are declaring war with the country? With so many mechs and guns pointed at the soldiers, are you sure you're in charge? Wu Yuanfeng, and you, don't think that just because you're attached to above the dome, you don't care about anything. You're a lieutenant colonel. Ask yourself, what contribution have you made to this city? Some time ago, a serious beast fight occurred in the far suburb practice area. I don't believe you didn't receive any news at all. Why didn't I see you piloting a mech over to fight at that time? Today, just for that son of yours who is not good enough to accomplish anything, he openly declared war with the army? I see that you've drifted as an official. Who are you to pick on Chen Mo? In terms of rank, Chen Mo is an SSS-ranked commander. In terms of family and national righteousness, a few days ago, it was he who turned the tide of battle and guarded the stability of the city with his own strength. That son of yours, I think it's all a light beating, and even you, as a father, should be given a good beating. Zhang Chen's words, inside and out, scolded Wu Yuanfeng, Lin Rong and Wu Hao, through and through. The point was, they were still unable to refute a single word. Qin Shou listened to Zhang Chen's words at the back. Seeing that his plan was about to be destroyed by Zhang Chen, he was furious for a while. What are you still waiting for? Get on me, get them killed and snatch all the top-tier machinima. Wu Yuanfeng was scolded by Zhang Chen, and when he heard Qin Shou's order, he instantly became murderous as well. Uncle Chun, should I stay my hand? If I don't leave any survivors, I'll go all out. Before Chen Mo made his move, he asked appropriately. After all, it was related to the high-ranking personnel above the dome, as well as the leaders of the troops, so one had to be cautious in making a move. Leave a survivor. Wu's family is after all a troop official. When the time comes to go to the military court to be convicted, as for Qin Shou, when the time comes to hand it over as well, let's see if we can interrogate something. Okay. Saying that, Chen Mo directly connected into Zhang Yanqing's machine lady system. In the blink of an eye, the Undead Reaper directly headed towards the opposite side and charged up. Under Zhang Chen's command, the vigilantes also followed at the first opportunity, and the two parties fought to a standstill. Chen Mo's target from the beginning to the end was only one, and that was Wu Yuanfeng. Daring to covet his woman, Wu Yuanfeng was simply tired of living and shall not die. A 10-meter-tall Undead Reaper against a 6-meter-tall Reynolds Guard could not be said to be crushed, but it was also without a doubt. Although the Reno Guard was of a slightly lower level, it was equipped with quite a lot of equipment. Chen Mo did not pay attention to the right hand of the Reynolds Guard, slowly rose up a diameter of about 20 centimeters or so of the barrel. See, the mouth of the barrel has begun to smoke rolling smoke. Chen Mo in the center console, crazy operation, hand speed fast to have heavy shadow. For a moment, the Undead Reaper looked like it had flashed, appearing directly in front of the Reno Guards. With a kick, it directly slammed into the Reno Guard's chest. Not everyone had Chen Mo's double mental strength and double speed. The speed of the Undead Reaper was so fast that Wu Yuanfeng and Lin Rong didn't react at all, and were directly sent flying backwards with a kick. For a time, the training ground was flying with dust, and the VPC members who were far away couldn't see what was happening in the swirling dust. And in the flying dust, Reynolds' Guard was kicked by the Undead Reaper and stomped backwards. His knees weakened and fell to the ground. And Wu Yuanfeng inside the mech was even worse. The whole mouth blood sprayed wildly, dyeing the center console red. At this time, the sympathetic system between Wu Yuanfeng and the Renault Guards was heavily damaged. Lin Rong's neuron sensitivity decreased after she transformed into the mech, but she didn't feel much. Just like the middle of her chest had already been dented by the Undead Reaper's kick, and the kinetic energy interface had been severely deformed, but she only felt a vague pain, unlike Wu Yuanfeng, whose entire being was almost gone. Ding! Synchronization rate has dropped to 30%, please disengage the mecha, Commander. Ding! Synchronization rate has dropped to 25%, please disengage the mech, Commander. Ding! Synchronization rate has dropped to 20%. Commander, please disengage the mech. The system warning sound inside the mech, one sound higher than the other, urged Wu Yuanfeng to disengage from the mech. Seeing that Chen Mo manipulated the Undead Reaper to attack once again, Wu Yuanfeng hurriedly forced open the hatch and jumped out of the mech. The Reynolds Guard that had lost its commander lost its energy source and instantly turned into human form. Lin Rong's face was white, the corners of her mouth were oozing stars of blood, her chest was dented, her breathing was intermittent, and she was obviously not lightly injured. From the start of the fight to the end of the fight, it all ended surprisingly so quickly. Lin Rong just couldn't even think of how she lost. Looking at Wu Yuanfeng, who had directly cast her aside and ignored her in the face of danger, Lin Rong had a feeling of lightness for a moment. 10 minutes ago, she was still a high-ranking person above the entire dome. Raising her hand and throwing her feet could decide the life and death of some people, but after 10 minutes, even Wu Yuanfeng, whom she usually looked down upon, dared to roll his eyes at her. For a while, Lin Rong looked at the back of the Undead Reaper with incomparable regret. What kind of monster had she, in the end, provoked? Wu Hao stood at the back, watching his proud father and mother, being beaten by Chen Mo, without any fight, and at that moment, he also froze in place. With his insight, he really didn't understand why his mother, who had spent a huge amount of money to equip so many luxurious accessories, would not even be able to defeat a mecha that was not equipped with anything. It was even pressed to the ground and blasted and hammered. It was surprising that his mother hadn't even used her strongest weapon yet before she was knocked down. Only, without waiting for Wu Hao to think about it, Chen Mo's eyes looked at him again. That murderous look was just fixed on Wu Hao's face, and Wu Hao was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground.
A yellow liquid spread uncontrollably. Chen Mo had indeed moved to kill.
In the love scene, in an honorable competition, he could still think highly of the other party. But if the other party uses this kind of underhanded means, want to rely on the power to separate a pair of lovers, that is really disgusting. Wu Hao should never have moved earth on his Chen Mo's head.
The end of coveting his woman was only death.
What's more, at this time, his father and mother betrayed their motherland and declared war on the Divine Dragon Kingdom's army. Then they had already been labeled as spies. Wu Yuanfeng could not be touched, but Wu Hao was just a minor character.
Color, killing it was just as good as killing it. I told you, I will definitely take your head.
Chen Mo's face was infinitely enlarged in front of Wu Hao's eyes, and then the pain of the lance piercing his chest spread all over his body.
Put!
The undead reaper instantly appeared in front of Wu Hao. His right hand copied the double-headed pointed lance and stabbed forward, easily sending Wu Hao away.
On the other side, Qin Shou's Hades of the Underworld and Zhang Chen's Halberd of the Zhenhai also fought with fervor.
Although both mechs were S-class, Qin Shou's Hades of the Underworld was slightly higher in star level, so much so that Zhang Chen was slightly weaker.
Chen Mo frowned slightly and rushed forward to help.
It should be said that this Underworld King Hades, although its quality wasn't too good, the things it was equipped with were all fat. Chen Mo looked a little greedy. If this was equipped for MS, Xia and Yi Qingcheng, I'm afraid that it could directly raise 2 stars. Above the dome is worthy of being an economic organization, a high-ranking person, such a luxurious equipment, said to buy it. The piece that protrudes from its back alone. That's an artificial kinetic energy core that can't be bought with money on the market. No wonder Qin Shou was able to rank very high in the imperial capital, so I'm sure that Above the Dome had invested absolutely a lot in him. If there was a boost from this thing, at that time, when Chen Mo fainted in the sky, even if Xia Zheng didn't have stored energy, relying on the artificial kinetic energy core, he would still be able to ensure their safe landing. It was also unknown how the hell this person had gotten his hands on it.
It was hard to believe that Above the Dome could still provide a sales channel for this thing? Or perhaps, Above the Dome had already mastered the method of making this thing?
The more Chen Mo thought about it, the more surprised he felt, and the more bizarre he felt. This Above the Dome, it was time to look into it.
Uncle Chen, let me help you.
Chen Mo shouted, saying that he was about to rush up and decapitate Hades, the king of the underworld.
Chen Mo, don't force yourself, you
and Yen Yen haven't formally contracted yet, be careful that you can't fight, this guy is very powerful, Zhang Chen said with some concern.
Mainly, hadn't Chen Mo gone to confront the Reno Guard? How did he have time to come to his side? Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake his head as his afterglow inadvertently looked behind Chen Mo. Oh, what a guy! Where on this battlefield were the figures of the Renault Guards? It was merely a group of remnants spitting blood. On Wu Yuanfeng's side, the most powerful mechs were none other than Lin Rong and Qin Shou's Hades, and the rest of the low-level mechs were able to be dealt with by the maintenance staff. At this moment, Lin Rong had already lost the battle, and in a 2-on-1 situation, there was almost no chance that Hades could win. Chen Mo heard Zhang Chen's reminder and hooked his lips into a smile. He was still certain of handling an S-class mecha. Clang!
The undead reaper's lance slammed towards Hades the underworld king, making a loud clashing sound for a moment. He didn't know what kind of material this mech was made of, but his base state shield was so thick that a strong strike with full force stored up didn't even break his base state shield. Just when Qin Shou swore, thinking that the base state shield could resist all attacks,
Chen Mo quietly unleashed his big move.
The black and yellow lance in his hand emitted a faint glow, his speed increased to the fastest, and the lance was raised above his head. In an instant, it slashed violently downwards. The lance, which was fully charged with energy, had all the energy it could muster for a moment, and it slashed down from Hades, the king of the underworld's head.
Red flame cross chop. Qin Shou's smile instantly froze on his face.
A cross-shaped wound appeared on top of Hades the underworld king's head. It was also the fact that Hades the underworld king's own material had received a huge upgrade to the point that the base state shield was solid enough, or else it was this strike that would have blown Qin Shou's head apart. It was also the first time that Zhang Qinshan had enjoyed Chen Mo's battle from close range, and at this moment, he was also in a daze.
Crap, an SS grade 1 star mech, an SSS grade 1 star commander, even released a big move? Could he have learned this big move a little too quickly? Was this the charm of an SSS ranked commander? To be honest, after experiencing the last beast tide, although Zhang Chen knew that Chen Mo was powerful, he did not know that this guy was actually this powerful. Having just come from afar, Chen Mo arrived almost in the blink of an eye. Just this speed alone made it impossible for people to keep up. San Tian. A man is more powerful than a man, and he's so angry. Hades, the king of the underworld's kinetic connection was severed, and he lost his mobility at that moment. Only the spare energy core on his back was still spinning.
Chen Mo manipulated the undead Reaper to raise his right arm, his lance pointing at Hades, the Underworld King's spare energy core.
Uncle Chen, I can keep this thing alive, but can I remove some equipment from it? Chen Mo looked towards Zhang Chen, with an air of, if you don't let me dismantle it, I'll get him killed. Zhang Chen could not help but laugh breathlessly.
You dismantle it, just leave alive to send him up for interrogation, don't get him killed, I just want the person. Chen Mei heatedly smiled and gently lowered the immobilized king of the underworld Hades in front of him.
Gently, like treating a girlfriend.
This guy's body, everywhere is high-end accessories, is simply a walking accessory box. In case of broken, Chen Mo should really heartache.
After dismantling Hades, Chen Mo dragged Qinsho out of the mech bay.
The connection between Qinsho and Hades had all been severed, and his entire body had been severely injured, so when he was dragged out by Chen Mo, he was almost out of breath. Hades, the king of the underworld, had also instantly transformed back into his human form. Seeing Chen Mo finish dismantling it, Zhang Chen rushed to have someone call an ambulance. Only, in his mind, he still flashed back to Chen Mo's appearance of piloting the mech just now from time to time. Although he had already acquiesced to Chen Mo as his son-in-law long ago, in his impression, this was the first time Chen Mo had piloted Zhang Yanqing.
Logically, there was a process of adaptation between the commander and the mech. But Chen Mo, just now, no matter whether it was the speed or the angle of the attack, it was all perfect and unbelievable, and under the ultra-high-speed movement, he was still able to release the attack so accurately. Was this really something a human could do? An SSS-ranked commander, was he that invincible?
Sure enough, Chen Mo did not let him down, and Nian Nian would count himself as relieved when he handed him over at that time.
Not long after, the sound of an ambulance came from far and near. After arriving at the training ground of the maintenance unit, the ambulance transformed into a humanoid form at the first opportunity. With blood in various parts scattered all over the place, the ambulance lady couldn't help but be scared. What in the world is happening here? Why does it look even more horrifying than doctors performing an operation?
Looking towards the several people whose blood was gushing wildly on the ground, the ambulance lady hurriedly went forward to stop their bleeding, and fixed the broken bones in the meantime.
What are you guys doing? Do all the troops fight this seriously? Playing for real? Crap. Is this Hades, the king of the underworld? The one who ranks in the top 5 in the entire imperial capital? Wow, who did this? It's too brutal, right? Fortunately, it can still be saved.
The ambulance lady spat while rushing to save a few people, fearing that if she was a little late, these people would become corpses. In 3 tries, the several people lying on the ground were wrapped into mummies. There was no way, there were too many injuries, so they could only be wrapped this way. Right at this time, Zhang Yanqing also slowly changed back to human form, and Chen Mo also appeared on the training ground once again.
The ambulance lady looked at Chen Mo's spirited appearance and couldn't help but ask, is this something you did? Looking at the ambiguous winking look of the ambulance son, Chen Mo could not help but follow the poll. Dry? A group of spies, they are also worthy? The ambulance lady's eyes instantly lit up. I'm contributing to the country, clean and innocent Dragon Kingdom people, do you think I'm worthy? Chen froze, never thought that this ambulance is so. In broad daylight Lang Xiankuan dared to say this kind of words, for a time do not know how to return. Just at this time, Zhang Yanqing grabbed Chen Mo's arm. Sister, he already has a girlfriend yo. Chen Mo, I've thought it over, I want to formally contract with you. After disappearing from the training ground, Zhang Yanqing took a deep breath and said to Chen Mo, when I was in the downtown area, I was enamored with the strength that you brought to me. It was a feeling that I had never experienced before. The first time I participated in a battle, the first time I slayed a steel demon beast, in that moment, I was really addicted to it, and I wanted so much to be able to have this kind of ability for my entire life, and to use my strength to serve my country, just like a true warrior. However, just now on the training ground, I suddenly realized that I appreciate you as a person more than the strength you bring to me. I don't deny that I had some prejudice against you before, having one woman and contracting another. And no matter if it's Xia Zhang or Yi Qingcheng, they both love you from the bottom of their hearts. I don't understand it. However, just now, on the training ground, you even went against Wu for Qingcheng without any hesitation, not caring in the slightest about how powerful the forces behind him really are. I don't know if it's because you're too stupid or too deeply in love. I even inexplicably have some heartfelt thoughts, thinking that if there's a day when you can protect me like this as well, then how good it would be. Your calmness on the battlefield, your heart that doesn't panic in the face of a strong enemy, and your out-of-this-world maneuvering made me explode with an unprecedented amount of energy. I'm willing to dedicate my entire life to you. Chen Mo, can you be my commander? Never turn my back. Zhang Yanqing took a deep breath and quietly looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his answer. The SS-class noble mecha had finally found a commander she was satisfied with, and even lowered her noble head for it. Chen Mo's heart shook slightly. He had thought that Zhang Yanqing would definitely come back to find his contract in the end, but he had never thought that it would come so soon. A beautiful and powerful mecha, what man wouldn't love it? What was there to hesitate about? Good. In an instant, Zhang Yanqing transformed into a huge deep-sea nuclear submarine, and the hatch opened to greet Chen Mo. Chen Mo, Zhang Yanqing is about to make a contract. Sympathetic system docking successful. Nervous system matching successful. Kinetic system matching successful. Interaction system matching successful.
Zhang Yanqing sent the contract to Chen Mo, and after the icy beep ended, the contract was also officially completed. Right at this moment, the icy electronic tone resounded in Chen Mo's mind once again.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully contracting your 3rd S-class or above mech. The Commander's exclusive mission panel has been opened. The mission panel will be issuing missions from time to time. Completing the mission will result in massive rewards.
Ding!
Congratulations on receiving 30,000 bonus points.
Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining a curvature engine.
Ding! Congratulations on receiving a special card. Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining a martial arts card. The cold electronic voice sounded for a long time, and every reward made Chen Mo shiver with excitement.
This reward is simply too generous.
And that martial skill card inside, it sounded like it was able to enhance him personally. Previously, Chen Mo thought that it was enough for a commander to be able to pilot a mech well, and it didn't matter if he had any combat skills of his own. However, this afternoon in the downtown, when he was targeted by that steel gorilla, he really regretted it. When there was no mecha around, one's own martial arts skills were something that could really save one's life.
Bullseye. There's also that commander's exclusive mission panel, which will give out missions from time to time. What does that mean? After Chen Mo put away the rewards, he clicked on that extra panel.
Only, the mission panel hadn't refreshed at this point, indicating that the randomized missions hadn't been issued.
Chen Mo could not figure out the function of this panel for a while. Buzz.
After the contract was completed, the hatch of the deep-sea nuclear submarine slowly opened.
Chen Mo walked out from it. Zhang Yanqing also transformed into human form and led Chen Mo to Zhang Chen's office. Zhang Chen sat in front of his desk and looked at the relaxed Chen Mo with a serious expression. You two have already succeeded in your contract? Ha! I, the father, didn't even realize it until now.
In vain, I was still thinking about how to urge you guys to get to know each other, to understand, and my brain was dizzy from thinking about it.
You little brat still laughing? Look at me today. For your sake, I got a hole in my uniform. Chen Mo looked at Zhang Chen's fuming appearance and couldn't help but want to laugh. If this was put before, he might still joke with Zhang Chen. But now, he couldn't. Zhang Chen's identity was no longer just the captain of the maintenance unit, but also his father-in-law. What kind of son-in-law dares to jump in front of his father-in-law?
Especially, Chen Mo had also indentured someone's daughter without Zhang Chen's knowledge. However, Zhang Yanqing on the side was newly married. How could she watch her father tease her husband?
Chirping, she said, Dad, don't you have something to say to Chen Mo? You quickly say it.
Zhang Chen glanced at his daughter with hatred. Alas, a daughter who married out is like a torn little cotton jacket. Although it does keep her warm, it more or less leaks. Chen Mo, after this battle today, Wu Yuanfeng stepping down is probably a nail in the coffin. There shouldn't be any more reversals, and above the dome should have treated them as outcasts as well. This time, you have made a great achievement. I have just reported it as well. I'm afraid that even the top doesn't know what to reward you with.
Good boy, just joining the army, you have made 3 consecutive meritorious achievements. It's worthy of being the person I have my eye on.
Chen Mo scratched his head, and was still a bit embarrassed for a while. This was originally his own personal matter. Who would have thought that the person who provoked him was a hostile force?
This credit, he was still a bit soft in taking it.
Uncle Chen, as you know, this credit is simply a mistake. If it wasn't for Wu Hao messing with my head, I'm afraid there wouldn't have been this later incident.
Brat, contracted my daughter, flip-flopped and disowned her? Still calling uncle? An address that called Zhang Chen's eyebrows straight up. Dad? If you really can't call out, just call Uncle Chen first, I'm teasing you. After a small joke, Zhang Chen's face sank again.
Chen Mo also realized that Zhang Chen was about to say something serious, so he sat up straight as well. When I just reported the situation to my superiors, they revealed a piece of news to me. In fact, above the dome has long been monitored by an official organization, the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps. It's just that because they haven't been revealing themselves, the officials haven't been able to move them, and this time, we've kind of forced their hand. It said that the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps has gathered more than 30 municipalities to link up and start lining up spies from foreign forces throughout the country, and if the mission is successful, the rewards will be extremely high. This time, you helped our Imperial Capital Vigilante Force get the top spot, and the top gave you a big prize straight from the top.
The 100 Battles Mercenary Corps?
Chen Mo had really not heard of this organization at all, thinking that it was an official and very private organization.
As if he knew what Chen Mo wanted to ask, Zhang Chen followed up.
The 100 Battles Mercenary Corps is a national organization established by the official mandate of our country, currently only open to a portion of the population. Those who join the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps are free to form a team and complete the tasks issued by the official authorities. The secrecy of these tasks is very high, but the corresponding rewards are also very generous. Chenmo's entire body was stunned to hear this. Anyway, in short, completing the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps missions, one would be able to obtain a large amount of rewards. Chant.
That's not bad at all.
Now, I'll send you your rewards first. Comrade Chen Mo, in view of the fact that during the Beast Tide operation in the far suburb practice area, you turned the tide of battle with your own strength, single-handedly killing more than 100 flying magical beasts, and defending the safety of the human survival area and the safety of the troopers, you have performed exceptionally well. You are hereby rewarded with $1 billion in cash.
Grade A equipment, Phantom Sound Gun. S-Class equipment, Wind Stabilizing Wings.
After reading it out, Zhang Chen placed a large wooden box in front of Chen Mo.
Wind Stabilizing Wings, mounted on the back of the mech, it allows the mech to have the ability to fly.
Phantom Gun, a medium to short-range weapon that drastically increases the mech's combat power. Chen Mo never thought that this time the reward would be so generous. 2 Finished equipment, this is not something that can be taken down by $1 billion, especially that S-Class Wind Stabilizing Wing. If it is put on the market, I am afraid that it will cause countless people to squeeze their heads and scramble for it.
What's more, Chen Mo now has 3 machine girls to raise. The most lacking is these equipments.
Just as Chen Mo was excitedly preparing to put it away, Zhang Chen's face changed slightly, and he took out another large wooden box from under his desk. That wooden box was in the shape of a long strip, and it looked translucent in color, obviously having been well cared for. With a slightly sunken face, Zhang Chen slowly opened the wooden box, and in an instant, a power, if any, surged out from within the wooden box. Chen Mo had been to the battlefield twice and knew exactly what this felt like.
This was killing chi, a dense and majestic killing aura.
What exactly had this warblade gone through that it contained such a dense killing aura? Even across the width of the table, Chen Mo's heart trembled. At this moment, the surface of the warblade was slightly pitted. Perhaps, back then, it had also been on the battlefield and bathed in the nourishment of blood. Back then, when it shone on the battlefield, did it also carry the pain of the steel behemoth?
At the same time,
the moment he saw the battle knife, Zhang Yanqing instantly froze in place, but in the blink of an eye, he relaxed with relief.
Uncle Chen, this sword?
Chen Mu, this knife is given to you by me in my own name, and it also represents the blessings of Nianqing's mother and I, for the two of you. Saying this, Zhang Chen gently pushed the wooden box forward, and tears actually flickered in his eyes at some point.
Chen Mo looked at the tears in Zhang Chen's eyes and froze for a moment. Uncle Chen, is there a story to this knife? Can you tell it to me? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm ashamed to receive it.
Hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhang Chen's thoughts instantly returned to that beast tied several years ago. This blade is called Annihilation. It was Nian's her mother's equipment, and after attaching the spirit to it, while killing magical beasts, it will also devour the essence of the beasts to evolve automatically, and each time it evolves, it will enhance its firepower by 20%. The way you see it now is already the way it was when it completely returned to its most essential nature. About 8 years ago, Nian her mother and I participated in a war to quell a beast tide that was simply unprecedentedly strong. At that time, it was just in time for my official position to rise all the way up and my strength to rise, and I drifted too far in my youthful exuberance, thinking that with my status as a 3-star S-ranked commander and a fully equipped S-ranked mecha, I would be able to walk sideways in this world. So, when I received the order to go to participate in the war to quell the beast tide, I ended up taking Nian her mom with me. Because of my arrogance and lack of self-importance, a huge blunder occurred, and Nian's her mother's kinetic energy core was directly destroyed, and she could no longer participate in the battle.
The Jinhai halberd that you saw me harnessing today is just a temporary contracted mecha. Speaking here, Zhang Chen's tears completely stopped and dripped down his face. Chen Mo frowned and pondered for a moment before opening his mouth to ask, Uncle Chen, to what extent has Auntie's kinetic energy core been damaged? Does it affect her normal life?
Hearing Chen Mo's question, Zhang Chen raised his head sharply. Over the years, he had brought his wife to all the big and small repair organizations, but no one had the means to repair it until now.
Could it be that Chen Mo had a solution? Yeah, he was an SSS-ranked commander, so maybe there really was a chance. It doesn't affect normal life, it's just that there's no way to switch into vehicle form or mecha form. Chen Mo nodded. Then there is the possibility of being able to repair it, but I have to wait until I see Auntie before I can come to a conclusion. Zhang Chen stood up violently and grabbed Chen Mo's shoulders with both hands. You're serious? You really can? Chen Mo thought about the set of kinetic cores he had removed from Hades, the king of the underworld today, and nodded with certainty. It might not have been possible before, but now, it shouldn't be a problem. Good.
Nian, bring Chen Mo to the house for dinner sometime so your mom can meet him.
Zhang Chen's eyes erupted with a different kind of luster, and he looked at Chen Mo with even more fervor. As a soldier, he knew the despair of not being able to go to the battlefield, the feeling that his heart was in the right place, which would make a soldier feel like a wreck. The fact that his wife could no longer fight alongside her commander because of his mistake was a devastating blow to her. Every time he saw her forlorn look, he felt guilty and hated to replace her. Now that he heard that Chen Mo had a way to repair it, his dying heart came alive once again. Right. There's one more. Didn't we crack down on spies from foreign forces for the first time today? The higher-ups gave you a mega reward. A mech modification store that the previous official got from above the dome, as well as 100 billion whole. What? Chen Mo's entire body felt like it had been struck by lightning, his brain buzzing, not daring to think of such a good thing at all. $100 billion? This wasn't even a grade compared to that billion. There was also a mech modification store. Chen Mo also thought of opening a tuning store after retirement, but the country directly gave him a good deal? The money is there, the store is there, and the mech girl is there. This is not properly takeoff? When he walked out from the maintenance unit, Chen Mo was floating. This couldn't be blamed on his unstable nature, who wouldn't float in the face of such huge rewards one after another, to the extent that, when Chen Mo got into the mech, when he took off and when he landed, he himself did not know. Buzz. The sound of the mech turning off its flame came into his ears, and only then did Chen Mo slowly came back to his senses. Where is this? Zhang Yanqing transformed into her human form and hooked onto Chen Mo's arm. My dear Mr. Commander, we have arrived at our destination. Oh. No. What are we doing here at the hotel? Zhang Yanqing's fiery gaze scratched across Chen Mo's face with an enchanting smile. We have contracted. It's hard not to. Can't we still go to the last step? Looking at Zhang Yanqing's face, which was less than 5 centimeters away from his own, Chen Mo's blood surged for a moment. Old husband has agreed. I'm still grumbling. Dura. The next morning, as the sun rose, Chen Mo was woken up by his cell phone. Squinting his eyes and looking at Zhang Yanqing, who was still sleeping beside him, Chen Mo quickly dressed and walked to the restroom. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Chen Mao? On the opposite side was a girl with a sweet voice. Yes, and you are? I'm from the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps of the Imperial Capital District. We're having a party this weekend. On one hand, it's for comrades who don't have a contract yet, to recommend each other. On the other hand, it's also for our comrades in the Imperial Capital District to get to know each other. This year, we recruited quite a lot of newcomers, so it will be easier for all of us to do a team mission together at that time. Mr. Chen Mo, during the weekend, do you have time to come? The sweet voice came slowly, causing Chen Mo's sleepless snooze to run away. Can go. I will definitely go then. Chen Mo was instantly energized. One must know that as an official organization, the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps must be filled with people of high standing, or at least their family background must be clean. Moreover, for this gathering, it was surprising that many newcomers without contracts would also be invited, so wouldn't that mean that he would have another chance? How could this not be happy? At that time, in case he met a suitable machinima, he might actually be able to add a fierce general to his squad for the national competition. Then, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the weekend, you can just arrive on time. Yo! Back in the room. Chen Mo was no longer sleepy, and looking at Zhang Yanqing who was still asleep and showed no signs of waking up at all, Chen Mo walked to the edge of the sofa and sat down. In addition to those readily available equipment rewarded by the troops, the contracting of the 3rd S rank or above mech also gave him a very generous reward. Entering the commander's panel, Chen Mu directly took out that martial skill card from the commander's warehouse. In an instant, it was as if an incomparably subtle information had suddenly appeared in Chen Mo's mind, and his spiritual power wrapped around it, slowly absorbing its contents. The moment those information were finished being absorbed, Chen Mao's consciousness was directly transmitted to a fighting arena. Moreover, the moment Chen Mao appeared, all the magical beasts within the arena instantly pounced towards him. In an instant, Chen Mao was torn into pieces. However, in the next second, Chen Mao stood in the arena intact again. Chen Mao hadn't reacted at this point, so, once again, he was turned into pieces. Back and forth, endlessly. Chen Mordecai himself did not know how many times this situation had been repeated. All he knew was that he was torn apart again and again, and emerged intact again and again. Same place, same enemies. Endless killing. No fancy moves at all, every punch, every kick running towards death. Pure tight-fisted killing, pure murderous aura outward. Again and again and again. Chen Mo could not feel any fatigue, but the feeling of close combat was like a bit by bit engraved into his bones and blood. From being instantly killed in the beginning, to holding on for 5 seconds, holding on for 10 seconds, holding on for half a minute. In the end, Chen Mo unexpectedly persisted for an entire hour amongst this group of berserk magical beasts. With his physical strength reaching its limit and his mental strength about to be exhausted, Chen Mo felt that he would be torn apart again in the next second.
However, strangely enough, in this instant, all the magical beasts in the entire field disappeared.
It's finally over.
The moment the magical beasts disappeared, Chen Mao's legs went limp and he paralyzed on the ground.
He really couldn't do it anymore.
If he held on for a little while longer, he would have lost his human body. A white light flashed in front of Chen Mo's eyes, and his spiritual power instantly retreated, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the hotel's sofa.
Chen Mo looked up at the watch hanging on the wall. Only 5 minutes had passed.
And just now, he had spent what seemed like years and decades in the space of consciousness. Touching the arm that had just been dislodged, it was as if all that had just happened was a dream, all the soreness and pain, all of it, had disappeared. However, Chen Mo's stature had obviously become a bit leaner and stronger. Before, Chen Mo's height was 183, his weight was only 70 kilograms, and he looked tall and thin, with a feeling of weakness. And at this time, Chen Mo's muscles obviously bulged, but it didn't look like a bullfrog, and the abdominal muscles on his stomach, like thin chocolate, were refined and full of explosive power.
In just 5 minutes, it's like I've spent centuries. The harvest is quite good.
Chen Mei swung out a fist towards the air, and his fist actually stirred up a hunting wind sound for a split second. It was evident that although the Colosseum just now was in the space of consciousness, the battles that he had experienced were practically engraved in his body.
Although as a commander, the biggest dependence was his own mech.
However, there was no way for anyone to guarantee that the commander would not be around when his mech was not around, and at that time, only by grasping his strong power himself could he fight his way out when his life depended on it. Subsequently, Chen Mo then used up that special card in the system warehouse.
Buzz. A golden light instantly enveloped Chen Mo.
The familiar color, the familiar feeling, caused Chen Mo's spirit to tremble. One should know that the first time he purchased a special card, it was this golden light that erupted at that time, and subsequently, he obtained the first great move in his life, which he could not only use on himself, but also commanded the machine girl to use, allowing his strength to increase by a large margin. I didn't expect his luck to be so good that the second time he used a special card, it was another top-tier card.
Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining the empowerment skill, Beyond the Fear of Death. Beyond Fear of Death fires a beam of light that pierces the first enemy it hits. If that enemy's life value falls below a certain threshold, that enemy will be directly executed. Fear of Death, Commander can perform this skill independently, and it has the effect of protecting his body and life. Beyond Fear of Death, Commander can use this skill in conjunction with a contracted mecha, increasing the power of the skill by 100%. Beyond Fear of Death, Commander can use this skill in conjunction with a contracted mecha. Beyond the Fear of Death, Commander can forcibly land on an uncontracted nymph, forcibly controlling the nymph to perform a skill. The power of the skill will be halved. The electronic voice reminded Chen Mo of the precautions, and Chen Mo quietly listened while feeling the inheritance of the move. After several minutes, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes full of surprise.
Wouldn't this skill be a bit too strong? An enemy whose life value reached a certain level would be directly executed.
If this was on the battlefield, when facing a powerful magical beast, if it was on its before dying, with the idea of dying together, detonating itself, this move can directly lock the magical beast, and will directly execute it. This is not a matter of probability, this is 100% can be executed. Just like the name of this move, it really was a fear that surpassed death.
So damn strong.
At that time, empowering all three of them with this move, at that time, no matter which mech it is, it will have the ultimate move that can protect itself. Too fierce, really too fierce. Thinking of this, Chen Mei called up his commander panel.
Chen Mo, SSS Class Commander. Current Commander Level, 2-star.
Energy Core, Qi Yuan can provide all types of energy.
Biokinetic Energy Conversion Rate, 100%. Biokinetic Energy Conversion Rate, 100%. Possible Packed Mecha Types, all. Currently contracted fighters, SS-Class Deep-Sea Nuclear Submarine, S-Class Firecarp, S-Class Ice Phoenix. Currently contracted fighters, SS-Class Deep-Sea Nuclear Submarine, S-Class Firecarp, S-Class Ice Phoenix. Current skills, Accessory Replacement, Accessory Upgrade, S+ Combat Skills. Commander's exclusive skill, Close Combat Technique. Enabling skills, Red Flame Crosscut, Beyond the Fear of Death. Existing accessories, Curvature Engine *1, S-Class Battleblade Annihilation, S-Class Wind Stabilizing Wings, A-Class Phantom Sound Gun, External Kinetic Energy Nucleus New *1. Commander Points, 37,544. Total Assets, 120 billion. Chen Mo looked at the panel that was twice as long as it was at the very beginning and exclaimed, "Good guy." In just half a month's time, Chen Mo's attributes had almost changed radically. The most important thing was that his commander rank, with the addition of double spirit power, double speed and close combat technique, had been upgraded to 2 stars. This was the point that surprised Chen Mo the most. As for the rest, Chen Mo's heart was roughly in the right place. As for those points, Chen Mo was not ready to move. After all,
the rewards he received today were already generous enough, there was no need to continue drawing.
Wait for some time, then make the enhancement.
After taking a quick shower and coming out, Zhang Nianqing had also gotten up, and seeing Chen Mo returning, he purposely stretched out a huge waist.
Wait for me to wash up, I'll send you home in a while. Ha! You woman is really ruthless, abandoning me so soon? Chen Mo flirted with a look of urgency.
I still have 3 mitts to repair today, I'll accompany you next time I have time. Saying that, Zhang Nianqing quickly walked towards the restroom and thunderously finished washing up.
By the way, Chen Mao, when you want to receive a mission from the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps at that time, be sure to notify me. I'll accompany you to complete the mission. At that time, let Sister Yi also teacher Xia come along. Chen Mo laughed softly. Good.
The loss that Zhang Nianqing was holding back within her heart instantly disappeared cleanly.
In this way, she would also be able to be with Chen Mo all the time, and could be considered legitimate. Sunday.
Chen Mo had spent the past 2 days at school, the maintenance unit and home, running back and forth in a 3-point line.
He was really a bit overtired.
So much so that when he woke up from his nap, it was noon. Chen Mei just got up and washed up, deliberately dressed more handsome than usual.
Because, this afternoon, he was going to attend the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps party. After all, it was the first time they met, and it was still vital to leave a good impression on everyone. After going out to eat, the time was almost 2 o'clock. Only, because today, Ms. Xia, Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Nianqing were all absent, so Chen Mo could only have no choice but to go and take the bus. Looking at the traffic coming and going on both sides of the road, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the bus that fell down to protect the passengers when the battle happened in the city center that day. To be honest, that bus sister was indeed righteous. Even in such a dangerous moment, the first thing that came to mind was the passengers. However, later on, Chen Mo also watched the news. That bus sister, although she was seriously injured at that time, but the good thing was that she was treated in time, and her life was not in danger. After that battle, the bus company also gave her the best welfare treatment. She was exempted from all maintenance costs, and also helped her to replace all the old equipment in the car with new ones. To put it mildly, it was a blessing in disguise. Previously, Chen Mo still felt that the bus was more or less a bit diabolical, however, now he had sort of changed his mind. At least, there is no longer a sense of contempt before. The route of the bus was still the same route as last time. Only, this time, there were no more magical beasts that jumped out to annoy people. The city center of the imperial capital was still as busy and lively as ever, and the further into the city center one went, the more high-grade vehicles there were. The S-Class supercars that were usually rarely seen, here, they were simply counted in abundance. Ferraris are entry-level supercars here. Bugatti Veyron, Koenigsegg, Silber, and Pagani
were lined up on the side of the road like a car show, quietly waiting for their commanders.
The meeting place of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps was being held in the highest-end entertainment place in the city center.
Especially some of the stronger commanders, or the rich kids with status and position and money, would often come here to relax and unwind when they were stressed. Only the night was the most lively time here, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there were not very many people here. Chen Mo walked all the way to the party's special room. He thought that he had already come very early, however, before he came, there were already quite a few people sitting on the seats. The attendants in the special venue were all machine nymphs, and while acting as attendants, they also took care of the function of defending security, and a large portion of the people present were commanders of these machine nymphs.
Hello, I'm Chen Mei.
There was no invitation for this gathering. After all, it was a relatively niche gathering, and everyone only needed to report their name to get in.
The moment Chen Mo reported his name, the machinima in charge of personnel inspection at the main entrance lit up with wild eyes. For a while, she actually blushed a little red with excitement. This was the famous SSS-class commander Chen Mo.
In just half a month of entering the maintenance force, he had made 3 successive meritorious achievements, and had even apprehended the spy on top of the dome for the first time. It was no wonder that the security nymph had such a look on her face.
Chen Mo ignored the blush on the security nymph's face and walked into the chamber with large strides.
Looking at the private room that was so large that he did not dare to imagine it, Chen Mo could not help but be shocked. The lights on the ceiling were bright, reflecting the entire private room glittering, like a glittering palace, noble and upscale. Inside the bar, a few handsome little brothers couldn't stop shaking the mixer in their hands, performing fancy mixing techniques, and in less than 3 minutes, a cocktail was served on the table. The huge dance floor, at this time because there is no music, so there is no one dancing, it seems empty. Behind the stage there was a small stage that came out 1 section high, so I guess that's where the speeches were made when the time came. As for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, they were all audience seating, and it was not known if so many people would be invited to this gathering, and if so many seats could be filled. TSK, is this the rich man's revelry? It's also too luxurious. Chen Mo could not help but sigh. Ding! The ringing of his cell phone instantly brought Chen Mo from his shock. Hubby,
Are you here yet? I just arrived. Coming, I'll pick you up. It was a message from Xia Zhang. For this gathering, Chen Mo thought about it and brought his machinima alone. It was only that Zhang Yanqing still had a few mechs to repair. Yi Qingchang was also too busy to leave in the far outskirts of the leveling area, and there was only Xia Xing, who was on a school vacation and didn't have much to do. Therefore, when Chen Mo invited her, she agreed very quickly. Hubby. The moment she saw Chen Mo, Xia Zhang excitedly jogged over. In the past 2 days, Chen Mo was busy with his school studies and running to the maintenance unit. He was so tired that his body was a bit overdrawn, so he hadn't been to Xia Zhang's house for several days. A woman in love is always like 3 autumns after 1 day's absence, and after a few days of not seeing Chen Mo, Xia Xing was dying of longing for him. Chen Mo opened his hands and hugged Xia Zhen, who was jogging over, into his arms. On the contrary, Xia Zhen, like a scared little rabbit, poked his head to look left and right, afraid of being noticed by others. Just as Chen Mo pulled Xia Zhen to find a seat and sat down, a group of people bustled in outside the door. Looking at the young faces, Chen Mo did not need to think to know that these must be the new students recruited by the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps this year. It was also the first time they had seen such a luxurious mega private room, so much so that their eyes were glittering with envy. Xia Zhang had just gotten up to go to the restroom on the front foot, and on the back foot, there was a girl dressed up in a flamboyant manner, pulling out a chair and sitting beside Chen Mo. Handsome guy, mind sharing a table? The girl's eyes curved in a smile, and the dimples on her lips looked like they were full of spirits, making people drunk for a moment. With this look, with this smile, one would think that even if she wasn't the school flower, she was one of the top few girls in the school in terms of beauty. Only, Chen Mo did not recognize her. It should not be from their school. Don't mind, have a seat. As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, she saw the girl's smile grow even wider as she inclined her head and shouted. Sisters, come quickly, he agreed. Chen Mo froze slightly and looked in the direction the girl inclined her head. Good fellow. 5 or 6 girls were sitting together in 2s and 3s, and when they heard the girl call out to them, they didn't hesitate to get up at the same time and walk towards this side. Is this peach blossom blooming for me? The expression on Chen Mo's face changed slightly, and for a moment he did not know whether he should be happy or not. Just at this time, the lights in the center of the stage fiercely lit up. A gorgeous baritone voice rang out, Dear comrades, good afternoon everyone. The host of this party stood on the stage holding the microphone, his gaze looking towards all the guests present. I wonder who is the star that everyone is most looking forward to tonight. Who is it? Luo Dai. Luo Dai. Luo Dai. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. For a moment the entire private room instantly and automatically split into 2 streams of voices. The boys shouted out the names of their goddesses. The girls, on the other hand, were also unwilling to be left behind, their voices rising in waves. Then let's, right now, have these 2 comrades come on stage, shall we? Good. Yes. Good. Just as the cheers and shouts were about to topple the ceiling, 2 lights lit up from the center of the stage, hitting Chen Mo and Luo Dai straight on their bodies. Chen Mo was confused, and for a moment, he looked towards Luo Zhen, who was also illuminated by the light on the second floor. Coincidentally, Luo Dai also looked at Chen Mo at this time. For a moment, the 2 men's eyes met in the air, each seeing some confusion in the other's eyes. Together, 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 together. I don't know who started it, but the entire room actually started shouting in unison at the same time. Crap, is this a party or a blind date meeting? How did these people know that I'm Chen Mo? As if they had heard Chen Mo's self-talk, the few girls beside him said towards him, Comrade Chen Mo, you're the only SSS-ranked commander in our imperial capital this year. I'm afraid the entire imperial capital knows about you. Right. Your picture has been spreading like wildfire on the internet for a long time now, and I've even printed out an oversized poster and pasted it on my bedside. Comrade Chen Mo, quickly go up there, hurry up and go to the contract with Luo Dai. You guys are so talented, you really match well. The girl beside him, her eyes were full of little red love hearts. Chen Mo sighed helplessly. No wonder all these little girls were moving towards his side, so they already knew who he was. Together, 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 together. Seeing that Chen Mo did not move, the cheers in the arena became even louder. For a time, the enthusiastic atmosphere completely enveloped the entire arena. Even these young sisters beside Chen Mordecai also came together to applaud and cheer. The only SSS-ranked commander in the imperial capital this year, and the SS Plus ranked Heavenly Vault Battle Voice. The man was handsome, the woman was beautiful. Same age, same region. This was simply a fairy tale prince with a princess, a damn good match. Only, in the midst of the crowd's cheering, there was a man standing in the darkness with a gloomy face, his eyes staring tightly at Chen Mo, itching to skin him. Chen Mo was feeling the spotlight at the moment, completely unaware that someone had locked onto him. Chen Mo tilted his head and looked away from Luo Zhen. Luo Dai's face had no expression,
and her 360-degree face looked even cooler and more noble under the spotlight. She just stood in the ordinary crowd, but seemed to be glittering with light, giving people a feeling of standing out from the rest. Really beautiful. No wonder it was possible to make an SS-class commander wait a whole year for her. Chen Mo was secretly marveling over here, while Luo Dai, who was on the opposite side, was also sizing up Chen Mo at this moment. 1.8 meters or so tall, with a robust figure, and a smile on his face that, although debauched and unruly, didn't give people a feeling of disgust.
Some time ago, the guy who made a great achievement, was he the one?
But this guy was not her cup of tea, philandering and prodigal, entangled with several women, and she didn't know what method he used, but he was able to contract 3 machine nymphs at the same time. All in all, not a good person. Thinking of this, Luo Dai hurriedly withdrew her gaze. No longer looking at Chen Mo, she also blocked out the cheers of the people around her.
Come, let's have the two of you walk onto the stage.
The host's voice rang out once again, and the audience under the stage instantly erupted in applause. For a moment, Chen Mo felt as if he was a big star, a thief with a rowdy face. In the midst of the applause and cheers, Chen Mo slowly moved towards the stage and walked over. Flowers, applause, cheers, and the attention of all the beautiful women present, Chen Mo was undoubtedly the brightest star of tomorrow tonight.
Tonight, Chen Mo was held by everyone on the throne. All the glory was at his feet.
Only, there was an old saying that went like this:
don't bow your head, the crown will fall. The higher you fly, the worse you fall. How much glory Chen Mo received today, how much spurning would inevitably follow if Chen Mo failed in the coming days. Glory is a double-edged sword. If you are strong it will make you shine, if you are weak it will destroy you. Accompanied by cheers, Chen Mo walked onto the stage.
At the same time, on the other side of the stage, Luo Jin also walked up. As Luo Dai approached, an ethereal fragrance reached Chen Mo's nostrils. Right at the moment when the two of them walked to the center of the stage at the same time, a flash of light instantly erupted from underneath the stage. Click click click. The shutter sounds of cameras were endless. Only, Luo Zhan's gaze never landed on Chen Mo once more, which made Chen Mo somewhat lost. He was at least the only SSS-ranked commander that had awakened in the imperial capital this year, so even if Luo Dai wasn't warm towards him, there was no need for him to be so indifferent, right? However, this kind of loss passed in an instant. He, Chen Mo, wasn't money, and not everyone could like him the first time they met him. What's more, he now had 3 beautiful wives, so there was no need to lose his head over a woman who didn't look up to him. The big deal was that he just didn't contract her. Was she the only SS plus grade in the world? Right after the two stood in the center of the stage, a banner was instantly pulled up on the stage. Congratulations to student Chen Mo and Luo Yan, awakening to become the highest rank in the imperial capital this year. At the same time, the beautiful staff who had been waiting for half a day under the stage delivered flowers to the two of them. Just as Chen Mo felt embarrassed and could not wait to pick out a 3-room apartment with his feet, another beautiful woman came up.
Comrade Chen Mo, this is for you, congratulations. Comrade Luo Dai, this is for you, congratulations.
There's 100 million in this card, although it's not a lot of money, but it's also a piece of our 100 battles mercenary corps. I hope that you guys can have greater achievements in the future, and fight for the glory of the country.
Oh, the moment the money arrived, Chen Mo's feeling of embarrassment disappeared in an instant.
If he was always this embarrassed and always had money to take, he could hold on to it for the rest of his life. Although the money wasn't much, only 100 million, but a mosquito's leg was also meat, who would mind less money? Wow, doing nothing, you can get $100 million in bonuses for nothing.
Ha, if you're capable you take it too, if you're an SSS ranked commander. I'm just saying, if I had that kind of ability, would I still be sitting here?
The audience under the stage, when they heard that the prize money amounted to $100 million, exclamations of surprise and comments resounded throughout the venue. After handing out the rewards, Chen Mo walked off the stage and returned to his seat. The group of little girls who shared the table with him instantly surrounded him, like a group of little fangirls, looking at Chen Mo's eyes, full of longing. With beautiful women surrounding him, how could Chen Mo refuse? And for a while, the fight was hot. When Luo Dai returned to her position, she saw Chen Mo sigh for a group of women. One hated to stick to Chen Mo, and couldn't help but frown.
To be honest, Chen Mo was really outstanding.
Regardless of strength or talent, he was a superior choice for a commander. Especially since he had just joined the VPF and had made great achievements one after another, his future could be considered immeasurable. It wasn't that Luo Yan hadn't considered Chen Mo, and he was even a bit biased towards him in his selfishness. Especially when she saw Chen Mo with her own eyes today, she felt that Chen Mo was suitable.
However, this year, nationwide, a total of 7 SSS rank commanders had awakened.
Moreover, Wei Bin, the SSS rank school grass commander of their school last year, had been waiting for her as early as last year. Her choices were, to say the least, quite numerous. Before this gathering, she had actually already come into contact with a few of them. Her family, too, was doing the most rigorous comparison amongst the commanders. Chen Mo, despite being the most handsome and having the brightest future, was also the first to be eliminated. There was no other reason, it was because he had contracted 3 permanent machine girls one after another.
That alone was enough for him to be eliminated. How could someone who couldn't be single-minded and consistent with his mecha girls be worth entrusting?
Just look at him now, he's already contracted 3 machinima and now he's still hooking up. A man who can't even resist the female color is destined to never become a great man. Luo Jin couldn't help but roll her eyes.
She was an SS plus grade machine maiden. She was only one step away from being SSS ranked, and in the future, she was bound to become a world-famous battle maiden.
Her other half must be the best man in the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom, and there must be only one woman for her.
Chen Mo? Luo Dai shook her head.
Let's forget about this person, they were not destined to cross paths.
Just at this time, the host's voice sounded again.
Friends, today, in fact, besides Chen Mo and Luo Dai, we have also invited a heavyweight guest. Guess, who is it? For a moment, the entire room froze.
Who is it? Are there any newcomers in our empire this year? What if it's an old man? An old man? From last year? It can't be Wei Bin, can it? That would be too embarrassing. Ha 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 ha.
The chatter grew louder and louder, and the host snapped as he heard a certain name.
That's right. He's our last year's schoolboy of the Imperial Mecha University, Comrade Wei Bin. Use your loudest applause, cheers, and welcome him. Crap. It was really Wei Bin. For a while, the screams from the scene were practically toppling the roof.
The crowd that had just been shouting that Chen Mo and Luo Dai were together were all smiles of urgency at this moment. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. As the host's voice fell, the spotlight snapped on, shining down to the bottom of the stage, in an inconspicuous corner. A man no lower than Chen Mo slowly walked onto the stage. Under the illumination of the lights, the man's high nose, resolute eyes, and the knife-sharpened jawline made him look extremely manly. His half-length hair was gently resting on his forehead, fresh and sharp. Worthy of being the last school grass, the moment Wei Bin showed up, the cheers under the stage didn't stop.
Wei Bin, I love you. Wei Bin, I love you.
Luo Yan's ears echoed with the host's voice, and the moment she saw Wei Bin, her entire face changed. Not only did the people here not expect it, she also didn't expect Wei Bin to come today. Although Wei Bin's scandal with her was spreading like they were already privately engaged. But, in fact, Luo Dai and Wei Bin could only be described as acquaintances, and they didn't even speak in private. When Luo Dai went to college, Wei Bin was 1 year older than her, and from the time she entered the school, Wei Bin became her most loyal dog. On the road to create a variety of chance encounters, even if you know Luo Dai will lose, or will buy her breakfast every day.
So until the 4th year of college, Wei Bin awakened the SS class commander.
The moment he awakened, he announced that he would wait for Luo Jin, and even if Luo Jin finally awakened in F-class mecha, he would still contract with her. To be honest, Luo Jin was really touched at that time. She had even thought about accepting Wei Bin's contract application after awakening, no matter what the grade was. However, slowly, she began to realize that something was wrong. Obviously she hadn't awakened yet, and obviously she had almost no contact with Wei Bin. But in the eyes of the outside world, Wei Bin's name had been engraved on her body, and it was as if she had climbed high above the SS-ranked Wei Bin. The growing rumors were simply too much for her to bear. Just as her best friend ran up to her and asked her if she was really settling down privately with Wei Bin. It was only then that Luo Yan suddenly realized that she seemed to have fallen into a big invisible net. Wei Bin had used his identity as an SS-class commander to fabricate a big net that only she, who was in the middle of it, could feel. On the other side, Chen Mo looked at the cheering crowd and couldn't help but look at the little beauties who were sharing the table with him. Why don't you guys shout along? Isn't he handsome? As if they had agreed to do so, these little girls looked at Wei Bin without a trace of excitement, with a feeling that it was not a matter of concern. You, an SSS-ranked commander, is sitting in front of us, so what's there to see in an SS rank? That's right, the rank isn't as high as yours, and his looks aren't as handsome as yours, so what's the point of looking at him? Listening to this, Chen Mo could not help but feel secretly happy. This was really exciting to hear. Which man would refuse a woman's gaze of admiration? I shouldn't say, this Wei Bin is saying that non-Luo Yan doesn't want it, but isn't this pure moral abduction? People Luo Yan didn't agree to be with him, also didn't ask him to do anything, he made a big fuss everywhere publicizing non-people don't want, make the whole world know, then people Luo Yan don't contract with him, as if it is still people's fault. That first girl Rin Jujia who accosted Chen Mo, spat out in a bad mood. That's right, I see that this man is also unsettled. You guys guess, this party today, is it because the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps specially invited him, or did he himself have to come? That's hard to say, according to his temperament, I seriously doubt that he intentionally wanted to come and force Luo Dai to marry him today in a scene with so many people. You guys think this year Luo Dai herself awaken SS plus grade mecha, when the machine lady picks a commander, she would have picked a grade higher, and this year there are 7 SS grade commanders awakened, so it can be imagined, Luo Dai is estimated to have picked her eyes, SS grade Wei Bin. It is simply impossible to get into her eyes, even if Luo Dai is willing to do so, their Luo family won't agree to it either. Crap! I suddenly feel as if this is a big game of chess. Chen Mo sat on the side, listening to the girls spewing out their righteous indignation. He couldn't help but nod in his heart. These little girls were quite thorough in their readings. The hearts of people were unpredictable. This Wei Bin was not simple. Gentlemen. On the stage, Wei Bin took over the microphone, his clear baritone voice slowly rang out. Today, I am honored to be invited to this gathering and to meet you all on such an occasion. You should all be younger than me, so if you don't mind, you can call me Brother Bin. Listening to Wei Bin's speech on the stage, Chen Mei breathlessly rolled his eyes. Just as he wanted to urinate, he suddenly heard a commotion on the stage. Chen Mo turned his head to see that the spotlight in the middle of the stage was focused on Luo Zhan upstairs. Immediately afterward, Wei Bin, who was on the stage, said with deep emotion, I came here today, not only for the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps, but also for her, my girl. Wei Bin's eyes looked towards Luo Dai upstairs, his smile gentle and warm, like the warm sun in winter. Luo Dai had never been in love, and faced with such a confession, she panicked for a moment. At the same time, throughout the hall, all the spectators were all excited and chanted once again. Contract, contract, together, together, contract, contract. Chen Mo had an expression of unconcernedness, and after thinking about it, he decided to urinate. This kind of scene that was in the name of love but was full of calculations was just a little too much for him to watch. However, just at this time, the cold electronic tone in his mind violently rang out. Ding! Detected that someone has stolen your thunder, now releasing the commander's mission panel, the first mission. Sabotage Wei Bin's confession and bring the focus of this scene back to you. Mission success, you will receive 10,000 points and a physique enhancement card. Mission failure, you will be awarded the title of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Is there a need to think about such a choice? This mission, just complete it. If it cannot be completed, know if it is. While Chen Mo was receiving his mission, Luo Zhan, over there, was again surrounded by the crowd as he walked onto the stage. Wei Bin looked at Luo Dai who was close at hand, his face full of deep emotion. Dai, I'm really happy to see you again. Congratulations, finally becoming what you want to be, finally standing on this stage as this year's highest-ranked machine lady in the imperial capital. I'm really proud of you. I believe that one day in the future, you will definitely be able to become the best battle nymph in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. I hope that on your way to becoming the most outstanding battle heim of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, you will also be able to have my figure. Although I know that a year is enough time to change a lot, and you will have more and better choices, but here today, I still want to gather the courage to confess to you like I did last year. Dai, this day, I've been waiting for 380 whole days. Are you willing to become the only contracted mechanic lady in this life for me, Wei Bin? Wei Bin's gaze was hot, and because he was overly excited, his voice was a little choked. The mist in his eyes reflected the glitter of his eyes, making people involuntarily fall into his gentle vortex. The audience under the stage, at this time, was moved to the tip of their noses. Oh, Wei Bin is really so affectionate, being loved by such an affectionate man for so long, that is, a heart of stone should also be turned into 10,000 strands of tenderness, right? So touching, my commander has never loved me so much. I don't know why, I really want to shed tears when I see others happy. Wei Bin's deep love didn't just move all the audience present. Accepting Wei Bin's deep love storm face to face, Luo Zhan, who had never been in love before, her entire body turned red with shyness. In an instant, all the pros and cons of all put aside, eyes and heart, all by this grand and passionate confession filled. Did Wei Bin love her to this extent? Perhaps the rank of commander is not the only way to judge a person. Perhaps, she could try to give Wei Bin a chance? For a while, Luo Dai thought of countless reasons to excuse Wei Bin. The audience under the stage was in high spirits at this time, frantically calling for Wei Bin. Contract, contract, contract. Together, together, together. This further overwhelmed Luo Dai, who was ready to open her mouth to agree to his confession right then and there. Just as Luo Dai's emotions were out of control and his sanity was completely lost, a bellowing voice suddenly rang out from the stage. I'm not willing. Seeing that Luo Dai had already fallen, Chen Mo, at the behest of his mission, violently stood up and bellowed towards the stage. His voice seemed incomparably abrupt in this moment filled with happiness. It was even louder than the cheers of the audience, as if it was trying to completely break up this cozy mood. For a moment, it didn't matter if it was the entire audience, or the host who was in tears on the stage, or the two parties who were at the scene of the confession. All of them were looking towards the source of the explosive sound with a confused expression. Even though Chen Mo had already prepared himself for the attention of the audience, he still couldn't help but blush at this moment. How embarrassing. The entire venue instantly became quiet, and everyone present looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled expression. In their hearts, they could not help but spit out a burst of words.
Isn't this the SS ranked Chun MO? He doesn't agree when people confess their love? What makes him unwilling? It's not like he's confessing to him? What the hell? Is it possible that Chun Mo and Luo Dai were pretending not to know each other well on stage?
Maybe they secretly hooked up behind their backs a long time ago.
Hey, then isn't this a love triangle? Crap, big melon, too exciting.
Suddenly jumping out of a program, Wei Bin was also in a daze at this time. At the very beginning when Luo Dai and Chen Mo went on stage together to receive the award, he was already very jealous. At this time the confession that had been prepared for a long time was interrupted by Chen Mo. Wei Bin's eyes narrowed, and he instantly got up a killing intent. Just now he clearly saw Luo Dai was moved by him, almost cried, "Give him another minute of time." No, as long as half a minute, 10 seconds, Luo Dai will agree with him. However, at this moment, it all came to nothing. Luo Dai's eyes were clearly focused again. Wei Bin was now simply furious and wanted to kill. As for Luo Jin, who was standing opposite him, her out-of-control feelings were directly interrupted, her sanity gradually returned, and her eyes gradually became clear. She twisted her head to look at Chen Mo under the stage, and for a moment, she was a little surprised to know, before this, she and Chen Mo were just a distant glance before the awards started.
What was the significance of Chun Mo jumping out now to interrupt this confession? Could it be that he had fallen in love with her at first sight? This man, indeed, is an unreliable playboy who loves one at first sight. You're the only one in the imperial capital who awakened to become an SSS-ranked commander this year, Chen Mo, aren't you? I'm confessing my love to Dai. What's the point of you not wanting to?
Wei Bin clenched his fists and slowly pressed down that murderous intent at his chest as he questioned towards Chen Mo.
What's the use of my unwillingness? There's nothing to be gained by my unwillingness. I'm just saying that I'm unwilling, can't I?
You confessed to Luo Jin, whether she is willing or not is her business. What's it got to do with me? Chen Mo shrugged and spread his hands, as if he couldn't understand what Wei Bin was saying.
Then what the hell are you jumping out for now? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?
Looking at Chen Mo's bitchy look, Wei Bin's fire shot straight to the top of his head. That killing intent that had been suppressed with great difficulty was instantly galvanized again. For a moment, he didn't pretend to be a gentleman anymore, and the curse words came out of his mouth.
Explain? I'll explain your grandma's spiral inflection fart.
Logically speaking, this is your private matter, and it has nothing to do with me, and I really shouldn't say anything.
But what day is today? Today is the day that everyone celebrates Laozi's awakening as an SSS-ranked commander. Laozi is the brightest figure at this party. Why do you think you have to come out and get involved? Do you know that this makes me lose face? Didn't your mom teach you not to steal other people's thunder when you go out? It's easy to get beaten up. Furthermore, I just can't stand to see this hypocritical look of yours, pretending as if you were so deeply in love, you were so damn close to writing calculations on your brain. You fucking made such a mess last year, putting people at the center of public opinion, and you're doing it again this year? You want to confess on a good confession, so that people see your sincerity, find a quiet place to put their own adoration of the details to her to listen to, so that I also respect you are a man, can bend and can stretch. As a result, you have to be in such a public occasion, in front of hundreds of people to confess your love. With all due respect, are you forcing a marriage? Are you morally kidnapping Luo Dai so that she has to accept your confession? Brother, can you be a human being? Using this kind of calculation on a little girl, you don't know how to be ashamed. I'm even ashamed for you. What's more, you're just a broken SS-ranked commander, confessing to someone else's SS plus ranked machinima. Are you worthy of it? Whether it's her family or her talent, Luo Yan is not even half a star better than you, so how can you have the nerve to stick it to her? If I were you, I would have hid far away, afraid that people would say that I'm eating a woman's soft rice, but you're still licking your face to get in front of her? You go back to your mother's womb to practice for another 100 or 80 years before you say it, really. If you really love her, you wouldn't be here to stop her from running to someone better. 7 SSS class commanders this year, are they blind or brain dead that they have to choose you? That abacus playing, I heard it even sitting here. What a damn shame. Chen Mei knows, in the moment he stood up to destroy the confession, he and Wei Bin have been immortal. Today either Chen Mei was hit in the face, or Wei Bin was hit in the face. This ending will not be possible to be happy. Whether it is out of the man-to-man understanding, or the problem of the main field, Chen Mo does not regret to come out of this head. Today, either you die or I die. So much so that, when Chen Mei cursed Wei Bin, he didn't hold back at all, and directly exposed the disgusting calculations that were hidden under the grand and magnificent in the sunlight. Wei Bin did not want an explanation. I don't know this explanation, is it enough? Chen Mo cursed with pleasure. All the people present listened with pleasure. At this time, they only realized afterward, the original roaring love behind, surprisingly full of unpleasant. Just been Wei Bin hooked up touched, as well as stored in the eyes of the tears, and instant disappeared. I throw, can't be? The CPI knocked is cold again? I don't think so. Is Chun Mo overthinking it? Yeah. Chen Mo wouldn't start a rumor at someone's confession site just because the limelight was stolen, would he? That would be too disgusting. Young man, you're still too young.
The discerning have long seen that this Wei Bin has bad intentions.
Think about it, don't you all think Luo Dai and Wei Bin are a couple?
But what's the truth?
Have you heard any rumors about Luo Dai and Wei Bin getting close? Has there been any news about them? I'm afraid that this is all being manipulated by Wei Bin. Otherwise, why did he choose today for this confession? Isn't it just so that so many of us can force Luo Dai to agree? For a while, more and more people reacted to the cattiness of it, and the eyes of the crowd looking at Wei Bin no longer had the same envy they had just had. After listening to Chen Mo's words, and listening to the murmurs of the crowd under the stage, Luo Yan's sanity finally slowly returned. Calculating? Forced marriage? Moral kidnapping? Chen Mo word for word, although the words are hard to hear, but this is not precisely Luo Zhen in the past year, personally experienced? Last year, because of Wei Bin's wide publicity, obviously do not know him, Luo Dai was still on the center of public opinion. The transparent giant net that was carefully woven out, finally in Chen Mo's words, slowly appeared in the world. Only at this moment did she realize that just now she seemed to have been PUA'd by Wei Bin again. All the emotions followed his rhythm, shyness, touched, all of them were fake. Even, she was so close to actually agreeing to Wei Bin. Luo Dai didn't even dare to think about the consequences of doing so. As the new generation of machine maidens that the Luo family had high hopes for, she was the strongest in the family for this term. If she was really emotionally superior and chose the SS class commander, in the end it would definitely end up in the dissolution of the contract as well. And what would everyone say then? Say that she had betrayed her trust and failed Wei Bin's heart for so many years? Saying that she had changed her mind and abandoned Wei Bin when she had a better one? However, in the end, she and Wei Bin were only nodding acquaintances. Thinking of this, Luo Dai twisted her head to look at Chen Mo, and couldn't help but feel grateful. Luckily, Chen Mo interrupted this confession, otherwise, I'm afraid that the situation would really get out of control. Moreover, because Chen Mo had made all the pros and cons clear, even if Luo Zhen refused Wei Bin's confession, she wouldn't be criticized and had a way back. For a moment, Luo Dai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Mo, don't give your face, the promise between us, how would someone with a dirty mind like you know about it? I heard that on the day of your awakening, you broke up with your girlfriend who you've been with for more than 10 years, and turned your face and contracted a beautiful female teacher from your school. You're the one who's disgusted, right? How could you understand the innocent love between us? Wei Bin was somewhat out of control as he was spoken to by Chen Mo, pointing at Chen Mo's face and cursing angrily. Chen Mo was denigrated and laughed instead of being angry. Raising an eyebrow, he snorted. Commitment? Who has a promise with you? Luo Zhen? Does she know about this herself? Innocent love? Are you two childhood sweethearts or are you in love at first sight? As far as I know, Luo Dai hasn't even talked to you, right? Didn't all the breakfasts you delivered all those years get eaten by the garbage can? You're not talking about your love affair with the trash can, are you? Ha 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 ha. Chen Mo held his stomach and laughed his head off, causing the entire room to laugh lowly for a moment. Just as the crowd was looking at Wei Bin, wanting to see how he would retort, a person suddenly jumped out from below the stage. Chen Mo, don't go too far. My brother fell in love at first sight with sister Luo Dai, and since then he has kept his body like a jade, waiting for her alone. Such deep love was even said to be so bad by you. What kind of intention do you have? That person in Wei Bin looks like 7 points, listen to the name, should be Wei Bin's younger brother. Hearing this, Chen Mo laughed again. Love at first sight? It's just love at first sight. How come he didn't fall in love at first sight with Ruohua? To put it bluntly, isn't it just coveting someone's beauty? What's more, Luo Dai's family is famous in the imperial capital. I don't believe Wei Bin hasn't heard of it. I'm afraid that in addition to falling in love at first sight, he has also weighed the pros and cons, right? After all, the Luo family is a big cake that you can't get enough of. A toad wanting to eat swan meat is not afraid of rotting his mouth? As Chen Mo's words fell, Wei Bin's younger brother Wei Zhuan could no longer hold back. The S-ranked machine girl beside him instantly transformed, and Wei Bin obediently sat down in the mecha cabin. Wei Zhuan, who had awakened his S-class commander this year, was also considered a pride of the heavens, and he wanted to see what this Chen Mo was bullshitting about. Come on, Chen Mo, if you have the ability to come to the ring and talk. My brother hasn't contracted a mech yet, I'll fight on his behalf. Chen Mo was just about to say that his own mech nurse was not there when the back hem of his clothes was gently tugged a few times. Xia Zhang had actually returned from the restroom a long time ago, but looking at the circle of girls sitting around Chen Mo's table, she was too lazy to move over. Later, she saw Chen Mo shining on the stage and watched him break Wei Bin's confession. Although she didn't know what Chen Mo's intentions were, it was always right to trust him. As a contracted machinima, she unconditionally trusted her commander. Therefore, when Chen Mo needed her the most, she decisively walked towards him.
In an instant, the 3-meter-tall Bakuden firecarp flashing with red lightning appeared on the scene. Although Bakuden firecarp was quite a bit shorter than Shenmo's other machine girls, as a top S-class machine girl, there was still a certain gap between her and her opponent's S-class. Just in size alone, it was a head taller. Not to mention, the equipment that Chen Mo and Xia Zhang were equipped with was more luxurious than one another.
Crap, S-rank versus S-rank. How could I ever see a battle of this level? My life is worth it. It's too handsome, isn't it? Is this the seat of an SSS-ranked commander? Worthy of being my dream commander. It really is extraordinary. If Chen Mo is willing to contract me, I'm willing to be his 999th mech. The moment the two S-class mechs appeared, the entire scene instantly became lively.
Within the arena, everyone's gazes became blazing and their breathing became rapid. As a group of commanders who had only just succeeded in awakening this year, the vast majority of them had not even contracted a mech girl of their own yet. As for those girls, the moment they saw Xia Zhang's prototype, they also rested their minds of trying to seduce Chen Mo. After all, having already contracted such a flawless machine girl, how could they look at them, machine girls that weren't even S-ranked? However, of course, there were still some people who held a different view. Should I say no? At a glance, Chen Mo, no matter if it's the commander rank or the quality of the machine girl, is quite stronger than that Wei Zhuan. Is this considered bullying Wei Zhuan? Ah? Brother, get it straight. It's Wei Zhuan who challenged Chen Mo. It's not Chen Mo who took the initiative to start the fight by bullying the smaller one.
Besides, if he really goes into battle, can he guarantee that all the enemies he encounters are weaker than him?
He placed the challenge himself. He himself should pay the price. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, the huge dance floor directly turned into a battleground. Buzz. Boom. Chen Mo kicked the gas, and the explosive Skyfirecarp directly roared and hissed as it rushed out. Even though this dance floor was already big enough, it seemed worthless under the speed of the exploding Skyfirecarp. Oh roar! It's been a long time since I've fought, so good. Xiaojin's excited voice came from the body that had been transformed by Chen Mo, like a brand new batch from the factory. Z. Chen Mordecai slammed the steering wheel, the brakes under his feet stepped on the bottom, and a magnificent tail swinging was displayed in front of the crowd.
Crap, dry up. SSS level commander's car skills, really extraordinary. This drift tail, simply perfect, incredible, obviously all commanders, why am I such a waste? Not to say anything else, just this hand drifting, are enough for me to learn for a year. The crowd under the stage cheered and whistled. Wei Zhuan, on the other side, was also ready at this time. Boom! The low roar of the motor resounded throughout the arena, and Wei Zhuan drove his ride deadless with it. Again, it was a beautiful drifting tail, just stopping on the other side of the dance floor, looking face to face with the exploding Skyfirecarp. The extremely provocative attitude caused the entire audience to be in an uproar. Chen Mo, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to my brother. Chen Mo snorted, not knowing where Wei Zhuan got the confidence to dare to talk to him like that. Teacher Xia, transform. Chen Mo ordered softly. He was too lazy to concur in the face of a weakling's grandiose words. Click, click. With a clicking sound, Xia Zhang's machine lady form appeared in front of the crowd once again. Wei Zhuan's deadless was a step slower and took a little longer to transform into a machine lady. Charge! Kill him! Wei Zhuan didn't even think about it, and the moment the transformation was completed, he maneuvered his mecha goddess to rush towards Chen Mo. Only, probably because she had just been contracted not long ago and had not been on the battlefield, although the aura on Wei Zhuan's body was biting cold, there was nothing of that kind of murderous aura that could make people freeze into ice. Swish! Only to see Deadless pull out two long swords from his back, his aura instantly became more ferocious. A little bit more fierce. To be honest. In the S-class mechs, Deadless was also considered to be of medium to high quality. The body of the Deadless mech was pitch black, equipped with a technological blue light honeycomb engine, common light. However, Deadless and the Bakuda Carp, which had not been modified at the beginning, had a common and fatal problem. That is, they both belonged to close combat mechs, and if the enemy was good at long-range attacks, they simply didn't have an ounce of ability to fight against them. Only, this one weakness completely ceased to exist after Chen Mo had retrofitted the explosive Skyfirecarp with the S-class quantum pursuit cannon. And Wei Zhuan obviously didn't realize it, or rather, he might have realized it as well, but didn't have enough economy to improve it. In the face of Deadless, who was aggressively racing towards him, Chen Mei didn't even move a bit. However, the powerful aura that emerged around the exploding Skyfirecarp silenced the entire room. It was a killing intent that had truly faced death, morose and cold-blooded. Why do I suddenly feel a bit cold? A killing intent that can freeze the air in the scene into ice. This is not something that people like us can provoke. Too scary. The SSS level commander really isn't joking. Wei Zhuan is afraid of kicking the iron plate today. The row of spectators closest to the dance floor, at this time,
their teeth were chattering in the cold, the goosebumps on their arms instantly flared up, and the chill went straight from the soles of their feet to their scalps. Seeing that Daedalus was getting closer and closer to himself, Chun Mo could not help but hook his lips. The opposite side of Wei Zhuan was slightly stunned.
What is he laughing at? Laughing my ass off. Perhaps sensing Chen Mo's disdain, Wei Zhuan's anger became even more monstrous.
Clenching his long sword with both hands, he chopped towards the exploding Skyflame Carp's neck. I'm also afraid of being said that I'm bullying the weak with the big.
How about, let's simply and decisively convince you.
Everyone present only saw the exploding Skyfire Carp violently take a few steps back, not even popping out the sharp blades on its arms, reaching out and lightly drawing across in the void. With that, the explosive Skyfire Carp instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. With a burst of residual shadows, it violently dashed forward.
Boom!
A loud sound of steel colliding came from the ears, and just as everyone covered their ears, Bakuden Fire Carp once again appeared on the dance floor. In an instant, the entire scene was silent. It was only after a few seconds that the audience gradually began to react. Suddenly, they stood up and pounced on the fence, their eyes wide with terror, and their hands couldn't help but cover their wide-open mouths. For a moment, a feeling of terror swept through the entire body, only to see that on the dance floor, the right chest of the Daedalus mech had been broken through a large hole, and Daedalus commander had long disappeared. And then look at that right hand held high in the explosive Skyfire Carp, carrying in his hand, is not that Wei Zhuan who disappeared?
Tick, tick. Quiet as a scene, the sound of liquid dripping on the dance floor was infinitely amplified.
Wei Zhuan's whole person seems to be scared silly, his eyes are disoriented, his body trembles, and his sphincter muscles directly do not listen to the instructions of the brain and relax. And the explosive Skyfire Carp that carried him like a small chicken child did not gasp for breath, and did not even have a single trace of dirt. She just stood there quietly, wearing a smile like a heavenly god. It was as if the person who had just instantly killed Daedalus and captured the S-class commander alive was not him.
Too domineering, too elegant, too beautiful. This kind of beauty came from her power over all beings, and from her appearance that was comparable to that of a heavenly god. No, perhaps this kind of temperament all originated from the SSS-ranked commander sitting in that cockpit with a smile. Chun Mo. Is this a big move? After a deathly silence, a slightly trembling voice finally resounded from the scene.
It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than Luo Dai who was standing on the stage, looking at the dance floor from the closest distance. Luo Dai's trembling voice was like a break in the ice-like atmosphere of the scene. Everyone leisurely came back to their senses as if they had been awakened.
Is this the big move? The strongest skill of the machine lady, the empowering move? How is this possible? Wasn't Chen Mo awakened with us? Right. How could he have learned the empowering move in just half a month's time? Could it be that this is the strength of an SSS-ranked commander? Nope. In previous years, there were people who awakened SSS-ranked commanders, but I've never heard of anyone being able to learn the empowerment move in just half a month. It's terrifying. What kind of man is Chen Mo in the end?
In the audience, everyone was boiling at the same time, completely out of control from Chen Mo's astonishment. Things that had never been heard of before suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, simply shocking people beyond words. It could be said that Chen Mo had directly broken their concept of an SSS-ranked commander.
Only one move. Chen Mo did not even bully and generally torture Wei Zhuan slowly.
Instead, he used a very direct and decisive manner to tell Wei Zhuan about the gap between them.
This empowering move alone was not something Wei Zhuan could provoke. Is this the perfect commander, the true strength? On the stage, Luo Dai's eyes flickered with an unknown light. The way she looked at Chun Mo could not help but be a little more curious.
She had also come into contact with a few newcomers who had just awakened SSS-ranked commanders this year, but without exception, none of them had an empowering move.
Chen Mei. It was really different.
As for Luo Dai's side, Wei Bin's face was already gloomy to the extreme, and the anger within his chest was about to engulf him. Seeing his own brother, carried in the air by Chen Mo like a small chicken, frozen and helpless, Wei Bin hated to kill Chen Mo on the spot. However, he didn't have a contracted machinima, and Luo Dai hadn't agreed to his confession yet.
You're lucky that your identity isn't that of my enemy.
Therefore, I will spare your life today. However, what I want to tell you is that the best commanders don't turn their cannons on their own compatriots, they only turn them on foreign enemies in the battlefield.
Don't mess with me again, your strength is nothing but a joke in my eyes.
In the middle of the dance floor, Chen Mo's voice slowly rang out. And what he said, even more so, made everyone tremble.
The best commander, the cannon fire would only be directed at the incoming enemy?
This was not only a lesson for Wei Zhuan, but also a lesson for them. The explosive Skyflame Carp slowly let go, and Wei Zhuan's body, unsupported, fell directly to the ground. Hurry up and carry her down for repairs. What I just pierced through wasn't her vitals, however, if it's any later, I'm afraid it's really hopeless. Chen Mo jumped out from within the mech and rushed at the host.
It was only until now that they reacted to the rescue. In an instant, the security personnel on stage rushed to the dance floor and carried the injured mechagoddess down. Just when the crowd thought that the hilarity was over, they only saw Chen Mo slowly turn in the direction of the stage, his gaze following. In an instant, his gaze met with the stage's person's gaze, which met distantly. Wei Bin. The audience followed Chen Mo's eyes, only to see Wei Bin's face turning blue, staring at Chen Mo with a deadly glare, as if he wanted to eat him. Good fellow. This hilarity. It seemed like it wasn't over yet. Wei Bin. What to say? Your brother fought on your behalf and has now lost. Isn't it time for you to appear on your own? Is it a mule or a horse? Pull it out. I, Chen Mo, will not begrudge you. If it was said that Chen Mo's previous act of bringing Wei Bin down in front of the entire audience was to complete the mission, now, it was a complete targeting of Wei Bin. Using his own brother as a shield, what kind of good thing could he be? Of course, Chen Mo also knew that it was almost impossible for Wei Bin to accept the challenge because he simply did not have a contracted machinima, unless Luo Zhan agreed to his confession. Only, in that case, Chen Mo's mission would be considered a failure. However, after all, the mission had not been completed yet, and Luo Zhan had not given an answer yet. Chen Mo then thought of using such provocative and insulting words to force Wei Bin to personally tear his hypocritical face. Only, Wei Bin hadn't said anything yet. Luo Dai instead had her little mind wandering. What was Chen Mo doing? He had already defeated Wei Zhuan. Why would he still want to provoke Wei Bin? Can it be that he really fell in love with me at first sight and loved me so much that he couldn't help himself? Then, how should this be good? The girl in the beginning of love always feel too good about themselves, for the boy's heroic behavior is always full of admiration. Just now Chen Mo stood up for her and made a big move to kill instantly on the dance floor. Luo Dai's hero-loving girl's heart was simply stirred to its peak. Luo Dai was afraid that she herself hadn't even realized that her curiosity towards Chen Mo had slowly begun to deteriorate. Should I say no? Not only is Chen Mo not only powerful, this mouth is also really poisonous. Knowing that Wei Bin's confession hasn't succeeded yet, and that there's no contracted machinima, he still has to poke people's hearts so much. Actually, I do understand Chen Mo. Wei Bin did this, really not very generous, no matter if it's to his brother, or to Luo Zhan. I also don't know, Wei Bin can swallow this breatho. The audience under the stage slowed down at this time, looking at Chen Mo directed the spearhead at Wei Bin. The mindset of watching the spectacle warmed up once again. S-class against SSS class, ending in failure. SS rank against SSS rank. I wonder what the outcome would be. Would Chen Mo still win so easily, and would he still be able to achieve an instant kill? Curious. It was so curious. Chen Mo, I know you're strong. There will be a fight between us someday, but not today. I haven't contracted a machine lady yet, and besides, I'm not like you, hooking up with a large group of women. My mind and body will only be loyal to one person, even if it's a temporary contract. An expected answer, yet it still made everyone applaud. However, Chen Mo did not intend to let him off just like that. His face had not been completely trampled under his feet, and his mission had not been completed, so how could it end so easily? Wei Bin, isn't the contracted machine lady of your dreams right in front of you? Hasn't she not replied to you yet? What's the point of retreating in such a hurry? Since we'll have to fight one day, why don't we ask her today and see if she's willing? If so, we'll fight today. Saying that, Chen Mo's eyes looked towards Luo Zhan, who was standing at the side. Wei Bin clenched his fists tightly and also followed and looked over. He more or less still harbored a trace of expectation, expecting Luo Zhan to not reject him at this time and give him face. Luo Dai looked towards Chen Mo, then twisted his head away and looked down to the stage. Gentlemen, today because of my matter, I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's pleasure. Actually, this matter was originally a farce, so let's end it today. Luo Dai turned his head to look at Wei Bin. His clear and cold voice seemed like it was clipped with a knife that saw blood. Senior Wei Bin, you and I didn't have much of a relationship in the first place, and last year when you unilaterally declared that you were not my non-contractor, I didn't respond to it because I didn't think it was necessary. However, since things have gotten this big, I'll still respond to you solemnly. Senior Wei Bin, I have other plans for the matter of the contract, and I cannot accept your confession. Gentlemen, I've given you all trouble today, and made you all look at the joke, so everyone's consumption today, all of it is on my account. Everyone eat, drink and have fun, don't let this matter disturb the heart of everyone who understands each other. I still have things to do, so I'll retire first. Luo Zhan slightly nodded and bowed, then turned around and walked off the stage. Luo Zhan's cool voice still echoed in his ears. Wei Bin only felt that his heart, in an instant, shattered into a field of glass slag. Chen Mo, who was on the dance floor, couldn't care less about Wei Bin. The ice-cold electronic sound instantly resounded in his head, so wonderful that it was unrivaled. Ding! Commander detected completing the first random mission, successfully preventing Wei Bin from confessing his love and refocusing all the limelight on himself. Mission completion, 100%. Reward, 10,000 points. Reward, 1 physique enhancement card. Use.
Chen Mo did not hesitate and used the physique card right then and there. Successfully obtaining the mission reward, Chen Mo held Xia Zhang, who had transformed into a human form, and walked out as well.
There was basically nothing left to woolgather in this carnival party today. Staying any longer would be nothing more than spending the day drinking.
Getting high with this group of strangers was not as fun as getting high with Mr.
Xia. After a few days of not seeing Mr.
Xia, his heart had already started to flutter vaguely. With one foot on the gas, he went straight to Xia Zhang's house.
Early the next morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes from sleep.
A night of flirtation. Even though Chen Mei's physique had been strengthened, it was really a bit unbearable. Looking at the still sleeping Xia Zhang, Chen Mo quietly climbed up and made breakfast.
While watching the morning news broadcast on TV. Surprise! The dome is being investigated. What exactly are the secrets of this economic organization? Notice!
Recently, there have been frequent activities of magical beasts in the far suburbs of the practice area, so please try not to approach the far suburbs of the practice area as much as possible for the citizens of the fringe area.
Surprise!
An unknown warship has been detected near an island called Mystic Mori Island in our country. Our deep snow warship has gone to investigate, and there is no sign of war for the time being. Watching the broadcast on the television, Chen Mo suddenly remembered the economic organization above the dome. The set of external loaded kinetic energy cores that he had removed from Hades, the king of the underworld, that day was still in his commander's warehouse, and after being so busy for so many days, he had almost forgotten about it when he hadn't been paying attention.
Chen Mo clicked on the commander's warehouse and took a closer look. Without looking, he was shocked. S-Class External Carrying Kinetic Energy Core, product of the Far Suburban Practice Area F. It has been fully purified, and loading this kinetic energy core can provide an additional 500 T of carrying and 500 T of kinetic energy deployment system for the machine lady. Leaving aside the rest of the information, the fact that it was produced from Far Suburban Leveling Area F alone was enough to shock Chen Mo. Far Suburban Leveling Area F was already considered a very deep area. That day, when Chen Mo fought that group of flying steel dragons, it was not even halfway to Area F. How did Qin Shou obtain that kind of forbidden area? How did Qin Shou get that kind of equipment in the middle of a forbidden area? Did Qin Shou get it alone, or did above the dome support him from behind?
In an instant, Chen Mo's mind spun, but he was completely unable to come up with an answer. However, this external kinetic energy core was already fully purified, so it was thought that it shouldn't be harmful to the mecha, or else how could Qin Shou have directly planted it on his mecha? Although, this thing wasn't very useful to Chen Mo, I'm afraid that it could play a crucial role for Zhang Yanqing's mom. Whether or not she could get back on the battlefield depended on it. Thinking of this, Shen Mu hurriedly made a call to Zhang Yanqing.
Yanqing, do you have time today? How about I come to your house as a guest? Good. But I have some work to do today. Do you want to come and meet me at the maintenance unit?
When I'm done, we'll go home together at noon. Zhang Yanqing's voice was filled with surprise. On one hand, she really did miss Chen Mo a little. On the other hand, if Chen Mo went to her house, there was no chance that her mom's problem could really be cured. So much so, Zhang Yanqing stood up happily through the phone.
Okay, then I'll go over to you in a while.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Mao woke up Xia Zhang. On Monday, he could go to the army without classes, but Xia Zhang had to go to work. Any later, and she should be late. At 9 in the morning, Chen Mo arrived at the maintenance troop on time. Xia Zhang was busy sweating in the maintenance room, but it was a matter of confidentiality for the personnel of the maintenance unit, so Chen Mo could not get his hands on it to help with the maintenance, and could only wait outside. Chen Mo, who had nothing to do, was walking around aimlessly, and just happened to run into Zhang Chen.
Chen Mo, what are you doing in the army today? Came to look for Nian Nian?
Dad, I'm here to look for Nian Nian, go to the house for lunch, and help Mom with the repairs on the side. During this period of time, Chen Mo and Zhang Chen became more and more familiar with each other, and their names slowly changed.
Hearing that Chen Mo wanted to go to the house, Zhang Chen's eyes instantly lit up.
Good. But as if he thought of something, Zhang Chen's face instantly collapsed.
Alas. You guys go, I might not be able to return at noon, so just come over and talk to me when you see what the problem is. Hearing this, Chen Mo froze for a split second.
On the day of meeting the parents properly, Zhang Chen was not there. Missing someone, it was always not good.
Dad, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Is it tricky? Ugh, go to the office and talk. Bringing Chen Mo back to the office, Zhang Chen's expression completely chilled.
I don't know what favors above the dome has given them. Why are each and every one of them so tight-lipped? Qin Shou has been locked up for so many days, and when he should be eating and drinking, he just doesn't say a word, not a single word. His indentured machine lady is even more of a hardcore. How to torture is useless, mouth with sewed up like.
I'm convinced, is above the dome their regenerative parent?
They've all been caught red-handed on the spot, and they're still dead set on defending it. To be honest, these 2 days Zhang Chen in order to interrogate out some valuable clues, soft also used, hard also used, as a result, froze from the mouth of the two people did not ask out a little bit of information. This made Zhang Chen, who had been mixing with the maintenance force for so many years, couldn't help but feel a little bored.
This matter, can I participate? Chen Mo opened his mouth and asked. Do you have a way? I've exhausted all my methods and failed to interrogate, can you? Zhang Chen couldn't help but be a little skeptical. That's bound to work, Mang will work. Looking at Chen Mo's confident face, Zhang Chen held his skepticism and brought him to the Imperial Capital Vigilante Force interrogation room. To be honest, Zhang Chen did not have any expectations at all. After all, after these few days of interrogation, Zhang Chen was almost certain that these people must have undergone special training and were soft and hard. A green melon egg like Chen Mo, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for them to hit the wall. On the other hand, Chen Mo entered the interrogation room and looked at Hades, the king of the underworld, who had reverted to his human form in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Chen was really a good guy with a conscience. That day this guy was so heavily injured, but today he was still able to sit here in one piece. I'm sure Zhang Chen had spent a lot of effort to help her repair it. It was just a pity that these spies had no heart and couldn't recognize good and bad. Come on, tell me everything you know. I'll make it clear to you in advance, I'm not as good-tempered as they are, and if what they say doesn't suit me, what I could beat you up that day, I can still do today. Chen Mei crossed his legs and asked. Then you just kill me, I don't know anything, you can't ask anything at all.
The woman on the opposite side had a disdainful look on her face, as if Chen Mo's threat was painless to her.
Alas, if the tiger doesn't give out, you are really treating me as a sick cat. Forced login.
For a moment, information about Hades, the king of the underworld, was instantly displayed in front of Chen Mo's eyes.
Are you?
Nervous system begins forced invasion.
Neurological system invasion successful, obtaining Hades the underworld king's mental control rights.
Interaction system invasion successful, obtaining Hades the king of the underworld interaction rights. The woman had just realized that someone had forcibly logged into her, and was about to kick them out of the machine lady's system. Who knows, without waiting for her to react, the spirit system and interaction system fell at the same time. For a moment, Hades, the king of the underworld, had completely become a plaything that Chen Mo had pinched in his hands. Seeing that the woman in front of him had completely fallen into a daze, Chen Mo hooked his lips and smiled. It should be said that this forced login function was really quite versatile. At the time when he awakened this talent, he himself did not think that this trick could be used to interrogate prisoners. Placing the recorder on the desktop, Chen Mo turned over the book of questions that Zhang Chen had prepared in advance.
Do you have any other identities above the dome besides the appearance of an economic organization?
Only seeing the woman's eyes looking forward in a lifeless manner, she slowly opened her mouth after hearing Chen Mo's question. Above the dome is an economic organization jointly created by multiple countries outside of the country, and in addition to its headquarters being set up in the imperial capital, it actually takes care of the underground equipment manufacturing of the entire Divine Dragon country. Chen Mo did not ask as many questions as he wanted, but rather followed the flow of questions based on the question book given by Zhang Chen.
With the economic support you have given to the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force, have you completely infiltrated the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force?
This I don't know. The mission of every personnel above the dome is private and will not inform each other.
Then do you know who else within the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force is above the dome besides the Wu family?
The woman's eyes flashed with confusion, as if she was recalling the information in her mind. I don't know. I've tried to look for it before but didn't find any clues, but the power above the dome must have infiltrated the vigilance force, and has even infiltrated some of the people completely.
On what basis were you able to recognize the people infiltrated by above the dome?
All of us above the dome have a cherry blossom on our crotch that can only be seen with a violet light. Question after question was asked, and the woman told the answers she knew, through and through. Even though Chen Mo had already had a rough guess about what was above the dome before this, he was still taken aback by the answer. Within the Imperial Capital's maintenance force, there really had been people from above the dome. Zhang Chen was right. The financial support they had given to the maintenance force for so many years had really allowed their forces to go deeper and deeper.
Sakura? It is hard to believe that behind above the dome is actually that country.
Turning off the recorder, Chen Mo put away his questioning book and prepared to turn in to go. But then he suddenly remembered this morning's scene.
The external kinetic energy core. A product of the Forbidden Land. Those Forbidden Land accessories on top of the dome, did you guys make them yourselves?
No. We have collected a lot of top technology from the Divine Dragon Kingdom over the years for the sake of economic development, but at the moment, we can only produce accessories below C grade at the highest, and the Forbidden Earth accessories are still mainly relying on special channels.
Special channels? What channels? Where are the channels?
A special channel is an underground passage that specifically leads to the depths of the Forbidden Land, just 2 kilometers outside of the 6th ring of the imperial capital and 1,000 meters underground.
These last questions completely confirmed Chen Mo's speculation this morning.
Above the dome was actually really involved with the Forbidden Land, and even had a direct passage to the depths of the Forbidden Land. I'm afraid that the industry chain above the dome not only covered the human region, but also the magical beast region. No wonder these beasts are getting stronger and stronger in recent years, and the frequency of the beast tide is getting higher and higher. No wonder these beasts have been getting stronger and stronger in recent years, and the frequency of beast tides is getting higher and higher, so it turns out that there are really people behind the scenes.
Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little moved.
If this big cake above the dome could be gnawed down, combined with the top technology of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, it was possible that those steel beasts could be completely snuffed out. Moreover, at that time, the dome would not be broken, and would no longer be a thorn in the side of the Divine Dragon Nation's eyes and a thorn in the flesh. After figuring it out, Chen Mo picked up the questioning book and recorder and walked out of the interrogation room.
Dad, what's inside can shock your imagination, don't let anyone else know yo. Chen Mo handed the things over to Zhang Chen and instructed with a slight smile.
Zhang Chen didn't even react for a moment, and only after a few seconds did he snap back to his senses.
What? She explained everything to you?
Well, she told everything she knows, all of it, right here in this recorder, so make sure not to keep anyone you're not comfortable with around while you're listening. Chen Mei had personally interrogated her, so he naturally knew just how explosive this information was. He had been making big feats one after another during this recent period of time, so this kind of small feat, he might as well just let it go to Zhang Chen, which could be considered a meet and greet gift for his father-in-law.
Dad, listen to it yourself, I'll go find Nian Nian, we'll wait for you to come home for dinner together at noon. On the other side, Chen Mo had just arrived at Zhang Nianqing's maintenance room when he saw her delivering a commander out.
Thank you, Master Zhang. How much do you think this repair will cost? Why, it's all for the sake of the country's contribution, price-wise it's fine, I'll give you a discount. When Chen Mo heard Zhang Nianqing's words, the appreciation in his eyes grew even more.
This was his woman. It was said that when a man fell in love with a woman, he either looked at the face or the body.
But for a woman like Zhang Nianqing, who had a face, a body, and a great character, Chen Mo's heart was really throbbing.
How could he, Chen Mo, let such an excellent woman become his contracted aircraft maiden?
Sending off the last commander and his machine girl, Zhang Nianqing turned back to see Chen Mo with a smile in the corner of his eye. Pulling Chen Mo back to the maintenance room, Zhang Nianqing asked delicately,
"Hubby,
where did you just go?"
"I just came out and didn't see you.
I went to help my father interrogate a prisoner, and helped him finish solving his puzzle so he could come home with us for dinner." The lone man and woman shared a room without the disturbance of a light bulb, and the temperature of the air gradually began to rise. Chen Mo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his head couldn't help but probe over.
Noon.
Chen Mo followed Zhang Chen and Zhang Nianqing and returned home together. Speaking of which, this was Chen Mo's first time meeting his mother-in-law, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Just as nervous as he was, there was also Zhang Chen. As early as the last time Chen Mo said that he could help his wife with her repairs and get her back on the battlefield, Zhang Chen had been waiting for this day. After so many years of waiting, it had actually long since made his heart numb with pain. Time and time again, his expectations had fallen short. Zhang Chen had even prepared himself for a lifetime of not being able to stand on the battlefield with his wife. But at this moment, when he saw that unrivaled confidence in Chen Mo's body, Zhang Chen's heart, again, beat fiercely. Could it be that his greatest regret could still be remedied in his lifetime? He was so afraid that all of this was just an illusion. For a while, Zhang Chen, who was upright like a poplar tree in the army, could not help but hunch his back at this moment.
"You're Chen Mo, right? What a good-looking man."
When the group arrived home, a woman with a dusty demeanor was already waiting at the door. The moment she saw the trio return, she rushed to welcome them. The woman had a gentle smile on her face. 162's height was not too high, but she had excellent proportions, and her legs were slender and long.
Zhang Nianqing simply like her like 10%.
Chen Mo didn't need to think to know that this was his mother-in-law, Mulan.
Chen Mo just hurriedly walked forward and bowed towards the woman. "Good day, mother-in-law. My name is Chen Mo. I am Nian Nian's commander."
Seeing Chen Mo's nervous appearance, the faint sadness in Mulan's eyes faded a bit more, and turned to be colored with a bit of a smile.
Come in quickly, thirsty?
I'll go pour you some water." Greeting the crowd as they walked into the house, Mulan hurriedly prepared to go and pour water for Chen Mo.
Chen Mo hurriedly called out to Mulan, "Mother-in-law, don't get busy first, I'm not thirsty. Can I take a look at your injured kinetic core first? We'll eat after we fix it." The moment Chen Mo spoke, Mulan's back froze. To be honest, this old injury of hers had been around for many years and belonged to the category of old injuries.
For so many years, whenever Zhang Chen heard about where there was a great repairman, he would definitely bring her to take a look, and even his own daughter ended up becoming a repairman. Nay, the part of her injury was the kinetic core, which was not something that could be repaired at all, and how many veteran repairers saw such a serious injury and ended up frowning and shaking their heads.
Mulan had long since lost hope.
She was now only glad that the war had left her alive, and that she could at least still accompany Zhang Chen and Zhang Nianqing, the father-daughter duo.
This was enough.
Some time ago, Zhang Chen returned home and hugged her, saying that the commander of the Nianqing Compact had the means to be able to repair the kinetic energy core. Although Mulan's face showed delight, her heart couldn't stop beating the drum.
After all, it is an 18-year-old child, just awakened the commander, even how to repair the mech is estimated to have not yet studied to understand it. How can deal with the difficulty of such a big problem?
Fear is not bragging. However, even Nian Nian spoke up for Chen Mo, assuring her that Chen Mo would do what he said he would do.
Only then did Mulan become more curious about Chen Mo. Such a young kid, could he really do it? Chen Mo, the maintenance room is ready.
Alan, you should quickly go in with Chen Mao and come out again later, so you can stand on the battlefield again. Zhang Chen saw Mulan froze and hurriedly urged. He had waited for one day, really waited for too long. Come on, mother-in-law, trust me, I'll definitely help you fix the kinetic energy core. Listening to Zhang Chen and Chen Mei's words, he felt his daughter's clenched hand. Mulan nodded, no longer resisting.
Inside the maintenance room,
Mulan transformed into a vehicle form at this time. It was a military off-road vehicle with a high chassis ground clearance, no matter if it was climbing a slope or crossing a trench. However, because of the damage to the kinetic core, her energy supply was intermittent, and she was already doing her best to maintain her vehicle form. There was no way to change from her machine girl state. Looking at Chen Mo's frowning appearance, Zhang Chen's heart could not help but sink.
Can it still be repaired?
Chen Mao circled around the buggy twice, gently exhaled a breath, and his frown slowly unfurled. If we were to directly repair the kinetic energy core, the difficulty would indeed be too high, even I have no way to repair it. Chen Mo's words were not yet finished, but upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's entire body instantly declined like a deflated ball. However, in order for mother-in-law to be able to transform successfully, there's actually no need to repair this broken kinetic energy core. I have another method. His mood was like riding a roller coaster. Zhang Chen only felt that his mood was going up and down, up and down.
Brat, why are you talking half and half?
You're going to scare me to death. Zhang Chen couldn't help but give Chen Mo a punch. Of course, he didn't dare to push too hard for fear of breaking Chen Mo. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen and Zhang Nianqing stepped back to make room for Chen Mo's maneuver, only to see that in Chen Mo's hands, he suddenly took out a set of equipment at some unknown time. It was the very same thing that Chen Mao had removed after the battle with Qin Shou's underworld Hades that day.
Although Zhang Chen couldn't understand maintenance, Zhang Nianqing did.
The moment she saw this set of external kinetic energy cores, she knew what Chen Mo had in mind.
Chen Mo, to think of such a method? Was he a genius?
Under the shocked gazes of the father and daughter, Chen Mo's hands were as fast as lightning, and every screw was smoothly placed where it should be. Zhang Nianqing had been a repairer for a few years, and she unexpectedly realized that Chen Mo's hand speed was even faster than hers, and his accuracy was also much higher than hers. She didn't even know what Chen Mo's real strength was like anymore, but she vaguely felt that with her SS rank, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to match Chen Mo's strength at all. Without realizing it, half an hour passed in a flash. Even though Chen Mo was very confident in the effect of his installation, he still couldn't help but slow down a bit. After all, he was repairing it for his mother-in-law, and didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. This set of external kinetic energy core, I have checked it and there is no problem. It can provide an additional 500T load bearing and 500T kinetic energy deployment system.
In addition, I also replaced a set of engines. The off-road vehicle will definitely work better with a warp engine.
There's also this annihilation, which I've also reobtained back to its original owner, so that it won't reduce mother-in-law's own comprehensive combat power.
Listening to Chen Mo's words, Zhang Chen and Zhang Nianqing's jaws dropped in shock. 500T load bearing and 500T kinetic energy deployment. Curvature engine. S-class annihilation. This was simply a modification for Mulan from start to finish. One must know that Mulan was nothing more than an S-class mecha, and after some modifications by Chen Mo, it had successfully stepped into the S+ class. Mother-in-law, get up and feel it. As Chen Mo's words fell, Mulan slowly sat up. She clearly felt that the forcefulness of her usual life had completely disappeared. She clenched her fists, only to feel that peak strength fill her entire body again. Seeing the surprise in Mulan's eyes, Zhang Chen tugged on her hand and ran straight into the courtyard, excited like a child who had eaten candy. Chen Mo and Zhang Nianqing looked at the backs of the two running out, glanced at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing, then hurriedly followed them out, only to see the ultimate McKellen mech, which was about 2.5 meters tall, constantly turning over its heels in the courtyard.
Zhang Chen was sitting in the mecha cabin, feeling Mulan leading him to do all sorts of actions that she would never dare to think of again in her life. The courtyard was filled with the couple's laughter, and the dark clouds that had accumulated over the Zheng family's head were finally lifted, and the suppression of the past few years was completely released at this time. Zhang Yanqing looked at her parents running and jumping. She couldn't help but have a sore nose and tears pooled in her eyes.
Husband, thank you, really thank you.
Her mother's injuries were always a heavy burden on her heart. She had studied mech maintenance for so many years, but she had never been able to learn to repair the kinetic energy core. Every time she saw her mother behind her and her father's back, secretly sobbing, Zhang Yanqing's heart always couldn't help but throb with pain. Unable to help it, she hated herself even more for not being able to learn to repair the kinetic energy core. At this moment, all of her mother's problems were solved by Chen Mo, and that heavy burden finally fell to the ground. For a moment, Zhang Yanqing's tears rushed out, dripping all over her face. Chen Mo reached out and held Zhang Yanqing in his arms, gently patting her back.
At this time, no sound was better than sound. Everything was in silence.
Until, a warm touch came from the lips. Only, that warmth and moistness was separated at the touch, and before Chen Mo had time to react, Zhang Yanqing retreated and joined in the cheering.
I don't know how much time passed.
Zhang Chen ran in holding Mulan, only to see that both of them were sweating profusely, but they couldn't suppress the smile on their faces.
Ha ha ha, it's too good.
How many years has it been? I haven't experienced such a hot-blooded feeling again.
Wife, we can finally stand side by side on the battlefield once again. Chen Mo, I really thank you for letting me regain the ability to turn into a mecha.
Mulan's eyes were slightly reddened at this time because she was overly excited. Her voice was also a little choked, and her eyes became more and more tender as she looked at Chen Mo. When a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she looked, the more she liked him. Seeing Zhang Chen and his wife so excited, Chen Mo felt that it was really worthwhile for him to work for a few hours. Mom, I'm only upgrading your own accessories for a bit now, so after you've adapted to the new accessories in your body, you'll be able to add some more powerful equipment.
Chen Mo instructed with a smile. Chen Mo, these things of yours aren't cheap, are they?
Whether it's the external kinetic energy core or the warp engine, it's not something you can get casually, so let's see how much it'll cost in total and I'll give it to you. Although Zhang Chen didn't know much about this aspect of modification, these complete high-level equipment were obviously not something that could be measured in terms of money, and although he didn't know if he could afford to pay for them, his attitude had to be correct.
Dad, you're out of line. I'm just doing something to help Mom within my capacity. A family helping each other, how can you use money to measure it? Chen Mo frowned, somewhat helpless for a moment. He had already contracted Zhang Chen and Mulan's most precious treasure. How much money would it take to match this love? If he really wanted to do the math, it would be him, Chen Mo, who had taken advantage of the situation. What's more, he had just gotten over 100 billion and a mech modification store on top of the dome some time ago. To be honest, the last thing he lacked right now was money. Chen Mo, Mom knows that you are a capable person, and Mom won't be too formal with you. You cannot accept the money, but this annihilation, Mom still wants to give it to you. Looking at Mulan handing that annihilation back to himself, Chen Mo was ready to reject it right away. Don't refuse. Listen to Mom. Chen Mao, Mom is really happy to be able to turn into a mecha again, to be able to stand on the battlefield again, but, after so many years have passed, the sharpness I had back then has actually been worn down to almost nothing, and this annihilation blade continues to be in my hands, but instead, it won't be able to bring out its power anymore. Mom knows that you don't lack equipment, but S-rank equipment is at least still rare, and since annihilation can devour magical beast essence and evolve, Mom doesn't want it to be buried in my hands. So take it. Every one of Mulan's words were heartfelt truths. So many years of injuries had rounded off all the sharpness in her body, and she no longer had the majestic aura she used to have. Perhaps one day she would still stand on the battlefield, but after all, she wasn't the god-killer mecha from back then. Annihilation would only become duller as it followed her. Chen Mo nodded and eventually took the annihilation blade. When the crowd returned to the dining room, the meal had already been prepared and set up a table. At the table, Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask, Chen Mordor, that mech modification store above the dome that was rewarded to you last time, have you gone to see it yet? Not yet, there were a lot of things going on a while ago, so I haven't cared to go over to see it. Chen Mo replied. You should take some time to go over and take a look recently. I remember that mech modification store can not only do modifications, there is also a huge parts manufacturing plant behind it, the back manufacturing, the front modification, it's an all-in-one, if used properly, it's quite a big boost to your mech. Chen Mo was shocked. What? There's a parts manufacturing plant in the back? Then I'll take the time to go there in the next 2 days to see what it's all about. Well, there's also, the national competition will be starting 2 months from now, so if you have time, you can go over to the far suburb practice area to fight more monsters, or at least raise your 2S class mechs to 4 stars in order to take a relatively high ranking in the competition.
Moreover, the magical beasts over in the far outskirts of the practicing area have been getting more and more restless lately, and I don't know what's stirring in the forbidden land in the depths.
Good. It's just hunting magical beasts, I'm happy to do it.
Chen Mo had originally had this intention recently. After all, the rewards given by killing monsters were still quite large. The minion-grade crystals and war soldier-grade crystals in his hand were good for upgrading equipment levels when the time came, so naturally, the more the better.
After eating lunch and resting a little bit,
Zhang Chen and Zhang Nianqing still had work to do, so they returned to the army together. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was preparing to make a trip to the mech modification store, mainly to see what grade of accessories that accessory manufacturing plant could actually produce. At that time, no matter if it was for his own use or to sell, it would be a surefire deal. Moreover, in case the secret technology can be accessed at that time, it may be possible to independently develop high-grade accessories, and that would be a great achievement. Coincidentally, Xia Zhang did not have classes in the afternoon, so she took the initiative to apply to follow along.
The S-Class supercar drove for more than an hour before Chen Mo finally arrived at the mecha modification store.
To be honest, before he came, Chen Mo thought that it was just a simple modification store, who knew that it was simply an underground research and development kingdom. The ultra-long passageway filled with a sense of technology, even if Bakuda Firecarp throttled down, all drove for a long time. Chen Mo did not even dare to think about how much manpower and resources were spent above the dome to build such a large military kingdom. The moment the gates opened, a high-temperature heat wave hit his face. The interior of the parts manufacturing plant that met his eyes was completely devoid of a single person, but all the machines were running in an orderly fashion, standard high-tech mechanized production.
Chen Mo's scalp was numb for a while.
He couldn't help but begin to wonder what the officials of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were thinking, that they would take such a huge high-tech military kingdom and give it to him for nothing as a reward.
Crazy.
Chen Mo logged on to the Underground Kingdom's network system, connected to the database, and backed up all of the information, which was considered to be a basic understanding of this large factory. Although this place looked very lofty, it was still more or less backward, and the highest grade of the accessories that could be manufactured was only D grade, and it was still the most common type on the market. Chen Mo was a little disappointed for a moment. He had expected at least some higher grade accessories. Actually being able to produce D-grade accessories is already considered very good. I see that D-grade accessories on the market are already as high as 20 million. Seeing that Chen Mo was a little less than satisfied, Xia Zhang said comfortingly, "Well, although it's true that D-grade isn't much use to me, but if it's sold 70% profit, it can simply be said that it's a windfall." Chen Mo looked at such a high profit and relieved himself, and sighed in his heart. No wonder the accessory dealers are all squeezing their heads to capitalize on this. This is too scary.
With such a constant flow of production lines, does he still worry about not having enough money?
Chen Mei slowed down and then upgraded and reinforced the servers of the Underground Kingdom, then rebuilt the core algorithms and upgraded the secret keys. The firewalls and defense devices were also fully upgraded, and all personal privileges before this were all cancelled. At this point, all the people and accounts that had contacted this Underground Kingdom before were unable to log in and access it.
After spending a few hours, Chen Mo completely changed the name of this Underground Kingdom.
At the same time, he had also gotten his system so that next time, even if he did not have to come over in person, he could still know all the information as well as adjust the manufacturing plan in real time.
When he came out from the Underground Kingdom, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Chen Mo had originally thought of going straight home, but after thinking about it, he ended up turning to the far outskirts of the leveling area. On one hand, there was nothing to do if he went back so early, and on the other hand, he hadn't killed any monsters in the past few days, so he did have some itchy hands. It just so happened that he was on the way to the far outskirts of the leveling area, so he simply went there to get his hands dirty. Moreover, the slave-level crystals that he had accumulated from killing monsters in the far outskirts of the leveling area before were already more than 700. After gathering enough of 1,000 of them, it would be possible to strengthen S-rank equipment. Although it was impossible to continue to raise the equipment level, it was still no problem to give the equipment some strength, so that Xiaojin's star level would also rise faster. By the time they reached the far outskirts of the leveling area, the sky had slowly become dim. I don't know if it was because it was getting late, but at this time, the far suburb leveling area was filled with hordes of steel demonic beasts. There were smaller ones, like steel moles and steel rabbits that didn't do much damage. There were also slightly more powerful ones, like the steel falcons that flew through the sky from time to time. However, these were not Chen Mo's targets. Right now, their location was still at the edge of the far outskirts of the leveling area. For Chen Mo, these small magical beasts with little combat power, there was no need to kill them. Moreover, it would instead expose his position. At this time, Xiaojin had already transformed into her mecha form. After all, the movement of a mecha flying was slightly smaller than the engine roar of a sports car. Chen Mo piloted the explosive Skyflame Carp mecha directly towards the depths of the far outskirts of the leveling area, and it was only after flying for nearly 5 kilometers or so that he slowly slowed down his speed. Teacher Xia, from now on, I will no longer participate manually, so try to exert your full strength as much as possible, and I'll record your stats and those of the minion class steel beasts. I'll make my move when I encounter a war soldier level or above magical beast. Chen Mo had been more than a little curious about the Forbidden Land since yesterday when Zhang Chen had told him that there were things within the Forbidden Land that were foolishly moving around. After all, with the current technology, it was completely impossible to detect what kind of existence was within the Forbidden Land. If one wanted to completely penetrate the interior of the Forbidden Land, it was inevitable that one would first need to understand clearly what kind of magical beasts there were in the first layer of protection of the Forbidden Land, the depths of the far outskirts of the leveling area, as well as their characteristics.
Top commanders did not fight unprepared battles. Good.
Xia Zhang had not moved since that last beast tide, and was also excited at this time. Especially since Chen Mo had loaded her up with annihilation before she came to the leveling area this time. She felt as if she had become much stronger again than last time. As she encountered the steel wolves once again, Xia Zhang struck out, only to see the explosive Skyfire Carp holding the blackened annihilation standing in the path of the steel wolves, just standing so quietly without a sound. The steel wolves had been hungry for a day, and suddenly saw a machine woman appear in front of them, although they felt that the situation was a bit wrong, but in the case of their stomachs grumbling, they could not think too much.
They didn't have time to think too much. Just as the steel wolves pounced on them, Xia Zhang moved. A strong murderous aura emanated from annihilation, and that murderous aura seemed to have materialized, causing the air to distort. Between raising his hand and waving his sword, a steel wolf was cut down, and none of the steel wolves were able to withstand a chop from annihilation. In a short while, the ground was filled with the corpses of steel wolves, and an entire group of steel wolves was completely annihilated. The annihilation in Xia Zhang's hand, after tasting the taste of blood, its body glowed black, and after devouring the essence of a group of steel wolves, the annihilation also began to recharge again. At the same time, in Chen Mo's commander's warehouse, the points and slave-level crystals slowly began to accumulate. After entering the Forbidden Land, Chen Mo clearly felt that the number and types of iron demon beasts were much more numerous than the fringe area of the far suburb leveling zone. Moreover, the biggest difference between the steel demonic beasts in the Forbidden Land and the steel demonic beasts in the Edge Zone was that they would actively attack. However, it was a good thing that the explosive Skyfire Carp had been upgraded after several repairs and upgrades by Chen Mo, and at this time, it was almost not a concern for this kind of slave-level steel demonic beasts. So much so, wherever the explosive Skyfire Carp passed, not a single steel demonic beast was able to leave alive. 3 hours of frantic killing, fighting from the Forbidden Land all the way to the edge area of the far outskirts of the leveling area. Xia Zhang's energy was also basically almost depleted, slightly panting.
Although the steel demon beasts encountered were not of a high level, and they had not even encountered a single one of the battle soldier level, but they could not help but be numerous, and it was indeed a bit tiring to kill them all the way back like this. Alright, let's call it a day. I've collected almost all the data. Tomorrow let's call up Yi Qingqing and make another trip to try to maneuver 2 mechs to cooperate in battle. Chen Mo looked at the moon hanging high in the sky and slowly said. On this journey, Xia Zhang had killed a total of 326 iron demon beasts and obtained 326 minion-grade crystals. Together with the 781 pieces that Chen Mo had originally accumulated, there were a total of 1,107 pieces. This had completely met and even exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. 1,000 minion-grade crystals were enough for him to upgrade an S-class accessory, only Chen Mo had yet to figure out which one he wanted to upgrade.
Far suburb practice area, maintenance base.
Yi Qingqing had just finished her day's work and was just about to go home when she heard the roar of a sports car resonating outside. Before she could go out, she saw a man hurriedly walking towards her. With one hand, he swept her into his arms. Compared to Xia Zhang and Zhang Nianqing, Yi Qingqing was almost the person who had seen Chen Mo the least. But this was really no way out. After all, Chen Mo contracted 3 mechs, and Yi Qingqing's workplace was far away in the suburbs, so naturally, she couldn't see each other day after day. Not seeing Chen Mo for many days, Yi Qingqing seems to have gotten used to the feeling of not being able to see him, and at this time, she was suddenly held in his arms. For a moment, it was so aggrieved that her eyes reddened.
Why did you take so long to come to me?
Listening to Yi Qingqing's delicate and glutinous complaining voice, Chen Mo's heart instantly softened into a mess. Yi Qingqing, who had always been cold and icy to outsiders, actually had such a soft appearance, and Chen Mo was again somewhat unable to stop his pride. For a time, mixed emotions intertwined in his heart. Chen Mo could only hold the person in his arms a little tighter. That day in the downstairs of the maintenance unit, Chen Mo and Yi Qingqing also counted on each other's intentions, but after that, Chen Mo had been too busy with his feet, and did not bother to come up to see her.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's okay, I know you're busy, so I don't blame you.
Yi Qingcheng withdrew from Chen Mo's embrace, and her afterglow happened to see Xia Zhang with a promising smile on her face, and for a moment she reddened. Xia Zing walked forward and took Yi Qingcheng's hand. Sister Qingcheng, tonight, Chen Ma will be handed over to you. I'm tired for the day, so I'll go back to rest first. After saying that, she also invited to gently pat on Yi Qingcheng's hand twice. With that, he turned around and walked out of Yi Qingcheng's office. Buzz. The roar of a sports car sounded outside the door, and Xia Zhang decisively skipped, leaving Yi Qingcheng with two confused eyes. All the way to the wind, Chen Mo almost pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. The ice blue S-Class racing car was practically flying fast, looking like a blue lightning bolt, and in the city at nightfall, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was only after arriving home and urging Yi Qingcheng to take a shower that Chen Mo's pounding heart slowly calmed down. The entire room was filled with black, white and gray tones, just like Yi Qingcheng's character, quiet and uncontested. Yi Qingcheng finished her bath and changed into a cheongsam that was just above the knee. As soon as Chen Mo turned his head, he was shocked into speechlessness by the beauty in front of him. The light green cheongsam is the most white, lining Yi Qingcheng seems to shine like slim style as her body outline concave and convex. Outstandingly beautiful posture is emphasized to the fullest. A glance let the heart be happy. Chen Mo could not help but think that Yi Qingcheng usually always wore the uniform of the maintenance force. It was really a pity for this good figure. However, it was also really cheap for him. Yi Qingcheng slowly walked towards him, slender waist swaying. The usual cool aura disappeared, replaced by an indescribable charm. Chen Mo's heartbeat, which had hardly calmed down, once again beat wildly and uncontrollably. Immediately, a night of spring color. The next day, the two woke up at 6:30 in the morning, at the same time. Years of work and rest habits has long made Yi Qingcheng have a biological clock more punctual than an alarm clock, but also thanks to her years of training in the army, the body's ability to adapt to and withstand are still good. At this time there is no particular uncomfortable feeling. Chen Mo on the side was even more cheerful, not showing any fatigue at all. According to Chen Mo's plan, today they were going to continue to go to the far outskirts of the leveling area to brush the monsters. At the same time, Chen Mo also planned to record the data of the Ice Phoenix mecha, and at that time, see how else it could be upgraded. Because he hadn't been coming to Yi Qingcheng a while ago, to the point where Chen Mo's commander's warehouse had so many goodies in it that he hadn't even loaded it up for her. Fortunately, Chen Mo never forgot about her and always remembered to keep a copy of the equipment for her as well. The Ice Phoenix mech itself had strong protection, but not very strong combat power, and because the body was heavy, it resulted in it not being very fast. So many times, she always acted as a sandbag-like role on the battlefield, taking a lot of damage, but not having the means to attack. Last time, Chen Mo equipped her with a curvature engine, which first allowed her speed to increase dramatically, and then equipped her with a superconducting weapon, the electromagnetic cannon, which allowed her to have the means to attack remotely, so that the Ice Phoenix could be considered a mech that could carry, fight and run as well. Chen Mo took out the reward equipment given by the troops last time from the commander's warehouse. S-rank equipment, wind stabilizing wings. Grade A equipment, phantom sound gun. These two pieces of equipment, one could give the mech the ability to fly and one could give the mech the ability to fight in close combat. Regardless of whether it was Xia Zhang or Zhang Nianqing, they themselves had the ability to fly, so this wind stabilizing wing was definitely going to be given to Yi Qingcheng. As for the phantom sound gun, Chen Mo also struggled with who to give it to, and after thinking about it, he also decided to give it to Yi Qingcheng. After all, Xia Zhang already has annihilation, and Zhang Nianqing's original body is a undersea nuclear submarine, equipped with the phantom sound gun, a bit too big to use. Soon after, Chen Mo put all these two pieces of equipment on Yi Qingcheng, then connected all the systems and the energy was also connected. Chen Mo planned to fight from the edge area inwards today, so that Yi Qingcheng could also adapt to these two pieces of equipment better. After all, the Forbidden Land was no joke. A carelessness could easily pulverize one's body. One must not rush in like a reckless person without preparation. That is simply sending death. After all the equipment was installed, Yi Qingcheng instantly transformed into his mecha form. Name, Yi Qingcheng. Comprehensive rating, S-Class Ice Phoenix. Applicable energy, nuclear, solar, fuel energy. Mecha material, rhenium alloy steel plus special glass. Firepower, melee, 6,000, long-distance combat, 6,000. Combined battle power, 13,000. Base state shield value, 5,000. Accessories, curvature engine, S, superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon, S, wind stabilizing wings, S, phantom gun, A. Let's go to the fringe area and try to see what the strength is like. Chen Mo said and intended to go out. Just at this time, Yi Qingcheng's cell phone suddenly rang. What? The Mamba prison has been terminated? The prisoner mechs were all robbed? Do you know who did it? Good. I'll be in the leveling area now, so you guys stabilize the situation and wait for me to get there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingcheng hurriedly looked at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo heard her call and guessed out a rough idea as well.
In the Mamba prison, the prisoner mechs that were held there were not very high grade, but because of their serious anti-human tendencies, so much so that they were able to burst out with strength that was a little higher than their grade.
But, wasn't this a gift of points? Chen Mei remembered that the first warp engine was given by killing the prisoner mecha. Go, isn't this bumping into my gun?
Chen Mu excitedly pulled Ji Qingcheng and headed out. He was worried about not having a suitable opponent. However, the entire Mamba prison could be taken over, and to be honest, Chen Mo did have some worries.
After all, the Mamba prison was right next to the Forbidden Land. Could it be that the intelligent magical beasts in the Forbidden Land had done this?
Then the development of these magical beasts could really be beyond their imagination. Right at this time, Chen Mo's cell phone also rang.
Hello? Nian. Chen Mo, urgent mission. My father just received intelligence that a large number of high-level magical beasts have appeared near the forbidden area of the far suburb practice area. The maintenance force has already begun to gather manpower and prepare for battle. Can you come?
On the opposite side of the phone, Zhang Nianqing's voice was a bit urgent. Obviously this situation she contacted Chen Mo the first time she received it.
Go, I'll be there in a moment. Okay, I'll go talk to my dad now.
After saying that, the phone was hung up. Chen Mo hurriedly called Xia Zhang as well, telling her to go to the far outskirts of the practicing area to wait for the vigilant force, so that when they assembled together, they would also be able to utilize a greater power. With that, Yi Qingcheng transformed into an S-class racing car and carried Chen Mao as he sped towards the far suburb practice area. When they arrived, the ice-cold squad was already waiting. Last time, Chen Mo's bravery and courageousness in saving them from the fire was still fresh in their minds, so much so that the heart of the members of the Chill Ice squad dropped into their stomachs the moment they saw Chen Mo. On that occasion, Chen Mo had taken on 100 of them, and in the end, he had successfully killed a battle general-class steel dragon. This kind of strength was enough to make them feel relieved to rely on it. At the same time, the engine roar of that fire in the darkness, the exploding sky firecarp, came from far and near, and in the blink of an eye, it stopped in front of the crowd. It was not the first time that Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng had met, and after exchanging pleasantries, they looked at Chen Mo at the same time. Chen Mo looked at the crowd that had arrived and said in a deep voice, "The people are all here, let's go, to the front line." The far outskirts of the leveling area, the edge of the Forbidden Land. The air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder, and the steel wraiths and the vigilant force had already fought each other long ago. Shell after shell was fired from the depths of the Forbidden Land. A group of VPC members were crawling in the trenches, and if they were not careful, they were blown to pieces. In the sky, the commander piloted a fighter jet, firing bullets towards the depths of the Forbidden Land, like the spring rain in June, as fine and dense as a cow's hair. Nay, with only one wave of firepower against each other, they were beaten back. In previous beast tides, this kind of fierce confrontation was actually quite common. Only, this time it was unusually fierce. High-grade steel behemoths that had never shown up in the past, time and time again, impacted the defense line established by the maintenance forces, falling down in waves and coming back again, as if they could not feel any pain at all, as if they were not afraid of death at all. Zhang Chen was standing at the rear commanding, and the maintenance team members around him were constantly passing on the frontline intelligence. "Captain, we have detected that the magical beasts of the Forbidden Lands G, H, and I regions are all converging towards the F region, and we didn't collect the basic information about the magical beasts in the I region before, so I'm afraid it's going to be a bit tricky." Zhang Chen's brows were tightly knitted as his eyes stared at the locations that were marked in red. That ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. "Well, I'm afraid that another beast tide, even more violent than before, is about to erupt. What exactly is at the very center of the Forbidden Land? Why are these steel demon beasts madly moving against us as if they're being manipulated, huh? There are also those prisoner mechs that are actually involved in the war." Zhang Chen stroked his brow. There were too many things that there was no way to explain. Behind him, Mulan gently patted his shoulder. "Don't think about it if you can't figure out some things. Let's deal with the situation at hand first. At least the fighters in the sky are still resisting, and can give those magical beasts some suppression. That's the only way." Xiao Lu organized the defense as planned. Just as Zhang Chen calmed his mind and continued to give orders, a strange change occurred. Drip 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 drip. The radar detector suddenly emitted a violent alarm sound. The crowd present jerked their heads towards the radar detector, only to see that a large number of red dots suddenly appeared on the screen, and were slowly flattening into a straight line at a flying speed. It is important to know that each of these red dots represents a magical beast. Are they preparing to build a city wall with their flesh? Moreover, under the all-encompassing coverage of the army's radar detectors, what means did they use to appear so close to them without making a sound? "Ah, Xiao Lu, quick, hurry up and issue a citywide warning. These magical beasts are targeting. I'm afraid it's the human society behind us." Zhang Chen hurriedly shouted towards the maintenance team members. Then he said towards the communicator, notice, the first echelon of the front continues to advance 200 meters towards the depths of the Forbidden Land, the logistic unit will not move, all the others will follow upwards. Yes, Xiaolu, issue a notice to the city, and gather all senior commanders and machine girls to prepare to guard the city. If we can't resist, they are the last force against the magical beasts. Speaking here, Zhang Chen's voice was a bit choked up, but both eyes burst out with a refined light. It was a light that put life and death at risk. It was thought that he was ready to die for his country at this moment. Wearing the uniform he was so proud of, he died on the front line of the battle against the demonic beasts. This was the last glory of being a soldier. Report, Great Captain. That group of magical beasts don't know where the cannons come from, like don't want money to keep on releasing. Our mecha is seriously injured, if not timely repair, I'm afraid. Report, Great Captain. The battlefield maintenance room is already full, the mech repairers are completely inadequate, and the battlefield hospital side is already full of injured commanders. Listening to news after news from the maintenance crews, a hint of ruthlessness flashed under Zhang Chen's eyes. Looking at the precarious battle line, he finally realized that this war, I'm afraid, is going to be more serious than the previous times combined. Hurry up and send the injured pilots and commanders to the rear under the premise of ensuring their personal safety, and empty the battlefield hospital and battlefield maintenance rooms as much as possible for those who need them. Where's Chen Mo? Has he not come yet? To be honest, right now, Zhang Chen was indeed a bit flustered. If he hadn't really reached the point of desperation, he wouldn't want to pin everything on Chen Mo. However, the situation at hand, it might really only be Chen Mao who could turn the tide against the wind. Last time, Chen Mao drove the explosive Skyfire Carp mecha, and it was no problem for him to single-handedly take on several hundred steel behemoths in the sky. This time, I'm afraid that the treasure could only be placed on him as well. Not yet, but it's already entered the leveling area, so I guess it won't take long to come over. Okay. Then I'm relieved. Lan, follow me in charge once more. Good. In the face of Zhang Chen's invitation, Mulan did not hesitate for a second and nodded with a smile on her face right away. She had been looking forward to this day for 8 years. From the time she was injured 8 years ago until now, she had never imagined that there would be a chance for her to stand on the battlefield. Since Chen Mo had given her this opportunity, then this time, she would definitely kill enough. At the same time, in Area F of the distant suburbs leveling area, an ice blue mech and a mech with a black background and red light were driving side by side. Under the effect of the thrusters, the two mechs sprinted towards the direction of the Forbidden Land at a speed that was indiscernible to the naked eye. Chen Mo sat in the Ice Phoenix mech with a serious face. The current him did not realize that the front line had even been jeopardized to such an extent. Chen Mo seriously checked the detailed data of the Ice Phoenix mecha. Because he had never driven the Ice Phoenix in a battle before this, he still did not understand the various attributes of the Ice Phoenix, in case his own negligence caused his side to fall into a critical situation. That would really be a big surprise. While carefully examining the A-grade Phantom Sound Gun, Chen Mo suddenly discovered something that he hadn't noticed before. The Phantom Sound Gun was not a gun in the ordinary sense, but a pulse gun that belonged to the non-nuclear battery pulse. There was no need to fill ammunition when using it, and as long as Chen Mei's energy was constant, the Phantom Voice Gun would always be usable. The greatest effect of the Phantom Gun was its ability to disrupt communications, disabling or destroying the electronic components in the radar system. This was only the effectiveness of a level 1 Phantom Gun. If the Phantom Gun was upgraded to level 2, it could be fired remotely, and could even detonate the explosives in the missiles in advance. If the distance was closer, the pulse microwaves from the Phantom Sound Gun could also cause enemy mechs or steel beasts to fall into a stun state. This was something that Chen Mo had not noticed before. So much so that, after seeing the efficacy of the level 2 Phantom Sound Gun, Chen Mo did not even think about it and directly upgraded its level with 100 minion-grade crystals. Coincidentally, a steel cheetah happened to run by at his feet. Chen Mo directly drove the Ice Phoenix mech and rushed up. Under the acceleration of the curvature engine, the speed of the Ice Phoenix was directly pulled up to full speed, and the naked eye could only see the gusts of shadows flashing through the air. As it approached the steel cheetah, the Ice Phoenix mech raised the Phantom Sound Gun in its right hand and pressed. The pulse microwave charged. In an instant, the steel cheetah fell straight to the ground. The Ice Phoenix mech appeared on the ground in a flash and hammered the steel cheetah's head with a punch. I throw. This thing is so good, if this is used on the battlefield, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Chen Mo had a face of surprise, not realizing that this A-rank equipment was in no way inferior to S-rank. Qingcheng, target, Forbidden Land. Depart at full speed. Yes. Far outskirts of the leveling area, front line. Great Captain, those motherfucking magical beasts are too ruthless. Their ammo is like no money at all, indiscriminate bombardment. The main thing is that their accuracy rate is simply terrifying. Basically no bullets are fired, the cannons are accurate.
In the past, when we fought with them, even if they fired their cannons, they were only 25% accurate, or at least they wouldn't cause us this much damage. But this time, our first echelon was suppressed and couldn't move at all, completely unable to advance an inch. A near 100% blow-up rate. This was nothing short of a disaster for the human troops. Zhang Chen's face was so white that even the color of the blood on his lips had faded quite a bit, showing how desperate he was at this moment. After more than 10 years of fighting with this group of steel demon beasts, this was the first time he was beaten without any power to fight back, and his previous combat experience was simply not useful. The situation of the battlefield at this moment had completely exceeded his cognition, and was rapidly getting out of his control. Stop continuing to advance, hurry up and have them all pulled back. We can't continue to increase ineffective casualties. Zhang Chen's order had just been sent out less than 2 minutes ago when even worse news followed. Great Captain, it's over, it's all over. The first echelon has already entered the range of the Wraith cannons, and now no matter if we advance or retreat, we simply can't do anything. What? Zhang Chen violently tended to slap on the table, the entire person completely exploded. This time, the beast tide was utterly beyond Zhang Chen's imagination. One had to know that in the past 10 years or so, even the worst of a huge-scale beast tide had never given him such a great pressure. Because the intelligence of those magical beasts was not too high, they launched their attacks with nothing more than hard resistance with their steel flesh. Even if there were hunters who were able to block out the radar's exploration and act as openers for them, but because the number of hunters themselves was small, and because those magical beasts did not have a unified command, it hadn't brought them any overly tragic consequences. But this time was different. This time the magical beasts looked like they were commanded by someone, and their goals were quite clear. Moreover, those evil cannons of theirs didn't know where they came from, and their aiming rate was surprisingly almost close to 100%. Grand Captain, I'm afraid they have satellite positioning. And no matter if it's from the war tempo or strategic deployment, it's simply premeditated. And their cannons seem to be War Admiral class wraiths, with a longer distance and better aiming ability than ordinary wraith missiles. As he watched the commanders and witches on the front line fall one by one, Zhang Chen's heart was simply like being cut by a dull knife, vaguely aching. A battle general class wraith acting as a turret, that was simply hitting a moving target. If this continued, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to hold out until Chen Mo came, and they would all have to die here. Song Kai, Wang Yuanbua. Here. Song Kai, you take over my position to be in charge of command. Wang Yuanbua, you be the deputy commander. During my absence, assist Song Kai. If there is something you two negotiate on your own, the rear, I'll leave it to you. Previously, Chen Mo had made modifications to Mulan. Whether it was the engine or other accessories, they all did not small upgrades. Zhang Chen wanted to try and see if he could get rid of the positioning of the wraiths under the super high speed of the curvature engine, and directly strike their back row, buying some time for his side's first echelon. The decapitation operation was the only feasible way in this desperate situation right now. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, it was better than waiting for death here now. Moreover, what if it succeeded? Senior Captain, are you going to go personally? Song Kai and Wang Yuanbo both asked in unison. No, Big Captain, you have to sit at the back, or else it'll all be a mess. Song Kai hurriedly voiced his opposition. Great Captain, let me go, I'm a 4-star commander, and my battle power is also very strong. Wang Yuanbo spoke up immediately afterward. It wasn't that they had to force Zhang Chen to stay here in command, but it was because the next frontline battlefield would experience wave after wave of artillery bombardment, and it would be difficult to pull back now, not to mention fighting. For Zhang Chen to charge forward now was simply sending him to his death. Stop talking, my mind is made up. After saying that, Zhang Chen and Mulan glanced at each other, and both saw a strong will to fight in each other's eyes. With that, the two of them held hands and stepped out of the command headquarters. At this moment, the great battle from 8 years ago flashed before their eyes again. That time, Zhang Chen had caused Mulan to suffer the greatest injury in his life because of his high-mindedness and insolence. This time, after 8 years of precipitation, Zhang Chen had long since not been the brat of that year, and the hatred of that year would be avenged today. In an instant, the ultimate McKellen mecha appeared. Under the acceleration of the curvature engine, Zhang Chen headed straight for the center of the Forbidden Land. Only, the reason why the curvature engine was an S-class top equipment was because it required a high level of proficiency itself. But Ultimate McKellen had just equipped it for 2 days, so it was obvious that he was not very comfortable with it. So much so that, just after entering the forbidden area, Zhang Chen received a warning from Ultimate McKellen that it was locked. On top of that, Zhang Chen realized that Ultimate McKellen's targeting system had been interfered with, making it completely impossible to aim. Damn it, how can we even fight? Zhang Chen cursed with hatred. Without waiting for him to react, the cannon from the Wraith's side flew towards them. Seeing that it was about to hit the Ultimate McKellen, Zhang Chen hurriedly and quickly operated on the center console,
the curvature engine was activated, and utilizing staggered movement, he quickly got the fuselage out of lockdown and dodged the attack.
Nay, was the lock on the Wraith's side so simple to get rid of?
Listening to the ding 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 alarms coming from within the mech, Zhang Chen made a dodge and skillfully used the ultimate McKellen's own thunder cannon to detonate the incoming cannonballs, ahead of time. However, the power of the cannonball was clearly beyond Zhang Chen's imagination, and the aftermath of the explosion directly shook Ultimate McKellen to the point that it kept lurching, and the smoke stirred up by the explosion completely engulfed Ultimate McKellen in an instant.
Captain! Captain!
Song Kai and Wang Yuanbua, who saw this scene from a distance at the command headquarters, exclaimed in shock at the same time. Separated by such a distance, the two of them thought that Zhang Chen had been directly bombarded head-on, and at that moment, they directly panicked. As for Zhang Chen, who had just dodged a shell, he had a face of remorse at this moment.
Alas, still too low in proficiency, the plan to forcefully break into the enemy's rear is still a failure.
Ideal was plump, reality was bone dry. If he were to follow the ideal situation, he would have already broken into the rear of the enemy army and carried out a decapitation operation by now. Unfortunately, on the one hand, his proficiency was still too low, and on the other hand, the S-Class curvature engine hadn't been upgraded, and couldn't achieve such an effect on its own. Right at this time, the enemy's artillery shells were once again chasing after him, and they were really just indiscriminate bombardment without any regard for attrition, like they didn't need any money.
It's over, I'm afraid it's really over this time.
The S-Class curvature engine consumed energy too quickly, and after such a long time of dodging, Zhang Chen had very little energy left that he could provide. The first echelon at the back had absolutely no ability to be able to support it. Song Kai and Wang Yuanbua, who were far away from the command headquarters, were also unable to pass in such a short period of time. For a while, no matter if it was the rear maintenance team members, or Zhang Chen and Mulan, they all guessed. They, I'm afraid, would really have to stay here. Just as everyone had a look of despair on their faces, an icy blue point of light came from far and near. From the sky above the command headquarters, it sprinted to the front of the first echelon in the blink of an eye. The Ice Phoenix mecha, which was about 5 meters tall, instantly appeared within Zhang Chen's reach.
Xincheng, forget about everything else, save the people first.
The roar of the engine resounded in the air above his head.
Chen Mo had finally arrived. The Ice Blue Ice Phoenix mecha made a flash and appeared directly beside Zhang Chen.
And on the other side, the explosive Skyfire Carp, whose entire body was flashing with red lightning, followed closely behind.
Dad! Mom! I've arrived in time, right?
Hearing Chen Mo's voice, Zhang Chen's eyes, which had already given up struggling to close tightly, instantly opened.
Brat, you finally arrived, if you don't come, I'm going to be shelled to pieces.
Zhang Chen cursed on his lips, but the smile on his face could not be suppressed.
Saved. Chen Mo had come, they were saved.
At the same time, the two of them, Song Kai and Wang Yuanbua, who were staying at the command headquarters, instantly burst out with hopeful gazes on their tear-filled faces.
It's the Ice Phoenix mecha, and the exploding Skyfire Carp mecha. Chen Mo is here. The great captain is saved. Woo woo. Amidst the cheers, Song Kai and Wang Yuanbua's cries were so out of place. However, the excited and surging hearts were unanimous. At this moment, it was as if everyone had forgotten that they were now on the battlefield, and the sounds of cheering resounded throughout the battlefield. Looking at the two S-Class mechs hovering above their heads, the first echelon of the maintenance team members who were suffering from artillery fire couldn't help but burst into tears. When facing a powerful enemy, they did not cry. When faced with imminent death, they did not cry.
And now, at the sight of Chen Mei arriving with his machinima, their tears were simply like a flood that broke the dike, raging out uncontrollably.
Superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon, fire. It was the same familiar commander, the same calm and bright voice, only this time, it was the Ice Phoenix mecha that participated in the battle. The power of the S-Class superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannon was simply frightening, and the slave-class magical beasts could not even hold back. And the cannonballs that locked onto them were detonated in advance as early as the moment they were locked onto by Chen Mo. For a time, the entire battlefield instantly resounded with a terrifying explosion. However, the damage to the members of the maintenance force was pitifully small. Crap, too fierce, simply too fierce. That's the explosive Skyfire Carp. Is that the big guy who picked off a few hundred magical beasts in the sky last time? The mecha beside Bakuden Fire Carp is also very handsome. That electromagnetic cannon must be A-class. How can an A-class mech be that powerful? I'd say it must be S-class. By the way, when did our troop have so many bigwigs? Last time, the explosive Skyfire Carp commander Chen Mo was so fierce, and this time there's another one. I don't know, but I know that once they come, we might be able to turn defeat into victory again. The VPC members on the battlefield looked at the two mechs that were fighting in the sky, their faces full of envy. They didn't know that these two mechs were all Chen Mo's. It didn't take long for the terrifying explosions to slowly stop. Why isn't the Wraith side releasing shells anymore? Running out? Listening to the diminishing explosions, Song Kai was puzzled. Only to see that blue figure on the battlefield weaving back and forth through the cannon fire like an excellent ballet dancer, dodging all the cannonballs as he spun and jumped. The shells that exploded around him instead looked like they were applauding his performance. Fireworks? Beautiful. Good lord, Chen Mo and his exploding skyfire carp shocked me last time, how come this is another one? Wow, it's really elegant, and this mech is so beautiful. Kai, I feel as if we can win big this time. Just as Chen Mo was on a killing spree, ready to kill directly to the enemy's lair in one breath, Yi Qingqing's voice came. Chen Mo, don't chase after the poor enemy, there is still a troop of people behind us, in case you are in danger, I'm afraid that the rear will suffer, let's go down first and see what the first captain arranges. As a chill squad leader who fought on the battlefield all year round, Yi Qingqing's concern was quite necessary. After all, every step they took determined the life and death of the large force at the rear. Chen Mo, who was about to continue sprinting, heard Yi Qingqing's suggestion and stopped at that moment. Indeed, a poor enemy should not be pursued. No matter what, how to fight next and to what extent, he had to more or less communicate with Zhang Chen. Moreover, such a grueling battlefield, a completely one-sided crushing battle situation, was indeed a bit beyond his imagination. It was always right to know more and make more preparations. Right away, Chen Mo returned to the rear command headquarters with the Ice Phoenix and explosive Skyfire Carp. Song Kai and Wan Yuanbua had long been waiting outside, just waiting to see the true face of the commander within the Ice Phoenix mech. Buzz. The mech's hatch slowly opened, and Chen Mo's head poked out from inside, followed by a direct jump. Chen Mo? Isn't he the commander of the explosive Skyfire Carp? Then who was piloting the explosive Skyfire Carp? Song Kai looked at the explosive Skyfire Carp with a head full of questions, only to see that the explosive Skyfire Carp had directly turned into a beautiful girl, and there was no commander at all. For a moment, Song Kai's brain directly died, and he simply couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. He only heard someone behind him whispering, "Crap, it's true, these two S-class mechs are both owned by Chen Mo. You guys don't know, right? I heard them say last time that Chen Mo was able to remotely channel energy to the mecha nymphets, and that he doesn't just have one mecha, that SS-rank repairer of our troop is also his contracted mecha." Ha? You said he can contract so many mechs, it's not too much to ask for one more, right? Sister, people are indentured more, but not unpicky, okay? You look at yourself if you have S-class before you say it. On the other side, Chen Mo led Yi Qingqing and Xia Zhang, directly striding into the command headquarters. At this time, Zhang Chen had already returned to the rear with Mulan, a bitter look on his face. Failed again. Was he really getting old? He couldn't even raid the enemy's rear and almost put his life on the line. If it wasn't for Chen Mo's timely arrival, he was afraid that he would once again lead Mulan to destruction. Alas, it really wasn't possible to disobey old age. Yo! How is the captain of the maintenance force wilting? Chen Mo's flirtatious voice came from behind him, and Zhang Chen hurriedly straightened his chest, hiding the despondency on his face. Right. Wasn't there still Chen Mo? Although he was old, his son-in-law was still young. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's mood instantly improved. Chen Mo, no kidding, I'm afraid this war is different from all the previous ones. Zhang Chen told Chen Mo all about all the intelligence gathered and the situation of this battlefield. The more Chen Mo listened, the more alarmed he became. It was hard to believe that the center of the Forbidden Land, there were already highly intelligent beings? Otherwise, how could this orderly and premeditated war be explained? And who came up with the method of the war general-level magical beasts acting as turrets? I can go up and try it, but it's my first time using it as well, so it's not necessarily guaranteed to work. Chen Mo recalled the phantom sound gun that had just been upgraded and suddenly had an idea in his heart. What are you going to do? Zhang Chen was a bit uneasy, he had experienced it firsthand. The enemy's rear was not something that could be entered by recklessness. I am going to go in alone. No way. Without waiting for Chen Mo to continue, Zhang Chen hurriedly interrupted him. Hear me out, this is the best idea I have, I'm going in by myself. The target is smaller, and I can take care of myself, and I have the means to save my life. Even if I can't cut through the enemy's rear, I'm sure I'll be able to exit alive. To be honest, Chen Mo himself was actually not 100% sure. The enemy's firepower was indeed a bit fierce, and the range of the phantom gun wasn't particularly far, so he would have to raid very close to the magical beasts in order to succeed. Moreover, the main thing was that there were definitely more powerful magical beasts hidden in the center of the Forbidden Land, and with his strength, he really wasn't sure he could succeed. Have you really thought about it and are prepared to go by yourself? In case you fail at that time, we really can't do anything to help you. Zhang Chen inquired about Chen Mo's thoughts one last time. Chen Mo had also made up his mind that this was the only way. Yes, the strength of our large force cannot pass through the enemy's bombardment zone. In order to completely open up the battlefield, the only way is for me to destroy their rear base and clear the way for our large force.
Apart from this reason, Chen Mo actually had his own selfishness. The swarms of magical beasts on the battlefield came one after another, and to him, they were simply points and crystals delivered to his door. There was no chance that with this wave, he would directly become rich. On the other hand, Zhang Chen thought left and right, but he really couldn't find a better method than Chen Mo's method. After many years of war, the manpower and material resources of the maintenance forces had indeed been depleted too much, and it was almost impossible to fight the magical beasts head-on.
It was those cannonballs that didn't cost anything that they couldn't even carry. The other day, the scene of Chen Mo single-handedly taking on a group of dragons was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, there was only hope for him. Chen Mo, I order you in my capacity as the Grand Commander of the Maintenance Unit, come back alive.
After saying that, Zhang Chen fiercely stood up straight and gave a standardized military salute towards Chen Mo. This was the most sincere wish as a soldier. Chen Mo's heart stirred as he hurriedly saluted as well, yes. At this time, they were not father-in-law and son-in-law. They were just the superior and subordinate in the maintenance force. It was the most honorable, soldiers. As for Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng, they never objected to any choice made by Chen Mo. Although they also knew that Chen Mo's decision this time around was very risky, the two women still stood behind Chen Mo very decisively. After Chen Mo's exit from the battlefield, the Wraith side soon began to bombard again. At this time, the front line was filled with smoke and the sound of explosions continued to flow. The ground was filled with deep craters left behind by the explosions, and the corpses of humans and magical beasts were countless, and the strong smell of blood made people sick to their stomachs. Chen Mo took advantage of the smoke to sneak into the battlefield. He was very fast and tried his best not to let the enemy realize his presence. Piloting the Ice Phoenix mech like a shadow, he quickly skimmed over the buildings in the battlefield that had already been blown to pieces, and by the way, utilized the phantom gun to directly collect all the magical beasts that he had fought in front of. Under the effect of the curvature engine, the Ice Phoenix mecha's own advantages were thoroughly utilized. On the rocky road, the Ice Phoenix was simply like walking on flat ground. Chen Mo did not feel any bumps at all, and under the role of the laser-phased array multipoint precision tuning radar, the enemy's position and configuration were all mapped out by Chen Mo. Distance, angle, movement status, all the data were all detected and recognized. The display screen inside the Ice Phoenix mech showed all of this data to Chen Mo. Qingcheng, we are about to enter the core area of the Forbidden Land. I'm afraid that the anti-detection material will fail. Prepare to be locked. Several cannonballs flew directly towards the Ice Phoenix mech. Fortunately, the Ice Phoenix mech was equipped with a warp rate engine. It dodged the cannonballs with a dodge when it was about to explode on the mech. Boom! Boom boom! The position that had just dodged away in the previous second was blasted by a cannonball in the next second. However, the next second, several more shells flew straight over. Crap, it's not over yet. After dodging 3 or 4 waves of cannonballs in a row, Chen Mo was enraged even if he was good-tempered. The curvature engine was exerted to the extreme, and the Ice Phoenix mech instantly turned into a trail of stumps. The superconducting weapon electromagnetic cannons behind the Ice Phoenix mecha kept firing, and one by one, the strategic points were precisely knocked out by the electromagnetic cannons. As for the enemy's several Battle Admiral-class artillery pieces, they were simultaneously aiming at Chen Mo, intent on knocking him out. Without this group of highly accurate artillery bombardment, the members of the first echelon of the VPF also slowly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield was less intense, Xia Zhang hurriedly joined the fray as well. The explosive Skyfire Carp mecha instantly transformed, and under the acceleration of the thrusters, the annihilation frantically decimated the magical beasts. Some people were happy and some people were sad. The side of the maintenance force had achieved considerable success, while the side of the Forbidden Land was caught off guard. Forbidden Land Area J, Command Headquarters. Inside the secret room that looked full of technology, a humanoid creature with steel armor attached to his entire body was sitting behind a desk. The person opposite him was clearly Qinsho, who had just been sent to prison by Chen Mo some time ago. Qinsho, we went through the trouble of rescuing you, and this is what you're going to show me this time? Didn't you say that the Imperial Capital Maintenance Unit only had one yellow and black mecha that you couldn't handle? Tell me, what about this blue mech? A dozen or so of our Battle Admiral-class artillery, and not a single shot was able to hit it. Is this what you call foolproof? I advise you to better figure out what to explain now, or else, when Lord Wiener asks, I won't help you explain. Last time that black and red mecha decimated a large number of our flying magical beasts, and this time the exact same situation has occurred. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Facing O'Hara's question, Qinsho didn't know how to answer. This ice blue mecha, he hadn't even heard of it, let alone seen it before. Luckily, O'Hara gave him a chance to speak. Since he didn't let him die outright, it meant that there was still a chance for everything to be salvaged. My lord, I've never seen this mech before in the maintenance force. We've gathered intelligence on all of their highest level mechs, but this one really isn't there. It's most likely a new mech that just joined the maintenance force this year, but from the looks of it, I'm afraid that the battle power is even stronger than the one that Zhang Chen has. As for that black and red mech, it's the contracted mech of a new commander called Chen Mo who was recruited by Zhang Chen this year, and I've already given you all the data of the explosive Skyfire Carpa. Aside from this mech, all of the defense forces and configuration data of the maintenance unit are all indistinguishable from what I provided. Qin Shou was also confused now. Some time ago, he had been messed up in jail by Chen Mo and Zhang Chen. Taking advantage of this, he gathered intelligence bit by bit and almost mapped out the imperial capital's defense force. Especially Chen Mo, he had even gotten his information to the bottom of it. The previous beast tide was caused by him. Because the imperial capital's security forces were very weak in terms of air defense, and very powerless in terms of aerial combat, if they used flying magical beasts to launch an attack, they would definitely be able to break through the defenses of the distant suburban leveling area. At that time, wouldn't the fall of the imperial capital be within their control? Who knew that a Chang Baijin, a flying explosive sky mecha, would directly kill all of their flying magical beasts in the middle of the road? That time, Qin Shou was almost killed by Lord Wiener. Luckily, he had a bit of old money from the past few decades, and only after all of it had been contributed did Lord Wiener leave him alive. In this beast tide, the powerful radar jamming and precise positioning system were the cards he handed over to save his life at that time. After O'Hara had tested these systems many times and determined that they worked very well, only then did he launch a larger-scale beast tide. When the war started at the very beginning, with the radar jamming device and the precise positioning system, they had indeed gained a considerable advantage. Seeing that, the imperial capital's maintenance forces were being beaten back by them, and the defense line at the edge of the city was about to be breached. Who knew that two more inexplicable mechs would come out? One was the very same explosive Skyfire Carp that had saved the day last time, and the other was the ice blue mecha that had never been seen at all, but they were at their wits' end with him. Watching on the screen, the Ice Phoenix mecha was getting closer and closer to their command headquarters, and O'Hara's heart was in his throat. It couldn't be helped, the purpose of the Ice Phoenix mech was clear, it was obvious that it was going to destroy their command headquarters. Could it not panic? Get down, if you don't take care of this matter, if Lord Wiener doesn't kill you, I will. I'll go now. Seeing a gust of murderous aura flashing in O'Hara's eyes, Qin Shou hurriedly retreated. If the Forbidden J area was destroyed, not to mention him, I'm afraid O'Hara's head wouldn't be saved. The only way now was to preserve the Forbidden J area, perhaps then everything would still have a chance to turn around. Outside, under the consistent aiming of a dozen or so Battle Admiral-class cannons, wherever the Ice Phoenix mecha's front foot was, a furious bombardment would be ushered in. For a time, the entire battlefield was thick with smoke, covering the sky. After such a long period of circling around, Chen Mo was already quite familiar with the situation behind the Wraith. With the curvature engine utilized to its fullest extent, Chen Mo was confident that it was not impossible for him to break in and even come out unharmed. At this moment, the distance from the back of the Wraith was only about 1 kilometer. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he fiercely pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. The moment he surged within a kilometer, a warning came from the Ice Phoenix mech. Warning! Warning! A large number of high-grade magical beasts have been detected ahead, please evacuate in time, Commander. Warning! Warning! A large number of high-grade magical beasts have been detected ahead, please evacuate in time. Chen Mo just ignored the warning and drove the Ice Phoenix mech directly upwards. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the beasts. The phantom sound gun in the Ice Phoenix mecha's hand had already been recharged. Chen Mo's eyes were glued to the large red dots in the radar image on the screen. One could only see the number of red dots growing more and more dense. As O'Hara guessed Chen Mordecai's purpose, the first thing he did was to rush the magical beasts of the G, H, and I regions together, bound to take Chen Mordecai down. All the steel wraiths spontaneously fired missiles, and the Battle Admiral-class artillery was firing one after another. The Ice Phoenix mecha looked like it was completely blind to the missiles that grazed its face, and every time it skimmed over a spot, countless wraiths were decapitated. At this point, the curvature engine was already at its peak, and Chen Mo was operating rapidly on the center console, reaping lives like the god of death, heading straight for the enemy base camp. His only purpose now was to destroy all of the enemy's radar jamming equipment and precision targeting systems. In this way, the explosive Skyfire Carp following behind would be able to follow without a commander. After all of these cannons were battle general level magical beasts, and there was no way to deal with so many of them with Xia Zhang alone. With another super high-speed acceleration, the Ice Phoenix mecha finally entered the range of the Phantom gun. In an instant, the pulse power of the Phantom sound gun that had been stored up for a long time surged out, quickly spreading out behind the demonic beast troops. All the radars and electronic instruments fell into a state of silence. The wraiths closest to the Phantom gun directly fell into a deep coma. The battlefield that was roaring 1 second was directly quiet the next. Through the machine lady system, Chen Mo's voice calmly entered Xia Zhang's ears. Teacher Xia, go. The moment they received the command, the explosive Skyflame Carp mecha directly rose up into the sky, following the Ice Phoenix mecha and delving into the back of the magical beasts. Hearing a dead silence on the battlefield, seeing the Ice Phoenix mecha and the explosive Skyfire Carp mecha fly into the back of the magical beasts at the same time, all the members of the maintenance troop, at the same time, let out deafening cheers. I told you, we're saved when Chen Mo came. Long live the exploding Skyfire Carp, long live the Ice Phoenix, long live Chen Mo. Look, that group of devilish beasts, they've all fainted. It worked. Chen Mo really did it. Zhang Chen, who was watching the front line from the command headquarters with fear and trepidation, even violently stood up. Both hands slammed towards the desktop, shaking the entire command headquarters into instant silence. Brat, it really did it. Xiaolu, notify all ground troops to take this opportunity to advance 5 kilometers forward to receive for Chen Mo. Aerial forces stand ready to cover for the Ice Phoenix and explosive Skyfire Carp. While cheering on this side, the members of the battlefield hospital and battlefield maintenance room on the other side had stopped what they were doing. Ever since Chen Mo's arrival, the wounded that were received at the rear had become fewer and fewer. Up to now, they were only helping the wounded sent in before to recover, and there had been no new wounded for a long time. Zhang Nianqing wiped the sweat from her head and finally revived the last machinist. It was at this time that she snapped to the sound of cheering outside. Shan Mu, I love you. Chen Mo, it's so handsome. Really awesome. Chen Mo, contract me, I want to give you monkeys. Sister Nian Nian, why are you here? All the machinima are repaired. I came out to see, what's the situation? Did Chen Mo succeed? Yes. Chen Mo took 2 mechs, the Ice Phoenix and the explosive Skyfire Carp, and fought directly into the demonic beast's lair. We're going to win. Zhang Nianqing looked across the distant battlefield, her lips slightly hooked. Although this time, she did not go on the battlefield as Chen Mo's machine lady, however, she did not regret it. The battle in the early stages was simply too intense, our troops were simply powerless to fight back. And no matter if it was a machine girl or a commander, those who died were injured. Although she was Chen Mo's contracted Megain, she was also the strongest Megain he had contracted. However, there were at least Yi Qingcheng and Xia Zhang at the front line to accompany him in the battle, while the mecha repairers at the rear were simply too busy, and the large number of injured and wounded. Without her repairs, I'm afraid that all of them would really be dead. Now such a situation, I'm afraid that this is the most full of results. On the other side, after driving the Ice Phoenix mech to raid the back of the Wraith, Chen Mo driving the Ice Phoenix mech, he directly put the most cutting-edge core equipment in the back, into the commander's warehouse. This thing was terrifyingly terrifying. It could achieve the effect of turning the tide on the battlefield. It would really be a shame if this broke. In short, after some even eating and taking, Chen Mo had looted all the goodies in the rear of the Wraith. Then, only then did he look at the surrounding group of magical beasts that were eyeing him. The surroundings were filled with magical beasts that were besieging him, almost like ants, too dense to count. The phantom voice gun was almost smoking, but it hadn't cleared the group of beasts. Fortunately, the phantom voice gun had been upgraded and had a stun effect. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Chen Mo would really not be able to get away for a while. Right at this time, Xia Zhang also finished handling the large group of magical beasts at hand and rushed to Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo, I can't, I only have 20% of my energy left. I'm afraid I'm going to run out if I use the warp engine a few more times. It was only then that Chen Mo remembered that he had just been preoccupied with piloting the Ice Phoenix mecha to raid the rear, and he simply did not have enough energy to provide energy to the explosive Skyfire Carp. It was only at this moment, when he heard Xia Zhang tell him that he hurriedly turned the remote recharge on. In an instant, Xia Zhang felt that the energy that was just about to be consumed was slowly starting to increase again. Feeling the energy in her body gradually filling up, Xia Zhang's eyes looked towards those war general grade cannons. They were the ones that had just blown her up so much that she couldn't even dodge, almost becoming a pile of metal fragments. For a moment, Xia Zhang's eyes began to turn cold. The quantum pursuit cannon behind her back slowly rose, and under the energies of the abundant energy, a single round of cannonballs went straight towards the war general class wraiths. The rear of the magical beasts was instantly engulfed in raging flames, and a large number of magical beasts were engulfed in a sea of fire before they had time to scream. The explosive Skyfire Carp that flashed with red electric light held Annihilation in his right hand and stepped into the sea of fire. Annihilation frantically harvested the last vestige of life force from the magical beasts, and wherever it passed, not a single magical beast could survive. With the explosive Skyfire Carp mecha at the front, the Ice Phoenix at the back was also a lot easier. Stepping over the corpses of a group of magical beasts and receiving the constantly rising points in his mind, Chen Mo could not help but smile slightly. Cool. At this rate of points, I'm afraid that those objects in the commander's mall, he would be able to afford them even if he saved up a bit more. Thinking of this, Chen Mo driving the Ice Phoenix also joined the battle. The two mechs coordinated with each other, and it didn't take long for them to reach the location of the War General class Wraith. At this moment, behind the War General class magical beast, a large number of minion class magical beasts were still rushing out in a steady stream. The number was so large that Chun Mo felt shocked even looking at it. The phantom sound gun in the Ice Phoenix mecha's hand was once again used. The powerful pulse energy rushed towards the slave-level magical beasts, and the battlefield instantly quieted down once again.
Teacher Xia, follow me.
Chen Mo shouted, piloting the Ice Phoenix mech to directly burst into the open space in front of the War General class demonic beast. Just now, he hadn't been able to see them very clearly from a distance, but now that he saw this group of magical beasts face to face, Chen Mo's brain buzzed. One by one, they were really monster artillery, with their asses sitting on the ground. The turret was a full 5 meters high, and the huge barrel was their nose, which was longer than the height of the turret.
Unorthodox, simply monsters. Moreover, these cannon magical beasts were all battle general level magical beasts.
The explosive Skyfire Carp glanced sideways at the Ice Phoenix mecha, and with Chun Mo inside the cockpit glancing at each other, they suddenly rushed out together. Under the acceleration of the curvature engine, the explosive Skyfire Carp dodged and appeared on the side of the fire cannon magic beast. Annihilation was raised high above its head, and Xiaojin shouted explosively and chopped out with all his strength.
With a single chop, the Annihilation instantly exuded a dense murderous aura, and the moment the blade light flashed, the fire cannon demon beast on its side was directly cut off, while the blade light did not go out, and in the process, it took away 2 or 3 more fire cannon demon beasts. With just one slash, several battle general level magical beasts, their souls returned to the west. The majestic aura of annihilation burst out. Majestic aura of annihilation burst out, and the entire battlefield instantly fell into a dead silence.
Even Chen Mo inside the Ice Phoenix mecha was in a state of fear at this moment.
Good guy. An S-class mech paired with an S-class weapon was simply frighteningly strong.
At this moment, Xiaojin was simply a merciless killing machine, and it was also a melee killing machine, violent and direct, not giving anyone a chance to react at all.
Ding!
Killing a Warlord Grade Wraith, 155mm light cannon, Grade A, Warlord Grade Crystal *1, points increased by 500, Annihilation soul power increased by 500.
Ding!
Kill a War General class beast, 155mm light cannon, Grade A, War General class Crystal *1, points increased by 500, soul power of Annihilation increased by 500.
Icy electronic tones came one after another in his mind.
The expression on Chen Mo's face directly lost control.
Crap! This reward was truly generous. 155mm light cannon, this is simply the most powerful long-range attack cannon on the battlefield. Pow 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 pow.
While the explosive Skyfire Carp was decimating the War Admiral class magical beasts, Chun Mo piloted the Ice Seal mecha and began another round of scavenging. There were bound to be a lot of high-quality shells near this kind of War General class artillery. As expected, Chen Mo had quickly found a magical beast's armory where the artillery shells were stored, and there were 500 Excalibur precision-guided missiles inside. No wonder they didn't feel any pain at all when they opened fire towards the maintenance forces. This reserve of artillery shells was too big. Although Chen Mo knew that the wraiths were bound to be inseparable from above the dome, he thought that the equipment would also be more advanced and have more reserves. But he never thought that there would be so many. He also didn't know whether it was provided to them by above the dome or whether they had made it themselves. With the nervous system and cosensory system all connected, Yi Qingqing felt Chen Mo's shock at the first moment, and also knew the question in his heart. Then, he said, I've been in the distant suburb practicing area for such a long time, I know more or less about them. As far as I know, these magical beasts are supposed to have very powerful manufacturing ability and reproduction technology. As long as there is enough energy, they can build out the accessories or finished products according to the drawings. I'm afraid, in the deepest part of this forbidden land, there should really be high intelligence magical beasts present, only that their intelligence might not be the highest, so they can only build out relatively low-grade accessories and finished products at the moment, while the top-grade S equipment, they can't build out. Chen Mo nodded. What Yi Qingqing said coincided with his guess. From the looks of it, after we go back this time, we have to continue to strengthen our forces, and I'm afraid that we'll inevitably have to come to the Forbidden Land a few more times by then. However, there's nothing wrong with it. Fighting monsters, not only can we add points, but we can also explode equipment, why not? Chen Mo put all the cannonballs, all of them in one brain, into the commander's warehouse, and then joined the battlefield. Because of the consideration that killing monsters could allow Annihilation to upgrade, Chen Mo driving the Ice Phoenix mecha was only responsible for keeping the high-level magical beasts under control, and all the killing was handed over to the explosive Skyfire Carp. It didn't take long for dozens of the enemy's fire cannon wraiths to be killed.
Chen Mo had obtained 37 units of 155mm light cannon as a whole. After that, he had found a few locations to store ammunition one after another, and had gotten a total of nearly 2,000 Excalibur precision-guided missiles. If this was put on the market, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even take 2 hours for them to be snapped up. Chen Mo's side was full of harvest. On the other hand, the other side. Qinshou, who was drawn out by the huge commotion caused by the exploding Skyfire Carp and Ice Phoenix mechs, hid in a corner and secretly looked at the two God of War-like mechs, and was directly scared to the point of sitting on the ground. It's over. It's all over. The Forbidden Zone J command was completely finished. His little life, I'm afraid, can't be saved either. For a moment, Qinshou hurriedly climbed up from the ground and ran towards the deeper part of the Forbidden Land, at great speed. Over here, Chen Mo led the two girls, Xia Zhang and Yi Qingsheng, to frantically kill monsters and frantically harvest points. Only, the prolonged high energy output had indeed made Chen Mo somewhat unable to cope. Just at this time, a violent alarm came from the radar detector. Ding ding ding. Warning! A Commander-class magical beast has been detected 800 meters away. Please evacuate in time. Ding ding ding. Warning! We've detected a Commander-class beast at 800 meters. Please evacuate. Hearing the alarm, Chen Mo's spirit jolted. Commander-class magical beasts. It was one rank higher than a War General-level magical beast. To be honest, Chen Mo really wanted to fight with a Commander-class magical beast to see which one was stronger or weaker, but naturally, after such a long time of fighting, his energy was no longer enough to allow him to continue to fight with a powerful magical beast. Teacher Xia, retreat. For safety's sake, Chen Mo hurriedly called for Xia Zhang to run with him. There was no fear of not having firewood to burn if you stayed in the Green Hills. Anyway, all the strategic resources in this area were basically taken away by Chen Mo's mad captivity, leaving almost nothing useful behind. He would fight his way back when he had more energy next time. In a flash, the explosive Skyfire Carp Mecha and Ice Phoenix Mecha no longer lingered in the slightest, and under the ultra-high-speed acceleration of the curvature engine, they exited the command headquarters of the Forbidden Area J in the blink of an eye. Before the Commander-class magical beasts even showed themselves, the two mechs' trailing breaths could no longer be seen. On the way back, Chen Mo opened the Commander's panel and checked the bountiful battle results of this battle. Battle result statistics. Hunting and killing, Slave-class magical beasts, 2,286, War Soldier-class magical beasts, 368, War General-class magical beasts, 37. Energy crystals, Slave-grade crystals, 2286, total, 3293, War Soldier-grade crystals, 368, total, 400, War General-grade crystals, 38, total, 39. Points, 78660, total, 126204. Annihilation Soul Power, 18500, total, 33200. Looking at the harvested panel, Chen Mo really wanted to exclaim, it's so damn cool. Although it was true that he was a little bit tired, these points were just like a free gift, and a beast-tied battle could be much faster than if he had been alone in the far outskirts of the leveling area looking for magical beasts all over the place. Today's one-day's battle results were more than all of his previous ones combined. The energy crystals were even collected in a big wave, making him rich overnight. Ding! Annihilation has reached the conditions for evolution. Is it going to evolve? Chen Mo did not even think about it and directly upgraded. Today's monster killing was thanks to the explosive Skyfire Carp and Annihilation. Ding! Evolution in progress. Ding! Evolution complete. Destructive power increased by 20%, 36545/40,000. When Chen Mo returned to the command headquarters with the explosive Skyfire Carp mech and the Ice Phoenix mech, from afar, he saw a large group of people already waiting below. Chen Mo jumped out from the cockpit, and the two mechs instantly transformed into their human forms. Dad, I brought you something good. In the blink of an eye, 2155mm light cannons were placed flush at the entrance of the command headquarters. At the same time, a whole 1,000 missiles were also placed neatly arranged next to the cannons. To be honest, Chen Mordecai himself was not a stingy person, and the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force was really too poor. If it wasn't for the fact that they had tried their best to wait until he arrived this time, I'm afraid that they would really be wiped out. Although the Wraith side was indeed fierce, to put it bluntly, it was also because their side was really too weak, or else they wouldn't have been beaten without a fight. These 20 cannons were also considered his contribution to the troops, and he couldn't use so many cannons by himself. Thinking about exploding the Heavenly Fire Carp and Ice Phoenix, they couldn't even pretend to be this kind of cannons, or else it would probably be a problem to even take off. On the contrary, Zhang Yanqing might be able to pretend, and would need to look into it again when the time came. Therefore, Chen Mo kept some for himself and gave all the rest to Zhang Chen. Seeing the loot that Chen Mo had surrendered back in the news that the Wraith Command headquarters had been breached, the entire VPF completely exploded. It's fortunate that we have Chen Mo, or else it seems like I would have died on the battlefield just now. Can you be a little outgoing? Today is a big day for our troop. After so many years, Chen Mo is the only one who has attacked the Forbidden Land, representing the fact that our troop will finally be able to extend its hand into the Forbidden Land. Chen Mo is bullish. Explosive Sky Firecarp is bullish. Ice Phoenix is awesome. We did it. Salute. Under Zhang Chen's loud chorus, all the members of the maintenance unit simultaneously saluted towards Chen Mo. At this moment, no matter if it was the commander or the machine girl, the movements were all in unison. With their right hands leveled with their eyebrows, their faces were either excited or serious, reverent or grateful. For a moment, the respect that came out from the bottom of their hearts filled the hearts of all the members of the maintenance force. Chen Mo's heart stirred, his body tightened and straightened, and towards all of them, he returned the salute. As the beast tide came to an end, Chen Mo finally managed to take a break. It was only after bidding farewell to everyone that Chen Mo felt indescribably drained. To be honest, after a few hours of fighting at a super high intensity, coupled with the fact that he had also brushed the far outskirts of the leveling area yesterday, Chen Mo was really a bit overwhelmed. Not only was his physical strength depleted, but the consumption of his mental energy was even more difficult for Chen Mo. So much so, when Chen Mo sat on the explosive Skyfire Carp racing car, his entire body fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the warm sunlight basked on his body, baking Chen Mo warmly. A burst of fragrance came into his nostrils, and Chen Mo's stomach grumbled. Looking at the familiar room, Chen Mu had a moment of confusion. He didn't even know how he returned to Xiaojin's house. Couldn't it be that Xiaojin carried him back? It couldn't be, or was it a princess hug? That would be too embarrassing. Chen Mao stuck his head into the pillow with a face of shame. Next time, absolutely can't fall asleep again, it's too embarrassing. Click. Just at this time, the room door was pushed open. Xiaojin walked in with the scent of shower gel all over her body. Hubby, get up. The sun is all over your ass. I'll go serve you breakfast, so hurry up and get up yo. Watching Chen Mo sit up, Xiaojin then turned around and returned to the kitchen. Breakfast wasn't very sumptuous, but it was nutritionally balanced. Chen Mo thought about it and prepared to go to the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps. He didn't do it for the purpose of taking on a mission. After all, he had just finished solving the beast tide, and he still hadn't slowed down a bit. However, he had heard that over at the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps, in addition to being able to receive quests, there were also many powerful devices for sale. After this battle, Chen Mo still felt that Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng were too weak, although as S-class mechs they were already very strong, but if they wanted to move up to a higher level, then they were a bit far behind. The equipment needed would have to be a bit better. There was also Zhang Yanqing, the SS-class nuclear submarine. Although the equipment that they were equipped with was already very luxurious, however, the top-level weaponry was still vacant and needed to be replenished as well. Therefore, Chen Mao planned to take advantage of the time he had today to go over and see if there were any suitable ones. He had money anyway, and if he happened to stumble upon a good one, he reckoned that he could afford it. Along the way, the explosive Skyfire Carp could be considered to be in the limelight, and its body that flashed with fiery red electric light attracted countless passers-by to look back at it. As a nationwide mission organization, the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps naturally had quite a few agency points in the imperial capital. However, Chen Mo did not go to those small agency points, but instead went straight to the mercenary group's headquarters union. After all, the headquarters union held first-hand information, and the tasks with the highest commissions were always the first to be issued from the headquarters. So much so, not only was Chen Mei the only one who would choose this place, but most of the high-level commanders and machine girls who had the strength would also choose to come here to receive missions. As for those high-quality melee or long-distance weapons, they were only qualified to purchase them if they met the union's requirements. Under Xia Zhang's high-speed speed, the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps headquarters union was reflected far into Chen Mo's eyes. It was a large skyscraper that was about dozens of stories high, and even in the downtown area of the imperial capital, it appeared so abrupt. And in the center of the oversized square in front of the union, there stood a dozen-meter-high statue of a war maiden, majestic but not lacking in beauty that belonged to women alone. The statue of the war maiden was like a god of war guarding the earth, with an icy gaze that looked like it was trying to see through all the evil sycophants. Inexplicably, Chen Mo felt a strong sense of oppression. However, after the sense of oppression, there was a full sense of security. After arriving at the mega square, Chen Mo got off from the exploding Skyfire Carp, and Xia Zhang also returned to human form. Not to mention that the plaza was already very large, but there were countless people coming and going, even making the mega plaza seem a bit crowded. Looking at a passing gaze, Chen Mo's heart was astonished for a moment. All of them were strong people. Even if they weren't SSS-class top-tier powerhouses, they were still existences whose strength could not be underestimated. However, this was not a rare thing. After all, the first threshold for joining the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps was that one's strength had to be at least B rank, or else after accepting a mission, one would only be sent to their deaths when faced with a super strong opponent. Among the people coming and going, there were not a few whose eyes revealed a murderous aura.
Accepting missions all year round and living a life of licking blood from the mouth of a knife, being a little more vigilant wasn't a bad thing, and sometimes it was even the most important thing to save one's life.
Hubby, are we going to the mission receiving hall now?
Xia Zhang asked as she swept over Chen Mo's arm. Let's go to the quest collection hall, see what suitable quests are available, and by the way, see if we can buy any suitable equipment. Chen Mo's goal was clear, he was running towards the quest rewards.
The grade of the equipment should preferably be S rank, if not, A rank equipment with special functions could also be considered for consideration.
After all, the quality of his contracted machinima were all too high, and if the equipment was poor, it would be better not to have it. He himself had 2 empowerment skills, the red flame cross slash could utilize a strong attack power, and the beyond death sphere could cut down a dying enemy directly.
These 2 empowerment skills were already powerful in their own right. The low-grade equipment was indeed a bit unwatchable.
While walking and thinking, without realizing it, the 2 of them walked into the guild hall. In the center of the hall, there was an oversized panel, and the font of the first line on it was directly bolded and marked red, so Chen Mo wanted to ignore it.
But he couldn't. SSS grade quest. 3 S's in a row made Chen Mo's pupils quake.
I've heard that this SSS ranked quest has been here for over a year, but no one has completed it until now. I heard that the strength of this magical beast is so strong that it caused quite a bit of destruction on the troops' side, so much so that the officials directly released this mission themselves, and the team or individual that beheads this magical beast can receive quite a generous reward. As a teacher of the Mecha Academy, Xia Xing was always particularly concerned about this kind of officially released news. Only, she did not expect that a mission from a year ago would still be hanging around here even now.
SSS ranked mission, hunting the magical beast Demon Monarch.
Mission content, a Demon Monarch class demon beast mixed into the human world in human form a year ago, and it is known to possess the ability to transform into a mecha form, and can even simulate functions similar to the Mecha Nymphet system. Mission requirement, identify and kill the Demon Monarch class demonic beast from the human world. Mission reward, 100 billion dragon coins, 1 S-class engine, 1 S-class cold weapon, and 1 S-class hot weapon. Mission reward, 100 billion dragon coins, 1 S-class engine, 1 S-class cold weapon, and 1 S-class hot weapon.
Requirements for receiving the mission, commander of SS rank or above or mercenary group of S rank or above. Note, the war power of the magical beasts is unknown, their level is unknown, and they are extremely dangerous. Please think twice for commanders and mercenary corps. Looking at the mission information on the mission panel, Chen Mo's brows tightly furrowed. Demon Monarch level magical beasts.
In this world, magical beasts were categorized into a total of 9 ranks. Slave class, battle soldier class, battle general class, commander class, lord class, monarch class, demon monarch class, tyrant class, and juggernaut class. 2 days ago on the battlefield, Chen Mo had briefly sensed the presence of a commander class demonic beast when he was retreating. However, at that time, he was overly consumed and simply did not have enough strength to fight with the commander class demonic beasts, so Chen Mo did not know how strong the commander class demonic beasts were. However, there was no need to think about it. The battle strength of a commander-class demonic beast was definitely several times that of a war general-class demonic beast. Just like the commander and the mecha, the difference between each rank was not a fraction of a point. Who could tell if a commander-class magical beast would have something like Chen Mo's SSS-class commander's exclusive talent or something like that? In case there was, with Chen Mo's depleted strength at that time, it was simply a fish on the chopping board, a typical meal delivered to the door. At that time, the commander-class demonic beast had already made Chen Mo's brain buzz, and the object of that SSS-class quest on the quest panel was unexpectedly a Demon Monarch-class demonic beast. It even had the same change ability as the Machine Lady, and even had something similar to the Machine Lady system. This was puzzling. How did it, a demon beast, make it seem like a mecha? Most importantly, this magical beast had even mixed into the human world in human form. How could it distinguish between a human and a magical beast? Doesn't this mean that the entire human world is unsafe everywhere? However, as Chen Mo's mind turned, a bad idea suddenly occurred to him. He was able to forcibly log into the Machine Lady, and this demon ruler level magical beast also had a system similar to the Machine Lady. I wonder, when he arrived, could he directly forcefully log into the Demon Monarch class demonic beast, and at that time, directly manipulate her spiritual power, just like the last time he interrogated Hades, the king of the underworld? If he could, wouldn't it be a breeze to complete the mission? The corner of Chen Mo's mouth hooked into a bad smile, only, he also knew that there was basically no way for this situation to materialize. He didn't even know where the magical beasts were. Just at this time, an icy mechanical tone instantly sounded in his mind.
Ding! Random mission now issued. Complete SSS ranked mission, hunt Demon Monarch ranked magical beasts. Mission time, unlimited. What?
The moment he heard the mission, Chen Mo's entire body instantly froze.
He hadn't heard it wrong. Hunting a demon monarch level magical beast? This commander's mission was really looking up to him, wasn't this purely letting him go to his death?
Imagination was beautiful, reality was bone-chilling. Just imagine the mandatory landing of the demon monarch level demonic beasts, that can only exist in the imagination. If this is put into reality, it may not wait for him to mandatory log in, it has already been chopped into pieces.
That was a demon monarch level demonic beast. 10 of them wouldn't be enough for him to even take a look at.
However, fortunately, there was no time limit for this quest.
When he contracted an SSS-class mecha and equipped her with top-notch equipment, he might really be able to fight with a demon monarch-class demonic beast. Right now? I don't think so.
This mission had been sent out for more than a year, and the mission rewards were so generous, I'm afraid there would have been a large group of people accepting this mission long ago.
Why hasn't it been completed by now? There are 2 reasons. 1. Where is this demon monarch level demonic beast? She took human form and lived in the human world. As long as it didn't want to expose itself, who could find it? If you can't even find it, how can you talk about completing the mission? Second, what is the strength of a monarch level beast? Demon monarch class magical beasts are second only to dominator class magical beasts and tyrant class magical beasts. Their strength is bound to be extraordinary, not to mention SS class commanders, even SSS class commanders. I'm afraid that they will lose their lives if they're not careful.
Alas, no wonder no one has come to claim such a generous reward for such a long time. However, a large amount of dragon coins, S-class engines, S-class cold weapons, and S-class hot weapons. Regardless of any of these rewards, taking them out alone would be enough to make everyone's heart flutter, not to mention that completing the mission was a direct way to take all the rewards. Honestly, Shen Mu was really moved. Watching Shen Mu's urge to take the mission, Xiao Zhang's voice rang out in time.
Hubby, are you going to accept this mission?
You have to think clearly, this mission, but it was issued uniformly throughout the country. So far more or less commanders have folded on this mission, not to mention fighting, they haven't even seen it, and it's not certain if it's in the imperial capital or not.
Shen Mo could not help but nod his head.
Indeed, finding it was all a big problem. However, it wasn't in the way anyway, and even if it was received, it didn't mean that it had to be completed at the moment.
Thinking of this, Shen Mo still directly took this SSS-ranked quest and claimed it.
Just as Chen Mo had just finished accepting the quest, a cold snort suddenly sounded behind him.
Pfft, what kind of thing dares to accept an SSS-ranked quest, and doesn't look at how many pounds he has? Shen Mo followed the voice and turned back,
only to see a young man in a flamboyant suit, surrounded by women that could not be counted on one hand, looking at him coldly, with a snort of confiscation on his lips.
Shen Mo could not help but frown.
At a glance, he knew that the person in front of him was a rich second generation, a playboy style, usually brutal and accustomed to it, and looked down on anyone he saw. When Shen Mo turned around, Xiao Zhang on the side also turned around. The moment that young man saw Xiao Zhang, his eyes instantly flashed with a glint. What a beauty! It was more beautiful than these 5, 6, 7 or 8 women around him. Kid, be sensible and let me have this beautiful woman beside you.
Hearing this, Shen Mo almost laughed in anger. Be sensible? What kind of thing are you? Keys are $5 apiece, are you worthy?
Seeing Chen Mo's disdainful gaze, the fire of the second generation ancestor in front of him went straight to his head.
Do you fucking know who I am?
Oh, who are you? Hee, kid, listen up, I'm a member of the Mordor Luo family, Luo Yi, you can call me Master Luo. Luo Yi finished and smiled coldly. Every time he brought out his identity, everyone would cower and apologize towards him. This time, after he finished speaking, he waited for Chen Mo to also cower like everyone else.
Who knew? But Chen Mo asked, then do you know who I am?
Chen Mo rolled his eyes, and the moment the words were asked, that kind of murderous aura colored by killing on the battlefield involuntarily radiated out.
For a moment, the few beauties beside Luo Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back.
Even Luo Yi felt the temperature around him drop 2 degrees.
Roll! Chen Mo suddenly burst out with a murderous aura. Luo Yi was usually arrogant and accustomed to it, how had he ever seen this kind of situation, and for a moment, he was frightened, stomping back several steps in a row. On the contrary, Luo Yi's side of the machine lady, the first time will take out a cold weapon, blocked in front of Luo Yi, dead staring at the end of Chen. Don't point your broken sword at me. Just as Chen Mo was about to make his move, a female voice suddenly rang out from his side. Luo Yi, are you tired of living? Chen Mo, who heard this female voice, stopped his hand in an instant. This voice is so familiar. Chen Mo turned his head to look. Luo Dai. Last time at the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps party, they had a chance to meet. SS plus grade fighter, unfortunately, was missed by a man with bad intentions. Hearing Luo Dai's voice, Luo Yi, who had just been acting like a second generation ancestor, instantly shriveled up and lowered his eyebrows, living like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Sister. Luo Dai ignored him, slightly apologetic eyes looking directly at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, this little brat didn't bully you, right? I'm fine, this person is.
Chen Mo looked at Luo Yi with a questioning face, and then looked at Luo Dai. This doesn't really look like him either. He is my cousin, usually eat and drink over in the Magic City and not learn. This has not recently come to the Imperial Capital to play, everywhere to cause trouble for me. I have caught him several times. Luo Dai's face was speechless, her eyes couldn't help but whiten Luo Yi a few more times.
Truly, hating iron is not enough.
Looking at Chen Mo's icy cold eyes, Luo Dai directly carried the person to Chen Mo.
Why don't you hurry and apologize to Chen Mo? Sister, even if you don't help me beat him up, you still make me apologize to him? Why are you elbowing out? Snap. Not waiting for Luo Yi to finish his sentence, Luo Dai slapped his ear directly. Letting you apologize to Chen Mo, don't you understand? Luo Dai's slap not only blinded Luo Yi, but also blinded the group of machinima around him. Even Chen Mo was stunned by Luo Dai's slap. Seeing the red slap marks floating on Luo Yi's fair face, Luo Jin was afraid that he had used his full strength in this slap. Luo Dai, how dare you step on me? Slap. Luo Yi came back to his senses and was about to start cursing when he turned his face and received another slap from Luo Dai. A reddish slap mark instantly surfaced on his right cheek as well. Seeing Luo Dai's hand raised high again, Luo Yi gave in. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Not apologize to me. Chen Mo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have offended your machinima.
The tone of the apology was very sincere, and there wasn't a hint of reluctance at all.
Chen Mo was not in a good position to continue picking a fight. It's fine, be more restrained next time.
Hurry up and get lost, don't force me to slap you again. If you have nothing to do in these 2 days, hurry up and get back to Magic City, don't let me see you again. Luo Dai as if not relieved generally, cursing, Luo Yi also do not dare to stay more, with his beautiful machine bitch, hurriedly slipped away. Chen Mo today is really open eyes, the last time looks clear and cold, gentle and soft girl, suddenly in front of him to reveal such a tough side, really let him some surprise.
Is this really the same person?
On the other hand, looking at Luo Yi's back that ran away in ashes, Luo Dai gently shook her head, and the expression on her face also converged, as if she had become the same as when Chen Mo first saw her.
Serene, light and elegant.
To be honest, if it wasn't her Luo family that messed with Chen Mo today, Luo Dai would never have cared. On the day of the party, when he instantly killed the S-rank commander, Luo Dai knew that she should never anger Chen Mo. Even if she wouldn't be able to make a contract with Chen Mo, at least the Luo family definitely couldn't feud with a monster like Chen Mo. On the night of the party, the scene where Chen Mo instantly killed the S-rank commander was still fresh in her mind. He was ruthless, yet left enough room for his opponents and had his own bottom line. This kind of courageous and resourceful person, it would be best if he could be used for me. If not, he must not be an enemy.
After all, the current Chen Mo contracted only an S-class mecha. If one day in the future he contracted an SSS class top mecha, I'm afraid that those who have a grudge against him definitely won't have a good ending. Are you guys ready to accept the mission? Luo Dai looked at the mission panel on the side and then asked. Yes, I want to see what suitable quests there are to go and exercise myself. Luo Dai's gaze glanced at Xia Zhang beside Chen Mo. She remembered this woman, she was the one Chen Mo driving in the party last time. That said, today is quite a coincidence. Are you here to receive a mission as well? However, don't I remember that you don't have a contracted commander yet? It was indeed a bit unexpected for Chen Mo to run into Luo Dai here. After all, Luo Dai didn't have a contracted commander yet, and the strength she could utilize was very limited, so I'm afraid it would be very difficult if she went to complete the mission alone. No, I heard that Luo Yi had come, and I was afraid that he would pick another fight, so I hurried over to look for him. Luckily I came early, never thought that he would mess with your head. Luo Jin had a speechless face and couldn't help but be a little glad that he came. I'm really a bit sorry about today. Why don't I take you guys to get to know each other? Although I haven't gone on a mission myself, I'm still very familiar with this place. Hearing Luo Dai's words, Chen Mo smiled. Thinking of the Luo family's monstrous power in the imperial capital, he finally nodded.
After all, having a familiar person to recommend was much better than wandering around like a headless fly on your own. Following Luo Dai and looking at her slender figure, Chen Mo's gossipy heart couldn't help but overflow. By the way, do you still not have a contracted commander? That Wei Bin from the party that day, didn't he continue to look for you afterward? Only to see Luo Dai, who was leading the way in front, stiffen, and then turn around with a sad face. Speaking of which, I do have news to tell you, and it's not good news.
What? Chen Mo froze and asked.
At the party that day, the video of Wei Bin confessing his love for me, as well as the video of you directly instantly killing an S-class mecha, was uploaded on the internet, and the results.
A big family over in Magic City accidentally discovered that Wei Bin is their family's lost bloodline.
In the past 2 days, Wei Bin has already gone to Magic City, as if he will soon recognize his ancestor. Hearing Luo Dai's words, although Chen Mo was a little surprised, he did not have a trace of fearful and harmful.
Fearful feeling.
This rather made Luo Dai somewhat unexpected.
You You unintentionally incurred such a big trouble, aren't you afraid at all? Looking at Chen Mo's expression of lightness, Luo Dai asked in alarm. It was important to know that Luo Dai had already mapped Chen Mo's situation long before she had ever met him. Of course she knew that Chen Mo had little background at all. He didn't even have parents, so how could he talk about any background? However, with no power behind him at all, what made him so calm? Scared? What's the use of being afraid? Will Weibin spare me if I act shivering? Chen Mo shook his head, the faint smile still on his face. A big family in the magic city?
The magic capital and the imperial capital were thousands and thousands of miles away, with countless mountains and hills separating them. He Weibin is the child of a big family in the magic city, then he, Chen Mo, is still the meat and potatoes in the heart of the imperial city's maintenance force. Previously, when he had made his mark, Zhang Chen had told him that the Divine Dragon Congress would do its best to cultivate him and protect him. How could they let him be hobbled by the big families of the Devil's capital? Even if he was playing dirty, with his SSS grade talent and the high grade mecha he had contracted with, he wasn't something to be messed with. If one wanted to move him, they would at least be peeled off a layer of skin by him. On the contrary, it's you let him down in front of so many people before, don't you think about what to do? Chen Mo asked. Alas, before, his SS level commander's strength was actually directly passed over by my family. But, he has the power over the magic capital as his background. My family is hesitating again. However, I always feel that he is not suitable for me, no matter if it's strength or genuineness. Chen Mo nodded, then asked, then what are you going to do? If you refuse, will you be embarrassed by his clan and your clan, together? Luo Dai shook his head, a confused look on his face. I don't know, but since I've already clearly rejected him, I will never consider him again. Besides, with his family's conditions, it may not be impossible to find a better machinima. This was not a faulty thing to say. The last thing the big families lacked was high-level talent. After saying that, Luo Jin took the lead again and walked ahead. Xia Zhang, who had just heard Luo Jin's words with his heart pounding, hurriedly took this opportunity to secretly tug on Chen Mo's clothes. Hubby, that Weibin, can you really handle him? We were the ones who directly beat his brother to the point of pissing his pants that day, not leaving any face at all. Why, I'm now the meat and potatoes of our imperial capital's maintenance force. They hold me for fear of dropping me, they hold me for fear of melting me. How could they possibly watch me get killed? Relax, it's fine. Chen Ma did not put this matter in his heart at all, a tone of certainty on his face, but it also made Xia Xing breathe a sigh of relief. Then I am relieved. Under Luo Yan's leadership, Chen Mo and Xia Zhang arrived at the place where they received their quests. Looking at an entire wall of quests, Chen Mo could not help but look at them with two eyes, not knowing at all what level to pick. Say, with my strength as an SSS ranked commander with an S-given mech, what rank of mission would be better to pick up? Luo Yan looked like he knew everything and explained to Chen Mo. These missions, all of them are from F rank to SSS rank. Generally speaking, individual commanders have to start receiving the lowest ranked F ranked missions, and after a large number of completed missions, slowly raise their rank before they can receive higher ranked missions. However, as an SSS rank commander, coupled with the fact that you've participated in wars many times before and have combat experience, you can slightly cross the ranks to receive missions. However, at most, you can only break down to rank D, and if you have a mercenary group of 3 or more, you can go up to rank C. The maximum can only be level C. I'm afraid that if you cross levels at night again, you'll encounter dangers that are difficult to deal with. Many commanders are just too conceited and end up directly sending their lives away. Remember, don't be overly ambitious. Luo Dai spoke meticulously. After all, this was Chen Mo's first time here, his first time accepting a mission. Although Xia Zhang was a teacher of the Mecha Academy, and knew a lot, but after all, he had not personally come over to see it, and was also half understanding it. Listening to Luo Jin's instructions, Chen Mo nodded. Then let's make it a C-rank mission. The mission rewards are not too bad. Don't underestimate the C-level mission. C-level missions are dangerous everywhere, and the magical beasts to be dealt with in a C-level mission are commander-level magical beasts, and if not, there might even be lord-level magical beasts in that area, which is not something a person like you, who has just awakened as a commander for a month, can accomplish. In case, when the time comes, a lord-level demonic beast carries a commander-level demonic beast, not to mention completing the mission, whether or not you can come back alive is a problem. Luo Yan's words directly woke up Chen Mo. Chen Mo never expected that just a C-level mission would already involve a lord-level magical beast, and magical beasts in this segment were really not something he could handle. If you ask me, for your first time accepting a quest, why don't you just accept a D-ranked quest? First of all, the magical beasts of a D-level mission are generally war general-level magical beasts. Even if there are commander-level magical beasts in that section, you'll have room to escape if you can't beat them. Moreover, for the first time, think of it as going for a long look. One bite won't make a fat man. If you think it's easy, it's not too late to come back and take on a C-rank mission. Luo Dai's words were very pertinent, and Chen Mo pondered seriously. In the end, it was decided that it would be better to take a D-ranked mission first to test the waters.
Then let's do this one, full detection of Sunset Mountain. Level D mission, full detection of Sunset Mountain.
Mission requirement, Sunset Mountain is suspected to be infested with inexplicable magical beasts at night. Please conduct a full detection.
Task time, 5 days. Mission reward, 10 million dragon coins. Mission reward, 10 million dragon coins. Among the dazzling tasks, Chen Mo finally picked the task of detecting Sunset Mountain. Not for anything else, just for the sake of proximity. Out of all the D-ranked missions, this one was the closest to the imperial capital, and it would be a bit easier to go early and return when the time came. Thank you for today. If you need help with anything in the future, you can look for me. Chen Mo finished his words politely and was ready to take Xia Zhang home. On the contrary, Luo Jin was a bit bewildered. Looking for you? Why don't you leave me a phone number? How else can I contact you? Now in this world, if you're not deliberately looking for someone, you probably won't be able to see them in this lifetime. This person really use up people to throw, not at all merciful. That. Chen Mo. What? Chen Mo's footsteps instantly stopped and turned back to look at Luo Dai. That. When are you going to go to Sunset Mountain?
Tomorrow, go early and come back early. It's just probing. It shouldn't be that difficult.
That. Can I go with you guys? I don't have a contracted commander, so I've never been on a mission before. I just want to go and take a look.
Without waiting for Luo Dai to finish, Chen Mo directly nodded his head in agreement.
Okay, if you want to go, wait for me at the maintenance unit at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you'll go with us at that time. Compact Luo Dai, itself, was within Chen Mo's range. After all, SS Plus class fighters were not something that was seen that often.
At the very least, after indenturing Luo Dai, it would be a great boost to his strength. This time, when they went together to complete the mission, even if they couldn't directly contract it, if they could provide some convenience for contracting Luo Dai in the future, it was also not bad. All in all, it was a sure thing. As if sensing Chen Mo's thoughts, Xia Zhang also nodded and gently squeezed Chen Mo's palm. The future of an SSS-ranked commander would definitely not be just one mech for her, an SS Plus ranked fighter. Xia Zhang also knew how rare it was, so she naturally would not hinder Chen Mo. On the other hand, as soon as the words were spoken, Luo Dai regretted it a little. After all, Chen Mo was not her commander, and it was not right in sense or reason for her to follow him out on a mission. However, she was too eager to go out and see. As the most outstanding SS Plus grade machine girl among the Luo family's new generation, she had been protected by the family since her awakening. Although she said protection on her lips, Luo Dai only felt as if she was trapped in an invisible cage, and was simply a puppet being manipulated by the family. Commander, she had no choice, the family gave her a choice, she could only choose which one.
Missions, without a commander, she couldn't do them either, and even ordinary exercises, she was told she couldn't participate. She was an SS Plus class fighter. She was destined to ride in the vast skies. How could she be willing to be trapped in an invisible cage by the clan so tightly guarded? After 2 meetings, Luo Dai's view of Chen Mo had changed greatly. Although she still felt that Chen Mo was a playboy, but at least in terms of character and strength, there was a complete reversal. At the very least, if she was given the choice to go out with someone to see if that person was Chen Mo, she would not resent it in the slightest. Only, she did not expect that Chen Mo would directly agree to it. This rather made Luo Dai surprised and delighted. Only, I'm afraid that when the time comes, it would not be easy to explain to the family side. Good, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the maintenance unit on time. After returning home, Chen Mo directly locked himself in his room. After all, he was going on a mission tomorrow, and he more or less had to give himself a slight boost. Buying some enhancement cards from the Commander Mall, Chen Mo directly used all of them. Ding! Congratulations, your physique has received a 1% permanent boost. Ding! Congratulations, spiritual strength has gained a 1% permanent boost.
Accompanied by a gush of white light, Chen Mo's body radiated a burst of warmth. Only, after Chen Mo had used all of the low-grade cards with all of the attributes aside, the beeps in his head suddenly rang out.
Ding!
Detecting that you have used cards with the same attributes, your body has developed resistance and cannot continue to improve. It is recommended that you use a card with a higher grade.
Note, a top-grade gold-colored card will not develop drug resistance. No wonder the display won't let you buy a second low-grade attribute card.
This would be a real bargain if every card received a 1% permanent boost with no limitations. However, the golden cards were only refreshed by luck in the luck field.
Thinking of this, Chen Mo clicked on the luck field.
Never did he expect that in a large swathe of white cards, there was actually a spiritual power boosting card that shone with a golden light.
Holy shit, I'm so bursting with luck?
Without even thinking about it, Chen Mo directly bought the card and used it decisively. In an instant, Chen Mo's mind felt like
Being sprinkled with mint leaves, a cool sensation filled his entire brain. The questions that he usually couldn't figure out vaguely seemed to have answers. The chaotic fog in his mind was instantly cleared. Ding! Congratulations, your mental power has increased to 4 times, activating mental power attack. Put down outside of your spiritual power, your opponent's spiritual power will be weakened by 10%. You can consume 50% of your mental power to release a mental power attack. This attack creates an aura of suppression and ignores the opponent's level. The object of the suppression will not be able to use any power for 3 hours. I'll throw! What a perverted mental power attack! When Chen Mo saw this attack skill, his entire body froze. Ignoring the opponent's level, it directly suppressed the inability to use any power for 3 hours. In other words, even if it was a master-level magical beast, when he used his mental power attack, it would be a younger brother? It's too strong, isn't it? This was properly another life-saving skill. Although, with his current strength it was basically unlikely that he would run into a powerful magical beast, but one more life-saving skill would be one more way to live. It's really too strong. Chen Mo hurriedly called up his attribute panel. Chen Mo, SSS Class Commander. Current Commander rank, 2 stars. Energy Core, Qi Yuan can provide all types of energy. Biokinetic Energy Conversion Rate, 100%. Biokinetic Energy Conversion Rate, 100%. Possible Packed Mecha Types, all. Currently contracted fighters, SS-Class Deep-Sea Nuclear Submarine, S-Class Firecarp, S-Class Ice Phoenix. Currently contracted fighters, SS-Class Deep-Sea Nuclear Submarine, S-Class Firecarp, S-Class Ice Phoenix. Current skills, Accessory Replacement, Accessory Upgrade, S+ Combat Skills. Commander's Exclusive Skills, Close Combat Techniques. Talents, Infinite Mecha Synchronization, Quadruple Mental Power, Double Body Speed, Double Physical Fitness. The whole body has a slight increase in various attributes. Empowering Skill, Red Flame Crosscut, Beyond the Fear of Death. Other skills, Mental Attack. Available accessories, 17 155mm light cannons, Grade A. Commander points, 11 5004. Total assets, 120 billion. Total assets, 120 billion. Early in the morning of the next day, Chen Mo took Xia Jin and headed to the maintenance unit in a flurry of activity. The night before, Chen Mo had contacted Zhang Yanqing and Yi Qingcheng, explaining that they would be waking up early today to go on a mission, and the 2 women cheerfully agreed. When Chen Mo and Xia Zhang arrived, Zhang Yanqing and Luo Zhen had already arrived. Yi Qingcheng was in the far outskirts of the leveling area, and on one hand, there was always a constant situation, and on the other hand, there was some distance from the maintenance unit, so she was slightly late. Buzz. Accompanied by a roar of the engine, the ice blue racing car stopped in front of the crowd with a tail swing. Click click click. In a flash of lightning, the Ice Phoenix racing car instantly transformed into Yi Qingcheng. Sorry I suddenly had a bit of a delay over there. Yi Qingcheng shrugged with an embarrassed face. It can't be helped, the far outskirts of the leveling area, for some reason, there are always magical beasts stirring up, and she, the captain of the Ice Cold Squad, is always unable to get out of it. It was today that she was able to come out, or she switched shifts with someone else before she could find the time to come. After all, it was Chen Mo's first mission, everyone was going, and she didn't want to be left behind. However, now although the crowd is here, but how to go to Sunset Mountain has become a problem. Xia Zhan was a 2-seater racing car, and it simply couldn't seat so many people. Zhang Yanqing was a deep-sea nuclear submarine that couldn't be used on land. Although Luo Zhen was a fighter, she didn't have a commander, so she couldn't fly far. Now, one could only hope for Yi Qingcheng. Although Yi Qingcheng was also a racing car, it was a 5-passenger racing car, which was just enough to pull them all on. It's fine, it's the best if you can come. Chen Mo smiled and joked. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Yi Qingcheng's small face blushed and hurriedly transformed into an Ice Phoenix racing car. The front and rear doors of the car opened at the same time. After the crowd sat firmly, Chen Mo did not dawdle, and with a kick of the gas, he directly made the Ice Phoenix roar out. Buzz. Ever since Yi Qingcheng was replaced with the curvature engine, this speed simply increased by leaps and bounds. The ice blue body instantly erupted with a dazzling light, and in the next second, the Ice Phoenix, which had already reached super high speed itself, directly tore through the air, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. Zhang Yanqing and Xia Zhang had long been accustomed to the curvature engine. Chen Mo had installed curvature engines for them all, and this kind of speed was simply child's play. But Luo Zhen didn't change. Even this was her first time to experience the feeling of the curvature engine. The powerful pushing sensation hit her back, her whole body was like being pressed against the seat, she couldn't move the slightest bit at all. Whoa, it's going to fly. Feeling that the wheels of the Ice Phoenix were somewhat off the ground, Luo Dai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chen Mo slowly released the gas pedal and stepped on the brakes little by little, and the speed of the Ice Phoenix instantly dropped. Chen Mo, why are all your race cars so fast? Ice Phoenix's engine, did you replace it for her? This engine sounds so good. What level of equipment must this be? I just felt that Ice Phoenix was flying. This speed is really scary. After feeling the car's speed slowing down, Luo Dai's heart that had been beating straight up gradually slowed down. Only the slightly trembling voice still exposed her excitement at this time. Excited mood. S-Class curvature engine. All of my racing cars have been replaced with S-Class curvature engines by me, that's why the speed will be so fast. However, I feel that the upper limit of this engine is definitely more than S-Class, and it's not likely that by empowering it I can directly raise its class as well. Listening to Chen Mo's words, Luo Dai's heart, which was beating violently, instantly cooled down. Her eyes couldn't help but flick back and forth between Xia Zhang and Zhang Nianqing's faces. It was known that the three women in front of her were all Chen Mo's women. In other words, at least Chen Mo had replaced the S-Class curvature engines for 3 of the mechs. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? A person who had just awakened as a commander less than a month ago was able to directly take out 3 S-rank equipment. Even the Luo family was afraid that they wouldn't be able to do it so painfully. Luo Dai's heart kept trembling, and her eyes couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo in the driver's seat. She had always known that Chen Mo was very powerful, but she had never expected Chen Mo to be so powerful. For a moment, she was actually a little jealous of the 3 women in front of her. Obviously, she was the highest-ranked mecha, but why wasn't she fitted with a curvature engine? What? Envious? If you want one too, just contract with Chen Mao's husband as well, and he will definitely install one for you as well. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to become his contracted engine lady. Zhang Nianqing, who was sitting in the back row, looked at Luo Dai's expression and said flirtatiously. Luo Zhen, who had her thoughts punctured, instantly reddened. But, at the same time, it also nudged her awake to this unrealistic idea. Behind her was the Luo family. Her future path had already been paved by the Luo family. Which commander she would be able to contract in the future, she herself couldn't make the call at all. What was the use of being jealous anymore? For a while, Luo Dai couldn't help but show a pained expression on her face. Chen Mo from the driver's seat saw the expression on Luo Zhen's face through the rearview mirror. Of course, he knew what Luo Dai was thinking at this time, but he didn't intend to force it. Forced to come, after all, is not willing. At that time, maybe a small setback will let her question what she has in the end is not the best. Only willing to go through fire, only willing to in the face of bumps in the road again and again, more determined to their own choices. Afterwards, the gas pedal under her foot was once again pressed to the bottom, and the speed of the Ice Phoenix was once again raised to its maximum. Soon, with the Ice Phoenix at full speed, it didn't take long for the crowd to arrive near Sunset Mountain. Chen Mo parked the car on a large open space, and the 3 women walked down from the car as well. Click click click. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the explosive Skyfire Carp Mecha, the Ice Phoenix Mecha and the Undead Reaper, the 3 mechs instantly appeared in the clearing. Don't you change your body? Chen Mo looked at Luo Dai who stood frozen and motionless and asked. I don't have a commander, I'm afraid I don't have enough energy. It's fine, I guess our mission will be over before you run out of energy. Chen Mei hooked his lips for a moment. After all, today is just probing, can avoid fighting as much as possible, even if it cannot be avoided. Luo Dai only need to protect her own can be, his 3 mechs, can always deal with the problem. That. Line it. Click click click. Luo Zhan's words fell, accompanied by a gust of metal clashing sounds, only to see a huge and incomparable mecha rise up from the ground. The moment Chen Mo saw the heavenly dome battle voice mech, his entire jaw dropped to the ground. The SS-class Zhang Nianqing mecha prototype was already 10 meters tall, and the heavenly dome war voice in front of him was feared to be 20 meters tall. With just one more plus, it was 10 meters taller. Although it looked oppressive, it was very tall and beautiful. Well-proportioned body proportions, so she looks short waist and long legs. Pink body is full of young girls, but the ion cannon on her back made her look not so good to be messed with. All in all, the feminine qualities were not lacking the dominance of a hot weapon. Then, let's go up the mountain. Chen Mo retracted his gaze and looked towards the not-too-distant Sunset Mountain with an uplifted face. To be honest, after seeing Luo Yan's mecha prototype, Chen Mo's heart to contract her became even stronger. He could completely feel the power of the Heavenly Dome battle voice at this moment, the kind of intimidating power that even Zhang Nianqing did not have. Only, now was not the time. Of the 3 contracted mechs, Chen Mo finally chose the explosive Heavenly Flame Carp mech. On one hand, he had piloted this mech for the longest time and was the most comfortable with it, and on the other hand, the Bakuden Fire Carp's current comprehensive battle power was the highest among all the mechs. Our mission today is to fully explore Sunset Mountain, so we should not use force if we can, and even if we meet a magical beast, we should try our best to use melee attacks so as not to use hot weapons, which would result in disturbing the powerful magical beasts. Luo Dai, you're just responsible for detecting. If you encounter danger, first take care of yourself and just run straight away. Nian Nian, Xingcheng, it's best for us not to be impulsive. When we encounter a magical beast,
first gather with the others, do not get attached to the battle. As Chenmo's words fell, his spiritual energy was directly split into 3 strands, supplying energy to the 3 mechs simultaneously. In an instant, even Zhang Yanqing, who consumed the most energy, felt a steady stream of energy rushing towards her.
With Chenmo's order, the crowd of mechs directly took off and headed towards Sunset Mountain. Only, just now, when they were at the foot of the mountain, Chen Mordecai and the others could still see some green grass, but the further they flew into the mountain, the more they felt that the Sunset Mountain was filled with a deadly aura, and that it was a completely barren and deserted mountain. I heard them say that Sunset Mountain wasn't like this before. 100 years ago, Sunset Mountain was also once a place where the mountains were clear and extremely beautiful. Only, then suddenly appeared here with a highly poisonous magical beast, it every day and every night destroying the mountains and water here. For years and years, green mountains and green water is no longer. The Sunset Mountain has also become a barren mountain. That magical beast was once one of the tasks on the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps list, only, although that magical beast had been killed, there was no way to deal with the toxins it left behind, so that, after so many years, Sunset Mountain was still barren of grass. Along the way, Luo Dai recounted the news she had inquired about to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the bare land under his feet, and also had a look of pity on his face. Let's probe closer today, don't go too far.
Before dark, we must withdraw to a safe area, and we'll explore the rest tomorrow. Once a problem that can't be solved occurs, first of all, try to run as much as possible if you can't run. If you really can't run, you must try your best to stall until we gather.
Staying alive is the ultimate answer to our mission this time.
Listening to Chen Mo's instructions, the 4 mechs nodded at the same time. Just as Chen Mo was about to fly away in the explosive Skyfire Carp, Luo Dai's voice suddenly rang out.
Chen Mo, what's wrong? Is there anything else?
If there is ever a danger that cannot be resolved, please be sure to make a temporary contract with me. The expression on Luo Yan's face was incomparably serious, staring tightly into Chen Mo's eyes through the mecha hatch.
Good, but we shouldn't be that backward, it's just a D-rank mission, even if a group of Battle Admiral level magical beasts. I don't even put it in my eyes. Chen Mo laughed, and the atmosphere instantly lightened up. Let's go.
As Chen Mo's words fell, the 4 mechs lifted off at the same time, and a huge roar instantly resounded. The empty barren mountains instantly resounded with echoes, and the thrilling sound caused goosebumps to rise.
Underground.
The crimson magma bubbled, and the dry, hot air simply gave people a feeling of dehydration. A burning odor filled the air, and the hot ground made it impossible to gain a foothold. Obviously, this was not a place for people to stay at all. Report, we found a man and 4 women, they have entered Sunset Mountain. A small steel butterfly suddenly flew in from outside the lava cave, spitting out human words and saying slowly in the gloomy direction of the cave.
Looking closely,
there was actually a slender beauty looming in that shadowy direction. The firelight of the lava shone on her long golden hair as if she were a heavenly god, and her beautiful but not demonic face shone with a natural emperor-like aura.
No one could resist her beauty.
Her curvaceous figure was hidden in the darkness, but the part that was vaguely revealed was enough for one to surmise that it must have been a front and back that was stunningly beautiful, and,
someone is coming?
I'm afraid that your trail has been discovered. Find a few that don't have a high level of spiritual intelligence and release them to attract their sight. Definitely, don't let them notice my existence.
Got it?
The woman's voice like a silver bell rang out in the cave, clear and without temperature, as if she was trying to freeze this molten lava. The beautiful peach blossom eyes flashed with a hint of stern danger, lest they were about to go on a killing spree in the next second.
Master, I'm afraid they're not that easy to dispatch. That human man is an SSS rank commander, and the 3 women beside him, none of them are below S rank.
What? Listening to Steel Little Butterfly's reply, the pretty woman exclaimed in shock.
How could they send an SSS rank commander to this barren mountain? Could it be that they have already discovered my trail? Damn it!
If it wasn't for the fact that this king fell for their trick last time, he wouldn't have been injured like this.
If Chen Mo were here and heard the pretty woman's words, he would definitely be shocked.
This was because this pretty woman was none other than the SSS ranked quest he had seen on the list yesterday, the Demon King ranked Demon Beast.
Master, do you want to?
Steel Little Butterfly's voice instantly went cold, and her tiny body burst out with a shocking killing intent.
How many stars is that SSS level commander?
It feels as if it's 2 stars, not too powerful. The Wraith Queen bowed her head in contemplation for a long time, and finally slowly shook her head. There's no need to kill him. After all, it's only a 2-star SSS class commander. This king doesn't put it in his eyes yet. This kind of SSS class commander that isn't too strong can be rare. Killing him would be better to make him into a specimen and study it properly. A teasing smile appeared on the Wraith Queen's face as she stood up and paced out from the shadows.
Master, never. You are now injured. You must not underestimate that human. In case the news of you recuperating here gets out, it'll all be over then.
The little steel butterfly's wings fluttered anxiously, and her tone couldn't help but bring out some impatience. However, the Wraith Queen acted as if she hadn't heard the little butterfly's words and stretched her waist.
It didn't take Chen Mo seriously at all.
To be able to awaken an SSS-ranked commander means that his genes must be extraordinary. If we don't dispose of him while he's not highly starred, I'm afraid that he'll be another powerful opponent in the future. This king's mind is made up. This time it is necessary to completely fuse the strongest human genes.
Perhaps, this king can really have the possibility of being promoted to tyrant.
The Wraith Queen's laughter echoed in the lava cave for a long time. But Chen Mo on the other side was completely unaware that danger had crept in. Unconsciously, half of the day passed in an instant. The people who had split up and acted separately finally gathered together before sunset.
Nian Nian, Qingcheng, Luo Dai, have you all found anything on your side?
Only Yi Qingcheng and Luo Dai shook their heads at the same time. This mountain is simply a barren mountain, not to mention magical beasts, even a tree, a flower, or even a piece of moss. I haven't seen it. Yi Qingcheng revealed a lost expression. Obviously not finding anything made her frustrated.
Me too, there's nothing at all on this mountain. Luo Yan also shook her head. What about you? Nian Nian, did you find anything? Zhang Nianqing nodded, thinking about what she had just seen. A confused look could not help but appear on her face.
This mountain is definitely not a barren mountain. I just detected a metal demon beast. Only, that magical beast was just lying there, motionless, as if it was asleep. Its body color was exactly the same as this barren mountain. If you don't look closely you can't tell anything at all. If it wasn't for my sonar system's relatively strong detection and localization of targets, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to spot it either. However, that magical beast is only at the warrior-soldier level. It's not a very powerful magical beast, and it seems to have fallen into a deep slumber. It didn't even wake up when I went over to check it out. As the crowd listened to Zhang Nianqing's words, they not only looked appalled.
Did it mean that they had probed for most of the day today, all for nothing?
A magical beast that had become one with Sunset Mountain, and they hadn't even discovered it once.
Ah, I remember.
Luo Zhen suddenly exclaimed, and the crowd looked at her with questioning faces. I've heard our family elders say before that there are many magical beasts that are good at hiding themselves, and once they fuse themselves with the nearby environment, even their body temperature and their own vital signs will be hidden along with them. What this kind of magical beasts are best at is ambushing. Once they fall into their traps, they almost can't run away. There are simply too many types of magical beasts, like this kind of metallic magical beasts. Some are extremely good at sensing, and may be separated by two mountains. They can all sense it. There are also magical beasts similar to signal shielding, and magical beasts that specialize in assassination. Hearing this, Chen Mo and Zhang Nianqing glanced at each other, and their minds couldn't help but recall the assassination they had experienced that day in the downtown area.
Hunter-killer. Right. It seems like it's called that. You guys know it too.
Luo Dai nodded with a surprised look on his face. Well, Chen Mo had once encountered an assassination by the hunters when he was in the city center before, and it was fortunate that I arrived at that time so that it didn't result in a major disaster. Before Zhang Nianqing's words fell, Yi Qingcheng and Xia Zhang asked at the same time.
Hubby, when did this happen? How come I don't know? Chen Mo shook his head. It's fine, it's all in the past. It's good that we were lucky at the time and picked up a life. However, it seems like this probe of ours will definitely not be completed today. The sun is about to set, and the sky is getting darker. With today's experience, let's make another trip tomorrow, and strive to have a direction and purpose to detect these able to hide the magical beasts. Today, we'll go back first. At least we have to retreat to the safe zone first, otherwise by midnight, it's likely that we'll be surrounded by these magical beasts. Chen Mo looked at the sun that was about to set in the west and said seriously.
Right at this moment, Chen Mo's face flushed and his eyes instantly widened.
Indeed, there really is the aura of a magical beast.
For a moment, everyone's spirit instantly focused, especially Luo Dai. She had been detecting for the whole day. Her energy was almost on the verge of exhaustion, and at this time, her senses were already very weak. It shouldn't be any magical beast that's too strong. Its strength is just at the war general level. However, we're not sure that it's the only war general level magical beast in this vicinity. In case we accidentally walk into their lair, we'll be finished. Zhang Nianqing's detection ability was the strongest, and the moment Chen Mo finished speaking, she also discovered the magical beast that had blended in with the environment and was sleeping. Hurry up and withdraw, Luo Yan. If you don't have enough energy, you can sit in Nianqing's cockpit. Let's withdraw to the safe zone first. At the moment of crisis, Chen Mo's decision was made very decisively. Just as the crowd was preparing to slip away, a vision suddenly appeared. A small butterfly whose wings emitted colorful light looked very beautiful in the afterglow of the setting sun. Although the wings are made of metal, but fly-up does not have that kind of heavy feeling at all, but rather light and airy, so that people cannot help but see fascinated.
The small metal butterfly fluttered its wings and stopped in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo could not help but reach out his hand and gently caught it.
But just at this time, in the afterglow of Chen Mo's watching the little butterfly, a huge object rose up from the ground. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, a metal magical beast that was even taller than Luo Dai's mecha form slowly stood up. Looking at it, it was feared to be 30 to 40 meters tall. Bad. Quick, all transform into mecha mode. Luojin, you go up into Nian Nian's mecha and save yourself first. Damn, it was sleeping well, why did it suddenly wake up? Chen Mo's heart sank violently as he quickly gave orders. Roar. That metal magical beast stood up and hissed and growled towards the sky, as if it was very dissatisfied with this group of humans who had disturbed its sleep. The surface of the demonic beast's body was covered with a thick layer of steel armor, and at this time, after not hiding itself, the color gradually changed back to its initial silver-white color. With a growl, the steel beast's two eyes instantly focused on the several mechs in front of it, and its icy gaze made people's hearts sink. But that wasn't the only thing that made things worse. Immediately after this metal demonic beast roared, the crowd then heard the entire mountain seem to rumble, as if a mudslide had erupted, and the loud rattling sound kept echoing among the barren mountains. Retreat, retreat, this mountain is full of magical beasts. Chen Mo's spiritual power instantly connected to the three mechs, and through his spiritual power, he shouted explosively towards the crowd. The current situation had clearly exceeded his imagination. A War General level demonic beast and a group of War General level demonic beasts, that was not a weight class. Moreover, who could guarantee that there were no commander-class magical beasts inside? The 36th plan, walking is the best. But just as the three mechs were about to take off, the land close to their side instantly burst open, and a huge metal claw pulled up from the ground. Underneath the sturdy and sharp giant claw, the land of Sunset Mountain was simply like a piece of white paper. A big hole was broken with a gentle tear. Another huge magical beast that was 40 to 50 meters tall, the moment it appeared in front of the crowd, it was simply like a small mountain, covering the sky and the sun, and the powerful sense of oppression made it impossible for people to even bring up the desire to fight. Battle General level Earth Dragon. Chen Mo's brain buzzed. It wasn't that he hadn't seen War General level magical beasts before, but it was really the first time that he had seen one this tall and powerful. The previous War General level artillery was simply a younger brother in front of it. How to fight? With full defense and strength, he was afraid that the quantum pursuit cannon would be like scratching an itch on it, right? Go! Sensing the strong battle intent of the three women, Chen Mo roared, and the energy core operated at super high speed, supplying 100% to the three women. For a time, a dense murderous aura filled the entire battlefield. The curvature engine rioted, and the air was directly torn apart. Boom! The explosive Skyfire Carp Mecha instantly appeared in front of that steel Earth Dragon, and the annihilating blade shone with the light of the sun, slashing straight at that steel Earth Dragon's body. A straightforward killing move, without a hint of procrastination. Roar! Looking towards the ink-black greatsword that was chopping towards him, the steel Earth Dragon's eyes rolled over, not taking this blade seriously at all, completely relying on its body that was hard enough to resist Chen Mo's blade. His mouth roared angrily as he roared towards the explosive Skyfire Carp, and that roar even transformed into a shockwave, with a kind of destructive aura. Chen Mo hooked his lips and smiled, the murderous aura in his eyes intensified. But it was just a War General level magical beast, it was also worthy of carrying Annihilation's full force strike? Put! Without the imagined loud roar of steel colliding, the moment Annihilation touched the right arm of the just fall Earth Dragon, it was like chopping vegetables, easily chopping down that huge right arm. Explosive Skyfire Carp did not stop at all, a knife chopped down, the curvature engine was launched again, a flash from the sky, the annihilation of the blade light in the light of the setting sun more and more dazzling. Not waiting for the steel dragon to react, Annihilation will once again chop up, this time the target is its head. Like cutting tofu, Annihilation slashed down from the center of the steel dragon's head, using inertia, this knife directly from head to tail. Boom! That steel earth dragon didn't even have time to let out a roar of pain before it was chopped in half and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Even if its defense was strong, it was only a warlord-class magical beast, how could it compete with the S-class Annihilation? Only. The fact that a war general-class demonic beast fell to the ground didn't mean that this battle was over. One by one, the steel ground dragons surrounded Chen Momo's side, and as far as the eye could see, it was estimated that there had to be 100 or 80 of them. Each one was like the one just now, 40 to 50 meters tall, battle general level magical beasts. Luo Dai, who had never been to battle, was dumbfounded for a moment. She had never seen so many magical beasts, and all of them were also at the war general level, and her voice couldn't help but tremble. Is this a beast tide? Chen Mo's spiritual power was connected to the three mechs, so naturally, he also heard the words of Luozhen, who was sitting in the undead reaper. This isn't quite a beast tide, but it's only 100 or 80 heads, it's just that it'll take a bit more effort to kill them. It's unlikely that there's a commander-level beast sitting behind this group of war general-level beasts, so everyone be careful. Chen Mo's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Having faced the super large-scale riotous beast tied in the far suburb leveling area, the crowd's mindset eased down when they were faced with this mere 180 magical beasts. At least with Chen Mo's energy supply, the girls would definitely not be in too much danger as long as their energy was constant. Come on, girls, push across Sunset Mountain. Chen Mordecai's bellowing voice fell, and the three women's curvature engines were launched at the same time. One locked onto a steel earth dragon. Zhang Nianqing drew out the black and yellow lance and shone it at the steel iron giant dragon's head and slashed it. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, took out her phantom sound gun and stunned a large number of magical beasts. Xia Zhang, on the other hand, flew high above the heads of the magical beasts, and the quantum pursuit cannon behind her slowly rose, shining at the large swaths of magical beasts and firing. Boom! Boom boom! Too violent! Too exciting! Luo Dai, who was sitting in the undead reaper, looked at the heads of the magical beasts that erupted away in front of him. His face was excited and agitated. It really was too powerful. Was this the strength of SSS-ranked Commander Chen Mo? That day at the party, the strength Chen Mo demonstrated was simply child's play. No wonder so many powerful machine nymphs were willing to go out of their way to contract with Chen Mo. A strong killing aura, a terrifying killing. These three human mechs in front of them, which they had not even placed in their eyes, had actually caused this group of magical beasts to stop trembling at this moment. Nay, the killing wasn't over yet. These battle general level magical beasts were simply like a crop of leeks. Before they could react, they became a patch of debris. Although they're playthings, but killing too many of them will make this king's heart ache. Just as Luo Dai was shocked, just as the crowd was getting addicted to killing, an ice-cold to emotionless voice suddenly rang out as if it had exploded in the ears of the crowd. Chen Mo felt goosebumps running straight to the top of his head, and a wave of coolness spread out from his back. The others even softened their arms right away, unable to even use their curvature engines. Chen Mo driving the explosive Skyfire Carp, he violently looked back, only to see that, in the void, a beautiful girl was sitting in a firelit chair, looking at the explosive Skyfire Carp with a smile on her face. Nope. It was looking at Chen Mo through the mecha hatch of the exploding Skyfire Carp. The girl looked at the shocked Chen Mo with a smile on her face after getting away with her mischief. At this moment, the demon beast queen, having shed that unapproachable deity-like glow in the lava cave, smiled like a little girl who loved to play pranks, appearing mischievous and adorable. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the girl smiled brightly, revealing her neat and white teeth, and her thin lips carried a lava-like color, looking like red flower petals wet with dew. However, this picture, which was beautiful to the extreme, changed completely in Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo only felt that the girl in front of him was extremely dangerous. Even before, when he had braved the great backlands of the magical beasts alone, Chen Mo had never been as scared as he was now. The foot that stepped on the gas pedal was trembling a little uncontrollably. Escape! Run away! Don't look back, hurry up and run! Chen Mo hissed towards Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Nianqing with his spiritual power. The moment the order was given, Chen Mao's energy supply was directly pulled up to full capacity, mandatorily maneuvering the three mechs to violently charge towards the outside of Sunset Mountain. This woman, by no means human. Looking at the inexplicably quiet magical beasts at his feet, the words of the woman just now once again echoed in his ears. She is a magical beast. A humanoid magical beast? The SSS-ranked quest that I saw on the list yesterday surfaced before my eyes. Demon Monarch level magical beasts. It can transform into a human and hide in the human world. Battle strength unknown. Rank unknown. Extremely dangerous. It's right. It's alright. If the guess was right, the girl in front of her with the harmless smile was the object that always hung on the number one spot on the character list, the Demon Monarch ranked demon beast. Chen Mo's brain instantly went blank, and his body, according to his subconscious, was moving on its own. However, it was completely useless. The three mechs scurried out a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye under the effect of the curvature engines. But who could tell them? Why did that girl, who they had left far behind, somehow appear in front of them? Even the chair made of flames hadn't changed a bit? The radar detector looked like it had gone out of control, with no alerts at all. Chen Mo's heart was desolate. It's over. This time, I'm afraid it's really over. Feeling the signals that were completely blocked out, Chen Mo's heart was also desolate. There was no hope of escaping, and even the distress signal could not be sent out. Wasn't this clearly waiting for death? Chen Mo, contract with me. Luo Dai, who was seated among the undead reapers, gathered her courage and said. She was currently the strongest mech that Chen Mo could use. In this kind of life and death situation, she couldn't care about anything else. If Chen Mo was able to fight against this demon monarch level demonic beast in front of him with her help, she wouldn't regret it even if she died. It's useless. She's a demon monarch level demonic beast. Even if she contracts with you, I'm afraid I can't help her. Chen Mo's words caused Luo Dai to suck in a breath of cold air. How could this be? Isn't this a D-ranked quest? Why would it run into a demon monarch level demonic beast?
Luoxian's self-talk caused everyone's hearts to sink and sink.
The demon beast queen in front of them, on the contrary, had a casual look of not caring about anything, and without making a move, she just sat on her chair with her legs crossed, looking at them with a snickering face.
Nian Nian, Ching Cheng. Listen to me. I've come to create an opportunity for you to escape. You guys turn the curvature engine to the maximum, don't look back. No matter what happens to me, you guys don't stop and make sure to get out of here. Facing a demon monarch level demonic beast, the people present were already completely at a loss as to what to do. Chen Mo was completely able to empathize with them, so he decisively gave orders towards them. Husband, Chen Mo.
Zhang Nianqing and Yi Qingqing opened their mouths at the same time, but were stopped by Chen Mo. Stop talking, you guys listen to whatever I say. If you don't want my words to turn into last words, then listen.
For a moment, Zhang Nianqing and Yi Qingqing were instantly silenced. What, haven't discussed how to escape?
The Wraith Queen gently raised her eyebrows, looking at the three mechs in front of her, and spoke quietly. The voice filled with metallic texture was simply colder than the electronic voice in Chen Mo's mind, like an emotionless machine.
It was simply frightening. Chen Mo's spirit was shaken. A demon monarch level demonic beast already possessed the skill of transforming into a human form, and she could even spit out human words. Wouldn't that mean that demon monarch level demonic beasts and dominator level demonic beasts would be even more intelligent? Could it be that their intelligence would even be higher than that of humans?
Thinking of that time when that beast tide erupted in the far outskirts of the leveling area, Chen Mo felt that this was definitely not a guess, and feared that there were really lifeforms that were just like human beings, dominating the battlefield. After all, the magical beasts themselves were also a kind of intelligent life.
You're really an interesting commander. Can you tell me how you managed to manipulate three mechs at the same time?
Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the man this king has his eye on. This king has seen countless SSS-class commanders, and I'm afraid you're the most perfect one. Everyone else is too far from you. Although she did not receive a response from Chen Mo, the Wraith Queen did not get angry at all, muttering to herself alone, and in the end, an uncontrollable laughter that could not be suppressed, resounded at first in the deathly silence. The mind was seen through by the Wraith Queen. Only then did Chen Mo return to his senses and asked back, "How did you know?" The expressions you all just made, the looks, I saw them all. Clearly, and also analyzed them all, and I also heard all of your conversations.
That woman sitting in the mech bay, do you intend to contract it?
The Wraith Queen didn't beat around the bush at all, explaining to Chen Mo in a straightforward manner. To be honest, not to mention Chen Mo, even if they were all together, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on her head, so she didn't take them seriously at all, and said everything that she should have said or shouldn't have said. That said, your mechs are really advanced, especially their engines and weapons. They're terrifying.
Did you empower them?
The Wraith Queen's question was even more so as it sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine. He felt like a newly born child in front of her, with absolutely no secrets to speak of. The most terrifying thing was that the Wraith Queen had only speculated from their expressions and conversations.
This IQ, how heaven-defying must it be? Oh perfect human, are you willing to come with me?
Your genes are the treasure I've been searching for a long time.
Although the demonic beast queen was asking Chen Mo, how did it look like she was asking for permission?
It was simply giving orders.
My genes? Chen Mo's head buzzed. It was hard to believe that high-level magical beasts had already begun to study human genes. This was too terrifying, right?
Yes, the perfect commander's genes are a necessity for this king to go further. Don't worry, this king won't harm you, at least until the gene fusion is successful. This king won't touch you.
Listening to the words of the demonic beast queen, Chen Mo stabilized his mind and replied,
I'll go with you, but you have to promise me to let my machine nymphs go. This time it was the demonic beast queen who was filled with confusion.
Leave? Why should I leave? They are just a bunch of broken brass with no research value. What's the point of keeping them? It's not as useful as giving them to my pups. Although the demonic beast queen looked no different from a human girl, she was ultimately a beast. Although she had a high IQ, she was completely ignorant of human feelings, and she really didn't understand why this kind of worthless thing had to be left behind. Things with no value should be torn apart. Then do you think I will follow you? Killing my machinima and asking me to work for you?
I thought you were a brainy one, but I didn't realize you were an incredibly stupid beast after all. The Wraith Queen cocked her head.
Release them and you'll come with me?
Yes. Let's go then. I'll give you 2 minutes to leave the range of Sunset Mountain. Hurry up before this king changes his mind, or else, you'll all just stay behind. The Wraith Queen's voice grew colder and colder, but at least it was considered to have agreed to Chen Mo's request. Right at this time, that familiar electronic tone finally sounded in Chen Mo's mind.
Ding!
Detected a total of 2 machine girl systems around that can be forcefully logged in, respectively SS Plus ranked Heavenly Vault Battle Voice, SSS ranked Wraith Queen.
Crap! It really works!
Taking advantage of the time he was pulling with the Wraith Queen, Chen Mo detected the nearby devices that could be forcefully logged in, and to his great surprise, he really detected the Wraith Queen. As long as they were able to forcibly log into the Wraith Queen's system, they might actually be able to retrieve a life. Although it was dangerous, this was the only way at the moment. Chen Mo swallowed his saliva and calmed down to speak to everyone. Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng, Zhang Nianqing, take Luozhen and go, as fast as you can, leave this place. Don't look back, don't hesitate, don't think about fighting for your life with her. After escaping, there's no need to rush for help. If nothing happens, I'll try my best to contact you all tomorrow morning when the sun rises. Remember? Through his spiritual power, Chen Mo's words fell into the ears of the crowd in their entirety.
Chen Mo, are you sure you can?
Xia Zhang's voice was incomparably calm.
Right, I'm sure.
After you guys go out, don't reveal her existence to the outside world and wait for news from me. Chen Mo was even calmer than Xia Zhang, as if the person who was about to face the demon beast queen was not him.
Good. Xia Zhang's voice fell, and the mecha hatch then opened. Chen Mo braced himself against the hatch and jumped straight down. Go! Chen Mo exploded with a cry.
The three women's curvature engines instantly exploded and disappeared into place at a speed indiscernible to the naked eye. Looking at the three mechs that disappeared into place, the Wraith Queen's face did not change. Instead, she looked at Chen Mo, who jumped out of the mechs, with a promising smile on her face.
How young! You should have just awakened your SSS rank commander not long ago, right? I'm sure that you still have many talents yet to be tapped.
It doesn't matter, leave it to me, I'll make sure to make you the best commander in the entire world. Chen Mo's heart, which was hanging high after detecting that he was able to forcibly log into the Queen of Magical Beasts, finally fell to the ground. At this moment, he had a relaxed look on his face, and was not the least bit afraid in the face of the Wraith Queen's question. Indeed, I just awakened the commander for a month.
However, can you tell me what you want my genes for? Is it hard to cultivate the next generation?
The Wraith Queen froze and cocked her head as she asked.
Are you molesting me? Chen Mo froze. He didn't mean it.
It won't work, don't see that I look the same as you humans, but I'm ultimately a magical beast.
With reproductive isolation, it's simply impossible to have a baby beast.
The demonic beast queen explained in a serious manner, completely ignoring the increasingly embarrassed Chen Mo who was blushing.
Ah, right, time's up yo. Chen Mo snapped back to his senses. How long has it been? Less than a minute, right?
Sorry, this king's territory, this king says what he wants.
The Wraith Queen's words completely enraged Chen Mo.
He never expected that this wraith in front of him would be so unreasonable.
Mandatory login Wraith Queen.
Chen Mo's voice rang out, causing the Wraith Queen, who was about to strike, to faintly freeze.
Forced login? What the heck? In the next second, the demonic beast queen's body trembled violently.
The electronic voice in Chen Mo's head sounded at the same time. Neurological system begins forced invasion. Neurological system invasion successful, obtaining Wraith Queen's mental control. Interaction system invasion successful, obtaining Wraith Queen interaction rights. The strange changes coming from her body instantly made the Wraith Queen's face chill. Only to see the demonic beast queen instantly close her eyes, her brows furrowed tightly as if she was fighting against something in her body. Nay, no matter how much she fought against it, there was absolutely no effect at all. Only at this moment did the demonic beast queen truly recognize Chen Mo's terror.
What in the world have you done to me?
The demonic beast queen violently opened her eyes, her cool and indifferent expression finally beginning to crumble.
The panic that flashed through for a split second allowed Chen Mo to capture it. Don't you want my genes? Come and get it if you're capable. Heh, you don't keep your words and change your mind halfway through, aren't you brutal? Come on, let's see it again.
Today, let's see whether you come to study my genes or I come to study your kinetic energy core. A trace of viciousness flashed through the depths of Chen Mo's eyes. Just now, the way the Wraith Queen changed her mind halfway and prepared to make a move on the three Xia Zhang girls, he had seen it clearly. If he didn't have the means to be able to forcibly log her in today, he was afraid that Xia Zhang and the girls would really be in danger. Worthy of being a beast with no morals to speak of, no integrity at all. Having said that, Chen Mo directly logged in at the background to check the details of the Wraith Queen in front of him.
Wraith Queen mechanical archetype, steel nine-tailed. Fox. Comprehensive rating, SSS grade Genesis nine-tailed fox.
Applicable energy, nuclear, solar, fuel energy.
Initial quality, SSS. Contractual relationship, uncontracted. Temporary contract history, 0. Body condition, battle-scarred. Current status, critically wounded and weakened.
Current status, weakened from serious injuries, less than 30% of strength. Current status, weakened from serious injuries, less than 30% of strength.
Talent.
Charm, interfere with the enemy's mental world. Tearing effect on both melee and long-distance attacks.
Signal termination, shields, interferes and even forges all signals.
Devil's Might, shock enemies below its level, reducing their strength while increasing its own.
Devil Commander, can command all beasts below devil level. Exclusive talent for Demon Monarch level magical beasts. Simulation, powerful simulation ability, can simulate a human female's machine girl system. Creation, possesses terrifying creation skills. Form, nine-tailed archetype, human form, machine girl form, iron nine-tailed fox magical beast. Looking at the ultra-long attribute panel in front of him, Chen Mo could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Crap! This was too bullish. A demon monarch grade demonic beast was unexpectedly as strong as this? I'm afraid that a top-tier SSS class mecha wouldn't even be able to compare to her by a hair's breadth, right? With the strength that she had just revealed, Chen Mo asked himself that he had no power to resist at all. Even this kind of strength was only less than 30% of her strength? Then how strong must she have been at her peak? But then again, if she was this strong, how could she be so heavily injured? Battle scars? The mech was almost shattered, right? Chen Mo's head was a mess for a while, and he could not understand the demon beast queen in front of him at all. However, right at this time, the demonic beast queen instantly stared intently into Chen Mo's eyes. You're prying into my secrets? Sensing Chen Mo's prying into everything, the demonic beast queen could not help but feel a burst of shame. She had lived for more than 1,800 years, and it was the first time she had encountered someone like Chen Mo. What? You're allowed to look at me, but I'm not allowed to look at you? Know what fairness means. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You are a beast, not a human. Chen Mo spread his hands, with a look of a dead pig, which made the beast queen even more furious. Ha! Worthy of being the man this king has his eye on, I didn't expect that this king's best efforts to simulate your human's machinima system would in the end become a means for you to shackle this king. To be honest, this king has become more interested in you. The Wraith Queen put away her smile and appeared in front of Chen Mo with a flash, reaching out to grab him. Luckily, Chen Mao's speed had been enhanced, and the moment the Wraith Queen dodged, he followed suit and dodged a step towards the side. Are you crazy? Your kinetic energy core is in my hands. As long as I pinch your kinetic energy core, all of your 1,800 years of hard work will go down the drain. I advise you, better think clearly. Chen Mo's back was a bit cold, but his voice was as steady as an old dog. At this time, but if he showed any cowardice, even a little, he would be mercilessly gotten to death by the Wraith Queen. As expected, after Chen Mo's explosive shout, the demonic beast queen had indeed stopped moving. Standing in place, she stared tightly into Chen Mo's eyes, as if she wanted to see through his eyes and see through his true thoughts. If it was someone else who said this, she would definitely not take it seriously. It was just that the person who said this was Chen Mo, the perfect SSS-ranked commander, that she had personally nodded her head in recognition. This had to make her value the gold in Chen Mo's words. Now that her simulated system had been forcefully logged in by Chen Mo, she really didn't dare to gamble. In case Chen Mo really laid down his deadly hand, then she was really done for. For a time, the Wraith Queen really stayed where she was, no longer daring to take a step forward. On the other side, seeing that the Wraith Queen did not move, Chen Mo saw that he had bluffed her. The panel in his mind instantly changed a page. The four forms of the demonic beast queen, one by one, were neatly arranged before Chen Mo's eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was a very small reddish fox. The little fox had 9 tails, each with a dash of white fluff on the tip. Chen Mo nodded suspiciously, guessing that this was the original prototype of that demonic beast queen, except that it was also a little too small, with a height of less than a meter. However, the appearance of the little fox is strange to look at. 2 eyes are big and round, and also does not have the kind of metal feeling of ordinary steel magic beasts. Each hair is windless, looks particularly soft and good to touch. Chen Mo felt cute at first glance and couldn't help but look down. The second was the human form of the demonic beast queen. Chen Mo had only glanced at it and hurriedly averted his eyes. The human form of the demonic beast queen in the picture was no different from the girl in front of her, except that the picture showed her just simulating her human form, so she was not wearing a single strand. The glance that Chen Mo had managed to flash past, although he hadn't seen it too clearly, the human form of the demonic beast queen was by no means inferior to that of his 3 wives. Even, because the form of this body was created by herself, it had almost fused all the points of a human girl and avoided all the shortcomings. A combination of everything that was perfect in one. It was no wonder that Chen Mo had only glanced at it and was deeply impressed. The Wraith Queen's mecha form also continued her aesthetics, tall and tall, with a concave and convex body of golden proportion. Her body was crimson with some white accents only in the hand and foot parts. Only, the 9 tails that represented her identity were hidden by her. The last one was the demonic beast queen's demonic beast form. A 40 to 50 meter tall giant steel magical beast that retained most of the appearance of a 9-tailed fox. The 4 legs retained sharp claws of steel, the 9 tails on its buttocks were also made of metal, and the fox face, which looked like it was wearing a steel helmet, was mysterious. It looked like there was hardly any human element in it. That's enough of you, stomping on your nose. Are you bullying me to talk nicely? Chen Mo's unbridled prying had obviously been captured by the Wraith Queen collectively.
For a moment, she was both shy and annoyed, the tips of her ears could not help but redden, and the thin haze on her cheeks slowly spread out. Listening to the Warcraft Queen's petulant anger, Chen Mo reached out and rubbed and pinched at her hologram. In an instant, the Wraith Queen's feet that were ready to sprint instantly softened, her face reddening as if it was about to drip blood.
You, don't go too far. The Wraith Queen's look of shame and anger simply put Chen Mo in a doubly favorable mood.
This feeling of a top-tier powerhouse being pinched in the hand was simply not too good.
Watch your tone.
Saying that, Chen Mo's hand directly changed directions and grabbed another hand. This time, the Wraith Queen was unsteady and directly sat on the ground. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Chen Mo had already died thousands of times in the Wraith Queen's eyes.
Chen Mo, how dare you insult this king like this? You deserve to die. To be honest, the demonic beast queen really wanted to kill Chen Mo at this moment.
Nay, at this time, Chen Mo was simply like the master in her simulated system. No matter how much she resisted, it was completely ineffective. The power that had just been built up dissipated once again when Chen Mo raised his hands and threw his feet. Seeing that Chen Mo was about to kiss her conscious body, the Wraith Queen hurriedly screamed.
Stop. I was wrong, have a talk, everything is negotiable.
The one-time demon monarch ranked demonic beast was actually forced by Chen Mo at this moment to have red eyes and a face at a loss for words.
Negotiate properly? When you fucking captured my people and killed my machinima, why didn't you say to discuss it properly? Now you know you're afraid? Too late. Chen Mo snorted and rolled his eyes. What did one need a police officer for if apologizing worked?
However, Chen Mo's heart was half hanging in the air at this moment. Although he was able to forcefully log in the Wraith Queen, the fact was that he could do absolutely nothing to take her apart from making some irrelevant moves. In other words, if the Wraith Queen forcefully broke through his forced login, he would directly lose all initiative.
Chen Mo, if you have something to say, you can put forward whatever request you have and I'll try my best to satisfy you.
The Wraith Queen had long been in disarray at this point, and other than trying to find a way to reconcile with Chen Mo, she was completely at a loss as to what else she could do. Keep these broken brass of yours away from here, all of them back off.
Chen Mo looked at the large group of steel fiends and said in a cold voice. He didn't have a single mech at this point, and in case his little trick was seen through by the demon beast queen, even if she didn't make a move, this group of steel demon beasts would be able to eat him alive. This was definitely not a good thing. You're dreaming. What am I going to do when they're gone? Let's see, you really are looking for death.
The Wraith Queen didn't even think about it and directly refused, although these war general level wraiths weren't of a high rank. But in case Chen Mo could really destroy his own system, then they would be able to protect themselves in time, and even if Chen Mo didn't harm himself, these war general level wraiths would be able to act as a deterrent, so that he wouldn't dare to make a move easily.
Once they were allowed to retreat, one's own safety and security would be non-existent.
The negotiations broke down, and the suppressed anger of the demonic beast queen suddenly erupted.
If soft didn't work, then hard would come.
Anyway, she was already battle-scarred herself right now, and didn't care about getting hurt a little bit more. Moreover, although the other party was an SSS-class commander, in the end, he had only been awakened for a month, so whether or not he had the strength to hurt himself was still another story.
Thinking of this, the demon beast queen's body's demonic aura instantly erupted.
Ice-cold voice rang in Chen Mo's ears, and the air was filled with a murderous aura. In an instant, Chen Mo felt an unspeakably powerful sense of oppression sweeping towards him, and this aura caused his mind to go blank for a moment. Feeling that there was no way for his body to move, Chen Mo's face changed drastically.
It's over. This seems to have really overplayed his hand. Ding ding ding. Detection of a demon monarch level magical beast's aura bursting out, requesting the commander to perform a timely aura suppression. The cold mechanical tone in his head caused Chen Mo's mind to jolt. Right. I almost forgot about the life-saving skill I drew that day. Aura suppression. Mental power attack. Spiritual power attack, activate.
Chen Mo's voice fell, and the spiritual power attack was launched at the same time. For a moment, Chen Mo only felt that half of his spiritual energy was instantly drained away, and the feeling of emptiness that came violently caused him to black out. The requisite condition for a spiritual power attack, extracting half of the commander's spiritual power to launch the attack. Aura suppression can be generated and ignores the opponent's level, and the target of the suppression is unable to use any power for 3 hours. The moment the spiritual energy was extracted, Chen Mo felt that the oppressive force around him disappeared. This sudden change made the murderous Wraith Queen even more confused.
What? You were actually able to crack my demon lord's might? Damn it, what other crushing tactics do you have? The demon monarch queen's original intention was to use the demon monarch's might to deter Chen Mao, and then take the opportunity to drive Chen Mao out of her simulation system, and then it wouldn't still be her call? However, it was never expected that the demon monarch's might, which had been used 100 times, would be directly broken by Chen Mo in the space of a few breaths. And the posture of the two of them was truly not elegant. At this moment, the posture of the two of them was incomparably strange.
The Wraith Queen rushed up and wanted to subdue Chen Mo. Her cold hand directly stuck on Chen Mo's neck and pressed him to death. Feeling the soft and boneless hand of the Wraith Queen, Chen Mo could not enjoy it half as much. The fear of imminent death surrounded Chen Mo's mind. Where was that charming thought? The moment the mental power attack was launched, Chen Mo's eyes went black, while the Wraith Queen was directly suppressed by the aura. At this moment, she only felt that all the power in her body could not be used, and the hand that was deadening Chen Mo's pressure softened, directly collapsing down towards Chen Mo.
What is the situation?
A trace of consternation flashed across the eyes of the demonic beast queen.
Where had her strength gone when she was a demon monarch level wraith?
Taking advantage of this effort, Chen Mo also slowed down, and just after opening his eyes, he saw the delicate face of the demonic beast queen right in front of him, and the soft and boneless body in his arms revitalized his spirit. For a moment, the aftereffects of launching the mental power attack all disappeared. Chen Mo clenched his teeth, and a glint of stern light flashed in his eyes. One way or the other, the situation was already like this. Is it possible that he still wants to retreat? A real man never does anything to retreat. Moreover, even if he retreated now, when the 3 hours of aura suppression passed, would he still be alive? It would be better to do it now and just let go. If you fight, you can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. What if this demon beast queen changed her mind halfway again and wasn't going to kill herself? Today, I'll teach you, this demon beast queen, what is called heaven and earth. The commander is the greatest. Under the stunned gaze of the Wraith Queen, Chen Mo directly made a reversal and pressed the person to the ground.
3 hours later. Good means. Good talent. I really can't bear to kill you.
The queen's voice, at this time, was incomparably calm, like a pool of stagnant water with no ripples. With sparse sounds coming from her side, the queen had an icy face as she put her clothes back on. Her gaze faintly crossed from Chen Mo's face, as if nothing had just happened.
Don't be like this. According to us humans, you're now my machinima, I'm your commander. So calm down, don't murder your own husband. Chen Mo swallowed hard and busily replied. To be honest, the more calm the Wraith Queen appeared to be, the more Chen Mo felt weak. Compared to the current chilling and piercing queen, he still preferred her just now imposing appearance. Murdering your own husband?
Get it straight, you're the one insulting this king. Only the demonic beast queen shouted angrily. Obviously Chen Mo had sprinkled salt on her wounds again.
If you want me to say it, you contract with me. Contract?
Hearing Chen Mo's straightforward words, the demonic beast queen was clearly stunned.
A human, attempting to contract a steel demonic beast? Don't be funny. Right. Contract.
Our human contract is marriage, so I'm not insulting you or joking with you right now, but after deep thought, I'm seriously confessing to you.
Contract with me and be my contracted machinima, is that okay?
At this time, the 3 hours of aura suppression had already ended.
Chen Mo was gambling that the demon
queen would not be willing to kill him just like that, betting that he still had what the demon beast queen wanted in him.
Ha! Are you worthy? Only seeing the demonic beast queen in front of him laugh disdainfully, Chen Mo did not hesitate to reply. Match. Of course I'm worthy, I'm top worthy. You said, besides my age not being able to match you, what else am I not good enough for you? Besides, age itself isn't a problem. To be talented, you're an SSS ranked magical beast, and I'm an SSS ranked commander. Although it's true that my current strength is inferior to yours, but I've only been awakened as an SSS ranked commander for a month and I'm already a 2-star commander, and in less than 10 years, I'm bound to become a 9-star commander. The Wraith Queen looked into Chen Mo's eyes and asked with incomparable seriousness. Your human lifespan is simply too short compared to us magical beasts, full count. You can only live for 100 years. What makes you contract me? A short-lived contract is like chicken ribs to me. Being able to communicate meant that there was still room to turn things around. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he continued. Have you ever seen a SSS ranked commander? Have you seen what an SSS ranked 9-star commander would be like after a breakthrough?
My current mental strength is 4 times that of an ordinary person, and my speed and physique and so on are several times that of an ordinary person, so who can guarantee that I won't be able to break the limits of human life one day? The Wraith Queen froze, followed by a frown.
It's useless. This king is a magical beast, and you are a human.
The moment this sentence was finished, Chen Mo's entire body directly resembled a cat that had exploded its fur.
You damn well know that I'm a human and you're a magical beast, huh? Then what were we just doing? What did you say you wanted my genes for as soon as we met? Are you teasing me?
Looking at Chen Mo's anger to the point of jumping to her feet, the Wraith Queen's heart couldn't help but poof. Thinking back on everything that had just happened, she couldn't help but nod her head.
As if, what you said, there was nothing wrong with it.
There was nothing wrong in the first place. Having taken your innocence, I will be responsible for you.
Chen Mo nodded and said in a serious manner. Alright, then I'll contract with you. Not waiting for Chen Mo to be happy, the Wraith Queen's next sentence followed. However,
I also said that the current you are not worthy of being my commander, although the talent is still okay, but the strength I am not convinced, if not for the fact that this king only has 30% of his strength left today, one finger can crush you to death.
Chen Mo froze. What was the meaning of this?
Again, he said that he wanted a contract, but also said that he was not worthy of being his commander.
Is it a contract or not?
I'll make a temporary contract with you, but the duration of this temporary contract is permanent. I'll convert it into a formal contract with you when you can reach a height that I recognize.
Chen Mo scratched his head. That's okay. What do you mean it's also okay? The Wraith Queen instantly exploded.
If it wasn't for that crappy system of your human machinima that has to be set for the contract bit to work, this king wouldn't even be planning to get the contract bit.
None of you human commanders are even qualified to contract this king, including you.
If I give you a temporary contract bit, you can just steal it for yourself, and you still look like you've been wronged.
Pull back if you don't contract. Chen Mo stood up violently. Don't contract. It was only at this time that Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This little life of his own, by the looks of it, was finally saved. Chen Mo, White Feather is about to make a temporary contract. Sympathetic system docking successful. Nervous system matching successful. Kinetic system matching successful. Interaction system matching successful. Soon, the temporary contract was successfully completed. Chen Mo felt an indescribable connection between himself and the Wraith Queen White Feather. It was similar to the contracted machinima, but not exactly the same. In the next moment, Chen Mo entered White Feather's consciousness space instantly. Only because it was a space of consciousness and not a cockpit, in front of Chen Mode was not a console similar to that of the pilot lady, but an empty space. And all the things Chen Mao could see were the world that White Feather herself saw. Nice guy. Contracting a magical beast, is this actually how it feels? Exiting from White Feather's space of consciousness, Chen Mo was stunned.
The White Feather in front of him had a somewhat blanched face and a somewhat despondent expression, completely lacking the joy of contracting.
What's wrong? Not feeling well?
Chen Mode snapped, remembering Baiyu's current battle-scarred state. For a moment he asked with some heartache.
Chen Mu, I may not be able to accompany you.
I know that you have spied on my current state. I won't hide the fact that I am seriously injured. Because of some reasons, not only am I being hunted by you humans, but even a portion of the powerful magical beasts are also hostile towards me, so much so that I have suffered from such a serious injury on my back. I'm afraid that I need a long period of time to recuperate from my injuries, so I can't follow you around. Listening to Baiyu's words, Chen Mu hurriedly asked,
Where are you going? How long will it take to recuperate? Going to a place that you humans don't know, the time.
I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years.
Chen Mo was shocked. 10 years? So long?
Yes. During these 10 years, not only do I have to recuperate from my injuries, but I also have to impact the sovereign level, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to finish it for the rest of my life in your human world. And you'd better reach a height that I can recognize in this 10-year period. As a gift of confession, I'll formally contract with you then, otherwise. White Feather's words did not finish, but his hand and a hand knife from the neck vainly cut. Chen Mo instantly felt a coldness in his neck and nodded his head sharply.
Okay, 10 years is 10 years.
Hearing Chen Mo's voice full of confidence, Baiyu's intimidating force instantly faded, somewhat chagrined, muttering to himself.
I'm really crazy to have such high expectations for a human. Alas, it is really a ghost. I do not know if I owe you in my previous life. This is for you.
White Feather raised his hand and threw it in the air towards Chen Mo. A very, very small golden fox landed on Chen Mo's arm, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a golden fox tattoo.
What is this?
Not to mention, this little fox was oddly cute, and aside from the fact that this tattoo only had a tail, it was almost exactly the same as White Feather's prototype. This is what this king researched on his own, the Demon Lord's true seal. What exactly is the use of it? You research it yourself. This gift, which was like a gift to witness the farewell of the two, directly caused Chen Mo to break his defenses. Even though, he hadn't known Baiyu for a long time, but just in the past 3 hours, they had done the most intimate thing in the human world, so how could it be possible for Chen Mo to separate without any attachment?
Baiyu, in these 10 years, will we meet again?
Baiyu's face stiffened, and in a voice that was barely audible, he whispered.
I don't know. Can you tell me, where exactly did you magical beasts come from?
This question that had been pressed in the bottom of Chen Mo's heart for a long time finally made him ask. On one hand, Chen Mo did want to know where exactly these magical beasts came from, and on the other hand, Chen Mo did not know if he would become a public enemy if the matter of him contracting with a magical beast was spread out. Of course, even if the whole world was against him contracting with White Feather, he would never regret it.
Chen Mo, this issue is not something that you can know right now. You only need to know that I have no interest in the war between magical beasts and humans.
You are right about one thing, the SSS rank 9 stars is definitely not the end of the line for humans, and likewise the Juggernaut rank is definitely not the end of the line for magical beasts.
Chen Mo, I'm leaving. As White Feather's words fell, she instantly transformed into a residual shadow and appeared in front of Chen Mo without any warning.
Her slender and long fingers gently caressed Chen Mo's lips. With that, a kiss gently landed on Chen Mo's lips. 10 years, I'll wait for you. The girl's light voice still echoed in her ears, only that faint fragrance had faded more and more. When Chen Mo opened his eyes again, the white feather had already disappeared. No one knew where it would go and for how long. Roar! The hissing sound of a fox suddenly resounded from the distant sky. Instantly, all of the steel earth dragons surrounding Chen Mo's perimeter dispersed. For a moment, it seemed as if Chen Mo was the only one left alive in the huge Sunset Mountain. Who would have dared to think that I would have picked up a life and come back from the hands of the Demon Sovereign Queen? Who would dare to think that I actually contracted with the Demon Sovereign Queen? Chen Mo shook his head, unable to hold back his emotions. To be honest, in just a few hours, Chen Mo was like he had spent several years, and his mood was even more up and down and thrilling. Who would have thought that he could run into the SSS-ranked Demon Monarch-ranked Demon Beast that was number 1 on the mission ranking list after a D-ranked mission for a good reason? This luck of his was really a bit heaven-defying. White Feather's departure. Although Chen Mo did breathe a sigh of relief, at least the safety of his life was guaranteed. However, the heart that had been tantalized by her couldn't help but make him throb a little. A 10-year engagement? Then let's see you higher up. Chen Mo slowly exhaled a breath, which slowly brought him back to his senses. At this time, the sky was already very dark, and the bright moon was hanging in mid-air, which in turn illuminated Sunset Mountain brightly. It was thanks to the fact that the Sunset Mountain did not produce a single blade of grass or tree, otherwise I'm afraid it wouldn't be this bright. Just at this time, a familiar electronic tone sounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the SSS-class Genesis Nine-Tailed Fox. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a reward of 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on activating the Prestige panel. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a golden body card. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a curvature engine. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an electromagnetic railgun. Listening to this generous reward, Chen Mo's entire body instantly froze in place. That's not right. I'm only in a temporary contract with White Feather. Is a temporary contract considered a contract? She is not a temporary contract with you. Although there are also 2 types of contracts in her body, but both are permanent contracts, while the one she contracted with you is a slightly worse equal contract. What White Feather had given him was actually a permanent contract. Then why does she say that the one she gave herself was a temporary contract? Could it be that she herself doesn't even know that both of her types are permanent contracts? Or, did she deliberately say this so that she could make herself work harder in these 10 years? The sudden reward, in turn, made Chen Mao's brain chaotic, completely unable to guess White Feather's intentions. However, this question, I'm afraid that the only way to ask the answer was to wait for the next time they met. That said, Chen Mo suddenly remembered the temporary mission he had accepted that day when he was at the 100 Battles Mercenary Guild. Slaying an SSS-ranked Demon Monarch-ranked Demonic Beast. Contracting a Demon Monarch-ranked Demonic Beast could be even more difficult than beheading a Demon Monarch-ranked Demonic Beast, right? Wasn't this still not considered completing the mission? As if it knew what Chen Mo was thinking, that cold electronic voice sounded once again. Dear Commander, the Demon Monarch-level Demonic Beast is only contracted as an equal to you, and does not have a submissive heart towards you, so you are not considered to have formally contracted a Demon Monarch-level Demonic Beast, and therefore are not considered to have completed the mission. Wouldn't that mean that this quest would have to be completed 10 years later? Chen Mo gave a bitter laugh, a helpless look on his face. However, if he couldn't complete this quest, others would be even more unable to complete it, and anyway, the reward could only be his own in the end, so he wasn't in a hurry. After explaining Chen Mo's doubts, the electronic tone sounded once again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Demon Beast Queen's exclusive Demon Monarch True Seal. Ding! Congratulations on activating your exclusive talent title, Queen's Driver. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 50,000 points of reputation. Queen's Master? What's the point of this talent? And what's that reputation point for? Queen's Driver. When used, it doubles physical strength, speed, and mental power. Attached skill, consuming 50% of mental energy, doubles the power of the move, and the skill comes with a tearing effect. Disadvantage, the Queen's Harness can weaken the hostility of female beasts by 50%, but increase the hostility of male beasts by 50%. I'm really convinced. Why is there a drawback to this talent title? If I were to go into battle, wouldn't I be chased to death by male magical beasts? I didn't steal their wives, so why mess with me like this? However, Chen Mo quickly became bashful about this shortcoming. After all, when using the talent title, physique, strength, speed and spirituality were all doubled. One must know that Chen Mo's various attributes had all been greatly improved now. Especially mental strength, When the talent prestige was turned on, it was directly 8 times that of an ordinary person. What a concept this was. How refreshing. Thinking of this, Chen Mo directly used the golden physique card that had just been rewarded. In an instant, Chen Mo's physique directly doubled. A gush of warmth came from his body, and his body, which had been consumed for a whole day, was instantly light and breezy, with no feeling of fatigue at all. Moreover, Chen Mo unexpectedly discovered that with the doubling of his physique, the recovery of his heavily consumed spiritual energy also seemed to be much faster. After the rewards were all claimed, Chen Mo then remembered Xia Zhang and the girls. He did not know how they were doing now. At the foot of Sunset Mountain, the bonfire piled up with wood burned enthusiastically, roasting the cold winds of the late night. The firelight crackled, appearing incomparably clear in the deathly silence. The 4 women sat in a circle around the bonfire, anxious. I don't know what's going on with Chen Mo now. It's been a few hours and there's no news at all. Zhang Nianqing's face was practically like it was covered in a layer of cold ice, and her tightly furrowed brow emphasized her inner panic. Don't be too anxious, we are all his contracted machinima. If something really happened to him, we will also have a sense. Although Yi Qingqing said so, her mood was not at all better than Zhang Nianqing's. It was just that working on the front line of battles for many years had allowed her to develop this mentality of not being afraid in the face of danger. Xia Zhang, on the contrary, did not say a word, sitting on a rock, closing her eyes in a restful manner.
Teacher Xia, wouldn't you be a little too relaxed? Aren't you worried about Chen Mo at all? Just now, both of you weren't going to leave. It's you who turned your head away without even thinking. Are you or are you not Chen Mo's indentured mechanic lady? Zhang Nianqing looked at Xia Zhang's appearance and became angry. His voice couldn't help but carry some yin and yang. Luozhen looked at Chen Mo's 3 contracted machine nymphs infighting, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. However, in the face of opponents who had no power to fight, Chen Mo unexpectedly chose to. However, in the face of an opponent with no power to fight, Chen Mo chose to let his dependents run away without looking back, which did impress her as well. Sacrificing his life for righteousness, this person of his is really heartwarming. Is it useful to worry about him? Xia Zhang's voice slowly sounded. The 3 women heard this and simultaneously looked at Xia Zhang, who was just about to open her eyes. Just as they wanted to retort, they were stunned into staying in place by Xia Zhang's next sentence. I will live if he lives, and I will die if he dies. Since Chen Mo let us go, it means that he must have his own ideas, so let's not get in his way, and if he really fails and dies, then the big deal is that I'll go with him. Looking at the determination in Xia Zhang's eyes, Zhang Nianqing and Yi Qingqing froze. And Luo Dai, the only one who had not contracted with Chen Mo, was even more shocked in her heart. Was this the love that ran in both directions? Chen Mo chose to face the demon monarch-level demonic beasts alone in order to let his Mainyan live. And for him, his machine woman did not hesitate to follow him, regardless of life or death. At this moment, love truly took shape in Luo Zhan's heart, and Chen Mo's face was becoming clearer and clearer in her heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this time, the 3 women instantly shook. Looking at each other, they exclaimed in shock. Chen Mo. Sensing Chen Mo's spiritual control, the anxiety on the 3 women's faces instantly disappeared, and they fiercely stood up to look in the direction of Sunset Mountain. Hiss. Teacher Xia, Nian Nian, Xingcheng, my side is fine, come over here. Chen Mo's voice echoed in the minds of the 3 girls. In an instant, the 3 mechs instantly completed their transformations, and Zhang Nianqing stuffed Luozhen into the cockpit as soon as she did so, then disappeared into thin air. It didn't take long. Chen Mo, who was waiting for the 3 women on Sunset Mountain, had a warm and delicate body suddenly rush into his arms. In the face of the SSS-ranked magical beast queen, Xia Zhan did not cry. When Chen Mo let Xia Zhang go, Xia Zhang did not cry. When Chen Mo was nowhere to be found for several hours, Xia Zhang didn't cry either. However, when she really hugged Chen Mo at this time, the feeling of being lost and found again made Xia Zhang's tears like pearls with broken strings, falling non-stop. The ups and downs in her mood were like a roller coaster ride. Immediately after that, the second petite body, the third petite body. Chen Mei greatly opened his arms and felt the emotions that came back from the 3 women. Don't cry, isn't hubby fine? You guys just don't believe I can handle it? Chen Mei gently soothed the 3 girls, gently patting on their backs one by one. Do you know, that's a SSS-class demon monarch-class magical beast. 10 of you wouldn't even be enough for her to eat. Zhang Nianqing roared loudly, but her choked voice made her roar sound full of aggression. Although Yi Qingqing didn't say anything, her hands, which were tightly embracing Chen Mao, were deathly unwilling to let go. Be good, don't cry, don't cry. After coaxing for a while, the 3 girls' heads covered in Chen Mo's arms were slowly raised. Looking at Luo Dai, who had her hands wrapped around her at the side, they couldn't help but blush. Although they had gotten acquainted with Luozhen today, they were still more or less outsiders, and being looked at by her like this was still a bit uncomfortable. Right, Chen Mo, where's the demon monarch level demonic beast? Yi Qingqing looked at the corpses all over the ground,
but did not see that demon beast queen, and could not help but ask. She left, and by the way, she also dispatched those steel earth dragons.
Gone? How could she let you go?
Zhang Yanqing shuddered at the thought of that pretty girl. Her SS-ranked machinima was nothing in front of that girl. Made a deal with her, she agreed and left.
What deal? That can't be told to you guys, it's a secret.
Chen Mei had a mysterious look on his face and played a riddle.
After all, there was still a Luoxian who hadn't contracted with him, who knew if she would go out and talk about it everywhere, just in case she contracted with someone else at that time, and told this to the public, then it would be really bad. The remaining light of the three girls glanced towards Luoxian's side, and at that moment, they also knew Chen Mo's scruples, so they didn't ask any more questions. That said, so many demonic beast corpses, what should we do with them? Chen Mo was somewhat helpless. This ground full of corpses of steel ground dragons was really a bit too big. But the corpses of these magical beasts, they were all real treasures. In the Machine Lady era, all sorts of metals were essential. And these strange steel magical beasts became the first source of metal. Because when the beasts are alive, there is still soft flesh and blood under the steel general armor. But once the beasts are dead, no vital signs, it will be completely turned into a puddle of metal. And this is just for humans to solve the problem of the source of metal. For example, in the previous wars fought in the far suburbs of the leveling area, after the retreat of the army, the corpses of those killed metal magical beasts would be collected by the professional staff. After a series of dismantling and refining, they were divided into different levels of metal and used for different occasions. Like the construction of high-rise buildings in the cities, most of the sources of metal were the magical beasts that died on the battlefield. In addition, the borderline of the coastal areas, in the 100 years of the war between human beings and magical beasts, had also been constantly accumulating all kinds of metal to build steel walls to resist the magical beasts. Even so, the demand for metals across the country was still quite large, especially rare metals, which were even more pricey. Such a huge ground of earth dragons, that was all money. Alas, so many behemoths, even if all of them are dismembered, they can't be brought back. What should we do? Chen Mo was a little embarrassed, he really couldn't bear to give up so many resources.
Leave this to me, our chill squad has several heavy-duty trucks, it's more than enough to transport these things back. Yi Qingqing's words directly solved Chen Mo's pressing problem.
With Chen Mo and Zhang Yanqing, the two excellent mech repairers, the ground full of metal fiends soon became a ground of metal debris.
Early the next morning, when the sky was about to turn fishbelly white, Yi Qingqing made a phone call to the far outskirts of the leveling area, and the Ice Cold Squad received the order to send out heavy trucks and come straight to Sunset Mountain.
Baby. This is the information of all the SSS-ranked commanders that have awakened this year. Your father asked you to take another look and make a final decision.
In a gorgeous princess room in a large villa, a beautiful woman handed the folder in her hand to the cold-faced girl. Looking closely, wasn't this precisely Luo Dai who had just returned home after doing a mission with Chen Mo and the others? After following Chen Mo and the others back from Sunset Mountain, Luo Dai had gone straight back home without following them to the 100 Battles Mercenary Guild. Luo Dai received the information handed over by the woman, and just after turning over the first page, Chen Mo's face was reflected in his eyes. It caused Luo Dai to froze. The scene that happened on Sunset Mountain flashed back and forth in front of her like a movie, and Chen Mo's handsome face always lingered.
Chen Mo.
Hearing her daughter's voice, the woman looked at Chen Mo's face. Baby, don't look at the total of 7 SSS-ranked commanders awakened this year. In Mom's opinion, this Chen Mo's talent should be the strongest. Hearing her mother's words, Luo Dai jerked her eyes up to look over.
Mom, wasn't Chen Mo eliminated by Dad in the first round?
As if she knew what her daughter was thinking, the beautiful woman inserted a CD-ROM from the data into her computer. Originally, this Chen Mo was eliminated by your father in the first round, but this lad's talent is really
amazingly strong, so your father added him back in.
Look, this is a video of him just awakening as a commander not more than a few days ago, and participating in his first war in the far outskirts of the practicing area. Just a few days after awakening, he was even able to release a big move directly with his machinima. I've never seen a commander under 7 stars able to release a big move before, but he's only been awakened for a few days now. According to my analysis, this big move was led by him, not his mecha goddess, and was forced through the mecha goddess's center console, and I'm afraid that this big move is his original big move, or else he couldn't have been so familiar with how to release it, and the power couldn't have been so powerful. You have to know that when a mecha goddess releases a big move, it must require a 100% perfect understanding between the commander and the mecha goddess in order to be able to perform it, but if there is even the slightest hint of being wrong, the move will be interrupted. Moreover, after our tests on him, we found that his reaction speed, mental power, and strength are all far beyond the level of normal people. On the screen, what was playing was exactly the image of Chen Mo's first time piloting the explosive heavenly flame carp to participate in a war, fighting hundreds of steel dragons all by himself. However, after yesterday's war with tens of meters tall magical beasts, looking at this image again, Luojian had completely lost the slightest ripple. Look, 1 against 100, the movements are flowing and full of artistry, but every move takes the enemy's head straight. Such terrifying maneuvering ability, even if your father and I go up there, we won't necessarily be able to do it as well as him. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. If she was no longer in her prime, I'm afraid she would have squeezed her head to contract such a commander. An SSS-class perfect commander with such explosive talent was simply the dream love officer of countless machine ladies. Listening to her mother's high appreciation of Chen Mo, Luo Dai didn't know why she felt sweet in her heart. Only, the beautiful woman's next sentence caused Luo Dai to lose her mind for a while. Alas, although this Chen Mei is indeed perfect, but he relies on his talent, contracting everywhere, dabbling in women, not dedicated at all. Which good person can contract with their teacher at the first moment of awakening? SSS rank commander, contracted a supercar, isn't this a joke? Speaking of this, the beautiful woman was overwhelmed for a while. Luo Dai actually didn't have a good impression of Chen Mo before this, and always thought that Chen Mo was a playboy who kept his feelings all over the place. However, when she accidentally encountered a demon monarch-level demonic beast yesterday, Chen Mo's performance was really out of her expectation. When life and death were at stake, how many people could disregard their own safety and leave the hope of life to others and death to themselves? It was true that Chen Mo had contracted 3 machine nymphs, but how had those 3 machine nymphs treated him? Zhang Yanqing and Yi Qingqing were so anxious that they were on the verge of tears, wanting to turn back and fight that demonic beast for their lives countless times. Xia Zhang's phrase, "I will live if he lives, I will die if he dies," still seemed to ring in their ears. Is this really what a playboy can do? This is what love should be, right? Mom, geniuses are always deviant. Hearing her daughter's words, the beautiful woman froze on the spot. This daughter of hers, she understood, was cautious about emotional matters. That son of the Wei family, Wei Bin, had pursued her for 3 whole years back then, and she hadn't been the least bit moved. And even when Wei Bin awakened to the SS-class commander, she didn't have much to say. This was not because she was emotionally weak, but she was pursuing true love. In her eyes, a lifetime of love, that was true love. But, how could a daughter who was so obsessed with love speak for a man who was showing love everywhere? The beautiful woman was a bit baffled for a while. Mom, if you and Dad have no opinion, I am going to ask him if he is willing to contract with me. I think he is very good. The beautiful woman hurriedly nodded her head. It's fine, I've been researching with your father for quite a long time during this period of time, and this Chen Mo is indeed the perfect candidate except for being a bit of a prodigal. However, if you want a contract with him, it's best to say it earlier, lest you get shortchanged. Who knows how many contract slots he has? Don't be late by then, you won't even have a place to cry. Hearing this, Luo Dai froze. Shortcut first, Mom, is there anyone else who wants to contract with Chen Mo? Well, I don't know if you've heard of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan? Luo Dai turned around in her mind, but completely failed to remember who this Wang Yuan was. Who is it? It's the only SSS-class shipgirl who awakened last year. Luo Yen was shocked. It's her? She's going to contract with Chen Mo? Well, if nothing else, Wang Yuan's target should be Chen Mo as well. Aren't there 6 other SSS rank commanders? How can you be sure, Mom, that she wants to contract with Chen Mo? Luojian really didn't figure it out. Was Chen Mo on meat and potatoes? How could anyone want to contract with him? Silly girl, if you can find Chen Mo's extraordinary, can't others find it? Wang Yuan has been searching for the perfect commander since she awakened the SSS-class shipgirl last year, so she hasn't contracted one until now. Ever since she awakened, she went straight into the Mordor maintenance force, and in the absence of a contracted commander, she has independently accomplished one super difficult mission after another by herself. With an SSS-class quality body, super rich war experience, the perfect shipgirl and the perfect commander contracted, and in time it can be said that she's practically invincible. Guess, if Chen Mo only has 1 contract slot left, will he contract with you or will he contract with Wang Yuan? The beautiful woman looked at her daughter and raised her eyebrows, as if she was inquiring, but also as if she was stating a fact. The answer, naturally, didn't require much thought. Luo Dai violently stood up and rushed out towards the door. On the other side, Chen Mo followed the Ice-Cold squad, oozing and yelling as they headed straight for the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps Guild. 3 huge heavy trucks were dragging the incomparably heavy corpses of the Steel Earth Dragons, literally crushing the road. The rumbling roar drew curious gazes from the people in the guild. Ooh, good lord, where did this get so many magical beast corpses from? So much metal, I'm afraid it's not just a few magical beasts. To kill so many magical beasts, what level of battle maiden can do this? It's too terrifying. For a time, Chen Mo and his party directly became the most beautiful scenery line in front of the Union's door. This is a Warlord grade Silver Earth Dragon? Did you guys do a quest to decapitate it? The staff of the mission delivery hall was truly knowledgeable, and with a glance, they recognized the cartload of metal magical beasts that had been dismembered beyond recognition. Truth be told, a battle admiral-ranked silver earth dragon wasn't very rare. However, this kind of magical beast would usually only appear in the coastal areas and wasn't common on this side of the imperial capital. So much so, the staff changed their faces the moment they saw the silver earth dragon.
Chen Mo slowly walked forward and said with a smile,
"This is a magical beast on Sunset Mountain, and I have been given the task of fully exploring Sunset Mountain."
"What? Is it that deranked mission to detect Sunset Mountain?" Chen Mo nodded. At this point, he still didn't know why the staff member revealed such an expression and spat on whether he would be making a bit of a fuss. The Sunset Mountain has unexpectedly appeared with magical beasts that only appear in the coastal areas. Head Chen, I'm afraid that you need to provide us with a more detailed exploration report. It's best to describe everything you've encountered and seen in every detail. I'm afraid that your mission this time will have to be upgraded to mission level. It should at least be C grade. I'll go apply for it for you right now, and as for the mission rewards, we'll also reissue them to you after we liquidate all these silver earth dragons. You guys wait for a little while, I'll go ask for instructions and come back for you later. With that, the staff member hurriedly left. Chen Mo
and the others then found a seat in the guild hall and waited while resting. Looking at the empty union early in the morning, Chen Mo's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the SSS ranked quest marked in red on the quest list.
Kill SSS ranked demon monarch ranked demon beast.
Still remembering the first time he saw this quest, Chen Mo still felt that it was simply impossible for him to complete it. After a short night, Chen Mo's mindset however had suddenly changed drastically. The demon beast queen had become her own woman, and naturally, Chen Mo could not help but begin to favor White Feather in this mission.
Recalling White Feather's battle-scarred injuries, Chen Mo's heart once again hung in the air.
There was no telling where exactly she was going to recuperate from her injuries, nor did he know if the human mercenary group would find her shelter. In case they accidentally found her and realized that she was so badly injured, would they hurt her again? Nay, White Feather didn't leave him any information, so he could only worry in vain.
Just then, a familiar voice came from far away. Chen Mo. Chen Mo turned his head to look. Luo Yan? Didn't she say that she was tired and wanted to go home to get some rest? Why did she run to the labor union again?
Luo Dai ran towards Chen Mo with all the wind and fire, and even without waiting for Chen Mo to open his mouth, he asked directly.
Chen Mo, I've thought it over. Are you willing to be my contracted commander?
A single sentence drew everyone present, all of them looking towards Luo Dai, and then towards Chen Mo.
As the person in question, Chen Mo, the entire person was even more confused. What is this situation? Luo Dai wasn't taking the wrong medication, was she?
Chen Mo, after this trip to Sunset Mountain, I'm sure as well as certain that you are the commander I want. To be honest, in a battle yesterday, it was simply me who kept dragging you guys down, but you guys not only didn't blame me, you even protected me at all times, which really moved me. And the way you were fearless in the face of danger and sacrificed your life to death really touched my heart as well. No matter if it's your character or talent, you are the most perfect commander in my dreams.
Chen Mo, are you willing to contract with me?
Luo Dai's string that had been taut broke instantly when she heard that Wang Yuan was also eyeing Chen Mo. She didn't know that Chen Mode was capable of infinite mecha co-tuning. She only knew that if she missed Chen Mode, she was afraid that she would never be able to find another commander as perfect as him. Chen Mo's figure, without realizing it, had already been deeply imprinted on her love-struck heart. Chen Mo, in front of everyone, had some difficulty choosing for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xia Zhang. Like a silent voice saying, Empress, you make the decision for me. Don't look at Xia Zhang as the lowest ranked of all the machine nymphs, but as Chen Mo's first contracted machine nymph, her right to speak was instead the highest. Only to see Xia Zhang stand up and walk to Luo Jin to hold her hand. After yesterday's battle, I feel all the more that Chen Mate, as an SSS ranked commander, can only be made to better utilize his talent with a top-tier, powerful machine nymph, and you, obviously, are the strongest among us. If we had your participation in the battle yesterday, we might have had a chance to fight back, or at least we wouldn't have had to run away powerlessly like we did yesterday. So, Luo Jin, we hope that you can contract with Chen Mordor and become his machine lady, as well as become good sisters with us.
Xia Zhang's words were right on point, and Zhang Yanqing and Yi Qingcheng were completely fine with it. After all, when they were at the foot of the mountain yesterday, although Luo Jin hadn't said anything, they had all seen how worried she was about Chen Mo. When Luo Dai had asked Chen Mao to contract with her in a critical situation, her tone was also incomparably certain. This was already enough for them to accept her. At the same time, the three women nodded their heads towards Chen Mo with a tacit understanding. Luo Dai also gathered her courage once again and asked Chen Mo, are you willing to contract with me and let me become your contracted machinima? Chen Mo raised his eyes and looked into Luo Dai's eyes. A big smile bloomed on his face. I'm willing. Hurriedly explaining the details of the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps side of the mission, of course,
Chen Mo did not mention a single word of the part of information regarding Baiyu.
Afterward, Chen Mo resolutely brought Luo Yan to the underground kingdom that the vigilante force had rewarded him with.
Zhang Yanqing and Yi Qingcheng went back to the VPF on their way, while Xia Zheng didn't go to be a light bulb and returned home by herself. The first time he went to the underground kingdom, Luo Dai directly transformed into the Heavenly Dome Battletone mech, and at the same time, the mech hatch opened for Chen Mo. Chen Mo, Luo Dai is about to make a contract.
Sympathetic system docking successful. Nervous system docking successful. Kinetic system matching successful. Interaction system matching successful.
The moment the contract was completed, Luo Dai's information panel was displayed in front of Chen Mo's eyes in a big way. The information of the SS Plus class fighter was also of real interest to Chen Mo, and he hurriedly checked it out.
Name, Luo Dai. Comprehensive rating, SS Plus class fighter Sky Dome battle voice. Applicable energy, nuclear energy. Mecha material, bright ceramic anti-reconnaissance alloy. Quantum shield, 5000. Battle type, far attack.
Combined battle strength, 21,000.
Contractual relationship, Chen Mei. Temporary contract history, 0. Body condition, 100% brand new.
Self-contained attributes, stealth, shielded from some scans, hidden talent, automatic increase when attacking at long range. Hidden talent, automatically increases power by 10% when attacking from a distance. Hidden talent, automatically increases power by 10% when attacking from a distance.
SS Plus grade mecha exclusive talent.
Feedback, at the end of every battle, it feeds back to the commander's mental power, and when the commander is empowered, it feeds back to the physique. Divine Merge, when the commander and mecha reach 100% tacit understanding, the Divine Merge skill can be triggered, fully enhancing the battle power.
Crap!
After looking at Luo Dai's attribute panel, Chen Mo was simply incomparably shocked. Luo Jin was only 1+ stronger than Zhang Yanqing, but not only did she have more hidden talents, she even had more SS Plus grade exclusive talents, and these exclusive talents were really ridiculously strong.
Divine Harmony aside, this feedback alone is simply a talent that all commanders can only dream of.
If Chen Mo's first fight against the Beast Tide had been piloted by a mecha that was not Xiaojin but Luojin, then I'm afraid that after he released his big move, after all of his mental power was drained, under the empowerment of the feedback talent, he wouldn't have fainted at all. Also, every time he was empowered, Luo Dai could feed back to the commander's physique bonus. Even if Chen Mo didn't have those physique cards, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be worried in the slightest that he could break through the limit of a 9-star commander.
Luo Dai, you're also a little too strong. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Luo Dai froze. You can see my attributes?
The attributes of an SS Plus grade mecha was Luo Jin's secret. No matter who it was, she had never told it. Originally, she had thought that she would surprise Chen Mo when she and Chen Mo fought side by side in the future, but who knew that he had discovered all of them on his own? For a moment, Luo Dai couldn't help but feel a sense of loss that the surprise had been discovered. I can see it. This SS Plus grade machine girl exclusive talent of yours is also a little too strong, especially the feedback. It's too terrifying.
No wonder that way.
Din is obsessed with you. If he really digs in, I won't even have a place to cry if I want to.
Chen Mo exclaimed. Don't mention him on a good day, bad luck. Besides, I'm an SS Plus ranked machine girl, it makes sense to be stronger, right? This talent, consider it my contractual gift to you.
Luojin arrogantly raised her eyebrows. Looking at Chen Mo's surprised look, she couldn't help but feel a little happy.
Chen Mo pondered for a while, then said, Alas, this just contracted to receive such a large gift from you, that it seems like I can't say anything if I don't show it.
Chen Mo called up the commander's exclusive mall, picked left and right and finally chose a full-dimensional holographic display console, spending 5,000 points. The operating space of the cockpit was particularly large, and after installing the full-dimensional holographic console, Chen Mo instantly had the feeling that he was the Heavenly Dome War voice.
Perfect. Driving the Heavenly Vault battle voice, Chen Mo slowly felt the mech.
The advantages of the Sky Dome battle voice were its strong firepower and high protection, making it a sky overlord in the sky. However, the disadvantages were also obvious. The energy consumption was very high, and the speed of the mech was not very fast, at least compared to the explosive Heavenly Firecarp and the Ice Phoenix, it was really a lot slower. It looks like the curvature engine obtained from contracting the White Feather has a use.
Chen Mo muttered. While feeling the performance index, he improved the deficiencies.
Soon the curvature engine was installed on the Heavenly Dome battle voice. As for the long-range firing weapons, Chen Mo thought about it and finally installed the electromagnetic railgun on the Sky Dome Battletone.
For a time, the Sky Dome battle voice looked like a mobile killing weapon.
If this were to blast through, it was feared that a skyscraper could be instantly turned into a field of debris.
After adding all the equipment, Chen Mo refelt the current Heavenly Vault battle voice. With a flash, a gust of residual shadows were left in the air. The curvature engine was launched, quite smoothly.
As a large-scale mecha, the Heavenly Vault battle voice had clearly reached perfection. Right at this moment, Chen Mo instantly felt a sudden gush of warmth around his body, and in this warmth, Chen Mo's physical quality was slowly rising. To know that Chen Mo's current physical quality was already far from being comparable to that of an ordinary person, yet it still allowed Chen Mo to have such an obvious feeling, which could only mean that Luo Dai's feedback was simply incredibly strong. At the same time, Luo Dai was even more shocked.
Is this the engine that Sister Xia and the others are using? So strong. This engine is afraid that it's the topmost engine, right? No wonder their speed is so fast. Feeling the terror of the curvature engine, Luo Dai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Boom! With a flash of intent, the Heavenly Vault battle voice directly disappeared in place, and when it appeared again, it had already appeared 100 meters away. Looking at Luo Dai's curious face as she felt the beauty of the curvature engine, Chen Mo also had the sense to hurriedly start supplying her with energy. Under Chen Mo's energy supply, Luo Dai suddenly felt like she had the ability to travel through space, and the energy in her body was so abundant that it exploded. Slow down, no. I feel like I'm going to fall apart. Luo Dai felt the commander's energy supply for the first time, and for a moment, he was actually still a bit uncomfortable. Wow, this engine is really powerful. I feel like I'm taking off now. It doesn't even consume as much energy as it did before, and the feeling of being emptied out that I had yesterday at Sunset Mountain is completely gone. In this world, I'm afraid there are very few fighters that can go faster than me. Luo Dai, who had finally had enough after playing for half a day, lightly panted and leisurely said, "It's not just the engine that's powerful, your commander also put in a lot of effort, okay? Look at what your quality has become after my transformation." Chen Mei spat out with a smile. SSS grade? Chen Mo, my body's initial quality was actually empowered to SSS grade by you? Luo Dai's entire body was instantly blinded. It was quite difficult to raise the quality of a mech, especially a mech like hers that was close to the top of the line, and it was hard as hell to even think of a small increase. Chen Mo actually did it lightly? It was only at this moment that Luo Yan suddenly realized that Chen Mo, this SSS-ranked commander, was truly terrifying. As long as it was something he wanted to do, there was nothing he couldn't do. After bringing Luo Dai to play in the Underground Kingdom for a day, it was already very late when he returned home. However, Chen Mo had just pushed open the door to his home and was shocked by the decorations in the house right then and there. Luo Dai even blushed as if she was about to drip blood right then and there. This damn atmosphere. Chen Mo only took one look and knew that this was Xia Zhang's masterpiece. The entire room was decorated with all kinds of arrangements that made people blush, and with a lone man and woman in this room, hormones directly exploded. Chen Mo looked at Luo Jin, who was blushing heaps of red. His heart was beating faster and faster. It was almost as if it was going to jump out in the next second. Luo Dai. I suddenly feel a little reluctant to eat dinner. Ah. Before the words fell, Chen Mo directly picked up Luo Dai in a horizontal hug and went straight to the bedroom. Flowers are not flowers, fog is not fog. Come in the middle of the night, go at dawn. A night of charming, Luo Dai directly slept through the night. So much so, that she was completely unaware of when Chen Mo got up. Originally thought, like this calm and harmonious life can be enjoyed for 2 more days. Who knows, just after the late afternoon, Zhang Chen's phone call came over. Chen Mo, where are you now? Is there any time? Yes, what's wrong? This side of the maintenance force was suddenly attacked by several 3-star prisoner mechs, and many of them were seriously injured. Nian's side is too busy by herself, and there are some problems that she can't solve, so I wanted to ask you if you have any solutions. Okay, I will go over now. How is the battle situation on the troops side? Do you need my support? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Chen Mo stood up violently and walked outside while putting on his clothes. The battle is over, but these prisoner mechs seem like they are attacking the maintenance force with a plan and purpose. I don't know if it's because someone is directing them behind the scenes. Zhang Chen's voice was very serious, and Chen Mo listened with a tight frown. Could it be that the group of things in the depths of the Forbidden Land were behind this again? Ever since he had seen the white feather that was able to transform into a human form, Chen Mo had gained a new understanding of these magical beasts. Demon Monarch level beasts already had the ability to change into human form. What about Tyrant level? What about the Juggernaut level? I'm afraid it's more than that. Only, Chen Mo could not afford to think too much right now, and hurriedly took Luo Dai, who had just gotten up, and headed straight to the maintenance unit. Under the full acceleration of the curvature engine, Luo Dai transformed into a helicopter form and stopped at the entrance of the maintenance unit in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Chen had already been waiting for Chen Mo for a long time, and when he saw Chen Mo fly a fighter jet here, he understood something right away. Bastard, indentured another machine lady. This speed is too fast. Only this mumbling was still heard clearly by Mulan on the side. Her slender fingers violently twisted Zhang Chen's ear. What, you seem to be envious of him? Oh. Why don't you also go and contract 2 more machinima to get over it?
Ouch, ouch, wife, I don't mean that, I wouldn't dare to do that even if you gave me 10 guts.
I'm not thinking about Nian Nian. If Chen Mo contracted so many machine girls, would he treat Nian Nian badly?
Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Mulan couldn't help but let go of his hand.
But soon, Mulan's eyes cleared. This boy Chen Mo.
Although there are a lot of contracted machinima, he is a good boy who values his feelings. He will never fail Nian Nian. The SSS-ranked commander has a long road ahead of him. Let's not be a stumbling block on his way to growth. Since it's for Nian Nian's good, it might be better to take care of him a little more in the troop, so that he can make his road a little smoother. As a mother, why would Mulan not want her daughter to contract a flawless, single-minded commander? But Nian Nian chose Chen Mo, and Chen Mo was worth it.
How could she, as a mother, stand in the way?
The children's own affairs, let them make their own decisions.
Big deal, herself and Zhang Chen would always be her daughter's last haven. Dad, how's the situation?
Chen Mo came down from the fighter, and in a flurry of wind, he headed towards the maintenance room, asking about the situation as he walked. The injuries are not fatal, only that Nian Nian is indeed a bit incapable of handling it on her own.
Okay, I'll go take a look first.
When Chen Mo walked into the maintenance room, Zhang Nianqing was frowning and observing to see what could be done to fix these injured machinima. Nay, with her current feats, she was unable to do so at all. For a while, anxiety surged through her heart. Fortunately, Chen Mo came in time and directly took over Zhang Nianqing's task at hand.
Nianqing, stand next to me so that you can see more clearly.
Chen Mo was like a senior surgeon giving his student a hands-on lesson. Each step was very careful, and each detail was told in great detail.
Many issues that Zhang Nianqing had absolutely no clue about were instantly clarified under Chen Mo's explanation.
The 3-star prisoner mecha that attacked the maintenance unit today had come in force, and not only were there many injured machine nymphs, there were also quite a few types of them, which just gave Chen Mo the opportunity to give Zhang Nianqing a comprehensive explanation.
Time just passed by minute by minute.
The mechs that had just been dying were surprisingly all repaired one by one under Chen Mo's repairs. Zhang Chen stood outside the repair room and could not help but be filled with shock. He had known that Chen Mo's repair skills were very high when he was repairing Mulan earlier, but he still felt a bit shocked when he saw that the machine nymphs that were dying just a moment ago were able to run and jump at this moment. Although the commanders of those machine girls have been seriously injured, some of them have bandages on their heads, some of their arms have plaster casts, and some of them have crutches and leg injuries, they are always at the door of the maintenance room, holding on to the door. More than that, when their own machine mother stood up again, the tears of excitement.
This kind of false alarm was simply torturous. And Chen Mo was their salvation.
For a while, outside the maintenance room, the commanders raised their right hands in unison and gave a military salute full of gratitude towards Chen Mei in the maintenance room.
With the last screw being tightened, the last machinist was finally perfectly repaired.
Chen Mo stretched his waist, which had been bent for half a day, before he came to his senses. After sending off all the machine nymphs and commanders, Chen Mo walked towards Zhang Chen.
Dad, what exactly happened today? How could a 3-star prisoner mecha attack the maintenance force?
Zhang Chen slowly shook his head. To be honest, up until now, he hadn't even found out how exactly these prisoner mechs had blended into the maintenance unit, let alone any other information. What they knew was simply pitifully little. Today at noon when everyone was having lunch, the troop alarm suddenly went off, and I reacted first, but the troop hospital side had already been lost, with a large number of casualties.
It seems like they were running towards the hospital, because after they captured it, they just ran away without even taking a second look at the rest of the place. It's very much like an organized and premeditated attack, and I've since checked the satellite scans, and it seems that the prisoner mechs that attacked the VPF today weren't as numerous as they were scanned out to be.
Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully, always feeling that there was something that he seemed to have missed. Suddenly, an idea that made him somewhat disbelieving appeared abruptly in his mind.
Concealment?
Seeing Chen Mo's suddenly changing face, Zhang Chen was startled and asked,
"What's wrong? What did you think of?"
Chen Mo frowned. I always feel that this attack today is not as simple as it seems. After the last beast-tide suppression, the Forbidden Land has not made any major movements for a very long time, and the sudden dispatch of the 3-star prisoner mecha today, could it be to destroy the hospital out of anger?
Zhang Chen nodded. That's exactly what I'm worried about, but they come and go so quickly, we have no way of knowing their true purpose.
Speaking of this, Zhang Chen was a bit deflated. The movements of the Forbidden Land were so mysterious every time, leaving people baffled.
Chen Mo touched his chin and speculated.
When we arrested Qin Shou before, his machinist once explained that the VPF had already been infiltrated by the offshore forces in the dome. Dad, during this period of time, you should properly scan with the radar to see if there are still any residuals on this side.
Good. What about you?
It was just severely traumatized a while ago, so guess what they need the most? And it just so happens that this thing is plentiful in the imperial capital, and will allow them to risk a lot to enter the imperial capital at this time of the Forbidden Land. Listening to Chen Mo's question, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment.
After the war, what is most needed that is definitely the replenishment of personnel and energy. What? Could their goal be the Imperial Capital Energy Center? Under Chen Mo's guidance, Zhang Chen's thoughts instantly had a direction.
Well, if my guess is correct, the Imperial Capital Energy Center is their true objective this time. The maintenance force is far away from the Imperial Capital Energy Center, and with this attack on the Force Hospital, it's very likely that they're sounding out the east and striking the west. By focusing everyone's attention on the maintenance force, they will instead relax their focus on the city center side. And it just so happens that the Imperial Energy Center is located in the center of the Imperial City, and the largest institution around it is the Dome. The words that Chen Mo said made Zhang Chen's heart go cold, but he still held on to a sliver of hope and retorted. But the Imperial Capital Energy Center is the most important place in the Imperial Capital. If you don't have high-level authority, you won't be able to get close to it at all, let alone go in. Chen Mo looked into Zhang Chen's eyes with a serious face and said in a deep voice, Dad, what if on the side of the maintenance force, there really are high levels who are offshore forces above the dome? With a single sentence, Zhang Chen completely lost his way back. Eliminating all the impossible outcomes, the only one left must be the correct answer even if it was hard to accept. Zhang Chen looked deeply at Chen Mo and instructed, Pay attention to safety, if there is anything you can't handle, just talk to me, the maintenance force will always be your backing. Good. As he spoke, Luo Dai directly transformed into a fighter jet form, and steadily parked underneath the maintenance force. Chen Mo sat in the cockpit, and the plane instantly took off. Imperial Capital, Energy Center. As the energy center that maintained the entire Imperial Capital's production and manufacturing of energy, this place could obviously be said to be the most central place of the entire Imperial Capital. From top to bottom, inside and out, the layers of security were done quite rigorously. As soon as Chen Mo landed, he was stopped by the Special Forces personnel. Stand still. Idle people are exempted from entering. Chun. Mordecai directly pulled out his identity information. Attacking like a tiger? Chen Mo? Seeing Chen Mo's line of great deeds and the highest privileges of the maintenance force below, the Special Forces personnel hurriedly gave Chen Mo a military salute. The above suspects that someone has deliberately infiltrated the energy center, and has sent me here to check it out. You please. My name is Lu Tao, I can tell you whatever you need to know. Hearing Chen Mao finish his reason for coming, the Special Forces personnel hurriedly made way for Chen Mao, leading him through the layers of guards and into the interior of the energy center. Who all has entered the energy center today? Hearing Chen Mo's question, Lu Tao quickly pulled up the visit information. Wang Ben? Who is this? This is the police department that patrols the Imperial Maintenance Center every day. Chen Mo continued to look down the page and snapped to a name that shocked him. And this one? Qin Shou. Some time ago, the news of Qin Shou's escape from prison had long reached Chen Mo's ears, and this Qin Shou had already situated himself to be involved with the things in the Forbidden Land, and now he even dared to appear in the Imperial Capital Energy Center in a big way? Ah! This is the top management of Above the Dome, saying that Above the Dome has a very important scientific research tomorrow, and in order to ensure a stable supply of energy, he specially came to see if there is any abnormality in the energy baseline today. Has he left yet? Nope, he was right back and forth with you guys, just went in for less than 10 minutes and you guys came. Listening to Lu Tao's words, Chen Mo hooked his lips and smiled. Pray, isn't this just delivering itself to the door? Notify Yi Qingcheng from the far suburb leveling area to come over. Yes. Lu Tao saluted and hurriedly went to contact Yi Qingcheng, as Chen Mo took big strides and walked in quickly. Phew, isn't this Qin Shou? Chen Mo exclaimed in surprise, only to see Qin Shou's figure stiffen, slowly turning back to look like Chen Mo, or like he had seen a ghost. You, Chen Mao, you are not. How did you come here? Is to ask me, not in the maintenance force? How come I suddenly appeared here and disturbed you, right? Without waiting for Qin Shou to speak, Chen Mo made a flash and the knife in his hand was directly on Qin Shou's neck. Qin Shou was in a trance for a split second, and after he came back to his senses, not only was he not afraid, but instead, his face was filled with a sneer. Hee, Chen Mo, even if you get me killed now, so what? The third generation of the Mind Magic Core will be released soon, as long as it's loaded for the magical beasts in the Forbidden Land, not to mention you, it's the entire Vigilance Force, it's all over. Ha 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 ha, you are still damned. Chen Mo dryly blasted Qin Shou's energy core with a single punch. The intense pain caused Qin Shou's expression to completely collapse, and a large mouthful of blood violently sprayed out of his mouth, followed by a softening of his feet and fainting. You killed him? Luo Yan asked. No, only destroyed his energy core. This guy escaped from prison, let Qingqing bring him back to the maintenance unit again. It's also considered to be a return to the position. When the time comes, let's see if we can know some more information from his mouth. Die, transform into the Heavenly Vault battle voice. In an instant, an ultra-high mech appeared in front of Chen Mao, his palm holding Chen Mao into the mech bay. Turn on radar scanning.
Since Chinsho went through the surface procedure, I'm afraid that his accomplices are nearby.
Luo Dai nodded, and radar detection was instantly turned on. As expected, the moment the radar detection was turned on, a large number of red dots appeared on the screen.
Outside,
Chen Mo drove the Sky Dome battle voice directly out of the energy center. Looking at the empty space, Chen Mo's sight looked underground. In an instant, the Heavenly Vault battle voice violently clasped its hands into fists and fiercely slammed them into the ground. Looking at the ground that was impenetrable, it was instantly smashed out into a large pit.
For a moment, several prisoner mechs completely lit up.
There was also a blackened passageway in the pit, and it was feared that this was the underground passageway for them to sneak into the Imperial capital.
Ding ding ding.
Multiple 3-star prisoner mechs and multiple 2-star prisoner mechs detected. Please respond in time, Commander. The moment he saw a group of prisoner mechs, Chen Mo piloted the Heavenly Vault battle voice to directly retreat several steps back, and with that, flew into the sky. There was no way around it. The Sky Dome battle voice's melee ability was poor, and if it really had to fight the prisoner mechs face to face, it was afraid that it wouldn't even last a single round. It was only when the Sky Dome battle voice that flew into the sky that it finally returned to its familiar territory. The steel armor in front of his chest instantly opened, and the blackened hole of the electromagnetic railgun was aimed directly at the prisoner mecha.
Launch! Boom! A pit of prisoner mechs, regardless of rank, all directly became a patch of debris. Ding!
Killing a 3-star prisoner mecha, rewarding the commander's exclusive empowerment weapon, Soulbreaker Fragment *1, and 500 points.
Ding!
Killing a 3-star prisoner mech rewards the commander's exclusive empowered weapon, Soulbreaker Fragment *1, 500 points. With just one shot, the battle ended directly. In his mind, the cold mechanical voice lifted Chen Mo's spirit.
Let's go, Dai, let's go to the Forbidden Land.
I let them off the hook last time, but it turns out that they're really treating me like I'm the one who let them off the hook.
I haven't even gone to pick on them yet, and they're even making the first move?
Then don't blame me for not giving face. Originally, Chen Mo had wanted to fight inside the Forbidden Land last time to see what was there, but it was because there were commander-class magical beasts that happened to arrive just when he was low on energy. Since the Forbidden Land made the first move this time, he wasn't going to drag it out any longer. He would like to see what else was behind the Forbidden Land's command that could command the movement of so many magical beasts and prisoner mechs. Thinking about the upcoming battle, Chen Mo hurriedly called Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Yanqing. He told them to finish the matter at hand and gather together in the distant suburbs leveling area. Far suburb leveling area, frontline command headquarters. Chen Ma was crouching on his desk, analyzing the distribution of magical beasts and buildings behind the Forbidden Zone command with a serious face. Last time, he had also stopped just after hitting the command headquarters, and had not really seen the scene behind the command headquarters. Most of all, he wasn't sure if there was any energy behind the command headquarters that they didn't know about, or else what was it that had been supplying the forbidden area with a steady stream of energy? Chinsho risked being caught today to enter the energy center as well. What were they trying to do by plotting these energies? One question after another simply made Chen Mo curious enough to rush in and take a look right now. After Xia Zhang and the others had all arrived, Chen Mo was ready to depart. This time, he chose Luo Jin to go with him. There was no other reason Luo Dai could be stealthy. The last time he drove Yi Qingcheng in, he was monitored under the super high speed of the curvature engine. This time, he wanted to try out Luo Dai's stealth function and see if he could avoid the Wraith's surveillance. Alright, it's decided, you guys meet me outside. I'll go in first with Luo Dai to check out the situation. At that moment, Chen Mo piloted the Heavenly Dome battle voice and disappeared into the command center. And things were indeed easier than Chen Mo's imagination. This time, the Wraith side didn't even notice at all that Chen Mo had already piloted his mech into their command area. Chen Mo had already been here last time, so he did not have any desire to probe the command headquarters. Therefore, he directly skipped the command headquarters and explored deeper towards the Forbidden Land. Much to his surprise, the area behind the command headquarters was quite large. Unlike the downtown area of the imperial capital, this place was more like the birthplace of mechanical civilization, and although the area was not as large as the imperial capital, the various buildings filled with metallic textures were simply shocking. Here, there were many high-grade magical beasts that Chen Mo had never seen before, and when they spoke, Chen Mo could not understand many of them, but what was certain was that it was by no means the language of this world. These magical beasts, I'm afraid, came from another unknown planet. In addition to these magical beasts, there were also a lot of prisoner mechs in the depths of the Forbidden Land, and there were even some women who looked very similar to human women but were also somewhat different. Looking at the corner, a tall and powerful magical beast pressed that alien woman under his body. Chen Mo vaguely understood the significance of the existence of these alien women. Sad and lamentable. For a while, Chen Mo suddenly felt a little worried about his several wives. They were so beautiful looking, in case they were targeted by this disgusting magical beast, he was afraid that he would really have to go on a killing spree.
This kind of thing couldn't even be thought about. Thinking about it made Chen Mo wanted to kill someone. Ding ding ding. Dangerous danger. Please respond in time, Commander. Just as he was about to accelerate into the core area of the Forbidden Land, an alarm suddenly sounded. Frightened, Chen Mo hurriedly stopped. Looking at the surrounding area where there was not a single magical beast, Chen Mo thought for a moment that the alarm had malfunctioned, and that it was not dangerous. Just at this time, the air in front of him reflected a bright crystalline light under the sunlight. Chen Mo froze, directly opened the detection system of the Heavenly Dome battle voice, and thoroughly probed. Without probing, it was a shock. Desperate nanowire, an ultra-high-strength nanomaterial, transparent and fine, only 1/100th of the thickness of a hair, although fine but very tough, a desperate nanowire can easily lift a large truck. Looking at the profile of this fine thread, Chen Mo was surprised and speechless. This was simply picking up a life for himself. If it wasn't for the hints, if it wasn't for the fact that his mental power had increased by 4 times, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to see these thin threads that looked like they had become invisible. If the curvature engine was activated to the extreme, I'm afraid that when he rushed through these lines, it would be the time of his death. It is estimated that by that time, not even a whole body can be left, all be cut into pieces. However, although this thing almost killed himself, it is indeed a good thing. If this thing is transferred to the underground kingdom as a gatekeeper, it should also be very good. However, thinking about it, Chen Mo could not even pass through it now, and could not do anything. Seeing that the biggest secret of the Forbidden Land was just a few steps away from him, Chen Mo was blocked by these nanowires. Wanting to break through from the front is simply impractical. Without waiting for a breakthrough, he would first become a broken piece. Then, one can only use the second set of programs. Looking at the beautiful woman who was about to walk in, Chen Mo suddenly had an idea. Hello, I'm new in the past 2 days, I got separated from our leader, I want to ask where the prisoner mech was retrofitted. Chen Mo's appearance caused the woman to be visibly stunned. However, since the failure of the last beast tide, the management of everyone from above had become stricter, and it was impossible to think that someone could sneak in here unnoticed. For a while, the woman's face eased up quite a bit. It's right here, but you'll have to contact your leader to come pick you up, otherwise don't say you'll go in, even if you do, you're afraid you'll die. Sister, just take me in. Chen Mo's handsome face, when he pouted, he really had a feeling of a teenage girl killer, making people simply powerless to resist. No, I still have things to do. The woman ruthlessly ended up pushing Chen Mo's hand away, but, just at this time, Chen Mo's forced login had also been completely completed. You're not in trouble, take me to the core data area, now immediately. Yes, I'm fine, you come with me. The woman's eyes instantly lost their vigor, and whatever Chen Mo said was what Chen Mo said. Saying that, the pretty woman opened the door access, and with that, entered Chen Mo's information into the biometric system. Looking at the woman's authority, Chen Mo could not help but marvel at his good luck. Unexpectedly, this woman's status was quite high, as a prisoner mech, in the territory of the magical beasts even mixed to such a high level of authority. It looks like prisoner mechs in the Forbidden Land is still very popular with those magical beasts. Chen Mo utilized the woman's high authority to directly turn off all identification and alarms, and that nanoscale thin line naturally became his possession. Immediately afterward, Chen Mu sent a message to Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng, and Zhang Nianqing, telling them that they could go deeper inside the Forbidden Land and get ready for support. Let's go, to the core data area. As Chen Mo's words fell, the women obediently led the way in front. Under Chen Mo's control, the woman even greeted and joked when she encountered familiar people along the way, completely lacking the feeling of being forced. As Chen Mo walked, he inquired, what is the structure of each district of your Forbidden Land like? Or are they all similar to here? Basically, they are all similar, but there are more or less differences in the area size and development direction. What are the differences? For example, the J region where we are now is actually a small region, and our main direction of development is to create divine spirit magic cubes to control prisoner mecha and steel demon beasts in combat. Divine will tesseracts? It sounded quite lofty. It was this thing that was controlling the magical beasts in combat. I didn't think that the prisoner mecha could even be controlled. The existence of this thing was simply outrageous, and for a moment, Chen Mo was a bit unsure whether he should seize this kind of thing or destroy it completely. Chen Mo thought about it or decided to stay put first. After all, this was the territory of the magical beasts, and to do so now would directly frighten the snakes. This time, going deeper into the Forbidden Land was still mainly for the purpose of probing what exactly the Forbidden Land had intended for the human world, as well as their core technology. Therefore, it was still too early for everything to make a move. Where is the place where the Divine Will Magic Cube is manufactured? Take me there. Also, other than Area J, what do all the other areas mainly all do? Forbidden areas,
there are more than 800 of them in this world, while the ones distributed on the side of the Divine Dragon Country are hashtag 180-220. The three largest forbidden areas are distributed in the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital, and the one distributed on the side of the Imperial Capital is the forbidden area of number 188, which is in turn divided into many pieces by you humans. In the coastal area of the Magic Capital are the Forbidden Lands 186 and 187. 186 is mainly responsible for the giant magical beasts and the magical beasts in the sea, and 187 is mainly responsible for aggregating all the magical beasts in the sea. Listening to the woman's words, Chen Mo's brows couldn't help but furrow. The distribution of these magical beasts was too extensive, far beyond the far outskirts of the leveling area in front of him. Just the two successive waves of beasts on this side of the far suburb practice area alone had already caused the vigilance force to be somewhat overwhelmed, and if he had not joined the battle in time last time, I'm afraid that the defense line would have been breached by them. What is the ultimate purpose of these magical beasts? Is it just for energy? Two purposes, I guess. One is to capture a large number of humans alive. The males are used to provide biological genes, the females are used as weapons of war, and some of the low-grade ones are used as cauldrons. Secondly, the various fossil fuels saved by humans are very rare energy sources for the magical beasts, and they are actually bottom-level creatures in their planet, and they simply can't access so many resources. That is, we have more resources in the blue star, and our war value is low, so we are targeted by them. And the ultimate goal of these magical beasts is to drive humans to extinction and completely turn the human world into their world. Chen Mo also didn't expect that this prisoner mecha he controlled would know so many secrets of the wraiths, even this kind of top secret, she knew it all. Where did these magical beasts come from? And where did they come from? They come from a place in the universe called Planet Ganabur, but because of some reasons of the blue star itself, many of the high-level wraiths of Ganabur can't come here, so they are building a planet-to-planet portal. The current portal can only be interoperable under very extreme circumstances, and this technology is not very mature at the moment. What do the high-level magical beasts want to do when they come to the blue planet? Of course it's to occupy the blue star. The blue star itself stores a huge amount of energy. Even though a lot of it has already been mined, there's still a considerable amount of energy that hasn't been discovered, and that's exactly what they need the most. Only, with the current technology, I'm afraid they won't be able to come at all in a short period of time. All the existing magical beasts of the blue star are all experiments that were teleported to the blue star from planet Ganabulian. Listening to the whole thing, Chen Mo only felt shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that there were indeed a large number of magic beasts with unknown origins on the blue star, Chen Mo really thought that he had just been listening to a story. Planet Ganapur? A portal between planets? These magical beasts that had beaten the vigilance force without any fight were actually all test subjects? Outcasts? This is too outrageous. If the high-level magical beasts from planet Ganaburu really came over, would the humans still be alive? After exchanging a whole way, the three of them finally arrived at the core research and development area of the Forbidden Area in J region. Seeing the unfamiliar faces of Chen Mo and Luo Dai, a few personnel who were working walked up and asked, Guan Xiao, who are these two people? Why haven't I seen them before? These two are newcomers. I'll take them to familiarize themselves first. You guys get busy without us. Chen Mo controlled Guan Xiao and said with a smile. The crowd that had gathered around heard Guan Xiao's explanation and immediately returned to their workstations. On the other hand, Guan Xin led Chen Mo and Luo Jin all the way into the R&D building's most central classified area. Right in the center of a huge transparent energy pillar, there was a large crimson stone that flickered with fluorescent light. What is this? Chen Mo asked. This is the true core that supports the smooth progress of the R&D area outside, the Desire Magic Core. What's the point of all this? Look, next to the energy pillar is a reactor, which can convert the energy of the desired demon core into the energy needed to make the magical cube of divine will. Following the direction of Guan Zhao's finger, it was only then that Chen Mo saw that on the side of the energy pillar, there was another reactor. And at this moment, after a little girl had fused the divine will magic cube, a mecha suddenly appeared around her like 3D printing. Alright, that's it for today, go rest. As Guan Zhao's words fell, the staff being next to the energy pillar nodded before walking out with quick steps. After clearing the staff away, Chen Mei ambled over to the console and directly locked the gate. How can I take away this desired demon core? It can only be taken away with the forbidden treasure box that is a specialty of the Forbidden Land, or else the person who disarms the desired demon core for a long period of time will have a great increase in desire and a great change of heart. Go fetch it. Luckily, the Forbidden Land treasure box happened to be in this room as well, and Guan Xiao entered a password and fetched the box. Taking advantage of this, Chen Mo directly maneuvered the console to turn off all the cameras in the room. Immediately afterward, the security protection of the energy pillar was lifted. Only, perhaps touching some other protection, the entire room instantly lit up with a red light, and the alarm suddenly sounded. It was not easy to make the trip, and in line with the principle of taking what you can get wrong and not letting it go, Chen Mo directly swept through the entire room for anything of value. Desired demon cores, reactors, magical cubes of God's will, take as much as you can. This kind of high technology that humans had yet to master, not a single bit of it could be wasted, all of it was taken away. After sweeping the area, Luo Dai directly transformed into the heavenly dome battle voice, and Chen Mo sat on the mech and decisively ran towards the data center. At the same time, he gave Guan Xiao the order, disrupt the battle, the more chaotic the better. Only, Chen Mo thought he was already fast, but the enemy's support speed was also really fast. In less than 3 minutes before and after, there were actually already people surrounding towards this side. Although the Heavenly Vault battle voice wasn't good at melee combat, it was still easy to deal with these two little Kalanis. The curvature engine erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the front was conveniently lit up. Chen Mo did not procrastinate and drove the Sky Dome battle voice to the data center with the fastest speed possible. Die, break the door. At the first moment of receiving the order, the blackened barrel of the chest was aimed at the data center door. Boom! A puff of smoke rolled out, not to mention the door being broken, even the data center almost collapsed. However, Chen Mo did not look at the process, only the result. After entering the data center, he decisively jumped down from the mech and his fingers crackled and flew on the console. In an instant, all of the firewalls collapsed, and all of the core data of the Imperial Capital's Forbidden Land was all transmitted to Luo Dai's mechasystem. The transmission speed was already flying fast, but Chen Mo was afraid that the enemy would rush over. He didn't know that Guan Xiao, who was outside, was at this moment creating rumors and commanding indiscriminately, and in the end, he even directly burned the R&D area with a single fire. The staff of the R&D area couldn't care less about Chen Mo's side, the raging fire had kept them busy. 98, 99, 100. Okay, all transmissions are complete, let's go, Die, let's take a trip to the weapons depot and see what's good. Before leaving, the Sky Dome battle voice's large cannon barrel appeared once again, and with a single shot, it blew up the entire data center. All the equipment and data, all turned into dust, with no trace of their existence. Inside and outside the R&D building, under Guanzhou's mess, it had long been a mess, with all sorts of mechs gathered into a pile. So much so, that when the Sky Dome battle voice rushed out of the building, it didn't even cause much of a commotion. The warp engine was activated, and in a few dodges, it reached the dark place outside the weapons depot. At this moment, the forbidden battle state was inspired, and the door to the weapons depot was surprisingly left open. People kept breaking in, grabbing weapons and running out. Perhaps it was because there had never been a situation where an enemy had infiltrated into the center of the Forbidden Land without a sound. The Forbidden Land's protection of weapons in this area wasn't very good. Luo Dai transformed into his human form and followed Chen Mo to directly blend into the weapons depot. The two didn't linger at all on the guns and ammunition side, with a clear goal of going straight for the big stuff. The S-Class EMGA particle cannon, just one of them, Chen Mo took it without any hesitation. There were also a variety of missiles, and in the blink of an eye, they were all collected into the commander's warehouse. At the very beginning, the people of the Forbidden Land hadn't noticed anything until the entire row of missiles at the very end had all disappeared, leaving a large hole. Only when a large hole was created did they come back to their senses. Nay, Chen Mo had already loaded his pots and pans long ago. Bye-bye Yuna. The Heavenly Vault battle voice suddenly transformed and directly rushed out of the armory. After flying a long way, Chen Mei slowly came to a halt. The turret was set up, and towards the weapons depot, a cannon blast was fired. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! A shell that directly blew up the weapons depot. Chen Mo deliberately left 2 giant missiles in the weapons depot, which were activated by the cannonball and instantly blew up as well. For a moment, the entire land looked like an 8-magnitude earthquake had occurred, and one could not even stand still from a long distance away. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the depths of the Forbidden Land, and the intense firelight illuminated the depths of the Forbidden Land. The scientific research building was destroyed, all the data that had been researched for many years was lost, the Desire Magic Core was stolen, the weapon depot was detonated, and the personnel were killed and injured. The entire Forbidden Land, completely plunged into a dead silence. J area, wanna rise again? I'm afraid it's harder than heaven. Far suburb practice area, frontline command headquarters. Zhang Chen had followed along to the front line as early as when Chen Mo informed Zhang Nianqing. It was only that the long period of time with no news had really made him wait a bit anxiously. Just when he couldn't sit still and was ready to vigorously attract the front line of the Forbidden Land, Chen Mo's news reached Zhang Nianqing. Within half an hour, they witnessed the birth of the huge mushroom cloud. What a damned relief! Zhang Chen's broad palm nearly smashed the table. With regards to the beast tide unleashed by the Forbidden Land, everyone up and down the maintenance force, all of them dared to be angry. There was no way around it, the level of that group of magical beasts was really far beyond their imagination, and every once in a while, they got a little stronger. It was neither a good idea to fight, nor was it a good idea not to fight. If you fight, you can't beat them. If you don't fight, the human world is behind you. So much so, everyone was too suppressed to speak, and no matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they didn't dare to make a move. At this time, looking at the mushroom cloud over the Forbidden Land, and the hidden fire, the side of the maintenance force directly exploded. The cheering and leaping sound is simply to annoy the roof, the breath that is pressed in the heart, finally in this moment to get a release.
Chen Mo was so damn bullish.
If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known that the Forbidden Land also had mushroom clouds.
It's so cool.
Just seeing this scene is already a relief. I can't even imagine how happy Chen Mo must be.
Song Kai and Wan Yuanhua from the command headquarters stood behind Zheng Chen and couldn't help but marvel. Good. Now the pressure on our frontline players will be much less.
That's right, the magical beasts in the Forbidden Area J are getting stronger and stronger one at a time, and they have gotten hold of a large number of prisoner mechs from the Mamba prison, so it is indeed difficult to fight against them. But we shouldn't have to worry too much about them this time. I'm afraid that their casualties will be a terrifying number. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo piloted the Sky Dome battle voice, followed by the explosive Skyfire Carp mech, the Ice Phoenix and the Undead Reaper. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, it slowly landed. Without waiting for the big guys to welcome him, Zheng Chen directly took Chen Mo's shoulder and walked into the command headquarters with big strides.
Quickly tell me, what did you just go to the depths of the Forbidden Land for, and what's up with that mushroom cloud?
After coming out from the maintenance force, I went to the Imperial Capital Energy Center, and I ran into Qin Shou. He himself said that he has a relationship with the Forbidden Land, and there are so many 3-star prisoner mechs for him to pick up, so I just wanted to see what's in the depths of the Forbidden Land. It's worthy of him to dedicate himself to it so much.
Chen Mo told Zhang Chen all about what happened later.
Listening to Zhang Chen, he called out to him, but at the same time, a feeling of loss surged through his heart. Still young and vigorous, action is simply full of points. I'm older, without the vigor of youth. This kind of thing I'm afraid that I do not even dare to think about, let alone sneak into the center of the Forbidden Land alone.
Chen Mo hurriedly said.
Why, in fact, I also had a sudden thought. It just so happens that Dai Dai has the ability to be invisible, and can avoid the probes from the side of the magical beasts, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to go straight on.
Dad, don't lose heart,
I really do have one thing that I have to ask you for a favor. Looking at Chen Mo's serious face, Zhang Chen's loss was swept away and he violently sat up straight and looked at Chen Mo.
What is it? Say.
Don't look at the fact that Zhang Chen was so much older than Chen Mao, and reasonably speaking, Zhang Chen had eaten more salt than Chen Mao had traveled, but looking at Chen Mao, who was half a head taller than himself in front of him, Zhang Chen suddenly had a feeling of not being able to see through him. Obviously, he was still just a child who had just turned 18 and had just awakened his commander, but the energy contained in his body made Zhang Chen's heart tremble. At this moment, when Chen Mo said that he had something to ask for his help, Zhang Chen didn't even need to think about it to know that he must be plotting another great young conspiracy, which would surely make the magical beasts pay a painful price once again. Chen Mo, on the other hand, walked directly to the map of the Dragon Kingdom that was spread out in front of the command center.
The entire map of the Dragon Kingdom, a large area of gloom, were all forbidden places occupied by the wraiths.
As for the imperial capital, which was inland, although it was the center city of the entire Dragon Kingdom, it had long been surrounded by the gloomy parts, like a trapped beast that was powerless to struggle. I'm afraid that if one didn't pay attention, it would be swallowed up by the darkness. Compared to the imperial capital, the situation over in the magic capital was even more complicated. Although there were quite a few forbidden places around the magic capital, it was still much less compared to the imperial capital side. On the one hand, because Magic City was near the sea, strong shipgirls could only utilize their true strength in the sea, so the vast majority of shipgirls who had awakened their SSS-class carriers would choose Magic City as their first choice, so much so that a large number of high-level commanders would also choose to stay in Magic City. On the other hand, the number of magical beasts in the sea was far more than on land, so a large portion of the resources of the entire Dragon Kingdom first chose to supply the magic capital. But even so, the vicinity of the magic capital was still partially occupied by the magical beasts. Chen Mo's finger was on the Jin City military harbor, gently tapping it. I'm going to take back this Jin City military harbor near the imperial capital, and then use it as the center point to make the entire Jin City the largest missile base with the imperial capital as the main focus, and from the three sides of the land, sea, and air, to create an area that can completely suppress the Forbidden Land. As long as we have this piece of the sea in our own hands, at that time, no matter if we are supporting Mordor or requesting for Mordor support, it will become a lot easier, and there's no chance that we can also have a fleet of aircraft carriers, and at that time, we can then attack the inland Forbidden Land from the sea in reverse. From the moment Chen Mo opened his mouth and said his first sentence, Zhang Chen had frozen. What kind of pie-in-the-sky bullshit was this? Who didn't know that by capturing the military harbor of Jin City, all the forces of the land, sea and air would be linked together? But Gene City had already been occupied by the Wraiths for decades. If they could really take it back just like the plan said, then what had they been doing all these years? Wasn't this Chen Mo a bit too whimsical? Having just fought a small forbidden land, he didn't put the magical beasts in his eyes? And at this moment, none of the people at the command headquarters thought the same as Zhang Chen. This was simply impossible to accomplish. Are you having a fever? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Can the Gene City military harbor be that well taken? Zhang Chen couldn't help but spit out a sentence. He had just really thought that Chen Mo had some good plan. With the imperial capital's strength of wanting no one and no resources nowadays, being able to hold on to this acre of land so that humans could have a place to live was already pretty good. Wanting the magical beasts to take their land that they had eaten in and spit it out as it was like a joke. However, Chen Mo's face did not have a joking expression at all, and he looked at the map with a serious face. He also knew how shocking the words he said were, but his strength was only clear to him, and although the others knew that he was strong, they didn't realize just how strong he was, which was why they questioned it like that. I mean it seriously, as long as we bring down the Gene City military harbor, our situation will definitely relax a lot. Looking at Chen Mo did not look like he was joking. Zhang Chen also became serious. Then tell me, what makes you fight the Gene City military harbor? Seeing Zhang Chen's interest, Chen Mo smiled slightly. Attacking the Gene City military harbor was bound to be very hurtful if he really relied on him alone, but if there was official support from the Dragon Kingdom, the pace would be sped up a lot. After all, fighting against the magical beasts for so many years, the military supply stored by the Dragon Kingdom itself, as well as the high-level machine girls and commanders, the number was quite amazing. If the Dragon Kingdom supported him to do it, with the input of these resources, then recapturing the Gene City military harbor would be out of the question. Thus, Chen Mo said leisurely. Nian Nian is a SS-class deep-sea nuclear submarine, Luodai is a SS-plus class fighter, just their 2 battle power alone is not bad. Besides there are also the weapons and missiles that I snatched back from the Forbidden Land. Even though the fight down is not necessarily successful, at least to save my life and escape, I'm still okay with it. When the time comes to contract 2 high-level shipgirls, the official government will give a little more missile vehicles and the like. It shouldn't be much of a problem. Our main objective is to fight our way back inland from the coast and take back the territory. After all, the several coastal cities near the military harbor in Gene City had not yet fallen. If they joined the war together, the probability of success would be greatly increased, and the counterattack would be much easier at that time. Chen Mo's thoughts were clear, and so were his goals. Although it sounded like it felt a bit hasty, but upon closer examination one would realize that it was the best approach. The resources in Chen Mo's commander's warehouse were completely enough for him to squander, and Zhang Yanqing's prototype of a deep-sea nuclear submarine was enough to give him the backbone to say these words. There was also the pile of treasures that he had just gotten from the Forbidden Land, and if all of them cracked out the core technology and put it into production, it would be even more of a backbone for him. So much so, Chen Mo was confident in his idea. Being pressed by the magical beasts for so many years, if they didn't fight back against them, they really regarded humans as sick cats? Looking at Zhang Chen's eyes, Chen Mo continued to speak. First of all, we used the existing mechs as the foundation, and vigorously developed the manufacturing industry on top of that, while cracking the forbidden high-tech. Then, start slowly advancing deeper into the Forbidden Land and gradually recapture it. Finally, take the point to bring the whole Dragon Kingdom back together. For a time, the entire command headquarters was silent after Chen Mo's impassioned voice. They didn't dare to think or do anything. So many years of war with the magical beasts had worn out their vigor through and through. Zhang Chen's brain felt like it was exploding, yet he was completely unable to find any loopholes in Chen Mo. Heck, green is better than blue. The previous wave finally died on the beach. After so many years of standing and being beaten for so long, I've even forgotten how to attack. I'm really ashamed of my status as a great captain. Chen Mo. I'll support you. Young man, go ahead and do whatever you want to do. The entire Imperial Capital Maintenance Force will be your strongest backing. We fully support your idea. I'll report to the top in a moment. Those old guys who have retired. It's time for them to come out and move their muscles. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance, and the kind of defiant aura he had when he was young instantly erupted from him. Mulan, who was at the side, could not help but feel a sourness in her heart when she saw such a Zhang Chen. This kind of Zhang Chen was the Zhang Chen she remembered. The Zhang Chen who was once fearless, who didn't even put the Heavenly King in his eyes, was back again. For a while, the entire command headquarters was also driven by Zhang Chen's aura. The clamor of battle intent was so loud that it was about to topple the roof of the room. Just as the crowd's battle intent was surging, Zhang Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the video conference notification from the Divine Dragon Country's General Command on his cell phone screen, Zhang Chen got up violently and brought Chen Mo into the conference room with him. What's wrong, Dad? What happened? Seeing the serious look on Zhang Chen's face, Chen Mo thought something big had happened. Nothing much, it's a video conference from the Divine Dragon Kingdom's General Command.
Chen Mo froze. A video conference from the Divine Dragon Country's General Command?
It was not something that he, a small team member, could be qualified to participate in.
Today, you entered the Forbidden Land alone. I was afraid of any accidents, so I reported it to the top, and just now I also reported the news of your success, so I guess this meeting is because of you. As if he knew what Chen Mo wanted to ask, Zhang Chen opened his mouth and explained. 10 minutes later, the video conference officially began. Chen Mo looked around the entire conference room. The few top executives from the front line of the maintenance force were all present. However, other than them, there were not many other people. After all, it was a highly confidential video conference, so there were only a handful of people who were qualified to participate. After the sound of the video connection rang out, the opposite side quickly connected. A middle-aged man with slightly gray hair, a face like a blade, and a very serious look appeared on the screen. This person was none other than the highest commander of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, Yu Hongru. Ahem. Across the screen, Yu Hongru cleared his throat and said,
Zhang Chen, you can interpret this video conference as a special communication video, so if you have anything to say, you can just say it. Zhang Chen, who was named, had a jolt and tensed up for a moment. This was the first time in all these years that he had directly spoken face-to-face with the highest commander of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, and he was still a bit nervous.
Yes.
Reporting, sir, according to your instructions, all the senior commanders in Chen Mao from the front line of the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force have all arrived. Hearing such a serious conversation, Chen Mao did not dare to move a muscle. This was not only his first time attending a meeting of the maintenance force, but it was also his first time attending a meeting with such high specifications, and the tense atmosphere made him quite a bit uncomfortable.
Zhang Chen, you said that Chen Mode piloted the Heavenly Dome battle voice alone, penetrated deep into the back of the Forbidden J area, and blew up the entire Forbidden area? Where is he? Let me take a look.
Zhang Chen hurriedly pulled Chen Mo, who was sitting upright on the side, over and placed the person right in the center of the camera and said,
Sir, this is Chen Mo.
Although Chen Mo was a bit nervous, he couldn't look too soft-hearted when he had already been erected here.
Hello sir, I'm Chen Mo. Ha, Chen Mo, what a way to push forward the waves of the Yangtze River. Us front waves are really going to be beaten to death by you on the beach.
Looking at Chen Mo's heroic brow, and the determined gleam in his eyes, the officer let out a loud laugh. From Chen Mo's body, he seemed to have seen his younger self. There were ideals and ambitions, and even more strength that far exceeded that of ordinary people. When he had initially received Zhang Chen's report, he had also thought for a moment that he had misread the situation. However, when it came to the battle situation on the front line of the Forbidden Land, it was expected that Zhang Chen wouldn't dare to take things at face value. Although he hadn't met this Chen Mo, he had heard of him several times.
Some time ago.
Regarding the rewards for Chen Mo's achievements, they had discussed it for a long time before figuring out what to give him. This time, Chen Mo not only blew up Area J of the Forbidden Land, he even went deep into the rear and brought all the scientific research products and the most important data from the Forbidden Land back to the maintenance unit.
This was a great achievement. It was greater than all of his previous war feats. Not very young, yet courageous and resourceful. He was really too curious about what this young man who was only 18 years old, but had repeatedly won battles, was really like. Therefore, he organized this video conference in the first place, saying that it was a conference, but in fact, it was just his private desire to meet Chen Mo under the guise of a video conference. Chen Mo, this time, on behalf of the Divine Dragon Nation's General Command, I'm going to give you a reward. In light of Chen Mo's exceptional commanding talent, as well as several times when the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force was in crisis, he saved the day and changed the battle situation. This time, in particular, it was a case of one person facing the Forbidden Land head-on and achieving considerable success, simply unprecedented. We hope that Chen Mao can set an example for everyone, and that more young commanders can learn from Chen Mao. To summarize, we have decided to give Chen Mo the highest specification cultivation support. The best air women in the Navy, Land, and Air Force are first guaranteed to be given to Chen Mo here, and the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force is to fully cooperate with it, and when there are any special circumstances, they will support the preemptive action. When Chen Mordor had previously made a meritorious achievement, one of the rewards given to him was that the Divine Dragon Kingdom was to fully cultivate him. At that time, he thought that it was just on top of equipment, prioritizing him with high-grade equipment, but he didn't expect that he would be able to choose any of the top machine girls from the Navy, Land, and Air Forces. This was too fierce, right? Chen Mo, if you have any needs, you can speak to Zhang Chen directly or contact me directly. If your request is within reason, we will fully cooperate. As Yu Hongru's words fell, the gazes of all the people present all locked onto Chen Mo. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. This kind of treatment could be said to be what all commanders could only dream of. Unfortunately, they were not fortunate enough to enjoy it. After all,
their talent did not allow them to contract a second machine maiden, so even more jealousy could only be endured.
However, hearing the officer say that, Chun Mo did have a request.
Sir, does our troop have any ship girls that have just awakened and haven't contracted a commander yet?
I'm short of one.
Chun Mo had already made preparations to attack the military harbor, and he happened to be in need of an aircraft carrier, and he really didn't need any other weapons, equipment, or anything else. However, Chun Mo's self-professed reasonable request caused everyone present to be violently stunned.
Crap! What a lion's mouthful! Is it possible to have a ship girl casually? In the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom, not even one ship girl could be awakened in a year. The other officer is just being polite to you. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider. You dare to ask for everything?
However, Yu Hongru did not have any dissatisfaction towards Chun Mo as everyone thought. Instead, he stroked his chin and thought back to the people who had awakened the nymphs in the past 2 years. Chun Mo, I won't play dumb with you. The ship girl who just awakened an aircraft carrier does indeed have one, and it's also true that she doesn't have an indentured commander as of yet. Only, aircraft carriers are not something that ordinary people can handle. You have only awakened for over a month now. Even if you pull the ship girl to your side at this time, you won't be able to use it. Yu Hongru was a bit embarrassed, not that he didn't want to give it, but he was afraid that if he gave it to Chun Mo couldn't use it, and that would be embarrassing. However, when Chun Mo heard Yu Hongru's words, he was secretly happy. There was no clear refusal. That was a chance. It was not that this officer did not want to give it to himself, but he was afraid that he was not capable enough to handle the ship girl.
Then wouldn't this be a handful?
To be honest, not to mention that Chun Mo had contracted so many high-grade machine nymphs, at this moment, when he learned that he really had the chance to be able to contract a ship girl, Chun Mo's heart still beat uncontrollably. The sea, beautiful women, aircraft carriers, this is the ultimate romance for men. It was already the dream of all commanders to be able to see a ship girl with their own eyes, let alone contract a ship girl.
Chun Mo was no exception.
At this moment, facing Yu Hongru's question, Chun Mo hurriedly calculated his own strength in his heart. Although the energy Chun Mo could provide could almost be said to be endless, there would still be an upper limit if the high-frequency output was prolonged. Just like the first time he resisted the beast tide, he had forcefully logged into 13 METs at the same time, and also piloted the explosive Heavenly Firecarp in a high-intensity battle, causing him to pass out in the air. However, this upper limit would be raised every time a mech was contracted. Chun Mo hadn't specifically counted it either, but previously at Sunset Mountain, he had controlled multiple mechs in battle at the same time and hadn't felt much of an impact.
Energy storage limit, 5200.
To be honest, this number was truly a bit terrifying. However, Chun Mo was after all not quite sure how much energy the ship girls needed, so the girl was happy too early. However, Chun Mo was actually not very worried about this. After all, he himself could ascend the stars, even if it was not enough now. It did not mean that it could not be used in the future.
Zhang Chen looked at Chun Mo's scowling appearance and was slightly relieved.
He thought that Chun Mo had recognized his inadequacy to the point that he was a little bereft. But that was a ship girl after all, and he was a little kid who had just awakened his commander for over a month, so it was a bit early to be talking about contracts. Just as Zhang Chen was about to pat Chun Mo's back and calm him down,
Chun Mo raised his head furiously and looked at Yu Hongru in the video.
The issue of energy consumption, you can rest assured, as long as the ship girl is strong enough. Zhang Chen, who was at the side, had a few drops of cold sweat instantly seeping out from his forehead. This kid, really young and unintelligent, how dare he say such words? The senior commanders sitting around coincided with Zhang Chen's thoughts, and all froze as they looked at Chun Mo's confident appearance. It was good for a young man to be confident, but it was wrong to be conceited. On the screen, Yu Hongru frowned fiercely. For a moment, he was somewhat confused as to whether the young man in front of him knew what he was talking about or not. If he was truly an exaggerator, then his future would be just like that. As the Divine Dragon Kingdom's top SSS-class shipgirls, even the lowest energy-consuming shipgirls already consume more than 4 digits per hour. Chun Mo, don't think too simply. In another 2 years, there is still a possibility that you will reach the standard, but you have just been awakened, so don't be overly ambitious. Yu Hongru said in a deep voice. At this point, he was already a little disappointed in this young man. Such a good seedling, if he couldn't stabilize his development, and if his heart wasn't good, he wouldn't be able to achieve great things after all. However, just at this time, Chun Mo's clear laughter came. That's quite a coincidence. My energy storage limit is just about 4 digits. Chun Mo's words were like a bomb that instantly exploded in everyone's hearts.
For a moment, the entire seat were all shocked. A commander who had just awakened the commander for a month was already able to provide more than 4 digits of energy per hour? What kind of devil commander was this? He was only just a 2-star commander now. By the time he was 9 stars, what heights would he have to reach in terms of his energy storage ceiling? Yu Hongru looked deeply at Chun Mo and stabilized his frantic heartbeat. You hand over to me, what exactly is your energy ceiling?
it will be easier for me to arrange shipgirls for you when the time comes. Upper limit 5,200, as long as the energy consumption of the nymphs does not exceed 5,200, I can afford to supply them, Chen Mo said with some hesitation. To be honest, he was a bit apprehensive, not having come into contact with shipgirls, he really didn't know how horrible their energy consumption was. However, when Chen Mo said the figure of 5,200, even Yu Hongru did not know what to say.
5,200 ah. This number was too terrifying.
An ordinary 6-star commander could not even reach such a high ceiling.
This Chen Mo was simply a genius among geniuses. The little bit of disappointment Yu Hongru had just felt towards Chen Mo instantly disappeared.
Indeed, heroes come out of youths. This young man truly had the capital to be arrogant.
Good, I agree with your application, I'll go organize a meeting in a moment.
Right.
I'll send you the specific information of the shipgirls first, you take a look first.
Saying that, Yu Hongru sent the information over. And everyone present, including Zhang Chen, all of them were laughing so hard that they could see their back teeth.
Chen Mo was really bullish.
Just by virtue of an overpowering strength, he had steadily taken down a shipgirl. Now, their imperial capital maintenance force was considered to have a carrier.
Thinking about it made his face shine.
After receiving the information sent by Yu Hongru, Zhang Chen rushed to let Chen Mo watch it.
Chen Mo opened the information and what met his eyes was a white melon face.
Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail and tied behind her head playfully.
Chen Mo looked a little shaken for a moment. It was so beautiful. Different from Xia Zhang's charm, different from Yi Qingqing's coldness, and different from Zhang Nianqing's gentleness. It was that kind of temperament that had just come out of school and was full of vigor and vitality. Wang Yuan. Chen Mo could not help but pronounce the girl's name.
This shipgirl just graduated from the school last year, however, there has been no contracted commander until now. Her strength is very strong, but at the same time, her vision is also very high. The Magic City side has found her no less than 10 SSS-class commanders. She didn't take it seriously. Whether or not you can get her to contract with you depends on your own skills. Also, besides Wang Yuan, I still have some ship witches here. When the time comes, send them all to the imperial capital as well. They should be able to help you. Yu Hongru hooked his lips and smiled. Obviously, all of these machine nymphs were for Chen Mo. Chen Mo could not help but have a head full of black lines. He was just as strong as he was, but there was also an upper limit.
However, thinking about his future plans, Chen Mo still nodded.
Wanting to counterattack the Forbidden Land, what they needed most right now were high-level commanders and various marine witches. In short, the more the better.
Why don't I go and pick them up myself?
The area around the imperial capital is pretty much overrun by magical beasts right now. I'm afraid that if something goes wrong, it'll be a big loss.
Alright, we'll get in touch then.
After saying that, Yu Hongru hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed to convene a meeting. Just as Chen Mao was holding a meeting at the front line, a woman with a black duck-tongued cap, but completely unable to cover her stunning appearance, walked out of the imperial capital airport in quick steps.
Huan Yu Hotel.
Stopping a cab, the woman took a big step up and said in a calm voice,
"Okay."
There was no one in the cab's cab, but a female voice replied,
"Girl, looking at your dress, it doesn't look like you're a local of the imperial capital. Are you here to travel?"
The cab mechanic's wife was usually too bored with hauling passengers, and would always chat with her customers in her spare time.
Sort of, doing some errands on the way. By the way, I heard that your imperial capital awakened an SSS-class commander this year?
Hearing the girl's question, the cab mechanic's wife gave a somewhat proud
"That's not true.
I even took a look at him from afar earlier. That's really young and handsome.
It's a pity that an SSS-class commander has contracted an S-class supercar. He really ruined himself. What do you think he was thinking? He doesn't have a bubble in his head, does he? Just like that SS rank commander last year, who was dead set on waiting for a girl who hadn't awakened yet, only to have her awaken a SS plus rank fighter this year, and she didn't even look at him. And I also heard about it. Last year's time there was an SSS rank machine girl who once confessed to him, but as a result, that fool even refused, you say, in order to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. As a result, he didn't even pick up the sesame. If you ask me, these high-ranked commanders, their brains are more or less different from our ordinary people. They can't distinguish between good and bad. Pity that SSS rank machinima. I heard that after she was rejected, she was heartbroken and went to the Magic City, and hasn't come back for so long. The cab machinima pulled a lot of guests, and every time she heard those guests talking about gossip, she was able to listen to a generalization. Over time, the entire imperial capital gossip all known by her, talking about anything, can say the head of the road. The girl in the back seat nodded and agreed. I've also heard about that SS-ranked commander you mentioned last year. The girl he waited for didn't even contract with him? Wouldn't that be too pathetic for him?
The cab mechanic lady snorted in disdain. Pitiful for what? I heard that Wei Bin is basically brainwashing Luo Dai.
He also doesn't look at it. People Luo Dai is SS plus ranked. He's only SS ranked. Can he match them? Besides, with the Luo family behind him, how could he possibly watch his daughter being utilized by someone with a heart of gold? Alas, the circle is too chaotic, we only know a rough idea. Speaking of which, the cab driver braked, and the car steadily stopped in front of the hotel. The girl opened the door and got out of the car, saying in passing towards the cab, "Thank you. However, I went to Magic City in order to serve my country, not because of a love injury, and I'm not hurting, I'm not back." Bang! The girl served the fare and closed the car door with a bang. "I'm talking about that Wang Yuan, and I'm not talking about you. Crap! I'm fucking talking about gossip, talking about people's rightful owner?" The cab mechanic woman looked at Wang Yuan's back, her face flashed in her mind, and she exclaimed violently. It looked like the imperial capital was about to smack another bloody storm. Wang Yuan walked all the way to her room, thinking about Chen Mo all the way. What that cab mechanic lady had just said was actually correct. She was indeed heartbroken because she was rejected by Wei Bin and traveled far away to the devil's capital, and she hadn't taken a single step back to the imperial capital in the past year. The world knows that Wei Bin in order to Luo die, bitterly waiting for a year without contract. But no one knows, she Wang Yuan and Wei Bin, is playing from mother's womb, was set to marry. On the day of his awakening, Wei Bin announced to the world that he would wait for Luo Dai to awaken, and that he would not contract with her. Where did this put Wang Yuan's face? She had thought that she had awakened an SSS-class shipgirl, and with such a high rank, she would be able to make Wei Bin turn around and look at her, but who knew that he really hadn't even looked at her? In a fit of rage, Wang Yuan went directly to Mordor and joined the Mordor maintenance force. Since then, single-mindedly do the task, with a variety of difficult tasks to sharpen themselves. In a year's time, she had repeatedly won battles, obtained a large amount of equipment, and raised her strength by a big notch. Some time ago, she heard that an SSS-ranked commander had awakened in the imperial capital and had crushed Wei Bin in a rather strong manner. Wang Yuan immediately became interested in Chen Mo. Finally, taking a few days out of her life, she went north to God's capital just to see what kind of person Chen Mo was. If she could become a sharp weapon to stomp on Wei Bin, she wouldn't mind becoming his temporary shipgirl. Thinking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed across Wang Yuan's face, and that anger in her heart was once again aroused. Only, not waiting for her to walk back into the room, the man walking face to face made her jolt. Wei Bin. And when Wei Bin saw Wang Yuan in the imperial capital, he was also shocked. Because of him, Wang Yuan had traveled far away to the Magic City and never returned to the imperial capital. How could she suddenly appear here? For some reason, Wei Bin's heart suddenly surged. There was always an ominous premonition. "Hi, Yuan, long time no see." Wei Bin stabilized his mind and greeted Wang Yuan with a smile towards her. "Well, it has indeed been a long time. I heard that Luo Dai rejected you this year?" Wang Yuan hooked her lips and smiled brightly. Her icy words were like a sharp knife, poking straight into Wei Bin's heart. "It's not really a rejection, only she said she wants to think about it. What about you? What are you doing in the imperial capital this time? Won't come to find me again?" Wei Bin had gotten used to the feeling of Wang Yuan chasing after him for so many years, so it was no wonder that he was able to blurt out such words. Wang Yuan suddenly felt a bit nauseous, and after removing Wei Bin from her heart, she realized how Wei Bin was so greasy. Was the one sparkling him, was he himself glowing, or was it the light in her own eyes when she looked at him? Enduring her discomfort with Wei Bin, Wang Yuan snorted. "Duke Wei can think too much, this imperial capital is so big, it's not like you're the only one. I've heard that the imperial capital has awakened a perfect commander, his name is Chen Mo. It seems like you're under his thumb as well? After leaving your side, I suddenly realized that everyone I met was better than you. So, you can rest assured that I'm no longer the little girl who hadn't seen the world back then." Wang Yuan's words were said quite beautifully, looking painless, but every sentence was a knife. Knife after knife after knife, knives poking straight into Wei Bin's heart. Chen Mo? The ominous premonition in Wei Bin's heart when he heard Chen Mo's name was finally fulfilled. Some time ago, Chen Mo and him had clearly torn their faces apart at the 100 Battles mercenary corps gathering. Wei Bin originally intended, if Luotian delayed with their own contract, he turned back to find Wang Yuan. After all, Wang Yuan chased him for so many years, always not to say let go on letting go. If he showed love and affection for her, we'll be able to let Wang Yuan back to the heart. But now, what's the situation? There was no hint of him applying for a contract with Luo Dai, and Wang Yuan, the spare tire, even came to Chen Mo? If an SSS-ranked commander had contracted an SSS-ranked shipgirl, then how could he ask Chen Mo to return everything he owed him the next time he saw him? Yeah, it's Chen Mo. Chen Mo joined the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force and has made several outstanding achievements. His name is not only loud in the Imperial Capital, it's very loud in the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom. Such a perfect man, I want it too. Wang Yuan said with a smile, as if she was incomparably worshipping Chen Mo, both of her eyes twinkling with little stars. Yuan, stop it.
Although it's true that I failed you and fell in love with someone else, but you really don't need to trample on yourself like this. That Chun Mo is a prodigal playboy, he has contracted several machine nymphs on his own. Aren't you contracting with him? Aren't you just asking for your own suffering?
Wang Yuan looked at his hypocritical appearance and was on the verge of vomiting out yesterday's dinner.
Unable to resist, she mocked.
Wei Bin, what qualifications do you have to say that about him?
He's philandering, he's contracted several machine nymphs, at least he hasn't been unfaithful to his feelings and dared to act.
What's more, to be able to contract so many machine nymphs, it's also because he's capable. You'd like to contract several of them, can you do it? Even if you can't match his strength, you can't match his character. What kind of courage do you have to taunt the man I have my eyes on in front of me?
Wei Bin, are you worthy?
If you ask me, you might as well hurry up and think about yourself. Luo Dai can't see you and won't contract with you, so why don't you hurry up and find a way out for yourself? Don't wait until you've contracted with great difficulty and you're too old to branch out.
Speaking here, Wang Yuan even covered her mouth and smiled with an embarrassed look. This directly caused Wei Bin's mind to completely explode, his hypocritical mask cracking by inches.
Wang Yuan's words caused Wei Bin's face to turn green and purple.
Listening to her slightly shrill mocking voice, Wei Bin angrily shouted,
"That's not for you to worry about." However, Wang Yuan continued as if she couldn't see the sudden change in his face.
"This time, I returned to the imperial capital for the purpose of contracting with Chen Mordor. As an old friend, I advise you, don't hang yourself from one tree, or I'm afraid that's all you'll get in this life." After saying that, Wang Yuan wanted to stagger away from Wei Bin's body and continue walking towards the hotel room. Only, Wei Bin managed to stop her.
Wang Yuan, do you really think that just because you've awakened an SSS-class ship girl, you can contract with whoever you want?
In my eyes, you don't even have half of Luo Dai's qualifications.
Your so-called SSS rank is nothing more than a rank you've braced yourself for. What's wrong with yourself? Do you think that if you don't say anything, no one will know? To take a step back, even if Chen Mo had contracted with you, so what? It's just a machine girl that I can't look at.
The mocking voice rang in Wang Yuan's ears, and the conical words simply made Wang Yuan's anger surge to the sky.
For a while, icy killing intent spread out in the hotel corridor.
"Heh, what?
Want to kill me?"
Facing the murderous aura unleashed by the SSS-class shipgirl, Wei Bin was a little weak in the knees for a moment, but he stiffly endured the feeling of weak legs and forced himself to calm down. "I've said it before, Wei Bin, you don't deserve me personally. One day, I will completely destroy you. What you once owed me, I will take it all back from you, bit by bit."
Wang Yuan narrowed her eyes and didn't linger for another second.
Wei Bin looked at Wang Yuan's back as she walked away, her face no longer taut.
"Looks like we can't wait for Luo Dai. We have to hurry back to the Wei family and utilize the Wei family to contract a strong machinima as soon as possible. Damn it, damn it, damn it." At this moment, Wei Bin simply hated Chun Mo. That day at the 100 Battles mercenary course party, he had made a high-profile confession, and it looked like Luo Dai had already moved and was about to agree to him. It's all Chen Mo's fault. If it wasn't for him being cheap and disrupting Luo Zhen's thoughts, I'm afraid they would have already become a success. For such a long time, Luo Dai hadn't even contacted him once more, so I'm afraid that the matter of the contract is going to fall through. The main thing is, he's now neither in nor out. It's very difficult to deal with. At that time, in order to morally kidnap Luo Dai, he had set himself up as the infatuated persona of a supremely good man, and there was almost no one in the imperial capital who didn't know that he, Wei Bin, had his heart set on Luo Dai. So much so, that now that Luo Zhen was completely ignoring him, this infatuation persona had in turn become a stumbling block for him. No high-level machine maidens were willing to contract with him. They'd rather contract some commanders who weren't talented enough than consider him. After all, in their eyes, Wei Bin's heart was filled with Luo Dai, and he simply wouldn't share a single cent with anyone else. Who would want their man to think of another woman in his heart after marrying them?
Thinking of this, the hatred in Wei Bin's heart became heavier.
Damn Chen Mo, damn Luo Dai.
Far Suburb Practice Area, Frontline Command Headquarters.
After the meeting ended, under Chen Mo's command, a person was sent into the VPF.
It was the very same prisoner mecha that had taken Chen Mordecai all the way through the Forbidden Land and straight to the lair. When Chen Mo was transmitting the data, he saw in his haste that a lot of the data was encrypted, and in order to prevent any accidents from cracking the code at that time, Chen Mo let Guan Xiao run towards the human maintenance force after causing havoc. After all, Guan Zhao's authority in the Forbidden Land was extremely high, and she knew far more than Chen Mo had imagined.
What if she could help with something?
However, Chen Mo did not expect that the decryption of these data had really become a problem, and having left an extra eye open at that time, he did not expect that it would really come in handy. At the same time, the Forbidden J area. The firelight gradually weakened, but the entire building in Area J was also completely finished. Wiener, the master of the Forbidden Land J area, had completely blown up in his mind at this time. Looking at the strong and prosperous area turned into a field of ruins, he was really puzzled. But the fact is right in front of him, the R&D building collapsed, and the entire center of the J area also became ruins. The effort he had put in over the years had been completely destroyed. Most importantly, the Desire Magic Core was gone. The Forbidden Area J mainly relied on the Desire Magic Core to create the Spirit Magic Cube that could control the Prisoner Mecha and the many Steel Demon Beasts. After such an explosion, it was all gone. Fuck. Which cub seed is it? It's all trash. Useless trash. Wiener's killing intent roared out, and with a wave of his hand, he slaughtered a bunch of prisoner mechs around him. This was the first time Wiener had been so angry since he had arrived at Blue Star for so long. Even before, when the 2 consecutive beast tides he had launched ended in failure, he had not been this angry. Chen Mo. It was all because of Chen Mo. Ever since this Chen Mo had appeared, nothing had gone well for him. The members of the maintenance team that he used to kill casually, now with Chen Mo's protection, he couldn't kill them at all. The beast tide that used to win every time, twice in a row, let Chen Mo turn around and win. After several losses in a row, the Blue Stars, who he had previously completely disregarded, had actually done this kind of thing to provoke his authority. Today, it was even more so that he had directly destroyed all of his hard work over the years. Wiener was simply furious and about to go crazy. Right away, Wiener directly contacted the other nearby regional sovereigns. Although Wiener was unwilling to admit that he had lost his old horse this time, his pale face at this moment had already shown the other 2 people in the video something. Area K's Dominator Drew had a smile on his face and said in a flirtatious tone, "Yo, isn't this Lord Wiener? Why is his face so ugly? Can it be that Area J is going to be destroyed? No way, no way? Wasn't it you yourself who swore that you would definitely be able to take down the human region? I said I'd help you at the time, and you told me to get lost." To be honest, Drew's dissatisfaction with Wiener hadn't been for a day or two, and this time, seizing the opportunity, he was bound to knock Wiener hard once. And Beria from Area L also chimed in, "Wiener, I feel like maybe there's something wrong with your intelligence, otherwise, it can't be this bad, right? Don't get complacent too early, sooner or later, I'm going to fight back." Wiener was furious and didn't budge. Beria touched the tip of his nose and continued to ask, "Wiener, do you know how much pressure you've put on us with this failure? Yesterday, the headquarters on the Imperial capital side had already asked me to take over the main attack position, and this loss of yours has directly affected the progress of my plan." At this moment, Wiener didn't say a word. Such a situation wasn't something he wanted to see either, but he couldn't do anything at all right now. The side of the maintenance force had inexplicably become so powerful, he really couldn't fight it, and he couldn't hide from it. "Aya, come on, you two make snide remarks to talk about it on the line. Originally compared to the 2 of you, I'm already shabby here, and it's only reasonable that I lost. It's true that I'm a bit floundering because of my long victory, but I recognize the mistake now, so you guys should stop diabolizing me and help me out." Belial fought for a moment and slowly spoke. "I'm going to grab back the sea area that was taken away before, but I have a very tricky problem." "What is it? Do you need someone?" "I've got nothing left of that, just people, a whole bunch of crushed mechs, feel free to use them." Wiener snapped his spirits up and turned towards Belial. He now urgently needed to vote to the headquarters and fulfill the targets put down by the headquarters, or else I'm afraid that his identity as the head of the J area would have to be dealt with as well. Only, Belial didn't take Wiener seriously at all, and instead said to Drew, "Drew, I'm afraid Wiener can't help me with the sea matters, but I heard that you got a sea giant mecha on your side, and are ready to put it into use after a while?" Drew's face was pale, as if he hadn't heard Beria's words, and he didn't react at all. As a matter of fact, Belial had long known that it would be harder than ever to take something from Drew's hands. However, there was no way around it. For the sake of the huge amount of energy detected in that piece and those 2 difficult machine ladies, he had to open this mouth. If it was an ordinary mecha he wouldn't be so attached to it, but that one, it was really awesome. Not only was its firepower stronger than other 4-star, or even 5-star mechs, the main thing was that this mech's function was surprisingly injury-free. Sometimes the cannonballs that hit him were simply like tickling him, no damage at all. This was simply his dream armor. "Drew, I'm not borrowing from you for nothing. When I take those 2 ships, I'll share 30% of the profits with you, okay?" Belial said as he raised the stakes. Wiener also chimed in, "Drew, we're on the same front anyways, it's only right to help each other. I'll provide you with missile support, and never let your firepower fall to the wayside, okay?" Seeing that both of them had taken out their sincerity, Drew then nodded. "Alright, since both of you have done it, I'll follow suit, but I have to bring back that precious lump of mine intact. It's my heart and soul for more than 10 years. To be honest, what Drew lacked the most right now was all kinds of resources. The 30% promised to him by Belial was indeed considerable. With these resources, the problem of his main base in Area K could be solved, and the mechanical development of the entire Area K could be carried out smoothly as well. This is the secret key of control. You must be careful when you use it, do not bump it for me." After saying that, Drew turned around and walked away. Belial got what he wanted and rushed off as well. He had wanted this treasure of Drew's for a long time. When he really took over that sea, he would never have to lower himself to Drew again. Dalbies, gather the sea devil beasts and prepare for battle. Belial immediately gave his general the order to move out immediately. Wiener held his breath in his heart, and at that moment, he contributed all the missiles he had additionally saved. This time, it was bound to deal a heavy blow to the human maintenance force, once and for all. Jean City Military Harbor. As the closest military harbor to the imperial capital, this place was originally prosperous, but since it was targeted by the magical beasts, this place has become more and more cold, and now it has even been completely abandoned. The two ships parked next to the harbor, one was the light cruiser Tingting Hitomi, and the other was the destroyer Tsuruyan. As a destroyer, the Tsuruyan's temper was not very good. At this moment, she transformed into a girl with long silver white hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a white dress that looked very quiet and gentle, but seeing the girl's icy expression, it could simply freeze the positive ocean. Obviously, this was not one to be messed with. The reason why the Hiyang ship was so young became the big sister in this military harbor precisely because of her own special skills. No matter how fierce an attack she faced, she had a chance to reduce the damage to 1%. This was also the reason why the Wraiths had occupied this military harbor for such a long time, but they were unable to do anything about these ships. Seeing the sea demon beast that suddenly emerged with a head not far away, and the giant steel black shark that raced forward behind it, Hiyang stood up violently, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. What are these sea demon beasts up to again? Why did they suddenly come out in such large numbers? Looking at the fact that they weren't coming towards her side, Hiyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but in the next second she was violently stunned. Crap, can it be that they're heading towards the Ting Xie ship? Is Sister Ting Xie also something you guys can move? When old me is dead, said Hiyang as he instantly transformed into a destroyer. The torpedo tube slowly aimed at the group of sea devil beasts. Boom! Boom boom! A few black big guys in a row sped towards the sea devil beasts, and the huge energy contained inside burst out the moment it touched the sea devil beasts. For a moment, the entire surface of the sea instantly swept up huge waves. The four steel black sharks didn't even have time to resist before they were turned into pieces. Only, there were simply too many magical beasts in the sea. These four steel black sharks were not worth mentioning at all. Knocking them off, there was still a large group behind them. The sea filled with the smell of gunpowder kept surging. As for how many sea devil beasts had gathered underneath the sea, even with Yang's experience of warring with the Forbidden Land for so many years, there was really no way to guess. Fuck, I still don't believe it. I really can't finish killing them, said the destroyer as it increased its speed a bit, heading towards the Ting Hitomi for support. These sea devil beasts were really a bit difficult to deal with. After more than 100 years of fighting experience with humans, they were incredibly clear that as long as they swam at high speeds in the sea, there was basically no way for humans to take them. The various cannons of the Hiyang ship kept bombarding the vicinity of the Ting Xie ship. The Ting Xie ship, which had been given special care this time, had gradually lost its strength under the attacks of the many sea devils. Admiral Dalbies controlled the sea devil beasts to ignore the Tsuruyang and only attack the Tingxiao from a long distance away. There was no other reason. Compared to a light cruiser and a destroyer, the combat power of a light cruiser was too weak. Moreover, that woman Hiyang, there is a great probability to be able to immunize the damage away. To open fire on her is simply a waste of time. Rather than focus on attacking the Ting pupil ship, may be able to really take down the Pavilion pupil ship, under the 360-degree attack, also began to mess up. These sea devil beasts in the sea were simply annoying as hell. Even though she had already used her best cannons to bombard it, it had little effect. A fireball exploded on the surface of the sea, and the ship was wildly shaken by the waves. Without waiting to kill the sea demon beast, the Pavilion Hitomi ship itself could no longer support itself. And the Hiyang ship had finally arrived in the nick of time. Damn devil beasts, why are there so many this time? Do you really think that the two of us are easy to bully? The ammunition of the Hiyang ship fired wildly as if it didn't need any money. Looking at the large swathes of metal limbs on the sea surface, Hiyang hooked his lips and smiled. And the Ting pupil was already in a bad state at this time. Her voice couldn't help but be a little weak. Hiyang, my ammo is about to be depleted. If we really fail this time. No, we can't fail. The voice of the Ting pupil number was violently raised, and he strongly supported his weak body, staring at the incoming enemy with a deadly stare. No way. Even if the enemy was strong, they were the last guardians of this military harbor, and even if it cost them their lives, they must not take a step back. Thinking of this, Ting Xie's gaze was once again resolute. The mind that had just been hit by the sea demon beast to the point of panic also gradually calmed down. On the surface of the sea, there were more than 50 sea demon beasts showing their heads, and the number of steel black sharks was even more countless. And these were by no means the total number of sea devil beasts, afraid that under the sea surface, there were still unnamed sea devil beasts waiting to strike. What? Looking at the two huge battleships that were heading towards them, Ting Xia's courage that she had just summoned up once again sank to the bottom.
It's over. This time it was really over.
If the battleships were deployed, then with this disparity in firepower, there was no need to fight anymore.
On the other side,
Chen Mo and the others did not yet know that the Forbidden Land had already made a move against the military harbor. After the task at the front line came to an end, Chen Mo also planned to go home and rest. After all, trying to take down the military harbor was still a little too risky without the shipgirls. Chen Mo, after all the shipgirls are in place, we'll prepare to launch a counterattack, and for the next few days, you'll just stay home and recuperate. Let Qin Cheng send you all back. This side of the Forbidden Land has been destroyed, so I don't think there will be any danger for a short period of time.
Zhang Chen said towards Chen Mo.
This time, Chen Mo's destruction of the J area of the Forbidden Land was considered to have relieved their immediate needs, and the work of fighting against the magical beasts could also breathe a little easier.
Alright, if anything happens, contact me again.
After saying that, Yi Qingqing drove Chen Mo, Xia Zhang and Luo Dai directly away, while Zhang Nianqing stayed in the troop. Her work was not over yet. Only, the crowd had just arrived home for a while when the doorbell rang.
Ding dong, ding dong. Chen Mo was a bit flabbergasted. His family usually didn't have many friends coming to the door. At this point, who could it be? I'll go take a look. Xia Zhang got up and went over to open the door. Luo Dai's sour words caused Yi Qingcheng to laugh for a while. Chen Mo shrugged, who was to say, "Hello, which one are you looking for?"
Xia Zhang opened the door to her room, only to see a tall and beautiful girl standing at the door, and couldn't help but ask curiously,
"Hello, my name is Wang Yuan, does Chen Mo live here?"
The girl said in a soft voice. Only with such a close distance, the girl's voice had long been carried into the living room, and the crowd all froze.
Wang Yuan? Was it that Wang Yuan who had awakened an SSS-class shipgirl last year?
And before Chen Mo's eyes, the picture from the information Yu Hongru had passed to him when he was attending the meeting instantly appeared.
Crap! He hadn't even gone to look for her yet. Why did she come to the door on her own? Chen Mo hurriedly got up and walked towards the door. Sorry for the uninvited intrusion.
Wang Yuan, led by Xia Zhang, happened to be walking towards the house, and for a moment, she struck a chord with Chen Mo. A flawless face, a tall figure. Although her temperament had some coolness, she didn't look that aggressive though. There was some resemblance to Yi Qingqing's flag, so it must have been in the maintenance force, honed. Chen Mo sized her up, only to feel that this girl's appearance in reality was better than her photos, simply stunning.
Hello, I'm Chen Mo.
For an SSS-class shipgirl to personally show up at my door, my little house is quite a sight to behold. Chen Mo extended his hand, and Wang Yuan gently shook it. Looking at the three other girls in the room besides Chen Mo, especially when she saw Luo Dai, Wang Yuan's face changed slightly. Although it was only a blink of an eye, it still allowed Chen Mo to see it clearly. Unable to help it, in his heart, he was calculating the purpose of Wang Yuan's visit to the door.
According to reason, the notice from the maintenance unit should not have been reached so quickly. Even if it did, shouldn't Wang Yuan be in Magic City at this time? How could she have flashed to the imperial capital? And even came to his house? Can't it be that she's been here for a long time? Why did she come? To make a contract with him?
It wasn't impossible, after all, his big name had long been known in the maintenance forces everywhere, and it was possible that Wang Yuan had come here in admiration.
You know me? Hearing Chen Mao's words, Wang Yuan froze for a moment. I know that all of them are SSS ranked. I've also looked at a lot of witches that are also SSS ranked but haven't been contracted yet. I've read all of your information. Chen Mo said with a smile.
Don't stand outside and talk, come in, sit down and have a cup of tea and talk slowly. Luo Dai's voice came and greeted Wang Yuan into the living room. Chen Mo did not know, but Luo Dai had heard her mom say it. This Wang Yuan came to the imperial capital this time, and was running towards Chen Mo. However, now that she had contracted with Chen Mo, the things that had worried her before were long gone. From the quality of the machine lady alone, she was still quite adoring of Wang Yuan's SSS rank.
Thanks. Wang Yuan looked at the three women and smiled faintly.
To be honest, the contracted machine nymphs, including Zhang Nianqing, they were all bent on thinking about Chen Mo's future, and had already done their own thinking long before they contracted with Chen Mo. Therefore, every time Chen Mo contracted a stronger mecha, not only would they not be jealous, they would instead rejoice over Chen Mo becoming stronger. Therefore, this time when Wang Yuan personally came to the door, Xia Zhang and Yi Qingqing similarly did not have any hostility.
They couldn't wait to see how strong Chen Mo would become after contracting with Wang Yuan.
Carrier battle girl, when Chen Mo replaced her with a curvature engine, how high would that battle power be? At that time, a carrier war girl just stood there, Chen Mo as long as the supply of energy does not stop, for fear that directly can become the strongest defense tower and the strongest firepower output tower. What's more, Chen Mo's own commander talent was able to infinitely assimilate, so it wasn't impossible to form a carrier battle team at that time.
It was too fierce. Say, is there something you came to see me about? After everyone took their seats, Chen Mo asked. Only to see Wang Yuan dwell on it for a while, as if she had figured something out, she took a deep breath and slowly told the story of her grudge against Wei Bin. For a moment, Chen Mo's face was astonished. Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng had a face of eating melon expression. Luo Jin, on the other hand, was like eating shit and simply wanted to vomit. That Wei Bin really isn't a thing, looking human-like, but inside is really disgusting. Luo Dai slammed the table, itching to destroy Wei Bin on the spot. What kind of thing is he? Does he know what he's rejecting? That's the love of an SSS-class shipgirl. Does he deserve it? Thinks he's so awesome, but he was still rejected by me? What trash! Wang Yuan had a bitter smile on her face, her eyes tinted with some coldness. But I didn't let him have a good day today, stabbed him in the heart several times. You guys are not seeing his expression, he's simply going to die of anger. Thinking of Wei Bin's expression in the hotel corridor today, Wang Yuan really couldn't help but laugh. Chen Mo, speaking of which, I am truly thankful to you. This time when I came to the door, I actually wanted to seriously thank you. Thank me? Thank me for what? Chen Mo was confused. Today was the first time he had met Wang Yuan, and it wasn't like he had helped her do anything. In that party in the 100 Battles Mercenary Corps before, although you may have been unintentional, but it did allow Luo Dai to smoothly reject him and punch him in the face, which is also considered to be taking out some of the bad anger for me. Thinking of Wei Bin being punched in the face by you makes me want to laugh, so I really thank you. Speaking of this, Chen Mo scratched his head in embarrassment. Why, at that time, I just felt that he had stolen my thunder and couldn't stand to see him acting like a pussy. That being said, at that time, if it wasn't for that randomized mission, Chen Mo would really not have cared about this mess. Chen Mo, in fact, there's one more thing that I've come back to the imperial capital this time. I specifically came to find you today, also to hear your opinion on whether or not you are willing to contract with me. However, it looks like you already have so many machine nymphs. Wang Yuan looked around the circle, only to see the three women looking at each other. At the sight of Luo Dai, Wang Yuan was a bit speechless for a moment. Was she in conflict with Luo Jun? How come one or two commanders want to contract her? Alas, maybe this is fate. Listening to Wang Yuan's words, Xia Zhang wanted to say something, but, in the end, she didn't open her mouth. She had wanted to say that Chen Mo's exclusive talent could contract many mechs, but looking at Wang Yuan's appearance, she seemed to mind Chen Mo contracting them. That was true. How could a high and mighty SSS-class shipgirl allow her commander to contract with so many mechs? It was better to take this matter one step at a time. If Wang Yuan did not intend to contract with Chen Mo, then there was no need for her to expose Chen Mo's secret. Why, contract or not, we are already friends now, aren't we? I remember that Wei Bin and I still have a fight yet to be fought, so I'll definitely take a bite out of your ass for you when the time comes. Chen Mo looked like he didn't care, but in his voice, he was still thinking of taking a breath for Wang Yuan. To be honest, he really couldn't look at Wei Bin, it was annoying to look at. Po ha ha ha. Wang Yuan really laughed out loud when she heard Chen Mo's words. Thank you, you're really nice. However, the grudge with Wei Bin, I'm still prepared to return it to him personally. How he hurt me, I'll make his machinima hurt 1,000 times 10,000 times. Wang Yuan coldly spoke. Then you must not hurry to indenture a commander first? Chen Mo asked suspiciously. Yeah, that's why I didn't come to the imperial capital to find you? After all the time I've spent picking and choosing, there's only one person I'm aiming for, and that's you, Chen Mo. I remember you saying that there are no wasteful witches, only wasteful commanders. Speaking here, Wang Yuan paused violently and raised her eyes to look earnestly into Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo, since you already have your permanent machine girl, I'll admit that I'm willing to make just a temporary contract with Chen Mo if everyone agrees. I don't have any great dreams, I just want to ruthlessly trample Wei Bin under my feet and make him apologize to me. After saying this, not only did Chen Mo freeze, the three women present also froze. To come all the way from Magic City to Imperial City just to make a temporary contract with Chen Mo to get back at Wei Bin? Wouldn't this be a bit like picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon? An SSS-class shipgirl who was willing to make a temporary contract with someone else? After all, Xia Zhang was a few years older than them, and for a moment, she felt a bit sorry for Wang Yuan, and couldn't help but hug her. Why are you so stupid? How dare you belittle yourself so much for an unworthy person? You're an SSS-class shipgirl. Your future is infinitely bright. How can you make a temporary contract with someone else? Wang Yuan froze, held Xia Zhang's hand, and slowly spoke. Actually, I don't intend to permanently contract a commander per se, even without Wei Bin. Wang Yuan's words caused the crowd to be startled again, looking at her with questioning faces. Actually, there's a problem with my machinima system. My body is not good. I have a congenital heart disease, although it doesn't have any effect on my body, but once I transformed into carrier form or mecha form, the problem was exposed.
The power system has a big flaw. If the commander wants to pilot me, he has to output 10 times more energy than a normal carrier.
And if I want to rely on my own
myself to continue my voyage, the maximum time I can't exceed 10 minutes.
Why should a shipgirl like me have a commander?
Even the most powerful commander would never pilot me for more than 10 minutes. I've looked at Chen Mo's data, and even he, I'm afraid, can only use me in imminent crises, and I'm afraid it's nonsense if he wants to use me in normal times as well. If I were to transform into machine girl mode, with Chen Mei's powerful fighting strength, it should also be possible to instantly kill an opponent in a short period of time. So, just a temporary contract would be fine. A permanent contract is simply dragging Chen Mo. Wang Yuan's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but it was firm enough to expose all of her flaws to Chen Mo,
letting Chen Mo make his own choice. However, Chen Mo did not only not frown when he heard Wang Yuan's words, he even smiled. The three women even glanced at each other and tacitly did not open their mouths. Chen Mu had contracted a total of 4 machine girls, each of which he had replaced with a warp engine. So much so that in their minds, empowering an engine change was a matter of Chen Mo's word, not a matter at all. Isn't it just a problem with the power system? Wouldn't it be enough to change the engine? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Yuan's face became even worse.
How can the engine of an SSS-class carrier be changed just by saying so? I'm afraid that the engines on the market would only lower my grade if they were to be changed on me.
Even if I really want to change it, I don't have that much money.
By the way, that said, Weibin seems to have a talent that makes me very jealous.
Thinking of Weibin, Wang Yuan even forgot about the loss and snapped. What?
The two of us knew each other when we were kids, and at that time, I didn't have any problems with my body. It was later when I had a sudden heart attack that affected my power system. However, it's as if Weibin knew from the very beginning that there was something wrong with my system, and even, today, he even squarely told me about it.
Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded.
No wonder Weibin had been clinging to Luozhen from the very beginning. I'm afraid that he had foreseen that Luozhen would awaken a very powerful talent.
Moreover, as Luo Dai's commander, Chen Mo was naturally aware of just how awesome Luo Dai's talent was. Wang Yuan couldn't help but look at Luo Dai. Is your talent very powerful? Otherwise, why does he keep stalking you? Luozhen nodded. That talent of hers was indeed a bit heaven-defying. Seeing Luo Dai nod, Wang Yuan completely deflated.
She had always treated Luo Dai as an imaginary enemy, but she didn't expect that she would lose so completely. Dai's hidden talent is indeed very powerful, at least for me, it's simply heaven-defying.
However, I also have a talent. I don't know if you want to know about it.
Chen Mei smiled and looked at Wang Yuan, her eyes serious.
Your hidden talent? What is it? Wang Yuan asked with a curious expression.
My hidden talent is infinite mecha synchronization. I can contract many mecha nymphets at the same time. That is to say, the 3 in front of you are my permanent mecha nymphets, and you, if you were to contract with me, I would only contract with you permanently. Chen Mo said this solely because of Wang Yuan's own behavior. He had seen Wang Yuan's sincerity in contracting with him, and he had seen it all in his eyes, an SSS-class shipgirl willing to lay out her flaws and make them clear, without hiding anything.
Chen Mo was also willing to be honest with her.
After all, Wang Yuan's power system problem could be easily solved by him, so there was a high probability that Wang Yuan would also become his shipgirl. There would be no need to hide these things from her.
What? You can contract many nymphs? The permanent kind?
Wang Yuan's entire body was stumped in place. Then she looked at the 3 of them, Xia Zhang, only to see Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng and Luozhen nodding towards her with a smile at the same time.
That's right. We're all his permanent machinima. Wang Yuan fiercely looked at Chen Mo again. And what about me? Are you willing to permanently contract with me? Chen Mo hooked his lips into a smile and said as he looked at her with a smirk. I wouldn't have thought of making a temporary contract with you. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Wang Yuan's hanging heart instantly fell to the ground. A happy smile instantly bloomed on her face filled with astonishment.
In fact, Wang Yuan was extremely attached to the choice of commander, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to have waited so many years for Weibin, and even after traveling far away to the Magic City, she did not contact any other commanders for an entire year. The reason for choosing Chen Mo, and even exposing all her flaws to him, was also because Chen Mo's strength was indeed hard enough. Even if there were problems with her power system, Chen Mei's energy supply was enough to sustain her for a short period of time in battle. Originally, she thought that a temporary contract would have been the best outcome, but who knew that Chen Mao would be willing to make a permanent contract with her? Compared to the benefits Chen Mao could bring her, sharing a commander with other machine girls seemed to seem unimportant at all.
However, if you contracted so many machine nymphs, how are you going to use them? Can you use them all? Wang Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. Since they're all indentured, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them?
I can harness multiple mechs at the same time by remotely outputting energy, and I can even use myself as the core to connect all the mechs I'm harnessing for a 100% action fit.
To put it bluntly, it's not just individual mechs I'm harnessing, but entire armies of mechs. Chen Mo was very patient as he explained to Wang Yuan.
Hearing this, Xia Zhen concurred. When Chen Mo is driving us, no matter where he is, we can feel his presence, and even if they are far apart, it's like he's sitting in our cockpit. Hearing this, Wang Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air.
Crap! This is too fierce. Doesn't that mean that if you indenture me afterward, we'll be a complete maritime army? Chen Mo nodded, and then, uttered the last and most shocking talent to Wang Yuan. You just said that your power system is flawed, but I'm still willing to pact with you, not because I have confidence in myself that I can provide you with sufficient energy for a long period of time in such a situation, but because I can be empowered. Unlike the empowerment of other commanders, my empowerment doesn't require the accumulation of energy.
All the machine girls I contracted have already been empowered by me, their engines, weapons, including the big moves, I've empowered them all. Your power problem is not a problem at all with me. After you contract with me, I'll give you a new curvature engine then, and your problem will be solved straight away. And not only is the power system no longer a problem, your own quality will also be refined by leaps and bounds.
Chen Mo was smiling, almost as if he was talking about what he was going to eat tonight.
The light words, however, exploded in Wang Yuan's heart. For a moment, Wang Yuan's head went blank, almost on the verge of losing her ability to think.
Curvature engine? Was this thing something that could be changed just like that? How many more surprises was Chen Mo going to give her? Wang Yuan couldn't help but be glad for this trip to the imperial capital. Chen Mo's talent was simply tailor-made for her. Compared to Chen Mo, Wei Bin was like a piece of shit. She really regretted a little bit why she had wasted so much time on an SS-ranked commander and wasting so much energy on him.
Chen Mo looked at Wang Yuan's incredulous expression and did not rush her. No matter who else it was, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to maintain their composure when hearing about these three heaven-defying talents of his.
Then you keep your word, let's contract now.
Wang Yuan came back to her senses and hurriedly said towards Chen Mo. However, before the words were finished, she deflated again.
What's wrong? Chen Mo asked suspiciously.
The place is too small. If I transform, I'm afraid your little house will collapse. Moreover, my original body is an aircraft carrier, and I can't show up without the sea. You can't get into my cockpit, there's no way to deed.
Chen Mo scratched his head, thought about it, and asked, what tonnage carrier are you? 100,000 class. Length 360 meters, width 75 meters. In mecha form, probably a few hundred meters.
Listening to Wang Yuan's words, the more Chen Mo listened, the more shocked he was. He had picked up a big treasure.
If there was no problem with the power system, Wang Yuan was simply the strongest SSS-class shipgirl. However, because my body is just too big, my reaction speed is especially slow, no matter if it's in carrier form or mecha form. Only when I'm in the water is my home turf. If I'm on the ground, as long as the high-level magical beasts are a little bit faster, I can't do anything about it. Wang Yuan said with some embarrassment. However, this problem was simply not worth mentioning to Chen Mo.
For the land battle, having Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng and Luozhen was already enough, and for the battle in the sea, I'm afraid that with Zhang Nianqing and Wang Yuan cooperating at that time, it wouldn't be a problem either.
Chen Mo nodded, having an idea in his heart.
Don't be too presumptuous, you shipgirls don't need to fight alone per se. When the time comes, let them cooperate with you. I'm afraid that our counterattack against the magical beasts will be a breeze. Since you've come to the imperial capital ahead of schedule, I'm afraid that our plans to counterattack the military port can be greatly advanced. By the way, deed. I'll report the situation to the top. If they agree, we'll send troops to the military harbor as soon as possible. The sooner we recapture the military harbor, the sooner we'll be able to occupy the high ground.
Hearing Chen Mo's arrangement, Wang Yuan nodded. Tang City Seaport.
The order to agree from above was quickly passed down, and after thinking twice on the command side, it was decided that Chen Mo would go to the Tang City Seaport Compact. This was the largest remaining seaport that humans could control on their own, and considering Wang Yuan's large frame, it was the only seaport that could accommodate her.
You guys, backed up slightly,
Wang Yuan said shyly. Xia Zhang was the first to react and hurriedly pulled the crowd back.
Only after watching the crowd retreat to a place far enough away did Wang Yuan begin to transform into carrier mode. In an instant, the huge aperture erupted with blinding bright light. Boom! Boom!
The moment the aircraft carrier appeared, the entire ground felt like a magnitude 8 earthquake had occurred, and it was impossible to stand still. Luckily, this was a harbor, and the ground was reinforced, or else I'm afraid that the ground would have collapsed with just one blow.
3 minutes later, a shocking behemoth appeared in front of everyone.
360 meters long, 75 meters wide, and dozens of meters high. This was also too handsome. Chen Mo glanced at Xia Zhen, who snickered and hurriedly transformed into a machine lady, carrying Chen Mo to the deck.
If this didn't have some means, it really wouldn't be able to go up.
At this point in time, the aircraft carrier did not have a single carrier plane, appearing to be a large empty area. While walking towards the cockpit, Chen Mo secretly resolved to make sure this aircraft carrier was full of airplanes in the future. Of course, this was all a story for later. The cockpit of an aircraft carrier was also called the island. The island was divided into several layers, with the top layer being various radar and communication antennas. This is to keep a close eye on neighboring ships and planes, intercept or jam enemy radar signals, detect and lock local planes and missiles, as well as carry out satellite calls and other functions. Looking down, there was the control center, with a lot of computers and communication equipment. These were things that would allow people such as air combat commanders to have a better understanding of aircraft movements. In the Machine Girl Chronicles, however, this feature is rather chicken feed. Further down the bridge is the carrier's operations and command center, the actual cockpit. This is where the commander pilots the carrier. This level was also equipped with a lot of high-end surveillance and display equipment, making it easier for the commander to control the situation. However, all of these instruments could be controlled by the shipgirls themselves, or with the cooperation of the commander. After Chen Mo walked into the cockpit, he was practically like a Grandma Lu who was strolling through the Grand View Garden, looking at these devices with curiosity. Luckily, I don't have to operate all of these by myself, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Chen Mo spat. Just at this time, Wang Yuan's indenture was sent over. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Finally, I can have my own aircraft carrier. Name, Wang Yuan. Comprehensive rating, SSS-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, Sanctuary Archangel. Applicable energy, nuclear energy. Quantum shield, 18,000. Battle type, far offensive. Contractual relationship, Chen Mei. Previous temporary contract history, 0. Body condition, 100% brand new, fatal flaws in power system. Exclusive talents, absolute defense, absolute strength, strike, water treading, super fortress, SSS grade hidden talents. Exuberance, in the state of exuberance, battle power can be continuously increased. Revenge, in a state of rage, terror power can be triggered. Crap, this is simply too violent. Absolute defense, absolute strength, blast. Wouldn't this be directly invincible if it took on a mecha form? The two hidden talents, the hyperactive state is understandable, but what is this vengeance? It's hard not to, before starting a fight in the future, tell her about Wei Bin's bad behavior for 2 hours? But this trigger of this terrifying power, just how terrifying can it be? Chen Mo was really a bit curious. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the SSS-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, Sanctuary Archangel. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a reward of 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a golden spiritual power card reward. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a curvature engine. The first time the contract rewards arrived, Chen Mo thought nothing of directly installing it on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, I'll start replacing your engine now. Yes. With just one short word, Wang Yuan's voice unexpectedly trembled a little. She had never thought that she could have her engine replaced. She thought that in her entire life. I'm afraid that this was it. Unexpectedly, she had really made a wise decision. Feeling Chen Mei in the cockpit, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel her nose sour. Boom! The moment the empowerment ended, the interior of the carrier instantly erupted with an intense light. The light penetrated through the ship's hull, making the entire carrier look as radiant as the sun. This engine is so strong. I feel like my heart has been strengthened. Wang Yuan exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. The sudden heart attack had severely damaged her power system, and because of that, Wang Yuan felt the feeling of being abandoned by her favorite person for the first time. After that, she was even self-doubting whether she didn't deserve a commander in her life. However, Chen Mo brought her new hope, perfecting her flaws. The curvature engine. This was a top-of-the-line engine that could not be bought for $1,000. Chen Mo unexpectedly gave it to her just like that. At this moment, the new engine started within herself, and the incomparably strong power gave her a sudden feeling that she was even more powerful than before she got sick. This power was simply too terrifying, and with her current condition, she was unable to utilize it perfectly. Don't be too happy, I still have a weapon that's just right for you. Chen Mo took out the mega-particle cannon that he had snatched from the Forbidden Land that time. The mega-particle cannon attacked by firing a focused beam, a high-speed stream of mega-particles that magnetic fields and any ordinary armor could not stop. Obviously, this thing was the strongest armament of the battleship. Boom! In an instant, another dazzling light erupted from Wang Yuan's hull. Turn into mecha mode and see. Sensing Wang Yuan's excitement, Chen Mo said with a smile. In fact, Wang Yuan was much more excited to see her mecha mode than Chen Mo. Ka. Accompanied by a metallic clashing sound, Wang Yuan began to change forms. The huge aircraft carrier looked like a huge steel demonic beast, looking incomparably majestic and domineering. All of the parts all tumbled and intertwined, and the aircraft carrier, which was originally floating in the sea, drew up in place and slowly transformed into a battle maiden that covered the sky and stood on top of the earth. Because of her overly large size, it took Wang Yuan not a short time to transform into mecha mode.
However, Chen Mo was in no hurry and waited patiently for her final form.
When the complete sanctuary archangel appeared in front of the crowd, everyone was all shocked in place.
It was too majestic, too domineering, too handsome. The entire 300+ meter tall mech emitted a metallic glow from every part of it. The powerful oppressive force was simply terrifying. The huge circle floating behind her back instantly turned into a huge shield in her hand when she waved her hand. Immediately afterward, the shield was to behind her back, her arm gently raised, the metal shell suddenly opened, and the huge cannon mouth hidden inside was exposed. In the other hand, it was a huge lance that was about 200 meters long. The sharp head of the lance erupted with the sound of air being torn apart as she made a sweeping motion, and the sea surface that was separated by a long distance was instantly stirred up with high waves. Heavy armor, huge shields, hot weapons, cold weapons, whatever you want. No wonder people said that SSS-class shipgirls weren't in the same weight class as ordinary machine girls. This was too terrifying. A movable fortress of absolute defense. The shoulder of the sanctuary archangel was different from an ordinary mechagoddess. It was a flat and vast huge platform, and a small mechagoddess like Xiaojin could move freely on it without a problem. What did this mean?
It meant that Chen Mo's contracted mechagoddess could completely cooperate with Wang Yuan in fighting in the sea, and could completely make up for her slow reaction shortcomings.
So scary, but so awesome. Wow. I didn't expect Wang Yuan to be so much more powerful than me despite being just a little bit different in rank from me. If Wang Yuan had been with us when we ran into that demon monarch ranked demonic beast on Sunset that day, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have lost. That's right, just this aura, this sense of oppression, I'm getting weak in the knees just looking at it. A few of Chen Mo's machinists were down below, looking at the behemoth in front of them, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Just as the crowd was exclaiming in astonishment, the bombardment and explosions that were faintly coming from the side of the Jin City military harbor, which was across the sea from the Tang City harbor, drew the attention of the crowd. Is that the Sea Demon Beast Army?
No wonder this side is so calm today. Even an aircraft carrier appeared in the harbor out of thin air, and no Sea Devil beasts came over to scout for information.
But what was that group of Sea Devil beasts attracted to? Hasn't the Tsu City military harbor already been occupied by its gate?
As the saying goes, when one climbs up and looks at the distance, Wang Yuan looked at the Tang City military harbor from a height of 300 meters, and the huge sea devil beasts looked like a group of densely packed dots in her eyes. Die, go over and take a look, remember to stealthily block out their radar detection.
Chen Mo frowned and told Luo Dai.
The Jin City military harbor was their next most important target, and at this critical juncture, such a big commotion had erupted over there, which really made Chen Mo somewhat worried. Under the effect of the curvature engine, Luo Dai went fast and came back fast.
Chen Mao, it's bad. So many sea devil beasts, and a battleship.
It's besieging two of our Divine Dragon Kingdom's light cruisers and destroyers. It looks like they won't be able to hold out much longer, and the ammunition seems to be running low already. From a long distance away, Luo Dai reported the battle situation to Chen Mo through nerve sensing.
Chen Mo instantly laughed.
Wang Yuan, it looks like it's time for us to move around. The tall sanctuary archangel retransformed into its carrier form, Zhang Nianqing transformed into a deep-sea nuclear submarine, Luo Dai transformed into a fighter jet, while Chen Mo burrowed into the cockpit of the explosive heavenly flame carp mecha. At this moment, his gaze looked out in the direction of the Jin City military harbor. The distance was too far. Chen Mo was not able to see those sea devil beasts, but he was able to see the waves tossing in the distance. Chen Mo smiled faintly, then began to manipulate all the organic nymphs. Jin City military harbor. Sister Ting, hurry up and leave. With the strength we have, we can't beat them at all.
He Yang shouted loudly.
With this kind of disparity in strength, not to mention fighting, it would be a problem to survive, even if we wanted to keep our lives.
However, behind them, the huge steel orca had already blocked behind them, and the huge body of the orca demonic beast surrounded the two of them, not leaving a single path of retreat.
I just sent out a distress signal, and I don't know if anyone can receive it and come to save us. Ting Xie said in a deep voice, but obviously she herself knew that with the humans' current situation, she simply couldn't spare a hand to save them. The killer whales broke the road, and the battleships attacked head-on.
The Ting Hitomi and the Tsuruyan had absolutely no place to hide.
The aerial bombs kept smashing into the sea surface. The two lone ships were not stabilized at all by the waves, like a piece of driftwood, about to be swallowed up by the endless sea. The enemy's firepower was getting fiercer and fiercer. The indiscriminate bombardment on the sea had already overwhelmed them. But just at such a time, several fighter jets appeared in the sky, and their guns were also aimed at them. Obviously, this time, the Beast Grandmaster completely did not intend to give them a chance to live. At this moment, the ammunitions of the Pavilion Hitomi and the He Yang had almost run out, while there were still missiles hanging underneath the fighters. It was over. This time it was really hopeless. The Ting Hitomi's courage, which was already insufficient, completely disappeared. The Ting Hitomi's already insufficient courage completely disappeared. Even the eyes of the Tsuruyan flashed with a look of unwillingness but powerlessness. The rumbling explosions in the ears kept on going, and the ship's body kept on rippling with the waves.
Sister Ting, do you think it counts as a great hero if we both blow ourselves up here today? Count.
The two women glanced at each other, and the He-Yang ship was ready to blow itself up, preferring to die rather than letting this group of devilish beasts take advantage of it. A destroyer and a light cruiser, if they blew themselves up, they would be able to use their last remaining heat to give this group of magical beasts a little taste.
Just as the He-Yang was about to detonate itself, a burst of bombardment suddenly rang out from the direction behind them.
The He-Yang jerked her head to look in the opposite direction, and in the gap in the middle of the giant killer whale fiendish beasts, silver-white rays of light flashed in the sunlight. The missiles that raced through the air exploded above their heads, and the fighter jet was instantly wrapped in flames and shattered into a pile of broken brass.
Sister Ting, we're saved!
Tsuruyan's exclamation filled with surprise came from her ears, and the Ting Hitomi hurriedly opened her desperate eyes.
How is this shell so fierce? This is the flag of the Divine Dragon Kingdom? He-Yang, pinch me, I'm not dreaming, am I?
The pavilion pupil ship was a bit unable to react for a moment under the great surprise, and froze as it looked at the sea level behind it. A huge aircraft carrier glittering with a silver-white light was approaching them rapidly at a fairly fast speed, the red-colored flag on its hull fluttering in the wind. The sound of cannons erupting was incessant, but it was unmistakable to the two women's ears. For a while, the sea surface was exploding with pieces of steel everywhere, almost like an alternative sea of flowers, allowing the two women to see the hope of life. At the time of the shell bombardment, the sky-body red mecha body flashes with fire with lightning, is not precisely the explosive Skyfire Carp mecha. The black sword held tightly in its hand was swung out violently, and a killing energy was erupted. The fighter that kept circling in the air was directly chopped into two halves and fell into the sea under the blade's energy. Immediately, Bakuden Fire Carp's curvature engine was activated, and a flash appeared behind the fighter jet. The sudden enemy made the fighter jet a bit confused. However, the Bakuden Fire Carp's great sword had already cut down, and the fate of the fighter was only to crash.
The Pavilion Hitomi and the Tsuruyan had already been watching from below. Reinforcements.
They had held out for such a long time, and had finally waited for reinforcements. For a moment, the cheering and the tears running out of their eyes erupted uncontrollably at the same time.
Sister Ting, is that a destroyer or a cruiser? Why is she so big?
Idiot, that's an aircraft carrier, much stronger than the two of us.
This shouldn't be the enemy, right? Their shells aren't aimed at us.
Well, it's reinforcements all right, and to be able to navigate such a powerful carrier, the commander should be very powerful as well. While the two were whispering, Wang Yuan, who had entered the battle for the first time in perfect condition, had long been ready to fire.
Main guns in position, target locked.
Wang Yuan's voice was filled with suppressed excitement and thrill. How could one not be excited about the first battle in aircraft carrier form?
Fire!
Although Chen Mo was in the explosive Skyflame Carp mech, everyone's spiritual energy was all connected to him. With Chen Mao's order, all the cannons in the sky and in the sea were aimed at the sea demon beast.
Boom! Boom boom!
The orca beasts on the surface of the sea unbelievingly tried to resist these cannonballs, but they were all blown up dead, and the surface of the sea was instantly dyed red with fire. Below the surface, the steel-black sharks thought that they could escape by hiding in the sea, but they didn't expect that they were facing a deep-sea nuclear submarine. Zhang Nianqing did not hold back at all, and blew up this group of steel-black sharks, blowing them up. At this moment, the anti-aircraft guns were frantically blocking the missiles fired from the Warcraft-side's battleships. However, this was harmless to Chen Mo. The heat wave that erupted from the continuous artillery fire hit his face, and Chen Mo, who was in the mech bay, was even stimulated to have his blood spurt. The missile base that Wiener had temporarily set up was also instantly overturned under Chen Mo's attack, like a volcano erupting, and huge amounts of energy erupted out. In the blink of an eye, the entire missile base devoured most of the Wraith army with a devastating momentum.
All hits, the enemy missile base has been destroyed.
Wang Yuan's report was conveyed to Chen Mo. Only at this time, Chen Mo was concentrating on close combat. At this time, there were many melee magic beasts surrounding the exploding Skyfire Carp. These magical beasts relied on their goodness in water and wanted to use this advantage to introduce the exploding Skyflame Carp into the water, and then it was up to them to decide whether they would live or die. However, although Bakudai Fire Carp was not good at water, but she could not help but fly. She steadily utilized her flying advantage to control the battlefield above the sea surface. As long as the sea demon beast showed its head, it was directly a barrage of bombardment, not caring what level it was either a cannon or a knife. After disposing of these minions, Shenmo's eyes looked towards the distant battleship that posed the most threat to them. Battleships were a very powerful type of ocean battleship, with very powerful main cannons and strong defenses. It was no wonder that the Pavilion Hitomi and the Tsuruyan had no resistance. Their ammunition, hitting the battleships was like scratching an itch, it had no effect at all.
Beam cannon lock on the battleship. Chen Mei's calm voice rang in Wang Yuan's ears, and Wang Yuan quickly responded. Locked on. Fire.
A violent beam of intense light contained powerful particles that modern technology could not account for, and the moment it was fired, the entire time seemed to stop.
The battleship on the opposite side didn't even have time to react before the command deck instantly disintegrated.
The counterattack was quick, and the battleship's missiles sped towards Wang Yuan.
Chen Mo bellowed, intercept.
The anti-aircraft guns churned frantically, and the anti-aircraft missiles were launched at the same time, like a beast roaring out, over the battleships, erupting into huge fireballs. The explosions of artillery shells kept coming from Chen Mo's ears, louder and denser than the sounds of artillery fire from the far outskirts of the leveling area. Only, unlike the far suburb practice area which was retreating, in this sea battle, after a few rounds of strong attacks, Chen Mo's side could almost be said to be unscathed. However, it was not possible on the side of the Wraiths. The firepower on Chen Mo's side was too strong. They simply could not withstand it, and large swaths of the sea Wraiths turned into a pile of debris.
Drew's precious battleship was even blown out a big hole. In desperation, the battleship instantly began to transform into mecha mode. Although the speed of the battleship in mecha mode was a bit faster than Wang Yuan, its size was obviously much lower than Wang Yuan's, and it was only about 100 meters tall. The big hole that was blown out was right on the mech's chest, and it looked a bit miserable. Yo-ho, this mech isn't small. Wang Yuan, move closer to the light cruiser and destroyer side. Chen Mo gave the order.
As Xiaojun landed on the carrier, Chen Mo quickly retreated from the cockpit of the explosive Skyfire Carp and turned around to enter the carrier's cockpit.
Teacher Xia, you go get the two of them back. Wang Yuan, transform.
The moment Chen Mo's order fell, everyone moved at the same time. The 300-meter-tall sanctuary archangel appeared above the surface of the sea accompanied by a clicking sound, his feet stepping on the surface of the sea. It was almost as if he was stepping on land, not moving at all. As for Xia Zhang, he directly took off and leaped towards the Ting Hitomi ship that was moored to the side.
Come on, let's go big.
Chen Mo lightly smiled, his gaze austere.
And at this moment, the Ting Hitomi and the He Yang had already been shocked into speechlessness by this scene. The two were especially dumbfounded when that massive aircraft carrier transformed into a holding mecha that was about 300 meters tall. Crap, the opposite battleship's mecha form is also too big. This is at least more than 100 meters. This seems to be even bigger, crikey, this is towering over the clouds. Compared to them, the two of us are really miniature. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xia Zhang snorted out a laugh. To be honest, being comrades in arms with such two living treasures was really quite interesting. When Chen Mo had just jumped off his own cockpit, he had secretly told himself that she should come over to see if these two shipgirls were good to get along with, and if it was possible, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take the two of them under her wing at that time as well. Therefore, Xiaojun smiled, and then began to give the two of them a vocal explanation. I don't think you guys have contracted with the commander yet, right?
This form is the final form of our machine girl, and only after contracting with the commander can you transform into a battle girl. Like me, I belong to the small mecha, although I'm relatively small in stature, I'm fast and strong. Oh. He Yang and Ting Hitomi were living like two little kindergarten babies, listening to Xiaojun's words and nodding every now and then. They had just seen the way Xia Zhang looked when he killed the monsters, it was simply not too valiant. Strong and powerful, and coming to save them, these 2 points alone were enough to make the two obedient.
At the same time, Chen Mo piloted the Sanctuary Archangel and also headed towards that battleship mech. Don't look at that battleship, it wasn't too tall, but its battle power was really not weak. Chen Mo had really struggled a bit when he wasn't paying attention. After a slight reprieve, he utilized the performance of the Sanctuary Archangel to its fullest. Its speed, maneuverability and firepower skyrocketed as far as the eye could see. While defending against the battleship mecha's attack, it searched for an opportunity to attack. The Sanctuary Archangel was practically on the surface of the sea as if it was on land, completely unaffected by the seawater, and slowly, her speed and maneuverability advantage came into full play. With a beautifully sharp glide, she pulled herself far enough away from the battleship mech to be safe, and then, with a drift, she stirred up a violent wave. The air around her was brought up in a gust of wind, and under Chen Mo's deliberate efforts, the wind even gradually formed a huge tornado. The seawater slowly rotated under the effect of the tornado, soon creating a huge whirlpool, which was expanding bigger and bigger. A large number of sea devils lost their center of gravity in the vortex and were swept up uncontrollably. Although the battleship mecha was also sinking and floating, it finally stabilized its body.
However, the large hole in his chest had already caused a great impact on his performance long ago, and at this time, in the face of the commander's orders, he was no longer able to respond in time. Seeing this scene, the left hand of the Sanctuary Archangel placed that huge shield behind him, and the pitch-black muzzle of the cannon slowly revealed itself. The mega-particle cannon aimed at the battleship mecha, and dazzling light instantly poured out. Drew's brow furrowed so much that it could literally pinch a fly, forcibly controlling the battleship mecha and dodging the cannon in the nick of time. What's more, he utilized his seasoned maneuvering to pull the distance between himself and the Sanctuary Archangel far, far away. Can't. It wasn't a good idea to just stand and take a beating, only by launching the strongest attack could he fight his way out. Drew took control of the mech and slowly stretched out his hand, an aperture like Iron Man's shock beam slowly rising from his huge palm. The moment it was aimed at the Sanctuary Archangel, a blinding light instantly erupted. Seeing that this beam of light was heading straight for him, Chen Mo directly lost his movement. With such a fast speed, no matter how fast his reaction was, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid it completely. Seeing the intense light coming head-on, Chen Mo simply did not dodge. Base State Shield. As Chen Mao's words fell, a transparent energy shield instantly lit up around the Holy Domain Archangel. Under the fierce attack, this base state shield even faintly trembled. Chen Mao tightened the smile at the corner of his mouth and maneuvered the Sanctuary Archangel, slowly raising his left hand, the pitch-black barrel of the cannon aimed at the 100-meter-tall mecha. In an instant, huge amounts of energy gushed out, and a particle beam thicker than a large arm ran towards the mech's chest. With such speed, Drew saw that he couldn't dodge it, and tried his best to invoke the reverse propulsion device, moving quickly towards his back. Even though he activated his base state shield at the first opportunity, the shield was shattered the moment it was hit by the attack. Drew's movements were already very fast, whether it was backing up or the activation of the base state shield, it was almost all done in the blink of an eye. But the attack power of the Sanctuary Archangel was simply too strong, and the mech was still pierced through a large hole in its chest. The bright light dimmed down, and Chen Mo looked at the battleship mech that was half kneeling on the surface of the sea for a moment and was a bit confused. Agu, this mech's life is really hard, this is not dead. At this moment, Drew's cold sweat drenched his clothes, and his eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Fortunately, the cockpit and energy core of the battleship mech were separate. At that time, when he set the cockpit above his head, he still always felt a little unsatisfied, but at this time, it was simply wise to look at it again. However, the Sanctuary Archangel only used one move to make Drew completely recognize reality. He was simply no match for this huge mecha in front of him, and their actions today were considered a kick in the teeth. The 36th plan was the best. Drew dropped the broken and tattered mech, decisively dug into the water and fled. Chen Mo looked at the sea soul beast that had come to meet him, thought about it, and ultimately didn't chase after him. The beam cannon was indeed very strong, but it was also very consuming for Chen Mo. Looking at the energy that had been drained from him, Chen Mo still stopped in his tracks. It wasn't impossible to kill them if they pursued them to the death, it was just unnecessary. It was good enough that the battleship mech stayed behind, and it would also be easier to conduct research on this giant mech that they had never seen before. Chen Mo was also really curious. This mech was different from their mecha goddess. It was a standalone mech, constructed entirely out of steel. It was indeed very interesting to study. Chen Mordecai took a step closer to the battleship mech, while that battleship mech attacked towards Chen Mordecai with the last of its strength. The muzzle of the Sanctuary Archangel's left hand disappeared and transformed into a large, powerful fist that met it hard and fast. Boom! After the loud roar, the Sanctuary Archangel stood firmly on the surface of the sea, not moving at all. Nay, the battleship mecha was already at the end of its strength. How could it withstand such a strong blow from the Sanctuary Archangel? In a moment, the 100-meter-tall body swayed and plunged headfirst towards the sea. Turn into carrier form. As Chen Mo's words fell, the 300-meter-tall Sanctuary Archangel slowly transformed into an aircraft carrier. Maneuvering the metal winch, Chen Mei held the battleship mech steady. The research value of this thing was very high, and even if it was of little use to them, at least the accessories all over him were an astronomical sum. As they headed towards the shore, several other people who had already completed Chen Mo's orders had already gone ashore. The pavilion Hitomi and the He Yang stood on the shore waving their hands towards the aircraft carrier. Wang Yuan greeted the two in a good-natured manner. Hello there. Hello, I'm the Ting Hitomi, thank you for saving us. Wow, an aircraft carrier. You're really awesome. Arriving at the shore, Wang Yuan put Chen Mao down, and then turned into human form as well. Wow, sister's body is really good. He Yang is very battered. This ninny, He Yang, although she had reached her age, her development was as if she hadn't kept up with it, and she looked like a small child. At this moment, looking at her with a look of envy, the crowd could not help but burst out laughing. Seeing Chen Mao appear on the shore, Ting Xie and He Yang were also attracted on the spot. Are you the SSS ranked commander? Hello? Ting Hitomi looked at Chen Mao from top to bottom, her mind recalling what Xia Zhang had told them. He Yang, on the other hand, didn't have that many thoughts and spoke his heart out loud indirectly.
Are you the strongest commander in the imperial capital that Sister Xia said? Would you see if my lucky lord He Yang can join your fleet?
Chen Mo hooked his lips and smiled slightly, secretly giving a thumbs up towards Xia Zhang. This brainwashing mission of Xia Zhan's was really well accomplished. At least both of them looked more inclined to become his shipgirls. There's no hurry yet. You guys go back with me first.
Go back with you? Then are you willing to contract with us and become our commander? The pavilion Hitomi also hurriedly jumped over. Chen Mo nodded and shook his head again.
The contract was definitely a contract, but more or less, he had to talk to the top. To be honest, the harvest that this sudden battle had brought to Chen Mo was also very bountiful. However, in the midst of such a strong battle, some of Chen Mo's minor problems were also exposed. Chen Mordecai tapped on the commander's panel, preparing to give his mechs a little optimization.
Battle result statistics.
Hunted, Minion Class Sea Devil Beasts, 426, Battle Soldier Class Sea Devil Beasts, 53, Battle Admiral Class Sea Devil Beasts, 8. Energy Crystals, Slave Class Crystals, 426, total, 3719, War Soldier Class Crystals, 53, total, 453, War General Class Crystals, 8, total, 47.
Points, 173,764. Soul Power, 17560, total, 57560.
Seeing that Annihilation's points had also reached 40,000, Chen Mo directly strengthened Annihilation to level 3.
The next upgrade would require 80,000 points. Annihilation level 3 effect, feedback.
Each evolution boosts the core attributes of the commander and warjacks by 10%, and currently feeds back by 30%. Subsequently, Chen Mo used 12 Warlord grade crystals to upgrade the Red Flame Crosscut by 2 levels, increasing the damage by 20% and the attack range and distance by 20%. Another 12 Warlord grade crystals were used to raise Beyond Death Sphere by 2 levels as well, executing the enemy's life value cap and increasing it by 10%.
Lastly, was the power of the beam cannon.
Today, Chen Mo had used the beam cannon a total of 2 times, and surprisingly, neither of them had completely decimated the enemy, which was really a bit nagging to him. Therefore, Chen Mo directly used 2000 minion grade crystals to upgrade the beam cannon to level 2, directly increasing its firepower by 10%. Then he used another 14 Warlord grade crystals to streak the Sanctuary Archangel's Rage to level 3, increasing its damage by 30% and its attack range and distance by 30%. After Chen Mo had upgraded all that he could, he tested it. It had to be said that the crystals were really well spent and the effects were quite good. With today's sea battle, and having upgraded all of his mechs, it was certain that the next time he encountered a sudden situation like this, Chen Mo would be able to fight a little more steadily. At the very least, things like letting the enemy drop their mechs and run away could not happen again. The group went directly to Chen Mo's underground kingdom. That battleship mech was also transported over. Chen Mo was still quite curious about that battleship mech, if he could study his specific operation principle clearly, and by the way, see if there were any safety hazards in his interior. If not, it might be good to be a gatekeeper for his underground kingdom, and when it was time to match with the desperate nanowire, it would be directly invincible. Moreover, the level of the battleship mech is also high enough that ordinary intruders are afraid that they can't even enter. The other thing is to carefully study how this battleship mech converts between battleships and mechs. This is very puzzling. When Chen Mo arrived at the underground kingdom, there were already quite a few people waiting there. Chen Mo was not too surprised. After all, he had done his debriefing in advance. This was the first time that humans had fought against a magical beast and fought back successfully in a battle. It was indeed enough to make everyone wildly excited about it. However, there were also some of them, faces he hadn't seen before. A little girl who looked like she was not yet an adult was holding a flat plate that was bigger than her face, writing and drawing on it from time to time. What surprised Chen Mo was that this girl was actually the daughter of Zhang Hai, the principal of their school. But this was all an afterthought. Zhang Yingying, a rigorous researcher specializing in data flow, was also a researcher and developer. With a pretty face, a small melon face, she looked to be just 16 or 17 years old, but already had a gentle temperament. Although she only wore a simple white tee and light blue jeans, it was this simple outfit that attracted many people's attention.
Then what is that silver-white giant mech? The person beside Zhang Yingying asked.
Zhang Yingying quickly clicked on a small software she had made and said, "Look, that's it, the Sanctuary Archangel, second place on the Imperial Capital's battle power ranking."
Hearing Zhang Yingying's words, the people in the neighborhood also gathered around. How come you only have the second place on this tablet? Who's number 1 on the battle power list?
Hearing someone ask, Zhang Yingying's face remained unchanged as she slowly spoke. The first place is a very mysterious mech, and an extremely special mech. As early as a few years ago in a big battle, she disappeared. No one knows where she went.
I'll go. You're not mistaken with this battle power list, are you? All the commanders from the 2nd to the 6th place are Chen Mo? What kind of situation is this?
I'm not very clear about Chen Mo's hidden information, but I know that he's only a 2-star commander, but he's already ranked as the number 1 commander in the imperial capital.
Not only is this guy number 1, but he's also a commander rank that was only awakened this year. Is this still human?
I've heard that he's the one who turned the tide of battle several times in a row, and the higher-ups are preparing to vigorously cultivate him.
Isn't that Chen Mo? Damn, so young? And so handsome? Give someone a way out.
Jiang Yingying heard the exclamations of the people around her and hurriedly followed their line of sight. Her pupils could not help but shrink.
It's him!
The moment she saw Chen Mo, Jiang Yingying hurriedly pushed away the people around her and headed to Chen Mo's
side and squeezed her way to Chen Mo.
And Chen Mo's entire body was also a bit confused. He was returning to his own territory. How did he make it seem as if he was the outsider? With great difficulty, he managed to squeeze his way to the front door. Chen Mo was about to rush in, when he suddenly heard a girl's call ringing out from behind him.
Chen Mo! Chen Mo! The girl's voice was loud and exceptionally clear.
Despite the chaos at the scene, her voice drilled into Chen Mo's ears. Chen Mo turned around and looked, only to see the little girl waving and shouting towards herself. Chen Mo hurriedly asked Yi Qingqing to go over and fetch the person.
What's wrong? Is there something you're looking for me for? I want to take a closer look at that battleship mech that you broke, okay? The girl's eyes as big as grapes were watery as she looked at Chen Mo, and for a moment, Chen Mo didn't really know how to refuse. Qingqing, check her identity. If there's nothing wrong, let her in. After saying that, Chen Mo walked in with large strides. At this time, the battleship mech had already been pulled into the underground kingdom. Jiang Yingying, who had passed the inspection, couldn't wait to rush in and saw the battleship mech at a glance. Can I use the instrument? Jiang Yingying asked Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the girl and then at Yi Qingqing. Who is she?
Your school principal Jiang Hai's daughter, Jiang Yingying, is a researcher.
Chen Mo thought of that chubby principal and frowned. Jiang Hai's daughter, how could she come here?
However, the girl was really good looking, and the way she was holding the tablet in her hand, she was really competent.
Yes.
Chen Mo was also quite curious about what exactly she wanted to do, and simply agreed to her request. Jiang Yingying didn't expect Chen Mo to be so good at talking, so she immediately took off the school bag on her back and took out a notebook. Immediately after, she also took out 2 rectangles of about 20 centimeters from the bag and placed them on each side of the battleship mech. To Chen Mo's surprise, the 2 rectangles quickly turned into a doorframe robot. Immediately, a light blue light screen appeared, scanning the battleship mech back and forth.
And on Jiang Yingying's laptop, a bunch of binary codes that Chen Mo could not understand appeared. To be honest, Chen Mo was truly shocked. This little girl didn't look too old. Was she so bullish?
Chen Mo's shock only lasted for a few short minutes. After Jiang Yingying went through some operations, the battleship mech's database was built in those few minutes. Not only that, she even made a mech model. No matter if you clicked on any position on top of the model, the database data could be called up synchronously, and the attributes of each component would be displayed very intuitively in front of the crowd. With a skeptical heart, Chen Mo personally scanned the model, and surprisingly, there was basically not much difference with the data made by Jiang Yingying.
For a moment, Jiang Yingying was even more highly regarded. This Jiang Hai, with such a powerful daughter, was hiding so deeply?
Tian said that his commander rank was not high, but never mentioned this daughter of his once in school. Seriously, Chen Mo was really a bit impressed with this software of Jiang Yingying. If this software was installed in the maintenance system, just by scanning it, all the information of a mecha could be analyzed. Even if it was only useful for metal materials known to mankind, it would be a great effort saver. As for the unknown metals that the Wraith Fang had brought from another planet, even if it couldn't be analyzed, that wouldn't hurt. Chen Mo could do it himself.
How is it? What did you analyze? Chen Mo asked curiously.
This mech is indeed very different. No matter if it's a steel wraith or a prisoner mech, it has to catch their own biokinetic energy. But this mech, it's a pile of metal itself. It doesn't have life, so it doesn't need biokinetic energy at all. As long as there's a controlled fusion reactor to provide energy directly, combined with its kinetic energy core and chip, and then endowed with all kinds of systems, it'll be fine. However, this thing also has a big flaw, which is that it doesn't have a strong kinetic energy continuity, unlike the commander, which can transform and provide energy. Jiang Yingying looked at the various data on the laptop and said to Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and asked, if you want to repair it and use it, what do you have to do? Hearing Chen Mo's question, Jiang Yingying pulled up the database modeling. If you want to use it, the battleship mech's chip, fire control system, avionics system, all have to be replaced. Especially the chip, it's the main part that controls it. If they tamper with the chip, it's likely to be remotely manipulated. Seeing that Jiang Yingying looked as if she knew everything, Chen Mo suddenly remembered those treasures in the commander's warehouse.
By the way, have you ever heard of the energy tesseract, and missiles like this? Have you ever studied them? Jiang Yingying did not answer. Instead, she pressed the keyboard to crackle, and soon, another set of databases and modeling was sought out. Are these the ones? With just one glance, Chen Mo froze in place on the spot. Detailed data, detailed descriptions of each part, roles, everything. Are you willing to contract with me? Seeing these things, Chen Mo did not hesitate any longer and asked bluntly. Don't look at this little girl's young age, but she was not bad in this aspect of research, and it would inevitably be Chen Mo's regret if he missed her. Only Jiang Yingying's expression snapped to joy. When she was at home, she hadn't heard her father talk about Chen Mo, the first genius of the imperial capital, who had topped the battle power ranking within a month of awakening. Of course that mysterious mech didn't count. So much so, in the face of Chen Mo's contract invitation, Jiang Yingying couldn't wait to agree to him now. But I'm still a week short of adulthood, not to mention that it's not certain what kind of grade I'll awaken in the future. In case I awaken an F-ranked mecha by then, will you regret contracting me? Won't regret it. I'm looking at your person, not your rank. Facing Jiang Yingying's question, Chen Mo naturally would not regret it. Putting aside the fact that Chen Mo could contract countless mechs in his own right, there was no harm in having one more or one less. When the time came, it would be best if Jiang Yingying awakened to a higher level, and even if her level was not ideal, it would not be a big problem. He had a lot of mechs, and even more powerful ones. However, there was not a single one who was engaged in research like Jiang Yingying. Her greatest asset wasn't her rank or her perfect looks, but her brain that no one could replace. As for the fact that Jiang Yingying still had a week to go before she reached adulthood, this was something that Chen Mo was not in a hurry for. Having gotten the girl's heart, would he especially be afraid of not getting her contract? Yes. Chen Mo's answered to Jiang Yingying's heart. She agreed without hesitation. After receiving Jiang Yingying's consent, Chen Mo led her to the manufacturing room. Yingying, can you make a small thing that reduces noise? The size doesn't have to be too big. Chen Mo had just finished asking when he saw Jiang Yingying rummaging through her bag. Soon, a small orb-like thing was pulled out of the bag. This can reduce the vibration of the surrounding medium. After listening to Jiang Yingying's explanation, the feeling of making a big profit in Chen Mo's heart became even more obvious. This little girl was truly a genius. In this area of research, she was really talented. This little girl was really a genius in this area of research. Although the technological content of this gadget was not high, but it was practical, and it was really shocking that she took it out when she said she would. After putting this gadget away, the crowd also walked to the manufacturing room. Chen Mo took out the desired demon core from the commander's warehouse as well as the divine will demon cube and handed it to Jiang Yingying. These two things, try to see if you can parse them out. That prisoner mecha she brought out from the Forbidden Land, she might be able to help you out a bit. If you can, try to give me an answer as fast as you can. Guan Xiao had already been repaired by Chen Mo, although she had suffered a lot of injuries at the time, but after all, she was a mecha. As long as she replaced some of the parts, she would be alive and well again. Moreover, Chen Mo had already forcefully logged into her machine nymph system and manipulated her status. Guan Xiao's status in the Forbidden Land was not low, and she knew a lot of secrets about the Forbidden Land, so there was no chance that with her help, Jiang Yingying would be able to quickly complete the data decryption. With the Forbidden Land destroyed, the work in the far outskirts of the leveling area was a lot easier, so Yi Qingcheng was dispatched to the Underground Kingdom to temporarily take charge of various matters here, and with Zhang Nianqing's help in repairing it, Chen Mo was able to stay busy and take it a little easier. However, he also had very important things to do. Before attacking the military harbor, the missiles he had snatched from the Forbidden Land would have to be put to use, and first of all, a missile base would have to be built, so that the fight would be a little more secure. As for the Ting Hitomi and He Yang ships, they also needed to be remodeled and upgraded. When the next attack on the Jin City military harbor comes, it is inevitable that they cannot return empty-handed again. Yuan, I'm going to run some errands first, so wait here for me to come back and we'll go home together. Wang Yuan couldn't help but blush when she heard Chen Mo's words. Don't look at the righteousness of his words, but his right eye that blinked gently revealed the meaning of his words. Good. Wang Yuan was a little embarrassed, but her heart was thrilled. Unexpectedly, she had been a faulty derelict shipgirl the day before, and this night she had become a perfect top-class shipgirl. Her heart couldn't help but feel a bit grateful that she had really been blessed to run into such a perfect commander like Chen Mo. Her powerful talent had finally been put to use. On the other side, the three of them, Wiener, Beria and Drew, did not have a good face at this moment. Especially Drew, his face was grim. He was so close to dying in this battle. Wiener's face was also dark and scary. Obviously, this battle had made his situation even worse. Bang! Beria's hands clenched into fists and violently slammed into the table in front of him, and a furious voice suddenly rang out. Fuck, in all the years that I've been here on Blue Star, this is the first time I've been beaten up like this. A bunch of lowly low-dimensional creatures, how dare they?
Beria's face was red with anger, and his teeth creaked as he bit them, looking frightening in the quiet room. Under his anger, he violently copied the water cup on the table and smashed it on the opposite wall. Hearing the sound of Belial losing his temper, Drew's entire body was like a lion that had blown up, and his fire intensified. In this battle, not only did he almost die, his precious battleship was also snatched by that group of Blue Star people. He was the one who lost the most, okay? For a moment, Drew's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, and the veins on his forehead instantly bulged.
Didn't you start this fight? What qualifications do you have to take the piss here? You guys just lost the battle. Which one of you can compensate me for my battleship? Do you guys even realize how much effort I put into that battleship? Belial, what did you tell me yesterday when you asked for it? Have you forgotten?
Drew's voice of suppressed anger rang in Belial's ears, and it was then that Belial slowly came back to his senses. Drew had always been the strongest existence among them, always offering them help, and this time it was because of them that they paid the price of a battleship mech. Thinking of this, Belial's anger instantly disappeared. Wiener also deflated after being yelled at so much by Drew. Shenmo's battle power this time is indeed very different from what I know. According to my previous investigation, he wasn't this strong at all. I don't know why, but he suddenly became so strong. Wiener and Shen Mo were also old rivals, but every time he saw Shen Mo would become stronger.
This time, it was even more frighteningly strong. The main thing is that he's even openly and honestly working on my Forbidden Area J's territory. Does he have us in his sights or not? Drew, can you tolerate this?
Drew was also in over his head right now, and in the face of huge losses, he really didn't want to listen to Wiener's brainwashing rhetoric anymore.
That Forbidden Area J is your territory. What does it have to do with me? I don't believe that you don't even have the strength to snatch the territory back.
Belial followed up with, I didn't do well yesterday either. My right-hand man Dulbies died as well, and a large number of the sea devil beasts I've been saving up for so many years died as well. Thinking about this, Belial was unspeakably heartbroken. Speaking of losses, Wiener was even more distressed. He had already lost a large batch of resources when the Forbidden J area was destroyed itself. This time, he had directly pulled out all of his family's resources, who knew that all of the missiles would be destroyed before they could be launched.
Belial, can you lend me some polymer mechs?
I want to use my last crushing resources to bring down the entire Imperial capital completely, and at that time, I'll share half of all the resources of the Imperial capital with you.
To be honest, Wiener's idea of breaking his back did make Beria a little heartbroken. However, his losses yesterday were also too heavy, so much so that he was a little hesitant, or at least couldn't just say it like a headless fly. It's not impossible to lend it to you, but we have to come up with a foolproof plan first. Don't fight unprepared battles, or in case of failure, it'll be a complete game over. Drew, I know you're angry about losing a battleship mech, but can you summon back the Lord-class magical beasts from your region that were previously backed up over in Mordor? With them backing us up, we can be more certain of winning.
Drew also had a tangled face at this time.
However, after fighting with Chen Mo, Drew also knew that this time he had kicked the iron plate, and if he didn't take out some real strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to win.
Alright, but I have just one Lord-class magical beast here, but there are 3 more Commander-class magical beasts, and like the battleship mecha, there are only 5 of them left at full strength. Belial, your polymerization mech is actually similar to mine except it's slightly smaller, so don't hide it. This time, put your best foot forward and be bound to completely occupy the human region.
As Drew's words fell, Belial chimed in. Good, since you said so, then we will definitely take revenge this time.
On Chen Mo's side, after overseeing the start of the construction of the missile base, Chen Mo had nothing to do, so he took Wang Yuan back home. Although Wang Yuan had already been to Chen Mo's house last time, she had a different experience this time around. The moment she opened the door, her hormones began to soar. Even the temperature of the cold and quiet room was raised quite a bit.
Wang Yuan's delicate little face was colored with a slight blush. Chen Mo's heart swirled, and he immediately indulged in Wang Yuan's tenderness. The next day at noon, Chen Mu woke up from his sleep. Looking at the exquisite face beside him, Chen Mei really did not want to get up. Closing his eyes, he checked the commander panel. To be honest, all of the mech Chen Mo had contracted could fly, except for Wang Yuan. Therefore, Chen Mo always thought that if one day, he could give wings to an aircraft carrier as well, and build an airborne mothership, that would be too cool. However, it was really difficult to get a flying accessory that could carry an aircraft carrier. If you want to buy it from the human world, I'm afraid it's impossible, not to mention whether Chen Mo has that much money. Even if money isn't a problem, whether there are accessories to buy, it's still another story. Looking at the commander's mall, an S-class accessory required 250,000 points, Chen Mo smacked his lips. He had saved up his points for so long, but it was only 170,000 points, so he simply couldn't afford it. In that case, he could only draw a lottery. Chen Mo's luck had always been very good, and he didn't know if he would be able to draw what he wanted this time.
Supreme Lucky Draw Pool, 100,000 points to draw once, can obtain A or S grade accessories, S grade 1% probability. Ordinary Lucky Draw Pool, 50,000 points to draw once, can obtain B grade or A grade accessories, 1% probability of A grade. Why not? Don't pick the right one, just pick the expensive one. Anyway, there are enough points, in case I draw an S-class accessory, that I've picked up a great bargain.
Chen Mo resolutely pressed the Supreme Lucky Draw button.
Chen Mo hurriedly closed his eyes, folded his hands together, and silently recited, Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit. After a ding, Chen Mo's one eye squinted up and glanced at the lottery results through the slit. After just one glance, Chen Mo was so happy that he almost didn't jump up.
Auxiliary Superconductor Weapon, Holy Silver Wings, S.
The thin, razor-thin metal feathers are hollow inside, and when connected to the engine system of the mecha, a terrifying airflow can be generated from all the feathers when activated. Not only can the carrier lift off into the air, but it can also gain powerful flight speed, and during battle, the hollow metal feathers can also be used as a weapon to form wind blades to slice the enemy apart.
Crap! What do you think?
Being able to take off and speed up at the same time, this simply complements the curvature engine.
An airborne mothership, not a dream.
For a moment, Chen Mo's body was trembling, and his breathing couldn't help but worsen. Chen Mo looked at the sleeping Wang Yuan beside him and thought in his heart, when the next expedition comes around, I'll load her up. Subsequently, Chen Mo looked at his commander's warehouse, which also had all sorts of equipment, especially those sea devil beasts that were beheaded yesterday. The equipment on their bodies, but whatever was useful, were all picked off by Chen Mo. Looking at these equipments, Chen Mo suddenly had the idea of remodeling the Ting Hitomi and the He Yang. The destroyer was directly transformed into a large firepower, and the light cruiser, Chen Mo wanted to install an electromagnetic cannon on her and get an electromagnetic light cruiser out. As for the mecha forms of the two of them, let's wait for when the contract is made and get it done. Thinking of this, Chen Mo sent a rough program to Zhang Yingying to see if it was feasible. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at the underground kingdom. Zhang Yingying was holding the analysis results for final review. How's it going? Chen Mo's voice came from behind him, and Zhang Yingying glanced at him and replied, Ideally, it's fine, but this thing's radar system, avionics system, fire control system and control system all have to be replaced. The main thing is that there are a lot of accessories that have stopped production and are no longer available.
Chen Mo looked at Zhang Yingying's notebook and said,
It doesn't matter, adaptability, kinetic energy and load bearing are fine, I'll take care of the accessories. Chen Mo directly took out the equipment that he had taken from those sea devil beasts that he had killed yesterday. Looking at the big guy that suddenly appeared in front of her, Zhang Yingying raised her eyebrows.
I throw.
Compared to Chen Mo casually taking out so many big guys, those small things of hers, in an instant, gave her a feeling of not being able to get on top.
Oh, you put such a big cannon on someone's little girl, you're not afraid if the two of them can handle it or not? Well, then study it again.
Zhang Yingying stroked her eyebrows, and according to these cannons that Chen Mo took out, she restarted modeling and analyzing. The calm days only lasted for 3 TJ City military harbor side, then came the information of the Wraith agitation. Chen Mei rushed to the harbor with his men at the first opportunity to get ready for battle. Wang Yuan transformed into an aircraft carrier and became the strongest city wall of the human maintenance force. Chen Mei snapped back to the goodies he had drawn in the lottery that day.
Yuan, transform into mecha form and I'll give you a goodie.
Chen Mo, you've given me enough, give them a share of the goodies too, don't give them all to me. Wang Yuan had already lost hope for the contract as early as when she learned that she had a heart condition, and now, to be contracted by Chen Mo and have a very powerful engine replaced, she was already very content.
No, it can't be given to them. This equipment can only be utilized to its fullest value if it is fitted on you.
I'm going to make you the only air and sky mothership in the entire imperial capital, the entire divine dragon kingdom, and even the entire blue star. Chen Mo's voice rang out, and not only Wang Yuan, but everyone present all froze.
An empty sky mothership? That was something that only existed in science fiction movies.
Once it lifted off, it was the strongest aerial turret, overlooking the entire ground and causing the most powerful firepower suppression on the ground. Don't worry, this superconducting weapon belongs to the auxiliary class of equipment, and none of Ms.
Xia and the others can use it. Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Wang Yuan then nodded. In 3 minutes' time, Wang Yuan transformed from her aircraft carrier form to her sanctuary archangel form. At the same time, Chen Mo's empowerment unfolded smoothly. The holy silver wings were fitted onto the sanctuary archangel's body little by Chen Mo. For the entire half hour, everyone present did not dare to breathe for fear of affecting Chen Mo's empowerment. With Chen Mo connecting the silver wings to the engine system, this empowerment was considered to have ended successfully. Boom! The moment the empowerment was completed, a violent silver-white light erupted from the back of the sanctuary archangel.
The dazzling light slowly dimmed, and a pair of holy silver-white feathered wings slowly appeared.
The crowd present trembled violently when they saw the scene.
The silver-white feathered wings were simply as if they were tailor-made for the Holy Realm Archangel, and the fit was simply perfect.
Ka 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 ka.
Accompanied by a metallic clashing sound, Wang Yuan controlled the wings behind her to slowly unfold.
Countless metal feathers, each one was like a blade, incomparably sharp.
Under the illumination of the sunlight, it flashed with the sharpness of a razor blade. The feathers shook continuously, and the air passed through the hollow feathers to form a powerful airflow, and the entire surface of the sea was blown by the waves.
Buzz. Rumbling sounds iterated.
The powerful air currents swirled crazily in the thin feather congregation, soon creating a powerful air pressure. One could only see the legs of the sanctuary archangel slightly bend, and then, violently stomping towards the sea, the gigantic wargirl, which was more than 300 meters tall and weighed an unpredictable amount of weight, instantly shot up into the sky.
In an instant, the crowd present directly exploded. Crap, the aircraft carrier is flying. Are these wings so awesome? It can actually make even such a heavy aircraft carrier take off.
I'm afraid Chin Mordor isn't even talking big, he's really prepared to personally create an air carrier out of it.
Holy.
Domain Archangel is afraid that it's going to become our aerial fortress. Now, no matter how strong the wraiths are, it'll be a descending blow to us.
Under the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Wang Yuan's movements weren't over yet. Those silver wings slowly began to flap, and every time they flapped, a terrifying air current could be rolled up.
The silver wings flapped very slowly, but under Wang Yuan's control, even with such a slow flapping speed, it still allowed the sanctuary archangel's huge body to float steadily in the air.
Chinmu, look at this, I can really fly. I can do aerial combat too. Compared to the others, Wang Yuan herself was the one who was the most surprised, feeling the sensation of taking off into the air. Wang Yuan's entire body was overwhelmed with excitement. By the way, Chen Mo, will my use of these wings drastically consume your energy?
Wang Yuan's only remaining shred of rationality made her rush to ask.
It's fine, my energy conversion speed far exceeds the speed of providing you with energy, don't worry. Chen Mo hooked his lips into a smile and patiently replied.
To be honest, he had also thought that supporting Wang Yuan's use of these wings would definitely consume a large amount of his energy, or at the very least, would make him feel a sense of oversupply. Who knew that Chen Mo had absolutely no problem with a lack of energy at this time, and even, it felt similar to the usual energy he provided to Xia Zhang and the girls.
An auxiliary S-rank equipment, but it was so energy-saving? Yuan, transform into the air and space mothership form.
Upon receiving Chen Mo's order, the massive warjack began to slowly transform into an air carrier form. The sound of metal clashing was unceasing, and the moment she transformed into an aircraft carrier, those wings were retracted, only that it was only affixed to the sides of the carrier's hull, and even if it wasn't unfolded, it continued to provide her with the ability to fly, allowing her to float steadily in the air.
Chen Mo, I really can. Will I be able to fight in the air in future battles as well? Moreover, my deck is exceptionally large, so I can also provide you with a landing spot. Chen Mei smiled and nodded, then said, You're an airborne mothership now.
Using you as a stepping stone can be a bit of a big deal.
As Chen Mordor's words fell, several of his other mechs instantly transformed.
The explosive Heavenly Firecarp, Ice Phoenix, Undead Reaper, and Heavenly Dome Battle Voice all dodged under the effect of the curvature engine and rose directly into the air, standing firmly on top of the deck of the airspace mothership. The four of them walked side by side to the edge of the deck and looked down. Zhang Yanqing stretched her hand out, fantasizing in her mind about the scene of firepower output.
Wow, this deck is really big. If there were more machine girls, hundreds or thousands of them would be able to make long-range attacks at the same time. I'm afraid that they would be able to directly create the most terrifying firepower blockade.
Yi Qingqing shook her head. Imagination is beautiful, reality is boneheaded. If we really use the air mothership like this, it would be too much of a waste of Wang Yuan's firepower output.
Xia Zhang walked over and heard Yi Qingqing's words and nodded as well. Indeed, Wang Yuan's mecha form is her strongest form. Whether it's long range or process, whether it's attack power or protection, it's simply flawless. Xia Zhan's words caused the other three women to nod at the same time. A ship girl that was over 300 meters tall was simply fierce. You guys be careful, I'm getting ready to land.
Wang Yuan's voice came, and the carrier floating in the air slowly descended.
Boom!
Even though the carrier's descending speed was already very slow, the moment it made contact with the sea surface, a loud bang still erupted. The four women on the carrier, as she fell into the seawater, also jumped to the ground in unison. Chen Mo walked out of the cockpit and jumped down as well. The members of the maintenance force were even more astonished when they saw the scene, exclaiming, Chen Mo is really bullish, such a high aircraft carrier, jumping when he says so. Nothing happened at all. I won't be able to catch up with Chen Mo in this lifetime, even his exhaust, I'm afraid I won't be able to see it. Luckily, we are humans and are of the same kind as Chen Mei, otherwise as his opponent, I really want to kowtow to him. At the same time that the VPC forces were getting ready for battle, Wiener and the others were also ready. Beria had suffered heavy losses in his outing, so much so that when he faced Chen Mei again, he had simply made all preparations, with every detail being done quite well. Wiener was simply impatient with his caution. Beria, can you please hurry up? By the time you study the research again, the yellow flowers will be cold. Regarding Wiener's urging, Belial only turned a deaf ear, still calculating earnestly, making sure that everything was on schedule. After my analysis of the combined power of the humans, as well as the intelligence that Qinsho provided me with earlier, I am confident in this battle. Including that super large mech of Chen Mei's, it's by no means our opponent, and will give him a direct decapitation in the opening round. A hint of killing intent flashed in Wiener's eyes. For insurance purposes, I'll leave those 5-headed polymerization mechs of mine to you, take it easy with them, they're more precious than even the 5-star prisoner mechs, and their strength is equivalent to that of a commander level. Listening to Beria's instructions, Wiener only felt annoyed. Got it. However, with a 5-headed polymerization mech in hand, Wiener felt like he could do it again, and his confidence in wanting to break through the human defense line was even stronger. This time, Wiener, Beria, and Drew could be said to have really pulled out all the treasures from their bottoms. Thousands of iron demon beasts and hundreds of prisoner mechs were deployed, and among them, there were many 5-star prisoner mechs. This time, they were trying their best to fight with the humans in the final battle, and were bound to take the human area of the imperial capital. With the large amount of resources hidden in the imperial capital, it was enough to attract them to make a break for it. On the other side, Chen Mo was also making his final deployment before the battle. Ing, with this radar jamming system of yours, there won't be any problems with the distance and effectiveness, right? Aya, you've asked so many times already, I personally made this thing, and I've already checked it no less than 10 times, absolutely nothing will go wrong. Zhang Yingying replied with a helpless face. Just at this time, the observers suddenly transmitted intelligence. A large number of magical beasts are heading in the direction of the missile base's engineering team. Upon hearing this news, Shan Mo ordered at once. Missiles, launch. The moment that missile base received the command, it directly launched several Eagle missiles towards the Wraith army. Wiener had already prepared for this and snorted. Shan Mo, you didn't think I would fall in a pit twice in a row, did you? My missiles are gone, but Belial has them. Wiener's spitting voice fell, and the steel lion and tiger, hidden in the back, suddenly had black holes of missile launchers rise up behind it. A few anti-aircraft missiles directly intercepted most of the missiles launched by the maintenance force. And although the 2 missiles that were smashed over, the Wraith army wasn't affected too much because there were 5 polymerization mechs carrying them in front. Humph, childish means of attack, you're done attacking, it's my turn. Wiener maneuvered the missile launcher and fired towards the missile base. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chen Mo's mouth could not help but hook up. In fact, that missile base was nothing more than a blindfold. It was just a few unimpressive batteries that had been snatched from the Forbidden Land earlier. The purpose was to expose the enemy launchers, and Wiener had indeed fallen into the trap. Get rid of them! The steel lions and tigers hiding their launchers had already been discovered, and the vertical launching silos on top of the Ting Hitomi and Tsuruyan had already locked onto them at the first opportunity. Boom boom boom! A large number of Eagle missiles simply blasted furiously towards the group of steel fiends like they didn't need money. Seeing this scene, Wiener's face instantly turned pale. How did they get so many missiles? Wiener's entire body shouted out in shock. So many Eagle missiles were simply out of their expectation. Logically speaking, yesterday's fight was so intense, the humans' long-range missiles should have been left with very few up. Taking the vertical launch silos on top of the 2 ships, where did they come from? These steel wraiths didn't have specialized anti-aircraft guns, they simply couldn't intercept so many missiles. For a moment, Wiener's mind went blank. But of course, he wouldn't know that when Chen Mo then went to the Forbidden Area J, he not only snatched the desired demon cores, but by the way, he also went to his weapon base and took a lot of the highly configured missiles along with him. Of course, ordinary people can't do it, but Chen Mo has a commander's warehouse. How much can be loaded all depends on how much he wants to load. With these several hundred Eagle missiles, he still felt that he had taken less. The missiles rang for half a day, but Chen Mo did not wait for the enemy to return fire. You're not going to fight? Then I'll do it. Aim at the enemy's low-ranked magical beasts, kill the wrong ones if you can. At that moment, the bombardment sounds that resounded throughout the battlefield once again began to rise and fall. The Pavilion Pupil and Cranyang ships were loaded with rather terrifying combat weapons by Chen Mo, as if they were trying to pay themselves for the other day, one cannon after another, not caring if the enemy died or lived. For a time, smoke filled the entire battlefield, huge mushroom clouds rose up into the air, and there were fragments of the corpses of the steel demon beasts all over the place. The cold electronic voice in Chen Mo's head kept reporting the progress of the points, and from time to time, the sound of obtaining equipment fragments would also be heard. The continuous artillery fire had directly blown the low-grade magical beasts apart, and the war soldier and war general-grade magical beasts were able to survive by relying on their hard physical qualities. They thought that they would be able to survive if they escaped the cannon fire, but who knew that the explosive Skyfire Carp was waiting there early? Annihilation flickered with pitch-black light in the sunlight, perhaps sensing the flavor of blood, buzzing and trembling with excitement in Xia Zhang's hands. After Chenmo's upgrades, the War Admiral-level magical beasts were just child's play for Xia Zhang. Under the acceleration of the curvature engine, all the steel magical beasts fell to the ground wherever the explosive heavenly fire carp passed by. At this moment, Wiener also knew that he had fallen into Chenmo's well-designed trap. Desperate, he could only devote his gaze to the sea. Under Wiener's command, the prisoner mechs and steel wraiths directly attacked towards the sea. Regardless of whether it was the prisoner mecha or the iron demon beast, at this time, the means of long-range attacks were quite lacking, and melee combat was the only way for them to get away. It was necessary to close the distance with the humans. Only, would Chen Mo not do as he wished? The 2155mm lightweight cannons that Chen Mo had previously snatched from the far outskirts of the leveling area had long since been retrofitted by Zhang Chen. Moreover, there was an ample amount of cannonballs, and there was no more hand-to-hand combat in the face of this group of steel wraiths. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, there was no fooling the VPF to be poor. What's more, Chen Mo promised Zhang Chen that after this battle, he would add some more sword god precision-guided missiles to him, so much so that it didn't even hurt when Zhang Chen fired the missiles. As for Wiener, he looked at the cannonballs that looked like rain, and his entire body went a little crazy. I'm so damned. Where did this group of doggone humans get so many missiles? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their core technicians are dead and missing. How can they still be alive? Being so close to death, Wiener's head was messed up into a paste, deeply plunged into great fear. The increasingly violent roar of artillery fire in the surroundings made Wiener completely disorganized. His mind kept thinking of various ways to deal with it, and finally decided to put up a fight. With the polymerization mechs and high-star prisoner mechs that were in the lead, he slowly drew closer towards Wang Yuan's side. And all of this was seen by Chen Mo. Recalling all of his own mechs, Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he said, "Let's go, it's time for us to get to work." Chen Mo mounted the explosive Skyflame Carp mech and headed towards the dark passage that led to the forbidden land of Jin City. Before leaving, Chen Mo did not forget to bring Zhang Yingying with him. This girl could be very useful. Guan Xiao, who had been repaired and controlled by Chen Mo's mental power, followed at the end of the group. In fact, the reason why he had used firepower to suppress and bring great pressure on Wiener before was actually to make him feel fear so that he would take out all his backing. The missiles firing wildly like they didn't need any money was also just to stall for time. Under Jiang Yingying's precise calculations, they found a shortcut that was the quickest and most suitable for getting through. Jiang Yingying was in charge of commanding, Chen Mo was in charge of providing energy, and the crowd of mechs were in charge of firing the cannons. Soon, the obstacles in the passageway were completely bombed away. Buzz. The curvature engine erupted, and the crowd of mechs transformed into a trail of shadows and disappeared in place. Gradually approaching the interior of the Forbidden Land, the explosive Skyflame Carp took out the Annihilation that had been upgraded by Chen Mo. The 3-level Annihilation had changed greatly in appearance from the 2-level Annihilation, and the original black body of the blade was now glowing with a blood-like red color, and the overall length of the blade was also slightly lengthened. Feeling the enormous energy contained in the Annihilation, Chen Mo's heart suddenly had a strong sense of security. The moment he entered the interior of the Forbidden Land, Chen Mo knew that he had made the right bet. Wiener had indeed applied the vast majority of the Forbidden Land's power to the battlefield, while only a small portion of their internal guards remained. Moreover, of the portion left behind, a portion of them were scientific researchers, devoid of any combat capability. The Ice Phoenix mecha, with the Phantom sound gun in its hand, fired a shot at the crowded area. The powerful pulse directly stunned the people, and even those who had some combat ability couldn't react in such a sudden situation and fainted. Explosive Skyfire Carp copied Annihilation and lightly cut down the people who fainted and killed them all. One slash at a time, without mercy. This place wasn't the core of the interior of the Forbidden Land yet after all, so their raid was quite successful. But just as they were about to go in and head inside, a sharp alarm suddenly came from the radar detector. Detecting the presence of multiple mechs of a higher rank than ours in the vicinity, please respond in time, Commander. Chen Mo's steps forward instantly stopped. Multiple? Higher rank? Wouldn't that have to be a commander-class magical beast? Chen Mo's spirit was shaken for a moment, and he hurriedly ordered, "Attention on guard." Just at this time, a mech that shone with a blue light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Qingcheng did not hesitate and fired directly at the mech. But the 100-tested pulse attack was as useless as scratching an itch when it hit that mech. Pulse immunity. Saying that, he hurriedly drove the warp engine and quickly backed away towards the back, pulling away from that mech for a distance. Yi Qingcheng had just retreated away, and immediately behind that mech, several identical blue light mechs came out, holding submachine guns and firing directly at Yi Qingcheng and the others.
Quickly get out of the way. Chen Mo burst out, and the women hurriedly retreated behind the cover. But the blue light mech didn't care about that, firing wildly. Bursts of energy swept towards the crowd. Chen Mo manipulated the explosive Skyfire Carp and released all the energy stored in the Annihilation Blade, and in a moment, an energy field was formed. The moment the energy field appeared, the blue light mech that was in it was directly affected by the strongest impact. The gunfire stopped, but immediately after that, the sound of metal bursting from the destruction of the mech rang out, and blinding flames exploded on the body of the blue light mech. Chen Mei copied the Annihilation Blade and slashed directly at the blue light mecha. Unexpectedly, such a slash that was full of power was only able to leave a deep crack in the body of the blue light mech, but did not completely split it. Ooh, it's still really hard. Jiang Yingying's voice rose at the right time. Chen Mao, 10 o'clock direction, full force chop. Knowing the blue light mech's weakest point, Chen Mo did not hesitate and slashed up. Accompanied by the blasting sound of bared teeth, the blue light mech collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Ding! Kill blue light chaotic starfield mecha. Obtain S-Class Spiritual Intelligence Magic Cube *2, A-Class Microcore Submachine Gun *2. Listening to the beep in his head, Chen Mo did not procrastinate at all, and with his hand, he directly killed several other blue light mechs in the energy field that had received serious injuries as well. The exact same reward was given to several. Not waiting for Chen Mo to be happy, these blue light mechs suddenly changed. The metal armor on the surface slowly receded, revealing the flesh inside. The looks were completely different from humans, and their blood was unexpectedly blue, which made Chen Mo squint. However, Chen Mo was a bit more curious about the Spiritual Intelligence Magic Cube than their true appearance. At that time, the one that was snatched from the Forbidden Area J was the Magic Cube of Divine Aspiration, which glowed with a glistening green light, while this Magic Cube of Spiritual Intelligence glowed with a blue light. It definitely looked like the grade was higher than the Divine Will Magic Cube. As for what exactly it was for, he was still confused. Whatever, it's S rank anyway, so it definitely won't be bad. Thinking of this, Chen Mo led the crowd to continue towards the core area of the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land on this side of Jin City was clearly much larger and a bit better developed than the J-Zone that Chen Mo had previously fought down. It was thought that this place also contained the heart and soul of many magical beasts. An area of nearly 100 square kilometers was enough to shock Chen Mo. The speed of the curvature engine was pulled up to full speed, and it took several minutes for the group to arrive at the mech's refitting area. Ying, start parsing and see if Guanxiao can help you. Everyone else, keep a lookout. Without saying a word, Jiang Yingying directly started connecting and debugging the various systems, preparing for correlation systems such as biological and neural. Under Chen Mo's control, Guanxiao began to autonomously construct the environment for the use of the Desire Magic Core. Chen Mo himself, on the other hand, was in charge of the most complicated transformation furnace. Environment construction complete. System debugging completed. The conversion furnace is functioning normally, energy conversion is normal. Desired Demon Core purification successful. Hearing the electronic tones one after another, the crowd glanced at each other and let out a deep breath. Chen Mo grasped for time and entered the control stash. Neuron and Desired Demon Core building connection. Bioenergy being accessed. Connection successful. In an instant, Chen Mo felt that a very marvelous feeling had arisen between himself and the individual that the Desired Demon Core had previously controlled. Chen Mao snapped, success. Chen Mo, I will assist you and disable the stance shield of the entire Forbidden Land. Shutting down the Forbidden Land stance shield was also one of the purposes of Chen Mo's deep penetration into the Forbidden Land this time. The stance shield was the strongest guard of the Forbidden Land of Jin. If the stance shield was not turned off, the vast majority of the attacks from the Vigilance Force would not be able to destroy a single point of the Forbidden Land. Instead, all of the Forbidden Land's attacks would fall on the Vigilance Force. The intrusion recognition system has been reset. Enemy recognition system has been reset. Soon, the entire protection system of the Forbidden Land all fell under Chen Mo's control. Utilizing the Desire Magic Core, Chen Mo directly gave the order to stop attacking to all the controlled magical beasts and prisoner mechs. Chen Mo's side was not much affected, but the front battlefield of the maintenance force was directly under no pressure. Wiener manipulated the convergence mech and the high-star prisoner mech to sneak towards Wang Yuan. He was about to succeed in his sneak attack when all of his mechs lost control and stopped moving. At this moment, Wiener was like a fish on a chopping board, sending himself into the tiger's mouth. Looking at the motionless mechs around him, Wiener was simply furious and jumped to his feet. This kind of situation has never happened before. Even before when the Desire Magic Core was lost, these magical beasts are still able to maneuver normally. How could Wiener have imagined that the Forbidden Land had already fallen? He thought of retreating back before making plans, but he was really unwilling.
One after another by the human counterattack, their own beasts also died out, stored for a long time missiles are also gone, and even their own territory has been taken away. This time, it was hard for him to bring his mechs to touch over, and he was about to get within range to successfully carry out a sneak attack. As a result, such an accident occurred again. Wiener, who was completely out of options, thought about it and contacted Beria. Belial, I'm now at the end of my rope. The only way for me to fight with the humans now is to fight to the death. Maybe I can still fight for a way out. At this moment, Belial was in another battlefield 100 kilometers away from Wiener, and when he heard Wiener's angry tone, he froze.
What do you mean?
Belial, the batch of magical beasts used to attack the imperial capital, give them all to me, or else I'm afraid that all of your polymerization mechs will be wiped out.
Wiener, what the hell are you doing? I gave you 5 polymerization mechs. How dare you can't even take down a small harbor?
Beria asked himself. Among the 3 of them, Wiener's allotted battle power was the strongest, but he was surprisingly the first one who couldn't hold up. Thinking of this, Beria's anger instantly erupted.
Damn!
These cunning humans don't know where they got so many missiles. I've already been bombarded furiously for 20 minutes. Wiener was really a bit aggrieved and had a hard time speaking. His words were like a pot of cold water, extinguishing Belial's anger instantly.
Wiener's forbidden area, Area J, was the most prolific place for missiles at that time, and he was the only one who bombed other people, and there was no other person who bombed him. To be able to make Wiener say such words, I'm afraid that his situation was already really bad. Wait for me, I'll head across now. Without waiting for Wiener to reply, Beria directly gave up attacking the imperial capital, and with the Wraith army, turned around in place to go back to the Jean City military harbor. After Chen Mo had finished decapitating all of the small portion of the remaining magical beasts in the Forbidden Land, he brought his witches and rushed back with the fastest speed possible. They rushed back to the front line of the battlefield as fast as they could. Although Wang Yuan was at the helm, and the Pavilion Hitomi and He Yang were assisting from the side, Wiener's high-level prisoner mechs were really scary.
However, seeing the battlefield where the artillery fire suddenly decreased, Chen Mo knew that his plan had worked. After explaining the current situation to Wang Yuan and the girls, Wang Yuan was stunned.
Oh, it's even possible? Wouldn't this be a no-brainer to win?
Teacher Xia, let's go get rid of the high-level magical beasts, and leave the weaker ones to the maintenance forces.
Good.
As the words fell, the annihilating blade began another round of slaughter under the sunlight.
Chen Mo sat in the mech bay and coldly watched the situation outside.
Even without him making a move, with Xia Zheng's current strength, dealing with these magical beasts would be a breeze. As he killed, a large number of red dots on the radar detector attracted Chen Mo's attention.
This is what Guan Shao said, another Forbidden Land force, right? However, these red dots did not pack towards them, instead, they clustered together and did not move. Chen Mo manipulated the hundreds of low-star prisoner mechs and slowly approached those small dots. If they did not move, then they would pack them later. If they wanted to reap the benefits of fishing, then they would simply not be allowed to live. After all, the magical beasts and prisoner mechs that Wiener had brought with him were all under his control now. But Wiener didn't know that his mechs had been manipulated by Chen Mo, and when he saw those prisoner mechs suddenly move, he thought he was saved. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to lose my life at a young age. However, not waiting for him to be happy, those mechs only treated him as air and crossed over him, heading towards the way they came. Damn. Damn. The target of attack is over there. Where are you guys heading?
What a bunch of losers. Like a person who was about to drown and managed to grab a piece of driftwood, only to have the driftwood shatter into crumbs in an instant, his mindset was simply like riding a roller coaster, with big ups and downs. Wiener looked at the prisoner mecha that was far away from him while looking at the aircraft carrier that was getting closer and closer.
Wiener completely gave up struggling. The wrath of the Sanctuary Archangel. After Chen Mo gave Wang Yuan a boost in her combat power last time, the effect of her hidden talent rage had directly increased by a notch, with its diameter soaring to more than 100 meters, and its intensity had also clearly increased. The violent impact swept towards Wiener. At this moment, Wiener gently closed his eyes, feeling his body being swept up 100 meters into the air by the tornado mixed with the waves. Although this amount of damage was not enough for Wiener to die straight away, the mental insult was simply la full. In fact, Wang Yuan did not kill him. After all, Chen Mo said that he would leave him alive, and that he would still be useful when the time came. It's true that Wang Yuan didn't kill Wiener, but the process did make it harder than death for Wiener. Wiener, who had already given up struggling, had his entire body washed up into the sky, and along with him were the mechs that had lost control. As a high-latitude intelligent being, Wang Yuan's playing around like this was simply rubbing his face on the ground. Under the shame and anger, Wiener didn't hesitate anymore and directly pulled out his strongest weapon, S-class floating missile. This thing was his bottom card. Not only was it powerful, but it also had excellent penetration. He just didn't know the effect of hitting the aircraft carrier, whether it could directly pierce through its copper-walled mech shell.
Borrowing the thrust of the waves rushing into the sky, Wiener jerked upward again when he reached the highest point.
The muzzle of the cannon was aimed straight at the carrier's deck. After bombarding me for so long, come and taste my cannons too.
In an instant, the floating missile fired, at a super high speed, blasting towards Wang Yuan.
The moment the floating missiles locked onto Wang Yuan's machine girl system instantly began a high-energy warning.
The base state shield was instantly turned on, and she quickly changed her position. However, the danger factor of the alert remained high. Wiener's face revealed an almost maniacal expression as he aimed for the aircraft carrier's head. Chen Mo manipulated the explosive Skyfire Carp and approached Wiener with a state of haste that was indiscernible to the naked eye.
Red Flame Crosscut.
The move whistled as it chopped towards Wiener, and the move unleashed by the upgraded Annihilation had long since changed radically from the faint blade aura that it had initially been. The reddish body of the blade, in the moment it was chopped out, it was accompanied by a huge amount of flame energy.
Wiener didn't dare to carry this move, and had no choice but to quickly dodge it.
A portion of the blue light lifeforms and green light lifeforms that were not under the control of the desired demon core hurriedly surrounded Wiener's side, raising their micronuclear submachine guns and firing them towards Chen Mo. Nay, the speed of the explosive Skyfire Carp was simply impossible to capture with the naked eye, so much so that none of the bullets were able to hit her. Explosive Skyfire Carp copied Annihilation and quickly flashed between the group of lifeforms, decapitating a piece of lifeforms at every place she arrived. Wiener hadn't completely given up on the idea of survival at this point, bracing herself to raise the floating missile and attempt to fire this shot out. Even if he was going to die in this battle, he would never be killed so easily. If he could blow up the carrier, that would be a big profit. If he could blow her up and injure her badly, that would also be a small profit. Under the cover of the group of blue light lifeforms, Wiener single-mindedly aimed at the aircraft carrier. Only by this time Luo Dai had already broken through the defense line, and his fighter form directly transformed into a Sky Dome battle sound mecha. Luo Dai bellowed, and the electromagnetic railgun suddenly fired.
Boom! Although this cannon didn't directly kill Wiener, it basically blew him up.
Fighting for his last breath, Wiener raised the floating missile and slowly pressed the launch button with his finger. Right at this moment, an intense beam of light blossomed from the body of the explosive Skyfire Carp. The beam staggered through all the blue light mechs and went straight through Wiener's body.
Decimate. Beyond the fear of death. Shenmo's second ultimate move directly decimated Wiener, who was short on life value. It wasn't that he was afraid of Wiener turning the tide against the wind, it was just that the war was almost over, so it would be too much of a loss if he injured his mech again. Therefore, Chen Mo simply executed the man directly without giving him any hint of a chance to strike. The moment the light dissipated, a familiar voice instantly resounded in Chen Mo's mind. Ding! Killed the purple light Ghanaian Boolean planet lifeform, obtaining S-ranked Divine Aspiration Tesseract *2, S-ranked Floating Missile *2, S-ranked Technical Parser. The series of S-rank rewards directly made Chen Mo dumbfounded. This was too cool. Getting rich in one battle. But what the heck is this technical parser? S-Class Technical Parser can parse all material composition elements, composition principles, and core technologies in the universe. Seeing the profile of the technical parser, the question that had previously plagued Chen Mo had an instant answer. No wonder these magical beasts from another planet were able to possess so many cutting-edge missiles that were much more advanced than Blue Star's technology. I'm afraid that it was because they possessed the technical parser. With this thing, when the time comes, those developed cutting-edge products are still afraid of not having it? Chen Mo, what about these blue light lifeforms? And these polymerized mechs, should we kill them?
Xia Zhang's voice rang in Chen Mo's ears, and those polymer mechs unexpectedly regained their freedom at some point. Teacher Xia, Xinchang, I'll leave these blue light lifeforms to you. I'll deal with the polymerization mechs.
Wang Yuan, transform into a sanctuary archangel.
Although Chen Mo was in the mech bay of the explosive heavenly flame carp, at this moment, his mental power was mainly controlling the sanctuary archangel. After all, the size of the polymerization mech was too large, and its comprehensive battle power had even reached that of a commander-class magical beast, so using the sanctuary archangel against it was most appropriate. And just now, in the core area of the Forbidden Land, they had already dealt with a batch of blue light mechs, and with the experience, there was no need for Chen Mo to worry too much. Maneuvering the sanctuary archangels, they advanced towards the direction of the convergence mechs at an extremely fast speed. Although these convergence mechs did belong to the larger mechs, they were not worth mentioning to the more than 300-meter-tall sanctuary archangel. However, Chen Mo did not get too impatient. After all, they were mechs of commander-level strength, definitely not to be underestimated.
Beam cannon. To die under my proudest attack, you guys have earned it.
The war had reached its final end, and Chen Mo did not need to think about energy consumption, directly turning up the energy supply to the maximum, allowing the power of this cannon to be increased by another considerable amount. The pitch-black barrel of the cannon was ready, and the massive energy instantly gushed out.
The chest of the massive polymerization mech was directly pierced through. At the same time,
after receiving Wiener's call for help, Belial used his fastest speed to rush over. He froze in place when he managed to enter the edge of the forbidden land of Xin. On the screen that was emitting a glittering light, a message flashed. The moment he saw this message, Belial's back turned cold, and cold sweat seeped out from his forehead.
There was nothing else.
This message was set up in advance by their magical beast headquarters. Once a master of the Forbidden Land died, the death message would be sent to all the Forbidden Land masters at the same time at the moment of death. It wasn't the first time that Belial had seen this kind of newsletter, but it was still somewhat unacceptable the moment he saw it.
How is this possible? How could Wiener die?
This time, they had sent out all of their forces without a single point of reservation. However, how could they have lost so miserably, and even one of the Forbidden Landlords had died? How could this group of humans, who used to be complete playthings for them to play with in the palms of their hands, be so powerful to such an extent? Not waiting for Beria to be surprised, the polymerization mechs he had given to Wiener immediately after, also lost contact.
What? The polymerization mechs are dead too?
Belial, who was far away from the edge of the Forbidden Land, did not dare to continue to the front line at all for a while. He could not guess what kind of terrifying monsters were in the front line that were able to kill the polymerization mechs. As for Chen Mo did not intend to leave any survivors at all, and the moment Xia Zheng killed those blue light mechs, he bellowed out, "Teacher Xia, over to you." At this moment, the red-eyed Xia Zing, holding up Annihilation, rushed up. Annihilation had just tasted the flavor of blood, and at this time, it was extremely full of energy, flashing with a glistening red light and a murderous aura.
Red Flame Cross-Chop.
Chen Mo matched Xia Zhen's attack and launched an attack at the same time.
Beam Cannon.
Under Chen Mo and Xia Zhang's coordinated strike, all of the polymerization mechs, all of them, turned into a field of debris.
The entire battlefield was completely silenced by the sounds of roaring cannons.
The death of the leader of the Wraith side silently declared the end of this battle.
Sioux City Military Harbor, taken.
Feeling that all the polymer mechs given to Wiener were all dead, Beria completely dismissed the idea of going to the front line to take a look. That tragic war many years ago was still fresh in his mind.
Can it be that mysterious mech has come out again? 5 polymerization mechs, less than 5 minutes, all dead?
Without even a hint of hesitation, Belial decisively led the army of magical beasts that were preparing to go for support, and hit the road back home. At the same time, the first time, he contacted the Divine Dragon Country's magical beast headquarters to request reinforcements. On the other hand, Chen Mo, who had just received the news that the radar had scanned a large number of magical beasts encircling over, turned his face to see those red dots on the screen like the wind, coming and going peacefully.
Ooh, quite self-aware.
Seeing this scene, Chen Mo snorted and did not intend to chase after them. For one thing, there was no chasing after a poor enemy, who knew that if they still had a backhand and desperately counterattacked, and did not hesitate to exchange one life for another, then it would be a loss. Secondly, the purpose of this war had already been achieved. The Jin City Military Harbor, the Jin City Forbidden Land, was already all in the hands of the humans. At times like this, all they had to do was to take over this area, while taking a good rest and recuperating, to face the next war with the most energetic state.
Another battlefield. Magic Capital, the frontline command headquarters. The battle situation at this moment was simply unbearable to look at.
There were mechs blown to pieces everywhere, and among them, there was no lack of a large number of commanders who were no longer breathing.
Obviously, in this fierce battle, the demonic beasts were strongly occupying a suppressive position. Grand Captain,
let them join the battle, or else we really won't be able to hold them. Seeing a large number of magical beasts coming towards the direction of the command headquarters, the young commander anxiously pleaded towards the first captain. No, the commanders and mechs in the city are the last line of defense to protect humanity. If they die on the front line, the magic city will be finished.
Qiu Shuyuan, the first captain of the magic city's maintenance force, refused with a firm face.
Grand Captain, that Lord-level demonic beast is too strong, not to mention there is a group of commander-level demonic beasts. Our team members have already been killed or injured for the most part, and with the remaining group's combat power, they are not even a match for them, and if we continue to spend time like this, we will really lose our defense.
How could Qiu Shuyuan not know that what he said was the truth?
This war had already been fought for a week. Originally on the 5th day, they had already gained a considerable advantage and were about to win. Who knew that a Lord-class magical beast would suddenly appear, and even the Commander-class magical beasts had come out with a few more. With their addition, the advantage that had been easily gained was instantly equalized, and they even began to be beaten back step by step. A large number of witches and commanders had died in the beasts' counterattacks, and now, even they were probably about to die on the front lines. But the machine nymphs and commanders in the city were the last force to protect the city. If they were called over and died on the front line as well, there would really be no possibility of winning anymore. When Xiao Shuyuan thought of this, his already determined heart became even more determined. Just when he was ready to die, outside, a small team member barged into the command headquarters.
Great Captain, withdrawal. What withdrawal?
Xiao Shuyuan froze. The magical beasts have withdrawn, and the commander. Level magical beasts and lord-level magical beasts have all withdrawn. The remaining low-level magical beasts have also withdrawn from the front line and returned to the confines of the Forbidden Land.
What?
Xiao Shuyuan hurriedly ran out of the command headquarters, and sure enough, he could no longer see any of the magical beasts.
What is going on here?
The despair instantly faded, and ecstasy spread through the command headquarters.
Big Captain, do you still remember the information code we received 2 days ago?
The words of the small team member made Xiao Shuyuan froze. You mean? That's right, this Lord-class magical beast and this group of Commander-class magical beasts, all of them were supported from the Forbidden Land over in Jin City. That youngest commander of the imperial capital, Chen Mo, just applied to attack the seaport of Jin City 2 days ago. Could it be that they have achieved a huge victory, making it necessary for the Lord-class magical beasts to go back for support?
Right. I've heard that Chen Mo is so young that he seems to already be the second most powerful person in the battle power ranking over in the imperial capital. This speculation is really quite possible.
Listening to the speculations of the team members, Xiao Shuyuan's brows frowned.
Chen Mo? The second in the imperial capital's battle power ranking? When did the imperial capital accept such a talented commander?
3 days after the war ended. The maintenance forces resumed their normal working order. In the past, when the beast tide occurred, the maintenance troops always counted how many casualties their side had suffered, how much ammunition they had left, and how much the defense line had been reduced after the war ended. Since Chen Mo's appearance, what they counted every time was how many magical beasts they had killed this time, how many artillery shells they had looted, and how many unseen high technologies they had gotten. In the past, saving up a year's worth of Wraith crystals wasn't enough to replace a low-level part, and now they were holding battle soldier-level crystals and battle general-level crystals, and didn't even know what to buy. The commanders who had gone to war were like playing chicken blood, and they couldn't wait to go and fight with the magical beasts again. Therefore, they all followed Chen Mo's official account, looking forward to participating in the war led by Chen Mo.
Crap, did Chen Mo kill so many magical beasts this time?
I've only killed 12, not even a fraction of what he's done.
Slave level 899, War Soldier level 368, War General level 87, and Commander level 5. Is this really something a human can achieve? Killing so many magical beasts in a single battle, will Chen Mo's energy really not run out?
I used to think that Chen Mo's second place on the Imperial Capital's battle power list was blown out of proportion. Now I just want to kowtow to him that I was wrong. On the day the official battle report was released, the streets were filled with people discussing various topics about Chen Mo. And at this moment, a black-stretch Lincoln, the window glass was slowly rolled down as the car's speed became slower and slower. Inside the car, a stunningly beautiful woman sat next to a stunningly beautiful young girl. Whether it was the jewelry they wore, or the white face that was so perfect that even the pores were invisible, it all revealed the nobility of the two. The girl was holding a white handkerchief in her hand, and from the texture and style, it was obviously a high-end luxury customized model as well. And the win embroidered on one corner of the handkerchief revealed her identity. There are quite a few Wen family names, but there is only one Wen family with such wealth and temperament.
Guangdong, Wen family. Miss, do you really want to go and contact this one called Chen Mo?
The stunningly beautiful woman, frowning, asked in a soft voice. Chen Mordor is like a spring after the rain. Overnight, his name resounded throughout the entire Shenlong country. Several wars he played an absolutely dominant role, successfully being noticed by the upper echelons and cultivated. I am indeed a little curious as to what strength this man actually has. The pretty girl listened sideways to the people's admiration for Chen Mo, and her heart could not help but become more and more curious about Chen Mo.
Auntie Chin, you say, Chen Mo, this man is excellent, but why doesn't he have any determination at all? Are all men like this?
Although, that Luozhen is an SS Plus class fighter, and already belongs to a very outstanding machine girl, but Chen Mo is different. His strength has clearly far exceeded the strength of an SSS class commander. I really can't figure out why Chen Mo would choose her. Wen Shan had been harboring talent for a long time, and it was not easy for her to meet someone to her liking, but she had already been chosen first, so how could she not be despondent? At this moment, she looked through the information she had collected earlier. Without exception, it was all about Chen Mo's bits and pieces. On his first day of awakening as a commander, he had harnessed an S-ranked machine girl and forcefully decimated a 2-star prisoner mecha. The first time he participated in the war in the far outskirts of the practice area, he suppressed the beast tide with his own strength. Within a month of awakening, he possessed his first powerful mandatory killing technique, which currently appears to be a self-created move. There were also those hefty battle achievements of Chen Mo. A piece of information, each and every one of them, made one's heart pound.
One battle achievement after another was simply shocking. When Chan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up quite a bit just by glancing at it. Miss, how many times have you read all this information already? It's all outdated. Take a look at this one, this was just received, it can simply refresh your perception of him. Aunt Chin handed over a copy of the war information that Chun Mo had just finished typing, and when Chan hurriedly took it, let me see. The information was very complete, the details of Chen Mo's battle were described in great detail, and there were even accompanying pictures beside it. The more when Chan looked at it, the more shocked she became, and her entire body shuddered violently. Unbelievably, she looked at Aunt Chin and exclaimed, "Is this really something that can be done?" Aunt Chin had a serious face and replied earnestly, "The photo doesn't have traces of P, it should have really happened. Moreover, this is exactly the war that took place in the military harbor of Jin City 2 days ago, in full view of the public. There is no way for Chen Mo to engage in this kind of small action. It is said that this time, a mecha with strength comparable to that of a commander level appeared over at the Jin City military harbor, and Chen Mordecai alone directly decimated 5 of them. It's also that Chun Mo has already joined the maintenance force on the imperial capital side, otherwise, I'm afraid that the devil's capital side would be coming to snatch people. Miss, there must still be a huge gap between the strength Chen Mordor has displayed and his true strength. He must still be hiding more talents that we don't know about." Listening to Aunt Chin's words, when Shan nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "It looks like I've come to the right place for this trip to the imperial capital." Aunt Chin smiled and shook her head. Then, as if she remembered something, she said, "By the way, miss, that son of the Wei family in Magic City, Wei Bin, said that he went to the old mansion today wanting to see you." When Chan raised her eyebrows, the soft smile at the corner of her mouth instantly filled with disdain. Wei Bin? First, he abandoned his doll fiancée to be, then he licked Luo Dai for a few years and was rejected, the basket is empty, and now he's using me as a target? I'm not interested in him, he doesn't think he's very powerful with his SS-class commander status, does he? What's more, I've heard that Wei Bin has a talent of being able to see through a mecha's potential. I don't want to be seen through by him, it's creepy to think about. Aunt Chin nodded, then don't see it. On the other side, 3 days had passed since the big battle at the military harbor in Jin City. During these 3 days, Chen Mo did not contact any of the witches, but instead slept for 3 days on the board. The physical exhaustion and the huge consumption of mental power could only be slowly recovered during the process of sleeping. As soon as Chen Mo opened his eyes, the sunlight outside the window was already warming him through the gaps in the curtains. It was only after getting up and washing up that Chen Mo began to count his gains from the great battle at the Jin City military harbor. Hunting and killing status, slave grade 899, war soldier grade 368, war general grade 87, commander grade 5. Energy crystals, slave grade crystals, 899, total, 2618, war soldier grade crystals, 368, total, 821, war general grade crystals, 87, total, 96, commander grade crystals, 10, doubled, points, 306,554. Annihilation soul power, 63,000. It can be considered a commander-grade crystal. I didn't expect that killing 5 polymerization mechs would give 10 commander-grade crystals. This is a huge profit. Chen Mo actually wanted commander-grade crystals for a long time, as it was necessary to have commander-grade crystals if one wanted to upgrade the stars of an S-rank mech. It was only that Chen Mo's previous strength was indeed still a bit weak, and even if he bumped into a commander-grade magical beast, he wouldn't be able to fight it. Thinking of this, Chen Mo was a bit demoralized. 10 commander-grade crystals was just enough to star upgrade both Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng. However, for SS-class machine nymphs, SS-plus class machine nymphs, and SSS-class ship nymphs, what they needed were not commander-class crystals, but lord-class, monarch-class, and demon monarch-class energy crystals. The higher the grade, the stronger the nymphs were, but likewise, when they upgraded, their need for energy was also greater. Only high-grade magical beast crystals, with their huge energy and higher density purity, were more capable of providing them with the sufficient energy they needed. In this case, it seemed that there was still a long way to go if one wanted to fill up one's mecha star rating. Chen Mo directly gave 10 commander-grade crystals to Xia Zhang and Yi Qingcheng to use. The explosive Skyfire Carp Mecha and Ice Phoenix Mecha, after being upgraded to 2 stars, had all of their attributes increased by 10%, and their kinetic energy core caps were also increased by 10%. After taking care of these, Chen Mo was ready to make another trip to the Forbidden Land of Tianjin. After sleeping for 3 days, he didn't know what the situation was like. After the Xin City Forbidden Land was recaptured, many things needed to be rebuilt. Moreover, as a high-tech Forbidden Land, the usefulness of this land could be quite important. During the period of time when the Wraith Hordes hadn't reacted yet, it was important to utilize the high-tech technology they had constructed as much as possible to create as many missiles as possible that were common and of the widest use. Moreover, the Forbidden Land of Jin had just been recaptured,
so I'm sure that the internal personnel would need to be reconfigured as well. It was difficult to grab back human land, and even more difficult to hold on to it. The large and small forbidden lands around Jin City should also be added step by step to the plan for future counterattacks.
How did the Wraiths steal the land from the humans in the first place, and now, it's time to return it as it is? After notifying his witches of the news one by one, Chen Mo made another call to Zhang Chen. Let him bring the forces of the Imperial Capital Maintenance Force to build the missile base as fast as possible. Build as big as you can, not afraid of a big site, but afraid of too many missiles to fit. Then, Chen Mo asked Zhang Chen to send another locomotive squad to the Jin City forbidden area. When they fought the war before, Zhang Chen and him were on two different battlefields. So much so, Zhang Chen did not know much about the situation inside the forbidden land of Tianjin. This time, Chen Mo intended to give him a big surprise, so that he could also enjoy the luxury of an unlimited supply of missiles. Jin City, the forbidden land. Compared to the rewards Chen Mo obtained from killing those magical beasts, this forbidden land itself was the biggest trophy of this war. Setting Wiener, Belial and Drew, the three forbidden landmasters, ruling and building for more than 10 years, it could be said that every brick and tile here was all the crystallization of their heart and soul. Advanced high technology, some living facilities, as well as the core technology that is far superior to the weapon manufacturing technology that mankind is currently mastering, not just 1.5 stars. It could simply be said that this war had directly allowed humanity to progress for decades. The life forms of planet Ganabur that invaded the Blue Star were of two kinds.
One kind was like Wiener and the others, intelligent beings that belonged to a low grade in Ganabur. The other kind was the steel demon beasts that were numerous in number. In fact, in planet Ganabur, the steel demonic beasts were more like intelligent lifeforms that were like fighting machines. Even low-grade intelligent lifeforms were able to easily manipulate the steel demon beasts. After descending to the blue planet, this group of intelligent lifeforms was relying on manipulating the steel demon beasts to quickly take all of the human land, resources, and so on into their own hands. Then, they began to capture a large number of blue star animals and transform them into iron demon beasts. When the technology matured, they began to transform humans, transforming them into mecha forms and manipulating their minds to turn them into prisoner mechs to serve them. And it was from this point that humanity, too, entered the mecha era.
That said, the forbidden land of Tsu, Chen Mo was already familiar with it. However, the vast majority of people still hadn't been here before. Zhang Chen used to only know that magical beasts would constantly be produced inside the forbidden land, but he was not clear on how these magical beasts came to be. So much so, he was a bit hesitant when Chen Mo asked him to come and visit for a tour. Especially since Chen Mo had a mysterious look on his face, asking him to build a huge missile base while also asking him to bring the locomotive squad to visit Jin City. He was even more confused, not knowing what drug Chen Mo's gourd was selling. However, thinking that the forbidden land in Jin City had already been taken down and should not be in any danger, Zhang Chen brought his men and rushed over without stopping. Of course, he didn't come here just for a visit this time. The news of the recapture of Jin City's forbidden land had already been spread as a myth in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This was the first step in humanity's counterattack since the steel demon beasts invaded Blue Star, and it was an important milestone. Everyone in the entire Divine Dragon country celebrated after hearing the official announcement.
And Chen Mo became the first commander to hang the Forbidden Land Juggernaut. The senior management of the Divine Dragon Kingdom awarded Chen Mo with the title of Scholar of the Nation on the spot.
Wow, is this the Forbidden Land created by those magical beasts? It's more luxurious than the Imperial capital. After Zhang Chen entered the interior of the Forbidden Land, he looked as if he was strolling through the Grand View Garden, as if he had never seen the world before. The strong high-tech elements inside the Forbidden Land were indeed worlds apart from the Imperial capital. The Imperial capital was more like a steel fortress, all the houses and buildings were glittering with metallic luster, while here, it was properly a high-tech future city. I used to think that the Forbidden Land is the lair of that group of magical beasts. I can't say it's just some caves or something like that, but I didn't expect it to be so gorgeous. Zhang Chen's adjutant, Song Kai, looked at the interior of the Forbidden Land with an envious face and marveled. Right, no wonder those prisoner mechs are willing to be second fiddle. This place is really too advanced than the human world. Wang Yuanbua echoed. As for the group of neatly arranged women's squad behind him, even though they had undergone harsh training, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw such a high-tech city. Right. Chen Mo, I almost forgot to tell you. Zhang Chen slapped his head and pointed at this group of heroic women's squad and said towards Chen Mo.
Chen Mo, this is a portion sent down by the higher-ups, plus some of the witches recruited by the maintenance unit this year. All of their qualifications are at level A. There are a total of 30 of them, so I'll give them to you.
Chen Mo nodded.
This side of the Xin Forbidden Land was exactly the time when it was short of people. The arrival of these machine nymphs was also considered to be a little bit of a relief.
Xincheng, these people will be given to you afterward, mainly responsible for order management and crisis management in Jin City. Yi Qingcheng was previously working as a squad leader in the far outskirts of the leveling area, and at this time, the problem of the magical beasts over there had already been solved, so it was just as well that this side of things could be handed over to her. Just at this time, prisoner Mecha Guan Xiao walked over with a middle-aged woman. Guan Xin now no longer needed Chen Mo to manipulate her with his spiritual power, directly using the desire magic core to control her from the root. And the middle-aged woman she led over was the one they found when they took over the Forbidden Land of Jin City. In a great battle many years ago, she was not only a machine woman, but also a scientific researcher, and after her commander died in battle, she was captured alive by the magical beasts, who later used the desire magic core to control her. Because her scientific research ability was quite strong, she was entrusted with important tasks by the Forbidden Land Lord. At that time, when they were cleaning up the remaining enemy forces in the Forbidden Land, Xiaozhen and the others found this woman. However, thinking that she might be useful, they did not kill her and waited for Chen Mo to make a decision. Considering this woman's knowledge of the Forbidden Land over the years, as well as her scientific research capabilities, Chen Mo finally decided to keep her. There was no way around it, scientific researchers were too scarce, and it would be their loss if such a valuable person was killed. The big deal was to use the desire magic core to continue controlling her. Guan Xiao, from now on, you'll be in charge of the production and manufacturing of materials. Wang Yuan, you'll be in charge of the production of missiles, the 3 types of missiles that consume the most. Start producing them as early as possible. Nian Nian, you'll still do what you're best at, the research of mecha accessories and mecha design, I'll leave it to you. Chen Mo had already had a rough understanding of these things. The Divine Spirit Magic Cube. This thing could empower a design mech, allowing the mech and the creature to bond, allowing the creature to transform its mech form through spiritual synchronization and co-sensory connection. The battleship mech that Drew had before was made with this thing. Since this thing could be designed by himself, the better it was to his liking, the stronger the mech, the better it would be able to guarantee the safety of humans. Moreover, the previously encrypted database had all been analyzed. The Wraith's headquarters was not on land, but in the deep sea. If one wanted to create mechs, it was inevitable that they would have to research in the direction of water warfare. Seeing that everyone had a task, but Chen Mo was late in mentioning his name, Zhang Yingying was a little anxious for a moment. Chen Mo, what about me? What am I doing? Seeing Zhang Yingying's anxious appearance, Chen Mo hooked his lips and smiled. Yingying, your task is the heaviest in here. Saying this, Chen Mo took out 2 accessories from the commander's warehouse. This is the reactor that was unloaded from the battleship mech. This thing can use seawater to generate energy. The battleship mech can move autonomously because it is equipped with this reactor. You are responsible for studying it. And Luo Dai, you are in charge of all the defense and attack systems in the Forbidden Land of Su. I see that the stance shield here itself is very good. It can carry and fight. After assigning the tasks, everyone simultaneously shouted, yes. This moment suddenly gave Chen Mo a feeling that he had really built up a machine girl battle team. To be honest, it was really cool. Let's go study this force field shield. This technology, the force field shield, was very high-tech and marvelous. The larger the area protected by the force field shield, the lower the attack force it would withstand, so currently, only the entrance piece of the Forbidden Land was in its protective range. If the force field shield was expanded to the entire Forbidden Land, it was thought that its protection would not be so strong. To be honest, the reason why Chen Mo was able to cross over the main battlefield this time and directly dismantle Wiener's battle force from the rear was simply a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Wiener was overconfident in this war, and he simply didn't believe that someone could break through the defense line of the polymerization mechs and touch his core area. Who knew that Chen Mo had taken the unusual path and seized this opportunity? However, since Chen Mo had broken through on his own, he knew that it was entirely possible that this would become a sharp blade hanging over their heads, so this bug had to be fixed. If the force field shield was able to cover the entirety of the forbidden city of Tianjin, then it could only be called the strongest defense. Only, the upper limit of this force field shield's tolerance was unknown. Therefore, Chen Mo decided decisively to bring his people to test the defensive capabilities of this force field shield. The crowd present was also very curious about this. After all, human technology was indeed far behind the Wraith Lords, and this so-called force field shield was the first time they had heard of it. Solely, everyone followed with a brain. Chen Mo led the people to the outside of the force field shield's protective range. Dai, fire a missile outwards from here and go through the force field shield. Luo Dai transformed into mecha mode in an instant, and a missile broke through the air. As if it hadn't touched anything, it directly passed through the force field shield to reach the target location. Teacher Xia, turn off the force field shield's enemy recognition system. Let's try to hit the inside from the outside and take a look. Not long after, the group arrived at a location 20 kilometers outside the Forbidden Land. Dai changed to a stronger missile this time.
Luo Dai directly replaced a missile that was much larger and had a more powerful explosion.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, the huge missile stirred up rolling smoke and shot out. Boom!
Immediately afterward, the missile directly exploded the moment it came into contact with the force field shield, and the powerful energy from the explosion caused the ground to tremble 3 times. However, not only did the missile not explode into the Forbidden Land, it did not even break the force field shield.
Zhang Chen's entire body was a bit dumbfounded. This force field shield is too strong, isn't it? The mecha's few chaos simply can't compare.
One must know that what Luo Dai had launched this time was a YJ-21. It reached 6 times the speed of sound in its entirety, and accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound at the end.
Regardless of speed or power, all of them were the top technology of the Divine Dragon Kingdom.
Even if it was an aircraft carrier, it would not be able to withstand this cannon, but this force field shield did not change at all in front of such a large explosive force. When Shenmue checked the force field shield, he found that not only had it withstood the attack, but it was even constantly repairing itself. This was simply out of Shenmue's expectation. Fortunately, he had taken a wrong turn at that time and did not directly confront the force field shield head-on, otherwise, he was afraid that Wiener would not find it easy to get through. Luckily, he had taken a wrong turn and didn't directly confront the force field shield head-on, otherwise, I'm afraid that when Wiener realized that something was wrong and rushed back, he wouldn't have been able to enter the interior of the Forbidden Land.
Chen Mo assigned everyone their respective tasks, but not Xia Zhang.
After all, he still needed a mech that he usually used. Not only was Xia Zing his earliest contracted mech, her own prototype explosive Skyfire Carp Racer was perfect for transportation. Moreover, her mech form was relatively small but strong enough to be the most suitable for being his daily main battle mech. After doing all this, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered his primary purpose of coming to the Forbidden Land of Jin.
Chen Mo, here.
Saying that, Zhang Chen took a badge and handed it to Chen Mo. This is the senior commander badge issued to you from above. From today onwards, your status is equivalent to mine. And this forbidden area of Jin City, all of it will be placed under your sole jurisdiction.
Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Chen Mo's entire body froze. A senior commander badge? My position has been elevated so quickly, huh?
To be honest, Chen Mo had performed great feats one after another, and no longer valued such things as status positions. Especially since he had indentured 5 mechs by himself, and he had all the ones that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the water. He was a whole combat team by himself, and he didn't need these false titles at all. However, getting this badge still meant something very different. At the very least, his identity was now recognized by the Divine Dragon Kingdom, and his rights and jurisdictional lands all became his backbone. Not only did you bring the few members of your team to reclaim the Forbidden Land of Jin City, but the casualty rate was minimized. Coupled with your previous meritorious service, it is only reasonable to break the ranks and be promoted.
Chen Mo nodded, but still bowed towards Zhang Chen. Thank you, Dad. There should also be a part of this that you fought for me, right?
No matter what, leaping from a junior soldier with no status whatsoever to become a senior commander is not compliant in terms of sense or reason.
Zhang Chen reached out and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder with a pleased expression.
It's time to promote and elevate. We can't just make merit without giving substantial rewards. But this reward, it really makes a lot of people red in the eyes. Anyway, the Jin City Forbidden Land will be your independent war zone from now on. If there is anyone who opposes it, I will directly dislike him, and if I have the ability to let them go and reclaim a piece of Forbidden Land as well.
Lousy son-in-law, lousy guarantees it. Zhang Chen laughed cheerfully. The more he looked at Chen Moyo, the more he liked him. However, don't be too complacent. If you have to perform badly in the future, I will still take back this badge. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Chen Mo lightly smiled. Actually, I don't have any attachment to these positions per se. It's fine if I have them. It's fine if I don't. I'm just doing my best to protect the planet I live on. Zhang Chen looked at Chen Mo and nodded, and his smiling face gradually became serious. Actually, the fact that the above is willing to give you an independent war zone and is willing to give you the status of a senior commander is also to recruit you and give you some more favor. According to your strength, sooner or later, all of these machine nymphs you contracted will become battle maidens, and at that time, you will have more choices, and I also hope that you will continue to protect Blue Star. Zhang Chen's words had caused Chen Mo to be confused for a moment. Choices? What choices?
Although no one has confirmed it exactly yet, we all feel that a commander who takes her May game to the top will definitely have access to higher-level magical beasts. It's very likely that when a mecha girl becomes a veritable war girl, she'll be able to freely choose to stay in or leave Blue Star. Although this is just our speculation, everything that is being done up there right now is to allow you to consider Blue Star a bit more when making your choice. Without much hesitation, Chen Mode replied directly. I will definitely choose Blue Star's side when the time comes, don't worry. Zhang Chen nodded in relief. Seeing you grow to this point today, I'm really happy for you. Guard this area of yours well. I've always believed that you'll definitely be able to create miracles for humanity. Right at this time, over at the Jin City military harbor, a sudden news came that made Shenmo's heart skip a beat. Report! There's an alien beast riot over at the military harbor. Roar! Ever since the end of the Great Battle 3 days ago, the Jin City Forbidden Land, the Jin City military harbor, including the piece of sea right next to it, were all quiet. Only today, it was just nightfall, and the seaside was quite unsettled. Shenmo raised his head to look at the night curtain completely enveloping the entire sea, and the originally low, soft roars gradually began to become dense.
What's wrong with these sea devil beasts? Why are they suddenly so restless?
Wang Yuan asked as she stood at Shenmo's side.
Isn't this obvious?
We killed so many devil beasts a few days ago, and the devil beasts in this area of the sea have been replenished today. Shenmo pointed to the depths of the sea and slowly spoke to.
What? The magical beasts are actually able to automatically replenish the vacancies? Are they about to start another beast tide?
Yi Qingcheng asked with a serious face.
Shenmo nodded silently. It's really possible. This group of magical beasts is not something that can stay idle. Let's step up the patrols. Once they make any movements, report back in time. Time turned around and came to a time close to the early hours of the morning.
The dense low roars instantly subsided, like the calm before a storm. The main sea area was as quiet as ever.
Shenmo, the situation is not right. Shenmo had not slept all night, waiting for this time.
At the first moment they got the news, all of the machinima were all on standby. As expected, by the time the crowd converged at the military harbor port, the originally low, soft roar had gone louder than loud.
The magical beasts are rioting. Roar! Roar! Loud and furious voices echoed in the ears of the crowd.
Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng, Zhang Yanqing, Luo Dai, and Wang Yuan. The 5 girls, each with their own beauty, stood at the shore of the military harbor at the same time.
Shenmo shouted, all transform into mecha form.
In an instant, the sound of metal clashing resounded, and under the intertwining of machinery, the 5 mech girls appeared beside the harbor. At the same time, along with the pouring of seawater, a giant steel demonic beast hissed and burrowed out of the water. Along with their appearance, a powerful oppressive force filled the waters. Roar! More and more steel demon beasts poked their heads out of the sea, assembling in an orderly fashion as if they were gathering. Just by looking at it so roughly, there were at least hundreds of sea demon beasts.
Don't think that hundreds of beasts were few, these were all sea demon beasts. Each one was bigger than the other.
Even the smaller sea devil beasts were more than 10 meters long, which was not comparable to the group of devil beasts on land at that time. Shenmo took a cursory glance and realized that the ranks of these sea devil beasts were very different. Slave level, war soldier level, war admiral level accounted for most of them, and the number of commander level was also quite a lot, but what surprised Shenmu the most was that there was a lord level steel demon beast inside. The size of the lord class steel wraith was slightly smaller than that of the commander class, and floating in front of a large number of huge-sized wraiths, Shenmo almost didn't see it.
The tyrannical aura lifted Shenmo's spirits. Even the air around him seemed to have dropped a few degrees. This was still only the aura emanating from hundreds of magical beasts. Shenmo did not dare to think that if there was a day when thousands, or even 100,000 magical beasts erupted in a horrifying beast tide, when the time came. What kind of scene would it be? Shenmo chose to sit in Luo Dai's Sky Dome Battle Sound Mecha today. In the face of such a huge beast tide, he was really afraid that the energy he supplied would not be enough, and when the time came, Luo Dai would still be able to feed back some to himself, which might be able to save his life in the nick of time. At the same time, Shenmo split out another 4 channels of spiritual energy into the other 4 mechs, but the feeling given to the other 4 women was as if Shenmo was personally driving them. Although Zhang Chen couldn't help much, he transmitted the news of the magical beasts gathering and attacking in force to the Divine Dragon Kingdom's headquarters at the first opportunity. And the headquarters also passed the news to the maintenance forces in various places throughout the Divine Dragon Kingdom the first time they got the news. The Central War Zone, which was also the closest to the Forbidden Land of Jin City, received the news of the beast tide at the first opportunity. Unlike Shenmo's calmness, the person in charge of the Central War Zone was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had naturally heard of Shenmo's great name. A teenage hero, he had participated in many wars, turning the tide of battle with his own strength, and even strongly counterattacking the Forbidden Land of Jin City, returning with a great victory. This time, the headquarters even rewarded Shenmo as an independent war zone. However, in the end, Shenmo was only an 18-year-old young man, so how could they be confident that Shenmo would be their umbrella? Especially for their Central War Zone, in the past, their area was inconspicuous and did not attract the attention of the magical beasts, so they were able to survive. Now that Shenmo was on their side, once Shenmo's line of defense was lost, their Central War Zone would suffer immediately after. A big hole had appeared in the entire defense line, and with their current combat power and resources, they could do nothing at all. So much so, when they received the news of the demonic beast riot, the entire war zone was thrown into a great panic.
Especially when they heard that on Shenmo's side, there were only 5 mechs, they were even more desperate.
Reinforce the Gene City Forbidden Area. Make sure to quell the beast tide. Purge all magical beasts.
The commander of the Central Warzone promptly gave orders at the first time, even though there was no return from this battle, but seeing that the fire was going to burn on their own heads, it was impossible to back down in any way. In an instant, the commanders of the Central Warzone all rallied, and all the machine girls completed their transformations at the first time.
Does this even allow people to live anymore? I'm already exhausted from fighting the war in these 2 days. How come it's so hard to finish the fight and then we have to go for reinforcements again? Isn't that SSS-ranked commander, Chen Mo, the second best on the Imperial Capital's battle power list? Why does he still need reinforcements?
Silver Pewterhead, just gave him a share of the Forbidden Land in Gene City, and it's only been a few days, and he can't hold it anymore?
Rubbish.
As a matter of fact, it wasn't just the commanders in the Central Warzone who received the order for reinforcements who were upset. The vast majority of the Warzone commanders were upset about the announcement to promote Chen Mo as a senior commander.
Letting an 18-year-old kid who had just awakened as a commander in less than 2 months manage an independent theater, wasn't that pure hilarity? The battlefield was not a child's play. Once it was lost, how many people would have to pay for it with their lives? Ordinary people didn't know what was at stake, but those of them who hung out at the front lines every day knew too well. Simply hilarious. An entire city. How could it be handed over to a kid whose hair hasn't even grown? I think those old things are really senile. In every war zone, the same words were roared. But with things having come to this, roaring was useless. And at this moment, an airplane was flying towards the forbidden area of Gene City. On the large transport plane, there were only 2 people, Ant Chin and Wen Chan. Have you thought about it? Do you really want to contract with Chen Mo this time? Ant Chin smiled oddly and asked in a soft voice.
Ugh, I don't know, let's wait and see, there's no rush. When Chan was a bit torn, she hadn't been ruthless enough to make a decision for so many days. Just as they were approaching the military harbor in Gene City, a loud alarm sound caught the attention of the two.
This is? A beast tide? In front of us is Chen Mo's jurisdiction. It can't be that a beast tide is happening at his place, right? Ant Chin was startled and exclaimed.
I don't know whether to say that he's unlucky or we're unlucky. We just won a battle, and then there's another one, and it just happens to be caught up by the 2 of us.
Wen Chan smiled somewhat breathlessly.
However, this was also a good opportunity to examine Chen Mao. Appreciating his combat ability on sight was always more intuitive than all that information.
At the same time,
the demonic beast army was still continuing to gather, and the number was visually estimated to have exceeded 1,000, forming a very large-scale beast tide. Thousands of magical beasts continued to hiss, causing the entire Gene City military harbor to be shrouded under a strong sense of oppression. Shenmei brought along her 5 machine nymphs and stood on top of the coastline walls not far away. Each one of them similarly exuded a palpitating aura, only that this weak aura of solemnity was simply the light of a glowing fire, insignificant in front of the demonic beast army. In the face of such a large-scale beast tide, Chen Mo and his machine nymphs seemed to have been used to it long ago, and thus, were not very nervous. After all, the girls themselves were particularly powerful and had participated in fierce battles. Moreover, the main thing was that they, as Chen Mo's machine nymphs, were fully aware of Chen Mo's terror. Even if there was a lord-class demonic beast below them, they were not panicked in the slightest.
The demonic beast army has already gathered to this extent. Should we make a preemptive strike? Luo Yan didn't hold back and asked.
Chen Mo shook his head, his eyes firm. It's not enough, these magical beasts are only assembled in front of the military harbor. They haven't covered the entire line of defense. Even if we defend against them, it won't be difficult. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seem to be running towards me. With our strength, these are still too few. Don't look at Chen Mo's side, there were only 5 mechs, and they were able to kill at least 200 magical beasts by themselves. Other than that leader-class demonic beast, he really didn't have anything to worry about. And that lord-level demonic beast was actually not impossible to deal with. Chen Mo had a spiritual power attack as a base card. When even the demonic beast queen could not withstand such a blow, lord-level demonic beasts would be even more out of the question. The big deal is that when the time comes, you can just use half of your spiritual power to launch one time, and there won't be much danger. Roar! As the distant magical beasts rushed to the battlefield, the hissing sounds at the military harbor became denser and more loud. Thousands of magical beasts, the smaller ones were more than 10 meters in size, and the larger ones were hundreds of meters in size. Standing on the city wall and looking down, the sea near the military harbor of Gene City was simply black and almost impossible to see the end.
Ready for battle, yo!
Just treat this beast tide as a normal special training during the week. Use all your strength and enjoy this killing feast.
Chen Mo watched as the demonic beast army almost took shape, so he slowly opened his mouth.
The voice resounded in the ears of the 5 machine nymphs as the energy core was filled with energy, and in the blink of an eye, killing intent filled the air.
Buzz! Buzz!
The instant the engine remembered, all of the machine nymphs attacked first. Roar! The moment the machine nymphs were mobilized, a high-pitched and loud hissing sound came from the tide of beasts, and in the blink of an eye, the magical beasts in the front rows also instantly went into battle mode, running up towards Chenmo's direction. As the beasts rioted, the entire surface of the sea began to vibrate, and the waves swelled larger and larger.
Greeting the onslaught of the magical beasts, Chenmo sneered. Talent title, Queen Driver, activate.
In an instant, Chenmo's physique doubled, strength doubled, speed doubled, and mental strength doubled. At that time, when he contracted the magical beast Queen White Feather, he was rewarded with a talent title, and this was the first time Chenmo had used it. The moment all of his attributes doubled, Chenmo felt that his body was much lighter. The powerful increase in mental power gave all of his machinima a feeling of lightness. And the moment Chenmo enabled the Queen's Harnesser, the army of magical beasts under his feet in turn felt as if their spiritual power had been partially suppressed, not at all as restless as it had been at the very beginning, and even the speed of their charge had dropped by quite a bit. Boom! Chenmo did not increase his energy supply, but the engines of all the organic nymphs involuntarily roared at the same time.
The crazily agitated energy within their bodies made their killing aura even more majestic.
A powerful deterrent swept through the entire Jin City military harbor. At the same time, the demonic beast legion was somewhat flustered instead.
Even their combat formations were in disarray. Strike! Leave no one behind!
Chenmo shouted explosively, and the gas pedal was directly pressed to the bottom. Kill! The machine nymphs felt the invincible power and instantly rushed out.
Boom!
The 300-meter-tall Saint Realm Archangel leapt high into the air and violently jumped into the midst of the demonic beast army, and just by landing like this, he directly stomped on several low-level demonic beasts.
Boom!
The lance that came with the mecha, which was about 200 meters long, made a sweeping motion, bringing up a terrifying wind blade.
PFFFF.
With just such a sweep, 20 to 30 magical beasts were directly cut off at the waist.
It was too terrifying. The bludgeoning of a Saint Realm Archangel was simply terrifying.
On the other side,
Chen Mordor piloted the Heavenly Dome War Voice to join the battlefield as well.
Buzz! Although Luoxian's prototype was a fighter jet, the battle on the ground was not difficult for her in the slightest. Her speed was so fast that she directly morphed into a trail of residual shadows, and every time she appeared, a piece of magical beasts was decimated. Xia Zhang was holding the reddish annihilation blade in her hand at this time, stained with the blood of the magical beasts in the dawn when the sun had not yet risen. Although she was the weakest machine maiden contracted by Chenmo, under Chenmo's empowerment over and over again, her actual battle power had long since changed drastically compared to when she initially started. A battle general class magical beast was nothing more than a slash in front of her annihilation. Roar! A tens of meters tall commander class demonic beast hissed and lunged towards the Holy Domain Archangel, its roar turning into a terrifying shockwave as its sharp steel claws clawed towards the Holy Domain Archangel's back.
What level, and you dare to go head-to-head with me?
Wang Yuan snorted. Even though the commander-level demonic beast that lunged towards her was almost 100 meters, it was still a lot worse compared to her 300-meter size. Her left arm picked up the shield hanging behind her and gently swung it, and a loud clashing sound rang out. The shield flickered with glittering light, and the sharp claws of the commander-class demonic beast were actually shattered.
And that commander-class demonic beast was even directly shaken and flew out backwards.
Wang Yuan clearly had no intention of letting it go. Her right hand turned towards the spear, and the sharp tip of the spear directly pierced through the beast's head.
The commander-class demonic beast didn't even have time to hiss out before it directly turned into a pile of metal.
The body that covered the sky was, in time, the most useful metal material for constructing the forbidden land of Xin.
Death also had value. Pushing this massive metal corpse aside, Wang Yuan once again joined the battle.
These steel demon beasts were indeed incomparably ferocious, but when faced with Chenmo's machine maidens, they had long since been scared into retreat by the might they exuded. However, in the face of impending death, they still pushed through their fear and forced themselves to meet the machine maidens' fight. Of course, their counterattacks were nothing more than a painless tickle to the machine nymphs. Roar! After the commander-class magical beasts fell to the ground, a large number of low-grade magical beasts pounced towards Wang Yuan.
However, how much damage could a group of slave-level magical beasts and a group of battle soldier-level magical beasts bring to an SSS-class carrier mecha?
Wang Yuan faintly smiled. The curvature engine was activated, and her huge body turned into a stump in an instant. A direct kick swept out, clearing the battlefield around her.
The Sanctuary Archangel's kick used its full strength, and its speed was quite fast.
The air was brought up by this kick with a burst of sonic booms, so one could imagine what effect the kick would have on this group of magical beasts.
Bang! Bang bang!
The surrounding circle of steel magical beasts were all directly kicked away, and some of the ones with a lower rank were directly kicked into the air and exploded to death. Detecting that there were still quite a few magical beasts around, Wang Yuan directly unfolded the silver-white feathers behind her back. The hollow metal feathers on the side were windless, and the sanctuary archangel leapt violently, flapping its wings as it swooped down and rushed towards the surface of the sea. The air turned into the sharpest reaper under the hollow feathers. Wherever the sanctuary archangel passed, no magical beast could be spared. Only that one low-grade magical beast was directly cut off by the wind blade. All the resistance was completely useless. Seeing a large number of magical beasts die in battle, that Lord-level magical beast could no longer sit still. Roar! The Lord-class Wraith roared, using its fastest speed to furiously run towards Wang Yuan, as if it wanted to cut this carrier mech down here. Only, Chen Mo's spiritual power was always partially divided on the Lord-class demonic beast. Originally, he had thought that it would honestly watch the battle from the sidelines until the end, but who knew that it would want a sneak attack? Then, how could Chen Mo be able to do as he wished? Driving the Heavenly Vault battle voice, with the curvature engine activated to the extreme, almost in the blink of an eye, Chen Mo appeared beside Wang Yuan, who was 1,000 meters away. Moreover, under Chen Mo's control, all of the machine nymphs could almost clearly know what dangers were in their vicinity. Therefore, the first moment the Lord-class magical beast sneaked up on her, Wang Yuan reacted. At the same time, Wang Yuan's superconducting weapon was unleashed, while Chen Mo was controlling the Heavenly Vault battle voice and unleashed the fear beyond death. The mega particle cannon aimed to fire, while the fear of beyond death followed right behind, directly executing its last bit of life value. A perfect match. The defensibility of a Lord-class magical beast was truly powerful, but it still had no way to withstand the power of the particle cannon. A Lord-class demonic beast had died without even releasing a single skill. In an instant, the army of magical beasts that were attacking at full force felt the message of the death of a Lord-class magical beast, and the fear that they had felt at the very beginning became even stronger. For a time, the low-level magical beasts had completely lost the courage to fight and fled like mad. Only, Xia Zhang, Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Nianqing had already blocked their retreat. How could they let them slip away just like that? For a while, the roars turned into terrified screams. Under the combined decimation of the three women, the army of magical beasts actually gradually quieted down. It wasn't that they didn't want to scream, it was that they no longer had the life to scream. That Lord-class magical beast, with its last breath, looked at this sea filled with blood, and its heart was incomparably sad. Roar! This is not them rioting. This was clearly this group of humans unilaterally slaughtering them. It was a Lord-level magical beast that had participated in so many beast tides before and after, but this time, it had really fallen. These human mechs were too strong. Even if it was just one of the weakest mechs, it was still stronger than the thousands of troops of their magical beasts. No wonder they were able to kill Wiener. Having the Lord-class magical beast that had part of its spiritual intelligence suddenly realized at this moment. It seemed to have been fooled. It had been fooled from the very beginning. The intense sense of humiliation caused its little remaining life force to rapidly drain away. Soon, it became a pile of cold metal. With the deaths of the Lord-class magical beasts, this wave of beasts slowly came to an end. In the sea, on the land, there were metal corpses of magical beasts everywhere. Xia Zhang and the girls were making their final beheadings of the magical beasts. As for the ones that had a better life, those that were able to escape during their siege, they were considered to have a great life. On the other side, two stunningly beautiful women, who had just gotten down from the airplane, were speeding in the direction of the Jin City military harbor. Auntie Qin, have you noticed that the sound of the magical beast seems to be getting smaller and smaller, and how is it that there is a tragic feeling? Can't it be that Chen Mo and the others couldn't resist and sacrifice themselves? This Chen Mo is also, why do you have to fight head-on with this group of magical beasts? Wait for reinforcements to come and then fight again. While running, Wen Chan spat. It was so hard for her to look at a commander. She really didn't want to get news of his death before she even contracted him. Miss, you seem to be wrong this time. I reckon that the hissing of the magical beasts is getting smaller and smaller because they are about to die cleanly. If nothing goes wrong, Chen Mo should not need reinforcements. He alone has already quelled this beast tide. Although Aunt Qin was a bit disbelieving, after her many years of experience in battles, I'm afraid that her guesses were not far from the truth. Just as Aunt Qin's voice fell, Wen Chan's entire body was stunned. Impossible, Aunt Qin, that was thousands of magical beasts, how could he have killed them all by himself, and even in such a short time? Although Wen Chan didn't believe it, she ran even faster towards the harbor. She was really too eager to know what the real situation was like. In less than 5 minutes, they finally ran up to the city wall, only for the bodies of huge steel demon beasts to block their view. Auntie Qin simply picked up Wen Chan directly, towards the bottom of the city wall, and leapt down. Only, the moment the two landed on the ground, they were dumbfounded at the same time. Crap! Miss Wen Chan, unexpectedly and uncontrollably, burst out in foul language. Auntie Qin didn't find it anywhere, Even though she was a super machine lady who had surpassed 99% of machine ladies, at this moment, seeing the scene in front of her, she still couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Below the city wall, besides the corpse of the steel demonic beast that was hundreds of meters high, the ground was full of dead demonic beast corpses, so densely packed that there was hardly even a place to land. The small ones, a few meters and a dozen meters, the big ones, tens of meters and hundreds of meters. However, as far as the eye could see, all of the steel magical beasts had all become piles of metal chunks. And the vast majority of the beasts, a glance can be seen, clearly as a knife directly cut off the waist, a hit killed. The rest of them were directly turned into pieces and exploded to death. There were metal corpses all over the place. Were these the same group of magical beasts they had just seen on the airplane? When Shan raised her head to look into the distance, on the far away seashore, she could vaguely see a few mechs doing the final cleanup. Other than those 5 mechs, there were no other mechs. Only by themselves, without any reinforcements. It killed thousands of magical beasts, and among them, there was no shortage of high-grade commander-grade magical beasts and lord-grade magical beasts. Auntie Chin, you guessed right, what I heard just now was really the screams of a magical beast. How can Chen Mo, he chase after a magical beast and kill it? In such a short period of time, just him and these few mechs of his, how did he do it? Massacre them all, not leaving a single head behind? When Shan's entire body was now frozen, and the words she asked even sounded like she was muttering and whispering. She had never seen such a powerful commander before, and what she saw today was even more unheard of. Aunt Sheen was also quite shocked at this time, forcing herself to calm down. Chen Mo, he really does create miracles all the time. I'm afraid that all those news reported earlier were also done by Chen Mo himself, completely unadulterated. To be honest, before this, Aunt Sheen was skeptical about the official briefing on Chen Mo. After all, Chen Mo was a child who had just turned 18, how strong could he be? However, the scenes she saw today had indeed overturned all her prejudices against Chen Mo. Although, right now, she still didn't know on what basis Chen Mo was able to pilot his machine lady and complete the task of annihilating the demonic beast army, but the facts were right in front of her eyes, and there was no room for falsehoods, and even less room for her to make unwarranted suspicions. But how did Chen Mo do it? He's just alone, but there are 5 machine nymphs. No matter which mech he sits in, the other several mechs will lose their commanders. But look, all 5 of those mechs are on the battlefield, which means they all took part in the battle, and there are many different kinds of traces of the death of these magical beasts. It definitely wasn't a single mech that killed them. That S-class supercar, it's not a mech suitable for battle at all. What qualifies her to participate in the battle? And it looks as if she is still unharmed. It's hard to believe that they are especially rich and bought themselves a full set of modifications, replaced it with more powerful attack accessories? Wen Shan asked with a puzzled expression. If there were no surprises, Wen Shan was right about all of this, and it was also true that Xiaojin did not deserve to be on this kind of heavyweight battlefield. However, Wen Shan did not know that Chen Mo was their accident. I'm not too sure, but what is certain is that this is the reason why they are willing to follow Chen Mo with a lone voice. As for their strength, according to the information, all of their strengths have been drastically increased in a short period of time, and Chen Mo simply doesn't have that much money. So, eliminating all the wrong answers, the rest of the answers are still true even if they are outrageous. Aunt Sheen muttered her analysis, getting closer and closer to the answer. Wen Shan froze as she listened. Empowerment? If there wasn't a large amount of money to boost strength in a Hohan manner, then one would have to rely on the commander's empowerment. It can only be empowerment. That carrier machine girl is the same Wang Yuan that he harnessed during the big battle a few days ago. Apparently, Wang Yuan has also defected to Chen Mei now. Auntie Qi nodded and looked towards the distant aircraft maiden. On the other side, Chen Mei, there are 2 people on the shore, both female. Wang Yuan's gaze gazed at the shore and said to Chen Mo in a deep voice. I just realized it. You guys have already lined up this forbidden land once. Logically there shouldn't be any outsiders entering. I'm afraid these 2 people aren't simple. Chen Mo nodded. These 2 people were suspicious in appearance. He had already divided a portion of his spiritual energy to keep an eye on them. Yo, I'm afraid it's not your avid suitor, coming over to find you? Ready to defect to you? Xiaojin rubbed her chin from the side and asked with a raised eyebrow. Impossible, if they really came to defect to us, they should have waited outside instead of directly entering into the war zone. Chen Mo shook his head, ruling out this possibility. Say, the video of us just killing the demonic beasts won't be circulated, right? Yi Qingqing said in a cold voice. If that was the case, she might have to treat them as spies. It shouldn't be, they have only been here for a short while, the 2 of them only appeared after we finished killing the demonic beasts. They should have just seen us clearing the battlefield. What's more, we are now strong and powerful, it doesn't matter even if we are exposed. Zhang Yanqing's sonar system had alerted them as early as the first time they appeared, only that these 2 women didn't seem to have any malicious intent, so Zhang Yanqing didn't take it too seriously. Alright, go back, These magical beast corpses, leave them to others to deal with. Chen Mo said without a care in the world, and at the same time shut down his queen harnesser. To be honest, this battle was like brushing up and upgrading monsters, it was just non-stop killing, and even though the mental energy wasn't consumed too much, it just made one feel exhausted. All he wanted to do now was to take his machine girls and return to his room to rest and relax. Just at this time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Boom! Boom! A huge rumbling sound resounded in the sky above the military harbor. A solemn aura filled the entire military harbor, and Chen Mo raised his eyebrows as he looked up.
A fighter jet? Was it the enemy? Or was it reinforcements? It looks like the reinforcements have arrived. Although the officials gave me the status of a senior commander and gave me the forbidden area of Jean City as an independent war zone, to be frank, they still don't completely trust me. These people must be the commanders of the several nearby war zones, and the first time they learned of the beast tide that occurred here, they sent people to reinforce us. Unfortunately, they still came too late, and the beast tide has already been quelled. Chen Mo smiled, and at that moment, he also guessed the deployment from above. As for Ant Chin and Wen Chan on the shore, when they saw the fighter jets in the sky, they also felt the huge sense of oppression. Wen Chan frowned, a little dissatisfied. Reinforcements are only arriving now, wouldn't that be a bit too slow? The war is over and they're just coming? But Ant Chin didn't think so. It's not that they're coming too slowly, it's that Chen Mo and the others are killing monsters too quickly. After all, Chen Mo is still just a young man who has just awakened his commander, even if he has really made great achievements, how could the top really not have any backhanders at all? The several war zones near Jean City are all keeping an eye on the Jean City forbidden area, and once they pick up on the danger occurring on the Jean City side, they will immediately come over to provide support. I'm afraid that they had already departed from the war zones when the beast tide began to gather, only that the speed of their support couldn't catch up with Chen Mo's speed of killing monsters. Hearing Ant Chin's words, Wen Chan's entire body froze. This strength of Chen Mo's, it's really perverted. At this moment, the commander of the war zone who had come raging to reinforce him was looking increasingly puzzled. No, why is it so quiet? It can't be that the signal is wrong, right? There's no movement of magical beasts here either. It shouldn't be, the official notification that was released shouldn't be wrong. On this journey, they rushed like mad, fearing that the Jean City Forbidden Land would be broken, and then their war zone would also face the result of falling. However, the closer they got to the Jean City Forbidden Land, the more they felt that the situation was not right. It was completely different from the picture they had imagined. Thousands of rampaging magical beasts had not appeared, nor had the scene of the enemy fighting each other with rivers of blood. The experienced commanders only thought that Chen Mo was isolating the demonic beast army and waiting for their reinforcements, and for a while, they thought that although Chen Mo was young, he still had a brain. However, when there were only a few kilometers away from the Jean City military harbor, but no sound of any magical beasts had been heard yet, even these commanders panicked. How could there be no sound at all? And even more bizarrely, on the radar detectors, not a single magical beast could be detected at all. Not to mention the beast tide. Evil. Really evil. Captain, it can't be that the information officially communicated is wrong, right? How can there be a beast tide with thousands of magical beasts going berserk? Not to mention thousands, we can't even search one head. The commander who was piloting the airplane said with a grumbling face. They couldn't be blamed for speculating like this. Who would have thought that such a huge beast tide would have already ended? Just at this time, the crew hovering in the air sent a message. Captain, it's not good. Quickly enter the Forbidden Land yourselves and go up to the city walls to see the situation. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like I'm a bit blurry-eyed right now. Hearing the message from the War Machine group, the first captain's heart sank. It couldn't be a total wipeout, could it? Those magical beasts had already hit the inside? They had come fast enough, and this Chen Mo was too much of a waste, not having this strength and still daring to take on this porcelain job? If Chen Mu is really dead, he will not be able to eat and walk. The upper face of this Chen Mao is valued very much. Quickly, hurry into the Forbidden Land. Only, after entering the interior of the Forbidden Land and seeing the scene near the military harbor, the entire captain was completely dumbfounded. There was no imagined look of buildings being destroyed, nor was there the look of magical beasts wreaking havoc and destroying everything. Instead, there were two women's figures looming on the city wall not far away. Quickly get on the city wall. Upon ascending the city wall and seeing the image in front of him, the great captain who had come to provide support was completely dumbfounded. Crap. Is this really fucking fake? How is this possible? How much does this have to be? Captain, what the hell is this? Thousands of magical beasts, all dead? The cries of alarm coming from his ears caused the first captain's brain to buzz. He even wiped his eyes with some disbelief, then opened them again, but the scene in front of him did not change at all. Total annihilation? The total annihilation wasn't Chen Mo and his mech Nyang, but these thousands of magical beasts? 5 mechs and 1 commander? That's how you killed so many demonic beasts cleanly? How is this possible? I've already rushed here at full speed, and as a result, I didn't even see anyone's tailpipe? With so many magical beasts, it would take him half a day to kill them just one by one, right? Is this a Lord-level magical beast? It's dead too? Crap! The first time the first captain took out his cell phone, clicked a few pictures, and sent them to the various groups. The 5 mechs were majestic, the tallest was over 300 meters and the smallest was only a few meters. But as they walked over in the direction of the city wall, even if it was only the smallest mech, it exuded a detached aura that made them uninviting. And beneath their feet was the red carpet that thousands of magical beasts had used their lives to lay out for them. What qualifications do you have to taunt others? You guys went to support and still complained endlessly. Look at the fact that they need you to support them? Cursing and swearing all the way, but in the end, you didn't even help a finger. Slap your face is swollen. Too embarrassing, came over to see a joke, and ended up being that joke myself. At this moment, all the people who had spat on Chen Mo, one by one, were a little embarrassed to speak. It was like a puffer mocking the platinum god. People don't care about you, you still really think you're bullish and bad? Greetings, military commander. Greetings, military commander. Greetings, military commander. Looking at Chen Mo's cold and emotionless eyes, the captain from the next theater who had come to support him did not have any attitude at all and gave Chen Mo a proper military salute. The machine girls behind him also saluted seriously. At this moment, how could they still be unwilling? Looking at the young commander in front of them, they only had respect in their hearts. Chen Mo was not only a commander under the protection of the officials, but also a true genius, a genius with great strength. Even though they hadn't witnessed the process of Chen Mao calming this beast tide, looking at the corpses all over the ground, they knew that it was definitely not something that they could do on their own. In particular, that Lord-class demonic beast looked to have died peacefully, completely unable to withstand Chen Mo's attack. With just this powerful battle strength, it had already surpassed 99% of the commanders. One had to know that they would have a hard time quelling even the beast tide caused by that small portion of the magical beasts in their own war zone, let alone such a large-scale beast tide. For a while, they even somewhat dared not imagine what kind of height Chen Mo could grow to if they gave Chen Mo 10 more years. At this moment, they finally recognized the officials' decision from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Mo was worthy of the officials' prudent treatment, worthy of the officials' dedication to cultivate him. The future Chen Mo would definitely become the most solid and powerful pillar of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Seeing how serious the crowd was with their military salute, Chen Mo also hurriedly returned a military salute. Alright, no need to be so serious. Seriously, Chen Mo was still grateful for the support from these war zones. After all, they did not take the initiative to request for support, and they had worked hard to make this trip. By the way, if you guys have time, could I ask you for a favor? Military commander, please instruct. As long as we can do it, we will certainly not excuse ourselves. Hearing Chen Mo's request, the crowd froze. Why, it's not a big deal, it's just that we can't very well deal with the corpses of the magical beasts that are roaming the mountains. Can you guys help clean up the battlefield, and if you don't mind, you guys can pull their corpses back to your barracks, and by then, the military merits and whatnot will also be given to you guys. Chen Mo said with a smile, he didn't really need these things anyway. That won't do. We can help you clean up the battlefield, but we didn't contribute to this war. The military credit should rightfully be yours. We can't take it. Seeing that Chen Mo was even planning to give them the military credit, the first captain refused right away. However, at the same time, his heart was deeply shaken. This was quelling a giant beast tide. There must be a lot of military merits. Chen Mo could not even look at this much military credit. Military honors could be exchanged for all sorts of parts and weapons. Didn't his machine girl need them? Since you guys don't want it, then donate it. Do you know of any places to donate it? Yes, the children of the bravely sacrificed commanders and machinists in various war zones. We have set up a small orphanage for them. The military seat, if you want to donate you can donate it to them. I'll do it for them. Thank you, military seat. Speaking here, the senior captain gave another military salute towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's heart was also somewhat moved. After so many years of fighting between humans and magical beasts, a large number of commanders and machinists had sacrificed their lives, and their children had no one to rely on, so they finally had a place to stay. And these children were the children of martyrs, but also the future elite of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. The warriors in the war zone would often donate military honors to these children, but they didn't have much of their own military honors, so each time it was very little, very little. This time, Chen Mo donated these military merits, so one could imagine that it was definitely a large amount. No one had ever been willing to donate so much before. Military commander, with all due respect, you might as well keep some military merits for yourself as well. Military merits can be exchanged for a lot of high-grade accessories, so you should keep more or less of them. Chen Mo shook his head.
My machine girls don't need to purchase accessories, it's enough for me to empower them.
Chen Mo's faint sentence caused everyone present to wind up in disarray. The entire battlefield fell silent after Chen Mordecai's sentence. My machine maidens, it's enough for me to empower them? Is empowerment something that can be done casually? If empowerment was really as easy as he said, wouldn't their commanders who had been awakened for years just take off? However, what Chen Mo said left them with no way to refute it. Aside from empowerment, what other way could make his machinima so powerful? Otherwise, why was Chen Mo disdainful of these top priority military honors?
Aside from the reinforcements at the scene, Anqin and Wenshan, who were in the distance, glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes when they heard Chen Mo's words.
Sure enough, it was empowerment. Chen Mo could empower his mecha. No wonder his mecha was so powerful. No wonder even the SSS-class carrier, Wang Yuan, was willing to willingly follow Chen Mo. Military commander, then we'll go ahead and clean up the battlefield.
The first captain of the reinforcements didn't dare to ask too many questions and hurriedly went to give his team the order to clean up the battlefield, and then, followed suit. Chen Mo, on the other hand, followed the machine nymphs back within the Forbidden Land.
Buzz!
After leaving the battlefield, the crowd of machine nymphs also transformed back into their human forms at the same time.
Phew!
Jumping down from the cockpit, Chen Mo slowly exhaled a long breath. The Queen pilot is really strong, all the attributes are doubled, however, this side effect is also really big. The consumption is also doubled. Luckily, Dai fed me a portion of it, or else I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to hold out a bit longer.
Chen Mo secretly thought in his heart, but his gaze fell on the two beautiful women not far away.
One was about 30 or 40 years old, but that smooth skin didn't even look like it should be at her age, and if it wasn't for that mature temperament, he really couldn't tell that she was an aunt. The other was about the same age as him, but she was really good looking, even Xia Zhang was slightly inferior to her. The two absolutely beautiful women exuded an indescribable nobility. Chen Mo just took a cursory glance, and knew that these two people's identities were absolutely extraordinary, and the forces behind them were definitely very powerful.
However, it was unknown just how high their identities were that they dared to trespass directly into the military camp. Chen Mo frowned, and after thinking about it, it was understandable.
After all, now that society was in turmoil, the magical beasts were restless, the front line would often have large or small beast tides. They as the Divine Dragon Kingdom's machine maidens, it made sense to come and inspect them. If they did not care and caused the magical beasts to break through the defense line, they would not be able to take it in their stride. In the face of war, prescribed discipline sometimes depended on the situation.
Who are you people?
Chen Mo asked as he approached and opened his mouth. Reporting to the military seat, my name is Han Qin, her name is Wenshan, we came from Guangdong and wanted to pay a visit to the military seat. It's just that we didn't expect a beast tide to occur in the Forbidden Land, so we didn't have time to apply and trespassed into the barracks. Please don't blame the military seat. Han Qin's voice was very sincere. In the face of such a strong strength of Chen Mo, she did respect him from the bottom of her heart. Watching Han Qin salute towards Chen Mo, Wenshan also hurriedly saluted respectfully.
Don't look at the two of them in Guangdong.
We're from the big family Wen clan. On the battlefield, even if it was the old master of the Wen clan who came, when facing the supreme commander of the battlefield, they should still salute when it was time to salute. On the battlefield, the supreme commander had the greatest rights.
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and returned the salute. The magical beasts are rioting, and it is only right that the machine maidens support the front line. What is wrong with you guys? Since there is no fault, what is there to say about blaming you guys?
Chen Mo said indifferently, without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards them in his tone.
However, you just said that you guys came here to see me? To see me for what?
Chen Mo was confused. He had no recollection of dealing with these two people as far as he remembered.
Right. We are here to see you, military seat.
My family, Wenshan, has not been able to find a suitable commander since our awakening, so we purposely came to the imperial capital from Guangdong this time, just to pay you a visit. But who knows that when we arrived at the imperial capital, we heard that you had already come to the Forbidden Land of Jin, so we could only come to the Forbidden Land to look for you.
I didn't expect that this trip to the Forbidden Land would witness a miracle.
Han Qin couldn't help but sigh with emotion as she looked towards the corpses of magical beasts that filled the ground around her.
Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, but I've already contracted it.
Aunt Qin was not surprised to hear Chen Mo's words and hurriedly nodded as well. We know that. You've already contracted with Luo Dai. Chen Mo shook his head again, pointing at the 5 girls behind him, and said, No, not just Luo Jin, all of them, they are all my machinima. Those who have signed a permanent contract with me are officially machine nymphs. Chen Mo was no longer too worried about others knowing about his commander talent, and he was even revealing his talent outwardly, both consciously and unconsciously. After all, if he wanted to truly build a legion of war girls, the more high-grade machine nymphs he needed, the better for sure. If others didn't even know that he was able to contract multiple mechas,
How could they come to his door to find him?
Chen Mo's words caused Han Xin to faintly stare.
What? All of them are permanent machine girls? You contracted with all of them? When Chan even failed to hold back and directly exclaimed in shock.
In her impression, although Chen Mo had many machine nymphs by his side, they only thought that Chen Mo had only temporarily contracted with them. After all, it was well known that a commander could only contract a single machine nymph. Luo Yan's voice slowly sounded, that's right, with Chen Mo, all of us are permanently contracted, and Chen Mo's talent can contract many machine nymphs at the same time.
Is the SSS-ranked commander's talent even this perverse? Surprisingly, he is able to contract many machine nymphs. Then you mean that all of you have been empowered by Chen Mo?
When Shan suddenly felt her heart a little sour when she heard Luo Zhan's words. Wang Yuan suddenly let out a laugh when she saw Wen Chan's shocked expression. She couldn't help but think of herself a few days ago, who had almost the same expression as Wen Chan when she learned about Chen Mao's commander talent. Each of us, we have received many empowerments from Chen Mo, and almost all of them are top-tier empowerments, and to tell you secretly, the engines of the 5 of us, all of them are S-rank top-tier curvature engines, and as for the other weapon empowerments, there are only a few more of them.
What? Wang Yuan's words simply made Wen Chan completely doubt what she once knew.
Even Han Xin, at this moment, was shocked that this was not present within the information she had gathered.
That. Miss Wen, what is your mechanical prototype? Luo Dai asked with some curiosity.
As the Luo family, a large family in the imperial capital, she recognized Wen Chan as early as when she declared herself.